On a beautiful day, this young man suddenly woke up in his university dorm. But the crazy thing was, Lamb Tulak had already graduated from university 10 years ago. Lamb Tulak opened his phone, and the screen showed his ex-girlfriend. He then opened the camera. His face was clean with no scars. That's right. Lamb Tulak had been reborn on the very day the apocalypse descended. Before his rebirth, Lamb Tulak had just become the 10th god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. Two of the gods of war threw a celebratory party for him. But while they were talking, a zombie king suddenly burst in. At that time, Lamb Tulak fought a serious battle with that zombie. But at the most intense moment of the battle, the two bastards behind him stabbed him viciously, joining forces with the zombie king to send him to his grave. But what Lamb Tulak least expected was that the person behind this was his girlfriend, Qiu Jing Han. She was the university's belle, and for some reason, among a bunch of other prodigies, she chose Lamb Tulak as her boyfriend. At that time, he was always thrilled to have scored the campus belle, but he had no idea that before the apocalypse, she had received orders from young Master Lai to get close to him. The Lai family was one of the three great families in the Dragon Kingdom, a force not to be underestimated, and young Master Li wanted to use Lamb Tulak to help his family expand their territory and then find a way to eliminate him. He had to pay the price of having his face ruined just to be lucky enough to escape. For the next 10 years, Lamb Tulak lived on the run from the Li family. In the end, he still died at the hands of Qiu Jing Han, young Master Li's trusted subordinate. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on him, and Lamb Tulak was given a chance to start over. Now, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and Qiu Jing Han was still his girlfriend. He could totally take her out first. Just as he was thinking this, Lamb Tulak received a message from Qiu Jing Han. The message said that because she had to tutor, she couldn't celebrate his birthday with him today. 10 years ago, Lamb Tulak had naively believed her. Reading the message again now made his blood boil. Her tutoring was actually just getting busy in bed with the young master of the Lai family, Li Haobak. Lamb Tulak suppressed his anger and texted Qiu Jing Han back, asking her to meet him tonight at the abandoned warehouse behind the training ground, saying he had a surprise for her. In his previous life, until the moment he died, Lamb Tulak still didn't understand why Li Haobak hated him so much. It was because of him and Qiu Jing Han that he missed the best time to level up. In this life, Lamb Tulak was determined not to let that tragedy happen again and would make those bastards pay. That evening, Lamb Tulak went to the abandoned warehouse as planned. The sky had turned a murky, blood-like color. This was the omen of the apocalypse descending upon the real world. At exactly 7 p.m. tonight, it would invade the real world, turning Earth into a world drowned in death. Lamb Tulak glanced at a few people in the schoolyard. He remembered they were people who would survive after the apocalypse arrived. But that wasn't very important. What mattered was Qiu Jing Han. Thinking this, Lamb Tulak hurried to the warehouse, where Qiu Jing Han was already waiting. As soon as she saw him, she put on a pouting look and said sulkily, "Why are you so late? If you have a surprise, just tell me quickly. I have to rush off to my tutoring session." Those two words, tutoring session, were extremely grating to Lamb Tulak's ears. In his previous life, they even specially recorded a clip and had it sent to him as a birthday gift. How infuriating. Lamb Tulak had a knife hidden up his sleeve, but his face still wore a very sincere and foolish smile, a true master of acting. "Don't be in a hurry, I'll tell you right now." Seeing Lamb Tulak remain silent, Qiu Jing Han started to get impatient, as she was in a hurry to get back to her tutoring. "What do you mean by not saying anything? If you're not going to talk, then I'm leaving." Seeing her impatient look, Lamb Tulak became even more annoyed. He stepped forward and without a word, squeezed her neck very hard. The phone in Qiu Jing Han's hand fell, her expression quickly turning to panic. "You're crazy. Let me go." Qiu Jing Han's voice was broken, and she looked extremely pitiful, but it could no longer move Lamb Tulak's heart. March 16th, room 5478, Shanghai Supermodern Hotel, spent 53,239 yuan. Lamb Tulak's face darkened as he spat out each word. Before Qiu Jing Han could understand what he was saying, Lamb Tulak continued to read out a series of dates, hotel names, and other figures. After a while, Qiu Jing Han found that these hotels sounded a bit familiar. And after another moment, she realized they were the records of her and young Master Li Haobak's room rentals. Qiu Jing Han's whole body trembled, and she said she could explain, but Lamb Tulak gave her no chance. Because Qiu Jing Han's phone screen hadn't turned off yet, and on it was the unfinished conversation between her and Li Haobak. And the content of that chat exposed Qiu Jing Han's deceit. Even though he had already experienced this in his past life, seeing it with his own eyes, Lamb Tulak couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. He temporarily let go of Qiu Jing Han and quickly scrolled to the 1 minute and 36-second long clip. This was the birthday gift they had used to completely destroy his mind in his previous life. Lamb Tulak still remembered the content of that clip perfectly. He could recite every one of Qiu Jing Han's lines. Lamb Tulak, my weak and foolish boyfriend, happy birthday. Use your brain, I'm the belle of Shanghai University. How could I fall for a broke fool who has nothing but a handsome face like you? Lamb Tulak didn't miss a single word, and the more he recited, the paler Qiu Jing Han's face became, but he had no intention of stopping. His voice was steady, and while it sounded harmless, it made Qiu Jing Han's heart pound with fear. This was clearly the video she recorded while fooling around with Lai Hao Bak. She hadn't even sent it out, so how could Lam Tulak know what she was going to say? Well, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been noticed by the great young Master Li and enjoyed all this wealth and glory. So in the end, I still have to thank you. Lam Tulak even perfectly mimicked Qiu Jing Han's exact tone from the clip. This made her completely despair, so scared that she slumped into her seat, no longer resisting. Lam Tulak understood how she felt, but he had no intention of explaining. Once Qiu Jing Han was in hell, she would have plenty of time to think. Thinking of this, Lam Tulak grabbed her hands tightly. The dagger in his hand flashed, and blood splattered everywhere. Lam Tulak's stab was vicious. Qiu Jing Han immediately fell to the ground, blood flowing endlessly from her carotid artery. She clearly had no chance of survival. Despite just becoming a murderer, Lam Tulak felt no fear. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. 10 years had passed. He had finally gotten his revenge on this bitch. But this revenge wasn't enough. After all, Qiu Jing Han was just a pawn in Li Hao Bak's hands. He had to find out why that young master hated him so much, and also make him experience a fate worse than death. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the space. Congratulations, host, on your successful rebirth. Activating the apocalypse guidance system. Startled, Lam Tulak turned his head. The sound was coming from his phone. It was now 6:05 p.m., meaning there were still 55 minutes until the apocalypse officially descended. So why had the system already appeared? Moreover, this was the first time he had ever heard of this guidance system. The system finished binding to him, then presented a super guide called Absolute Drop Rate. It allowed Lam Tulak to increase the item drop rate from 1% to 100% while killing zombies. This meant an item was guaranteed to drop every time he killed a zombie, which was way too overpowered. Is this guide really trustworthy? Lam Tulak asked doubtfully. The system firmly asserted its words were more real than pure gold. The guide was the absolute drop rate he just received. Every 10 levels, he could activate a new guide attribute. This was basically a cheat from the very beginning. It seemed too miraculous. Suddenly, obtaining this miraculous system made Lam Tulak extremely happy. With it in his hands, he could completely overthrow the power of the Li family. However, the Lai family was one of the 3 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, with deep and unpredictable power, so it was still better to act cautiously. Come to think of it, in his previous life, the reason Li Hao Bak targeted him was still unclear. Lam Tulak vaguely guessed that it was related to his father who had passed away early. Originally, Lam Tulak wanted to kill Li Hao Bak first, then go into hiding and level up slowly. But with this guidance system, it seemed he could totally infiltrate the Lai family and wipe them all out. Thinking of this, Lam Tulak's mood became extremely cheerful. Lai family, just you wait. He left the dilapidated warehouse. The sky was now even gloomier than before. Outside, a few couples were lost in their passion, completely unaware that the apocalypse was just around the corner. After that, Lam Tulak found a hotel near the school. He rented a room by the hour and also bought 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. Anyway, Lam Tulak didn't completely trust the system that fell from the sky. He should still be a little prepared for when the apocalypse arrives. After returning to his room, Lam Tulak again specifically requested technician number 3 to serve him, because in his previous life, this woman had turned into the regional zombie boss. He had been beaten to a pulp by her. This time, having been reborn with memories of his past life, Lam Tulak wanted to strike first to get the reward, level up quickly, and also test the truthfulness of this system. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Come in, the door's unlocked. As Lam Tulak finished speaking, a revealingly dressed female masseuse with a perfect figure entered. As soon as she came in, the girl wanted to get straight to business. But Lam Tulak was in no mood for fooling around right now, especially with someone who would turn into a zombie in 5 minutes. So he told the girl to go take a shower, while he took a combat knife out of his backpack. Lam Tulak slowly approached the bathroom. The girl, who was showering, heard the doorknob turn and gave a sly smile. I knew you'd play this kind of kinky game. Hurry up, I'm getting tired of standing here. She thought there would be a steamy, adults-only scene in the bathroom. But just then, Lam Tulak's phone vibrated, signaling that it was 7 p.m. The girl's body began to change. Her once fair and beautiful skin turned a deathly pale, and purple-blue veins popped up all over, with blood and gore covering her. Her whole body trembled. her remaining consciousness unable to understand what was happening. She clutched her face and started screaming, just as Lamb Tulak pushed open the bathroom door and entered. The moment he entered the bathroom was when the last bit of the masseuse's humanity vanished, and she completely turned into a monster. It lunged towards Lamb Tulak, but he was extremely calm, simultaneously dodging and counterattacking. The experience from his past life was more than enough for Lamb Tulak to handle this zombie. Very quickly, it was defeated. Then, several glowing circles appeared at his feet. The surrounding space was digitized again, just like when the system first appeared. And this time, just like in his previous life, all players like him received the same notification. Welcome, players, to the apocalypse. The system has been activated and cannot be stopped. Players are invited to develop freely in this world. The zombies in this world have very keen hearing, but their vision is somewhat dull. They can only see moving objects. After the apocalypse descended, only 20% of the world's population was lucky enough to survive. All the remaining people turned into zombies. And most importantly, it's a one-life game. After you die, there is absolutely no chance to revive. After that was a long and rambling introduction to the game rules. First, killing zombies can raise a player's level, helping them obtain new attributes. The game experience is closely tied to one's level. Second, killing zombies has a chance to drop equipment, props, and supplies, but the rate is very low and completely based on luck. Those are the basic rules for low levels. As for high levels, the game system doesn't explain, believing that humanity will likely never reach that stage. Lamb Tulak got annoyed at the game's condescending attitude. I will definitely climb to the very top, just you watch. In addition, there are many hidden missions with valuable rewards scattered throughout the world. Players need to search carefully to have a chance of finding them. As for modern human weapons and technology, they have all lost their offensive capabilities and cannot be used against the zombies. In the early stages of the apocalypse, all human communication equipment has been disrupted and is temporarily unusable. Mobile phones can now only be used for playing games or reading novels. If a player is bitten by a zombie, they will undergo zombification and soon become one of them. And when night falls, the basic attributes of zombies will be enhanced, so you must hide well. In addition, they also have the ability to evolve and become stronger, so you must be extremely cautious. There are many other reminders, but the prerequisite is that players must first get through the 7-day newbie protection period. After these 7 days, a truly brutal battlefield will open up. During the newbie phase, the zombies are very weak, so you can use this time to slaughter them freely. The tutorial ends. Next is character naming. Lamb Tulak decided to choose a really terrible in-game name, Corpse Chewer. In the future, he will use this name to take revenge on everyone who has harmed him. Just now, Lamb Tulak successfully killed the regional zombie boss, gained experience points, and leveled up directly to level 2. He was also the first person in the world to kill a zombie, thus obtaining the unique global special achievement, First Blood. This achievement will immediately be announced to the entire server. Lamb Tulak felt a little excited. He finally got the server-wide announcement achievement, something he couldn't obtain in his previous life even as a god of war. Immediately, the news that the player Corpse Chewer had successfully killed the first zombie was announced to all other players. At this moment, some of them were still panicking, not understanding what was happening, while others hadn't even finished reading the game's announcement, yet he had already acted so quickly. Lamb Tulak wasn't concerned about being noticed. He was currently engrossed in studying his attribute panel. Right now, Lamb Tulak has 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 spirit points, 1 gold coin, and a 1x1 cubic meter storage space. His basic attributes include 11 points of strength, 15 points of spirit, 10 points of constitution, and 13 points of agility. Most importantly, Lamb Tulak also possessed one epic grade talent called Almighty. It allows him to understand many combat methods and skillfully use various basic abilities. Lamb Tulak was quite satisfied. His spirit and agility points were so high, plus he had an epic grade talent. He was 90% sure this was thanks to the various abilities he learned during the 15 years of the apocalypse in his previous life. The rewarded gold coins and reputation points were also very useful, because some equipment and props require a certain reputation level to be used, and especially since the shop offers personal discounts. But none of this could compare to the First Blood title that Lamb Tulak had just obtained. Thanks to it, all his attributes increased by 1 point. Furthermore, every day after midnight, his first attack would deal an additional 100% damage. Getting 4 free attribute points was great, but this damage effect could potentially have miraculous results. After reviewing all his personal information, Lamb Tulak went back to the zombie's corpse, because he suddenly remembered the system's guidance about a 100% item drop rate, and indeed, next to the boss's corpse, a heavenly mandate necklace had dropped. This was a bronze-grade item. After equipping it, it increases spirit by 1 point and the spirit recovery rate by 10%. Lamb Tulak's eyes immediately lit up. Oh my god, that system wasn't lying to him. A bronze-grade item dropped on the very first kill. I hope the host uses the guidance system reasonably and does not forget about my existence. Seeing Lamb Tulak's continued doubt, the offended system spoke up to remind him. All right, I got it. Lamb Tulak nodded eagerly. He couldn't believe his good fortune. It seems I really have to make good use of that system. His current mission is to make good use of the next 3 days to hunt zombies. Because their attributes increase greatly at night, Lamb Tulak picked up the Heavenly Mandate necklace and decided to start clearing out the other rooms in the hotel. Before he could even leave the room, Lamb Tulak heard a noise coming from the hallway. He cautiously held his combat knife, went to open the door, and came face to face with another zombie. After zombification, zombies retain some of the characteristics and attributes they had when they were alive. It seems the zombie in front of him had a physically demanding job when it was human, judging by its bulging muscles. It had a few more attribute points than a normal zombie, but that wasn't enough to be a problem for Lamb Tulak. The zombie lunged at him first. Facing its ferocious attack, Lamb Tulak chose to dodge and then find an opening to counterattack. His knife blade plunged straight into the zombie's throat, pinning it to the wall. Even so, it still tried to fight back, but Lamb Tulak applied more force, driving the blade deeper into its throat. Finally, he killed the opponent, receiving 1 more experience point and 1 gold coin. The muscular zombie dropped a card for 1 serving of T-bone steak. These cards represent real supplies. After activation, you will receive the corresponding item printed on the card. This wasn't a rare item, but in the early stages of the game, it was considered pretty good. Lamb Tulak put the card into his inventory, then started searching the zombie's backpack. Inside was a photo of the person with their daughter, a pitiable person indeed, and quite a few repair tools. Lamb Tulak conveniently picked up a hammer, then headed straight to another room to continue his zombie-killing journey. But when he entered the next room, the scene inside made him freeze. Lamb Tulak saw 2 zombies, a male and a female, going at it on the bed, so shocked that he rushed back out and slammed the door shut. As expected, this hotel is not decent at all. The guests have turned into zombies and still haven't forgotten to do that kind of stuff. It's just that with their current appearance, the scene wasn't stimulating at all, but rather nauseating. Lamb Tulak didn't want to get a sty from watching this, but he also didn't want to waste the precious 8 hours of daylight, so he peeked his head in again. The male zombie, seeing him ruin its fun, went berserk and charged at him. Its speed was surprisingly fast, but compared to the repairman zombie from before, its total attribute points were 2 points lower. Lamb Tulak took a step back to gain momentum, then smashed a hammer straight into its forehead. While the zombie was still staggering, he followed up with the dagger in his other hand, successfully finishing off the opponent. The dagger in Lamb Tulak's hand spun around. Without looking, he knew the other zombie was about to sneak attack him. The blade accurately plunged into its throat. After quickly dealing with both of them, Lamb Tulak gained another 2 experience points and 2 gold coins. And just like the last 2, these 2 also dropped equipment. That guidance system is truly magical. In his past life, Lamb Tulak had to kill 100 zombies just for a chance to get a bottle of mineral water. Now every time he kills one, he gets a new piece of equipment. This is an unbelievably good thing. Lamb Tulak opened the old box and got 2 pairs of precision eyes. This is a one-time use bronze-grade item that can detect any movement within a 10-meter radius. If someone gets close, it will alert the user. A single use lasts for 10 hours. Lamb Tulak chuckled, clearly very pleased with this item. But before he could put it in his bag, he heard cursing and hurried footsteps from the stairs. Who's there? Who's making all that noise? If you're gonna fool around, be more careful. Turns out it's the hotel owner. It seems this man was also lucky enough not to become a zombie. As soon as he saw Lamb Tulak, he started cursing even more furiously. So it's you, you little brat. You have no money, but you're making such a big ruckus. If you don't get on your knees and call me grandpa today, don't even think about leaving. Who knows if this hotel owner is drunk? But cursing wasn't enough for him. He immediately lunged forward to punch Lamb Tulak. He's used to dealing with zombies. How could he be hurt by a clumsy, slow, normal person like this? But just to be sure, he kept his dagger ready behind his back. You little punk, you dare to dodge. Just you watch how I'm gonna teach you a lesson. The hotel owner continued to curse as he turned his head. The moment he turned back, he met Lamb Tulak's gaze, which was like a demon from hell. He really didn't want to harm the living. If it weren't for the trouble, he would have let the man get bitten by a zombie and waited an hour for him to turn before taking his life. But unfortunately, in that 1 hour, he could kill many zombies and had no time to waste on this man here. And to stop the man from hindering him any further, the dagger in Lamb Tulak's hand struck down again. Surviving in times like these means it's either you die or I live. He won't let anyone get in his way. After dealing with that noisy nuisance, Lamb Tulak went to each room and knocked on the doors. And in a corner room, he discovered another zombie. Lamb Tulak immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. Inside was a large zombified man, and his speed was not slow at all. Lamb Tulak really liked formidable and agile opponents like this, because they helped him regain the fighting senses that had somewhat faded from his past life. The two sides fought a tense battle. The outcome was quite predictable. Lamb Tulak once again successfully took down his opponent. A bottle of good wine dropped from that zombie. After that, he started searching the whole room to see if there was anything useful. The owner of this room was also a wealthy person, so the bedroom was quite comfortable. It was getting dark, so Lamb Tulak decided to rest here to avoid the zombies. He still needed 6 experience points, equivalent to 6 more zombie kills to reach level 3. Looking at the clock, there were only 20 minutes left until 8 o'clock. At that time, the zombies' strength would truly skyrocket. So Lamb Tulak, who had just sat down on the bed, hastily got up and ran down to the first floor. He had to kill 6 more zombies to level up before nightfall. But there was no one left on the first floor. As Lamb Tulak wandered around searching, his eyes fell on a notice on the reception desk. As long as you are willing, technician number 3 is always ready to serve you. If there's a technician number 3, then there must be a number 1 and a number 2. The woman who was giving the male customer a massage had been dealt with by Lamb Tulak. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen. According to the game's settings, zombies have sharp hearing. To lure them out, you need to make some noise. Thinking this, Lamb Tulak took the hammer in his hand and slammed it on the table a few times. As expected, a few noises then came from the room behind the cashier's counter. Lamb Tulak cautiously stepped inside, but the room was empty. He listened quietly and realized the sound was coming from under the ground. It turned out there was a basement here. Lamb Tulak clicked his tongue, then opened the basement door. The basement door opened to a vertical shaft where 2 zombies were clumsily climbing up, but their coordination was poor. They climbed a few steps and then fell back down. Lamb Tulak couldn't stand watching them struggle to climb in vain anymore, so he decisively jumped down and took them both out in one go. He had killed 2 more zombies. He still needed 4 more to meet his KPI. But the dagger in his hand was now too dull to be used anymore. Lamb Tulak really hoped that one of the 2 items that just dropped would be a handy weapon for him. It was just a casual wish, but Lamb Tulak didn't think his words would be so potent. The equipment that just dropped was a Tang horizontal blade, a standard military-issue blade of the Dragon Kingdom. It's bronze grade, about 70 centimeters long, very durable, and has a strong armor-piercing effect. After equipping it, it can increase 1 attribute point and also negate 10% of the enemy's defense. After a battle ends, any damage to the blade will slowly recover. Later on, standard weapons like the Tang horizontal blade can be bought with gold coins, but in the early stages of the game, getting one is like giving wings to a tiger for Lamb Tulak. He glanced at the clock. Only 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock. It seemed he needed to finish this quickly. Lamb Tulak climbed back up from the basement to the first floor, then went straight outside. Finding zombies out here wasn't hard. He stood in front of the hotel and a snap of his fingers attracted a whole group. It's just that the IQ of the zombies on the first day was truly abysmally low. Without Lamb Tulak even having to act, they tripped over each other and fell in a heap. In his past life, when Lamb Tulak groggily woke up in his bedroom, it was already the second day of the apocalypse, and the zombies had all leveled up to level 2. Because of that treacherous woman, Ru Tin Ham, he missed the most crucial leveling period, but things are different now. With the Tang horizontal blade in hand, one-shotting these weaklings was no problem at all. In this stage, the quality of this blade is absolutely superb. He had officially met his KPI of killing 6 zombies before nightfall and had reached level 3. Lamb Tulak was originally planning to wash his hands of it and rest. But just then, another zombie slowly approached. He thought this one might have a bit more intelligence than the others. But unexpectedly, it walked right into his blade and died. Even though it was a bit stupid, the item that dropped from its corpse wasn't bad at all because it was a skill book. For now, Lamb Tulak put the skill book into his inventory. The clock had just struck 8 o'clock. Lamb Tulak's intuition quickly sensed danger and he took a step back. Sure enough, right where Lamb Tulak was standing a moment ago, a zombie 1.5 times his size suddenly appeared. It was just a level 1 zombie, yet all 4 of its attribute stats were sky high. This was clearly because they achieved a massive growth spurt at night. The thing in front of Lamb Tulak now was not easy to deal with at all. Its power would peak within 1 minute, and he had to deal with it quickly if he didn't want it to attract more of them here. It's just that dealing with this rampaging monster was not as easy as Lamb Tulak imagined. The ones just now couldn't even withstand a blow from the painful diaphragm. But this zombie showed no signs of dying, even after being slashed in the neck. In fact, its skin was so tough that Lamb Tulak's blade got stuck. He tried to pull the saber back with all his might, but it was nearly impossible. Facing the zombie with those 2 menacing eyes, Lamb Tulak had to temporarily retreat. He took a hammer from his inventory, gathered momentum, and swung it hard at his opponent. The hammerhead smashed into the zombie's forehead, and using this opportunity, Lamb Tulak pulled his saber back. He thought 2 consecutive attacks like that would be enough to cripple the opponent, but it seemed to only make this zombie even more furious. It lunged forward to grab Lamb Tulak, forcing him to take a few steps back. However, this didn't mean that Lamb Tulak was at a disadvantage. He held the hammer firmly in one hand while using the Tang horizontal saber in the other to slash hard at the opponent's neck once more. This slash was extremely powerful, and the wound it created was very deep. With 3 powerful consecutive attacks like that, a level 1 zombie like it finally couldn't hold on any longer. Lamb Tulak heaved a sigh of relief. This monster's attributes had already reached their peak level. If he hadn't handled it calmly using his experience from his past life, he clearly wouldn't have been able to win. Lamb Tulak picked up the remaining item boxes that had dropped on the ground, then started to clean up the scene. It was now past 8 o'clock, and the attributes of the zombies outside had increased by at least 50%. Just now, the commotion from his fight with that last zombie was very loud. If he didn't clean up quickly, he was afraid it would attract many other zombies. And so Lamb Tulak used the zombie corpses to block all the hotel entrances. After that, he returned to the luxury room on the 2nd floor and used that precision eye item. From now on, if a person or zombie got close to Lamb Tulak, the precision eye shield would immediately turn red to alert him internally. Lamb Tulak would then, no matter what state he was in, even if he was sound asleep, immediately become alert. After activating the precision eye, he finally felt safe enough to go into the room to wash up. He had been busy for a whole day, and his body stank. After washing up, Lamb Tulak was finally in the mood to check the 5 unopened item boxes that had dropped. Inside were a night curtain ring, a 1-liter bottle of Samkwansu mineral water, 2 more precision eyes, and 1 deboned Peking duck. Food and drinks check. He also had weapons, and he even looted a total of 4. Precision eyes. Lamb Tulak couldn't contain his excitement. The valuable items from his past life were now easily in his hands. This was truly the greatest blessing from the heavens. Besides the 2 newly opened precision eyes, that night curtain ring was also a good item. It was also a bronze-grade piece of equipment with the effect of concealing 30% of one's presence when night falls. It also helped increase the agility attribute by 1 point. Lamb Tulak didn't hesitate and put it on his hand directly. Then he remembered something else, that skill book he hadn't opened yet. The drop rate for skill books was infinitely low. He only remembered that in his past life, a normal player from level 10 to level 80 only had a total of 3 chances to get a random skill, and it wasn't even certain if those skills would be suitable for them. In Lamb Tulak's previous life, there was someone revered as the skill god because he possessed a total of 25 skills, more than any other player in the world. As for him, he had a total of 10 skills, surpassing 99% of all players globally. Now only at level 3, Lamb Tulak had already obtained a skill book. Before opening it, he was really nervous. Lamb Tulak prayed to the 4 directions to all the gods he knew just so he could get a good skill that suited him. Only then could his new life have a smooth start. When the skill appeared before him, Lamb Tulak's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. He got the skill, Whirling Slash. This was a warrior-type skill. When throwing the weapon in hand, it would deal 120% damage. After the weapon hits an enemy or reaches its maximum range, it will automatically return to his hand. The throwing distance and the return distance are the same. While the weapon is returning, if it hits an enemy on its path, it will deal 80% damage. The only weakness was that if it hit an obstacle, it couldn't return to its owner's hand. Lamb Tulak was extremely excited because this was a rare warrior skill. It was both a long-range damage skill and suitable for automatic retrieval and increased damage. Using this type of skill now had a rather long cooldown time. Waiting until Lamb Tulak's spiritual power was higher could shorten its cooldown time. After learning the skill, Lamb Tulak was so eager that he wanted to test it right away by throwing the Tang horizontal saber. But before he could act, his stomach rumbled. It made sense being busy all day. Lamb Tulak hadn't eaten anything yet. He opened his inventory, took out the food from the supply card he had found today, then started to eat ravenously, as if he had just transmigrated from a famine. The aroma and flavor of the food could rival that of a 5-star restaurant chef, no joke. Lamb Tulak quickly finished the table of food. After his stomach was full, he regained his calm demeanor, busy contemplating his life, and he was thinking about the path of revenge. If he wanted that path to be successful, Lamb Tulak couldn't just follow the preset route of the game like in his past life, or he would just be repeating his past mistakes. Thinking of this, Lamb Tulak started to take out a pen and paper, jotting down notes and calculating the path he was about to take. Players had to reach level 10 to unlock the class system and choose a path that suited them. In fact, the 2 best classes were still Warrior and Mage. If he chose Warrior, every time he leveled up, Lamb Tulak would get a fixed bonus of 1 point to both Strength and Constitution. In addition, he would get 2 free attribute points to distribute as he wished. If he chose to be a tank to resist damage, he would focus on adding points to the Constitution attribute. If he chose to be a damage dealer warrior, he would add points to the Strength attribute. And if he chose to be an assassin, he would put points into the Agility attribute. As for the mage class, each level up would grant a fixed 1 point to the 2 attributes of agility and spirit, and he would also receive 2 free attribute points to distribute. Most players would focus on the spirit attribute. If they wanted to add points to constitution or strength, they could become a melee mage. But what Lamb Tulak was waiting for was not so ordinary. He had it in his past life, so he hoped to get it in this life as well. It was the hidden class, a high-tier class different from the common ones. Players who could unlock the hidden class system only accounted for 1% of the total players globally. Every hidden class quest was extremely dangerous, but the rewards received were also extraordinary. Lamb Tulak's hidden class in his past life was Phantom, a legendary top-tier assassin in the Apocalypse game. When the agility attribute was maxed out, the raw damage would be explosive. Before the second class advancement, each level up besides getting 1 point in agility and 1 point in strength, he would also get 3 free attribute points. In his past life, if he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock this top-tier hidden class, Lamb Tulak wouldn't have been able to escape the Li family's pursuit for 10 years. Lamb Tulak continued to write down a series of other hidden classes, including Light Paladin, Necromancer, Asura, Titan, and Life Reaper. The players who possessed these classes in the future would all become gods of war. They might be useful to him later. After that, Lamb Tulak started to study his own attributes again. Currently, he had 5 free attribute points to distribute. His strength was now 13 points, spirit was 17 points, constitution was 11 points, and agility was 15 points. After some consideration, Lamb Tulak decided to add 3 points to the strength attribute and 2 points to the agility attribute. After this was done, Lamb Tulak began to rack his brain, thinking about where he could meet those future gods of war and where the ancient grade items from his past life were specifically hidden. In the blink of an eye, it was already morning. Lamb Tulak was still quite chill, but at the Li family's residence, the young master Li Haobo had long since gone mad. After hearing that Du Ting Ham had died, Li Haobo couldn't stay calm anymore, continuously smashing things in the house to vent his anger. And of course, his anger wasn't because he mourned Du Tin Ham, but only because his entire plan had been ruined by her. Ah, that damn Du Tin Ham, where the hell did you die? You made it so I couldn't even finish preparing the resources, and I couldn't send them to that loser Lamb Tulak either. Besides that, the Apocalypse game Invading Reality also threw all of Li Haobo's plans into chaos. He kept smashing things to vent his anger, while the old butler just stood to one side, not stopping him, only offering a few perfunctory words. Young master, even if you're scolding, please keep it down a bit. Many of our bodyguards have died or been injured. If more zombies had rushed in, they might not have been able to protect your life. Hey, uncle, what do you think? If I just make that Lin Zi Luo die of anger, wouldn't that be sending him to meet his disgusting old man? Li Haobo didn't seem to care about Butler Zhao's reminders. When mentioning taking Lin Zi Luo's life, Li Haobo's expression became extremely twisted, and he seemed unusually excited. Butler Zhao was struggling internally. On one hand, he felt the Li family head's parenting was completely wrong, causing Li Haobo to become like this. On the other hand, he felt that training the family heir this way was reasonable, as it would prevent fratricide in the future. But now that the apocalypse has arrived, thinking it over, with Li Haobo's current personality, he will suffer greatly. Uncle Zhao, I can't accept this, Li Haobo suddenly said. What's wrong? Didn't my father say a few days ago that the hunting assassination mercenary group wanted to find me? They must be in Shanghai by now, right? Tell them to go find those two. Li Haobo was determined to find Qiu Jing Han. He wanted to see her body even if she was dead. As for Lin Zi Luo, he absolutely had to be found. Li Haobo wanted to ruin his life, to make it completely fall apart. Butler Zhao was also fed up with Li Haobo's attitude. However, the hunting assassination mercenary group is a collection of death warriors trained for him since childhood, so they will naturally carry out all his orders. Just then, Lin Zi Luo, who was minding his own business, suddenly sneezed. He had no idea who was cursing him, but it didn't matter anyway. After a night's rest in the hotel's VIP room, Lin Zi Luo prepared everything necessary and then jumped out the window. Zombies were now roaming the streets, and since the night had passed, their attributes had returned to normal. Lin Zi Luo drew his saber and began a bloodbath. He continuously took them down, one after another. Lin Zi Luo was now level 3, so these low-level zombies were no match for him. Moreover, with the whirlwind slash skill, the power of his saber was further increased. The only problem now was that his mental power was too weak. In the early game, one needs to focus on strength and speed, so he hadn't allocated any free attribute points to spirit, resulting in a slightly long cooldown for whirlwind slash. After swinging his saber for a while, Lin Zi Luo grew tired. He had already farmed enough XP from zombies for the day, so he didn't plan to continue. So, he moved on to unboxing the dropped items, and Lin Zi Luo's eyes lit up once again when he saw he had gotten a new attribute item. It was a bronze-grade equipment enhancement scroll, used to enhance a piece of bronze-grade equipment. This item wasn't just useful, it was extremely useful, something he couldn't even hope for. After using it, the enhanced equipment's attributes would be boosted. The first enhancement is a guaranteed success, but subsequent enhancements aren't certain, as the success rate decreases with higher levels. Lin Zi Luo successfully enhanced the Tang horizontal saber for the first time, raising its attributes by a tier. The strength attribute was increased by 2 points. Its ability to break an enemy's defense also increased to 15%, and continuous attacks would increase its power by an additional 10%. It was clear that Lin Zi Luo was very satisfied with this enhanced piece of equipment. He put it aside for now, then looked through the other newly dropped items. Among them was a bronze-grade concealment mask. When worn, it could hide the player's basic information, like in-game name and level, for 30 minutes. It could be used twice a day. In his previous life, Lin Zi Luo had never used this item, so he was a bit curious. He tried it on, successfully activating the information concealment ability, then lay down on the ground to rest for a bit. As long as he reached level 5 before nightfall, Lin Zi Luo could go directly to the place he wanted to challenge without needing to find a dungeon. Although dungeons were the most important way to obtain experience, food, and items, to enter a dungeon, players just needed to find the dungeon's teleportation circle, which were scattered throughout the city. Passing through the teleportation gate leads to the dungeon's waiting room. There, they could choose a suitable dungeon to challenge. There were also special solo dungeons, which were often equivalent to hidden dungeons, meaning the rewards for completing them were extremely plentiful. Possessing memories from his past life, Lin Zi Luo didn't even glance at the ordinary common dungeons. He planned to go straight to Li Villa after reaching level 5. After lying down and resting for a while, Lin Zi Luo put on a watch and continued his journey. On his way, he saw a securely locked house and used his Tang horizontal saber to break the latch. Although the door was bolted shut, the inside was a complete mess. Furniture was toppled over, and bloodstains were splattered all over the house. Lin Zi Luo followed the blood trail and opened the bedroom door. As the door creaked open, a greenish hand immediately reached out from inside. It was fast, but not as fast as Lin Zi Luo's saber. He stepped back to create enough space to swing his saber, but the zombie inside was faster than expected and quickly retracted its hand. Seeing his opponent's cunning, Lin Zi Luo stepped aside defensively. As expected, when the creature inside saw no movement from him, it grew impatient. The zombie's sharp claws pierced through the wooden door. Then, it forcefully shattered the door and charged out. Lin Zi Luo was already waiting by the door, ready to strike as soon as it charged out. His Tang horizontal saber finished the zombie off. Lin Zi Luo then entered the bedroom to investigate. He saw a picture frame placed neatly on a desk. The ferocious zombie from before turned out to be the single father of 2 high school students. Lin Zi Luo felt conflicted for a moment, but he quickly regained his cold composure. Forget it. With so many people turned into zombies, who could possibly sympathize with every single one of them? Lin Zi Luo decided to use the house to rest and eat. After killing so many zombies, his food inventory was quite plentiful. Lin Zi Luo then casually picked out 4 dishes and ate heartily, recovering his strength from a busy morning of fighting zombies. Afterwards, he lay on the sofa to digest his meal and started checking the map on his phone. Lin Zi Luo's current location was on Bin Sun Street. If he kept heading east, he should be able to reach his destination by the afternoon. He was now just a few experience points away from level 5, but killing zombies along the way should be enough to get him there. As Lin Zi Luo got up to leave, he heard a very faint sound from outside. He had been busy eating earlier and hadn't noticed these 3 little rats. The sound was coming from outside the main door. It was the son and daughter of the zombie he had just killed, along with a blonde man, ambushing him outside. They had seen Lin Zi Luo enter the house earlier and smelled the aroma of food coming from their home, so they were certain he had supplies that could create delicious meals. The blonde guy convinced the siblings to wait, planning to attack Lin Zi Luo as he left the house and steal his supplies for their survival. But robbing other people isn't right, the daughter said hesitantly. What's not right about it? In an apocalypse like this, you have to do this to survive. The blonde guy shot her down, but the 3 of them had no idea that while they were plotting, Lin Zi Luo had already climbed out through a window. Then he took a detour and silently approached the 3 little rats from behind. The brother, Chi Kai, frowned and said, "That's right, little sister. We have a reason. He broke into our house. We'll just treat him as a burglar." Chiru's mood didn't get any better, but she mumbled, "I guess that's not wrong." The more she thought, the more worried she became. Her stomach was empty and stuck to her back. She thought, Dad suddenly turned into a zombie. I ran out with my brother and didn't bring anything. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. There's no other choice. It's his fault for having food. Having made up her mind, Chiru shouted with all her might, "Okay, let's rob him. We'll take everything he has." Before she could react, she froze as a sticky liquid splattered before her eyes. Her eyes widened, staring blankly ahead. It was Zi Luo who had struck. He delivered a fatal blow, a single sword strike through Chikai's back, with a determined face showing no emotion. Stabbed in the back, he fell face down on the ground, right where Qiu was standing. It scared her so much that she collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Wah!" Zi Luo drew back his sword, turned away, and said coldly, "I wanted to conserve some mental power, but I can't have you attracting zombies here." With that, he threw the sword, making it spin like a boomerang. Zi Luo's face was ice cold as he casually tilted his head to the side. His blade flew around Qiu, slicing off her two pigtails. Already frightened, she became even more panicked, the color draining from her face. The sacrificial brother saw the tense situation and ran for his life, his collar stained with red blood, scared out of his wits. After the blade traced a perfect path and did what it needed to do, Tulak gently reached out to retrieve his treasure. Instantly, the short sword was back in his palm, his stance not shifting by even a single millimeter. Kai Jiao lay at his feet, her upper body drenched in blood. Tulak turned to look at them one last time before leaving, his eyes judgmental. He looked at the lifeless Kai T with contempt. A person who would abandon his sister is just a waste of resources. The two siblings were in the exact same pose. Failed to rob and got killed. Serves you right. You should thank me. I did not torture you and even gave you a quick death, saving you from more suffering in this apocalypse. Tulak finally left, his eyes darting around with a bored expression. Doing a good deed again. The government should give me a good citizen award for this. Looking back at the house, the window was just covered in smeared bloodstains. On the wooden table inside was a family photo of 3 happy people, with a diagonal crack that made it no longer whole. As dusk slowly fell on the street, zombies roamed freely with strange postures, as if they were being controlled. They were each in a corner, some even climbing the walls, one with a pant leg torn at the calf. A woman in a high-rise building looked down, saw the scene, and quickly called out, "Honey, come quick and look at this superhero." Her husband, though busy, answered confusedly, "What superhero? I am blocking the door to keep the zombies out." Her eyes fixed on what was below as she pointed. "Over there, hurry up and look." It turned out to be Tulak killing zombies. In just a moment, he had effortlessly taken down 3 of them. She exclaimed, "Oh my God, what a master." Tulak was wearing a mask, so his identity was a complete mystery. She wondered, Tulak, why cannot I see his information? She glanced at her husband and suggested, "Stop what you are doing. Quick, let us call out to the superhero and ask him to save us." The husband, holding his phone tightly, frowned disapprovingly. "Do not even think about it. That would just reveal our location, and if the zombies come here, we are done for." He even retorted, "Besides, this superhero has hidden his information, which means he does not want to reveal his identity. Why would he agree to save people?" Her eyes lit up as if realizing the truth. "Honey, you are the smart one." In another apartment, a hot girl was live streaming in a sexy red outfit. When she saw Tulak, she did not hesitate to open her window and call out, "Hey, handsome." She was not shy at all, suggesting bluntly in a flirtatious tone, "Come save me, handsome." He ignored her call, just smiled and continued his work, leaving her stunned. Tulak knelt on one knee to select items, which included options like steamed pork with vegetables, 666 cold medicine, and Baiyun toothpaste. She was, of course, extremely annoyed. As she pulled the window shut, she expressed her anger. "You have eyes, but cannot see Mount Tai. I have over 30,000 fans online, you know." She went back inside but continued her bitter rant. "I even have a rich boss who drives to pick me up every day. A freak like you in a mask dares to ignore me. I will definitely make you pay." As she spoke, her hand was already holding a flower pot. Using all her strength, she carried the flower pot towards the window. As expected, she let it go, dropping it right where Tulak was standing while he was busy studying the card in his hand. But with his 6th sense, it was not hard for Tulak to detect the approaching danger. Startled for a moment, he gently took one step forward. With a crash, the flower pot landed right next to Tulak's feet. Reflexively, he glanced back to look. Contrary to her annoyed attitude earlier, having successfully gotten his attention, the hot girl enthusiastically called out again, "I am over here, handsome. Hurry up and come get me. There are a few zombies here. It is so scary." Even though Tulak wore a mask, it was not hard to imagine his expressionless face. She pursed her lips as if she was a great catch, thinking to herself, "Just save me, and I will let you hold my hand." As expected, he is attracted to me. What a despicable man, trying to play hard to get with me. He has no idea who he is dealing with. Without a word, Tulak simply raised his hand. In his hand was a piece of raw meat soaked in the zombie virus. In this apocalyptic world, players called this item the zombie luring divine artifact. Once it is out, Zombies within a 100-meter radius will relentlessly pursue the raw meat. This raw thing was marinated and covered in slime. A second later, the piece of meat flew into the hot girl's room. She stepped aside, her mouth agape, not understanding what was happening. She got angry with Tulak, not knowing she had just poked a hornet's nest. I do not want food. I want you to take me to a safe place. Do not you understand human language? She wondered. What is wrong with this man? The answer came without a long wait. Hearing a noise from outside the door, she whipped her head around, her face tensing up completely. A horde of zombies had somehow opened the door and swarmed in. The crowd was massive, like a starving pack ready to devour any prey. The hot girl turned pale with fear, standing frozen like a log. Blood splattered as another life was taken. The red liquid spread further. The phone she used for live streaming fell to the floor, its screen cracking. In the live chat, people were in chaos with many critical comments. At a time like this, she still has the mood to live stream. You seem pretty comfortable up there, huh? Still here watching a live stream, boo-hoo. What level are you? Where is the dungeon? I want to live, boo-hoo. Damn it, are all zombies this terrifying? After dealing with the nuisance, Tulak calmly put his hands in his pockets and left, thinking to himself, this is only the first lesson of the apocalypse. As the apocalypse began, human life grew increasingly chaotic. Some threw themselves from buildings, others jumped from balconies. Tulak seemed to be the only sane person here. The first lesson is to know your own limits. Do not carelessly ask strangers for help. That was about the hot girl from before. He walked at a leisurely pace as if taking a stroll, while in the distance, a horde of hungry zombies rushed forward. After walking until dusk, he finally arrived. Before him was the Shanghai Sports Center. From the outside, it looked massive and solid. He tilted his head up and scanned the area. That is right, this is the place. Tulak raised his hand to check his watch. Still 2 hours until late night, that is enough time. He walked closer until he reached the entrance. This Shanghai Sports Center must contain a silver-grade wild treasure chest. According to the Apocalypse game's settings, special events occur in the city's iconic buildings, like dungeons, hidden robot merchants, and wild treasure chests. The item in question is the wild treasure chest, which is scattered everywhere and can be opened by anyone. For boss treasure chests, you have to kill the boss for the chest to appear. Compared to wild treasure chests, their value is higher, but they are much harder to get. A silver treasure chest is guaranteed to contain one piece of silver-grade equipment or an item. As Tulak stepped inside, he used the system to scan the area, which quickly returned a result. Ding. Detecting host is about to enter the Shanghai Sports Palace. Ding. The Shanghai Sports Palace environment meets the mission requirements. Ding. Announcing the mission, 1 against 100. He looked at the system's instructions. The excellent host must demonstrate their strength. Please kill 100 zombies inside the Shanghai Sports Palace. No level restrictions. Mission rewards. 1 random normal guide draw. 1 piece of bronze-grade equipment. Time limit, 24 hours. Does the host wish to accept the mission? Tulak pondered deeply. 100 of them. By now, most zombies have reached level 2. He had to think carefully before deciding. This sports palace is huge. My original plan was to use stealth to avoid the zombies, open the treasure chest, and run. But now there is this mission. Tulak frowned and asked the system, if I do not accept the mission or if I fail, what is the penalty? A ding sound provided the information. Please rest assured, host. The guide system exists solely to provide you with a better gaming experience. To allow the host to enjoy the game, there is no penalty for declining or failing a mission. In fact, you will receive 100 gold coins as a consolation prize. Hearing this, his face relaxed and he was overjoyed. Oh my god, it is that good? Without any further hesitation, Tulak accepted the mission, thinking that whether he succeeded or failed, there was nothing to lose. He took his first exploratory steps inside the sports palace. According to his memory, the silver treasure chest should be in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Tulak followed his memory, his expression a bit grim. Enter through the side door, then go along the safety passage on the 1st floor. He mapped out a specific route in his head. Basically, get to the medical room on the 3rd floor. It is almost 8 o'clock. Night is falling. There is a bed in the medical room. I can sleep here for 1 night and continue fighting on the 2nd day. By around noon on the 2nd day, I should be able to reach the 3rd floor warehouse. At this thought, he crossed his arms in satisfaction, opened the treasure chest, then jumped straight down from the edge of the building and escape. Standing before a locked door, Tulak solved the problem with a single slash of his sword. Both the lock and chain shattered into pieces. When he opened the door, a zombie was already waiting. Hearing the noise, it charged out. This one has bulging muscles, a fierce face, red-rimmed eyes like a vampire, and sharp fangs just waiting for prey to come to it. A good start. Thinking this, Tulak jumped into the room. He used both hands to grip the sword tightly and thrust it through the zombie's throat, holding it firm as he observed. Tulak pulled the sword out, frowning slightly. His other hand had pulled a small hammer out of nowhere. He landed consecutive blows on its face, giving it no chance to fight back. The blood-splattered basketball bounced away. The outcome was predictable. This guy died on the spot. Tulak looked on, not knowing what to say. Huh, you didn't expect this, did you? Even going out to play basketball can turn you into a zombie. While observing, he squinted and noticed something strange. A small chest appeared right next to the body. Tulak unceremoniously kicked the zombie's body aside to get to the box. It projected an image of a new weapon, a super flashbang, and an old key. Some information about this weapon: it is a single-use bronze-grade prop that can release a blinding white light. Anyone who sees this white light will fall into a state of blindness. The duration is determined by exposure, time, and light sensitivity. He happily picked up the loot, handling it with care. Good stuff. Tomorrow night at the Lee family manor, this is definitely a 10 out of 10 crowd control prop. Tulak reached for the backpack on the floor. The key was inscribed with the words "key" for the sports bow. He left the place conveniently, putting the treasure into his backpack. He was silently pleased. At least he could avoid noisily breaking down doors and attracting zombies. Tulak moved to another room where the door was ajar and squeezed inside. Tulak skillfully peeked through the small crack in the door to assess the situation inside his face as tense as a guitar string. Inside was a group of students in sports uniforms who had turned into zombies. They all looked grumpy and identical. It was a table tennis room. The paddles were still on the table. The student zombies were moving towards the door. Meanwhile, Tulak had successfully snuck in without making a sound. He went inside and hid under a table, peeking out. The zombies' footsteps were right next to his ears. Tulak carefully counted them: 1, 2, 3, a total of 17. Knowing the enemy and himself, his facial muscles relaxed a bit. In terms of attributes, these zombies were not much different from him. An ordinary person would have to use all their strength to deal with one, but with his skills, fighting 17 of them was not impossible. He scanned the room to see what he could use. The main door of the hall was closed. If he made even a small noise, the zombies outside would likely come in. Tulak's face turned serious as he calculated the plan. I can handle 2 zombies first to reach level 5, then use a kiting strategy on the remaining 15. With that, he entered the fray. He drew his sword and aimed at the nearest one. Without a word, he thought, "You're the one." Tulak leaped and decisively slashed across the zombie's skull. His face was full of determination. He was all too used to this. An unlucky victim fell dead on the spot. The noise obviously startled the rest of the horde, and they paused for a moment. 2 or 3 zombies turned to look at their friend who had just been eliminated, their eyes burning with rage. Gradually, more of them noticed. Their faces darkened, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they all looked in the same direction. Then the horde of zombies rushed toward him like moths to a flame, their faces filled with extreme ferocity. On the other side, Tulak had already prepared himself to face them. He held his sword in front of him, his eyes calm and focused. The zombies had advanced and were now only a few steps away from Tulak. He swung the blade powerfully in an arc, splattering blood all around. Without a moment's hesitation, Tulak leaped up and lunged forward. He spun around, slashing 2 of them before turning to handle the rest. Tulak landed not far away. The nearest zombie changed its direction and slowly walked towards him. As usual, a single slash across the head finished another one off. Tulak lightly bit his lip. Just as he lowered his sword, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, player Tulak, on successfully killing 2 zombies. You have gained 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player, on reaching level 5. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Player Tulak is 100 experience points away from the next level." Tulak opened the system for a look. 1 point was added to agility. Once done, he leaped over the corpse on the ground onto a table, closing his eyes to sense things. At this moment, Tulak stood tall on the ping-pong table, surrounded by the remaining zombies. As one roared menacingly behind him, he had already taken notice and deftly leaned to one side. The blade sliced lightly across the zombie's neck. It fell backward as Tulak clenched his fist. Another zombie saw this and became frightened, intending to flee. At that moment, the door behind it creaked open. An eye peered inside before the door could open all the way. After witnessing the scene in that eerie room, he was terrified and staggered backward. Shit. He grimaced, his face scrunching up. What bad luck. A loud thudding came from inside as 2 or 3 bodies piled up and pushed him out. The guy rubbed his chin and smirked smugly. Looking at these figures, they must be defeated zombies. The player inside definitely has supplies. A long time passed. He waited until he was starving, his face gaunt, and mushrooms were practically growing on his head, but there was still no sign of movement. He whispered, "I just need to wait for him to die, then I can get a nice haul and take his supplies." The guy lost all patience, brushing away the imaginary mushrooms with a helpless expression. Mustering his courage and curiosity, he crept closer to the room for a better look. He thought to himself, if you're not going to make it, then I'll be merciful and send you on your way. Inside, Tulak was still fighting zombies. The guy grinned sinisterly, his eyes gleaming. I need to figure out how to lead more zombies here. Inside the room, a ceiling tile had come loose, letting in a sliver of outside light. He had just finished fighting the horde when another zombie crawled in. He was so exhausted he was shaking and could barely stand. Tulak clenched his teeth, his cheeks dotted with sweat. Damn it, the zombies' cries are attracting more of them from outside. A loud noise from the doorway startled Tulak, making him turn to look. Large cracks appeared on the door from a physical impact spreading to the surrounding wall. After that one hit, everything became dead silent again. Tulak was exhausted. He knew he couldn't stay here much longer and had no idea how long the door would hold. I have to finish these zombies and get out of here. He gripped his sword tightly and turned 90 degrees toward where the remaining zombies were gathering. Not one, but three of them rushed him at once, jostling each other as if wanting to tear him to pieces. Of course, Tulak didn't just stand there and take it. He leaped into the air. He did a flip and took care of the three of them in an instant, sending them flying. Tulak landed, placing a hand down to brace against the momentum, his eyes filled with determination. Even after all that fighting, there were still many zombies aimlessly wandering around the room. A few of them advanced on him, roaring with mouths full of drool. Tulak thrusted his sword forward, piercing several of them at the same time. After the constant exertion, he sat down on the floor, wiping the sweat from his forehead and panting to regain his strength. Just then, the system displayed a hint behind him. Tulak was momentarily startled and turned to look. It was a stamina potion, a single-use bronze-grade item. Upon consumption, it instantly restores 20% of stamina. It also restores 5% of stamina every minute. It lasts for 5 minutes and has a 30-minute cooldown. He immediately grabbed it and drank it down, feeling a surge of energy through his body. Tulak stood on one side of the ping-pong table and threw his sword to the other end. The blade sliced through a zombie's neck, killing it instantly and causing another item chest to drop. He carefully approached the chest to inspect it while remaining wary of the zombies nearby. Tulak found a safe spot to sit undisturbed and happily opened the chest, his earlier fatigue completely gone. This time he received a thorn bracelet, a bronze-grade piece of equipment. A magic-enhancing bracelet spirit attribute +1. Additional skill, Thorn Assault. It can summon a number of thorns from the ground to deliver a heavy vertical blow. The skill has a 24-hour cooldown. Tulak hesitantly held the bracelet in his hand, suddenly at a loss for words. Good heavens, an item with an additional skill. Is my luck this good? He immediately put it on his wrist, eager to test the new weapon. The door finally gave way to the pressure from outside and collapsed. The person outside fell in with it, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Tulak stood at a distance, silently observing. Through the thick smoke, he could see a group of uninvited guests. With one hand in his pocket and the other clenched in a celebratory fist, he smirked. Perfect timing. The hungry zombies from outside began to pour in. An entire horde followed them. This group looked even more gruesome than the last one, with both males and females whose faces were no longer intact. Tulak took a running start and leaped high, soaring over the approaching zombie horde. No matter how high they reached, they could not touch him. The ring on his hand lit up like a divine light shining on the zombies, and the ground began to crack open, making them panic. Of course, the only one laughing here was Tulak. He was delighted to see the effect of his new toy. This was just the beginning. From the puddles of water in the distance, large thorns shot up, growing into a dense, tangled mess, reaching for the sky and piercing everything randomly. Tulak stood aside and watched intently. He was so surprised by what he had just done that he cursed. Damn it, it's that strong. I'm afraid only a level 20 mage could produce this kind of damage. A remaining zombie that had been hiding somewhere jumped out. Tulak gave it a charitable glare, his expression unchanging. It met the same fate as its fallen brethren, getting slashed right in the neck. Suddenly, he noticed a thorn sprouting right where he was standing. He quickly jumped back to dodge it. The scene before him was utter chaos. The thorns were finishing off the zombies one after another. He remained silent, watching so many zombies die. System notifications popped up continuously. Congratulations, player Tulak, for successfully killing 2 zombies. You have gained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player Tulak, for successfully killing 3 zombies. You have gained 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player Tulak, for successfully killing 2 zombies. You have gained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins, and countless other congratulatory messages. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Tulak's face lit up. He was instantly motivated to fight and laughed loudly. I've really hit the jackpot this time. In front of him was still a formidable army of zombies, roaring like hungry tigers. Tulak immediately put the zombie virus-soaked meat and the short-range launcher to use. He lifted the gun and fired several shots in succession, but the zombies just kept charging forward. Seeing the meat laid out before them, they turned into wild beasts. The whole horde scrambled towards the single piece of meat, growling inhumanly. Roaring, Tulak stood silently at a distance, watching them fight each other. He opened the system, selected the superpower Gale Force Flower, skill Swift Movement, and activated it, his feet becoming swift. Inside the chaotic room, the zombies saw the meat and ignored everything else, fighting amongst themselves for it. Tulak seized the opportunity and dashed out of the room. After finding a relatively safe spot in the stairwell, he stopped, panting heavily for breath. The time was exactly 1900 hours. One more hour until 8 o'clock. After dark, the zombies' attributes would be greatly enhanced. He dragged himself up the stairs, his mind racing with thoughts. Dealing with zombies this way was not a good strategy. It was better to find a place to rest and wait for morning. He entered a room and shut the door tightly behind him. Tulak looked exhausted after the long ordeal, rummaging through his pockets for something. He took out the key he had found earlier and tried the door. It didn't fit. Tulak grew more confused. Something's wrong. Why is this door locked? Tulak used his knowledge to deduce that the apocalypse started at 7 o'clock. The gym wouldn't have been closed yet, but the infirmary is usually locked after everyone leaves, so this door must have been locked after the apocalypse began. He looked through the keyhole, shining a light inside. He stubbornly kept jiggling the key in the lock. Finally unlocking the infirmary door, Tulak stepped inside, hoping whoever was inside wouldn't cause trouble. The room was half dark, with just enough faint light to make out shapes. He stepped inside with a grimace, taking slow steps to avoid making noise. Suddenly, before he could do anything, the door slammed shut. Someone from behind held a knife to Tulak's throat and asked sternly, "Who are you? How do you have the key to this room?" He didn't answer immediately. When the person finished, Tulak smirked. "You're very cautious. That's not a bad thing." His hand shot out and grabbed the man's knife hand. It was the guy he saw peeking earlier. Tulak squeezed his hand without hesitation, forcing the knife to drop. His expression grim, "But you've picked a fight with the wrong person." His foot smoothly kicked the knife up. One hand twisted the man's arm back while the other held the knife to him, making him scream and almost cry out. He covered the man's mouth. The man's futile resistance was quickly subdued. Tulak searched his system inventory. He took out a piece of polka-dotted fabric. Tulak stretched the fabric to cover the gaps in the room. Seeing this, the female doctor said, "If you turn on the light, it will attract zombies." He ordered, "Can't you see I've covered all the light leaks? Turn on the light." The other guy knelt on the floor, trembling. Hesitantly, the woman did as he said and turned on the light. There were now a total of 6 people in the room, including him, all of them looking at Tulak, trembling in fear. The man in the red shirt gritted his teeth. He was furious but dared not speak. So many zombies attacked. Yet he's not dead. I was waiting for him to die so I could loot his corpse. As if reading his mind, Tulak looked at him with contempt. "I've seen that look plenty of times. Why do you have to pretend to be so tough?" He squatted down to taunt him. "Let me teach you. In the apocalypse, never look at another person with hatred." A second later, Tulak struck, treating him no differently than a zombie, his aura unreadable, "Because you might just die." The others in the room cringed in fear at the sight, their faces pale. Only the brown-haired doctor showed no reaction. He glanced at her. Just then, another small knife fell from his sleeve. It seems this guy was well prepared. If I hadn't taken care of him, I would have been the one taken care of. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tulak scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm a good person." The group was terrified, imagining him turning on them. "If you're a good person, then we must be saints." A bizarre atmosphere filled the room. He kept trying to justify himself, pointing, "You all saw it. He started it. I was forced to retaliate. I'm a very reasonable person. As long as we all get along, nothing bad will happen." With the click-clack of her shoes, the doctor approached, looking like she had something to say. Her first words were to defend him. "That man deserved it. We all saw what happened." Although she was also afraid, she turned to the others and asked, "Don't you all feel the same way?" Startled at being addressed, they awkwardly scratched their heads and replied in unison, "We feel the same way." Only then did Tulak finally relax and smile. "That's good." He walked past the group, who stood stock still and held their breath, but he paid them no mind, focused on his own thoughts. "My performance in the table tennis room today was a bit off. Tomorrow morning, if I'm at my peak, I can definitely do better and finish the mission faster." Tulak found a place to sit and, between yawns, ordered, "You guys take care of the body and the blood." Hearing this, the group turned pale and broke into a cold sweat, but they had no choice but to obey. Yes. They split into pairs to handle the task. Some carried the body away while others carefully wiped up the bloodstains. As Tulak watched her, a thought crossed his mind. "I feel like I've seen this doctor somewhere before." He checked her info. Nickname Zhongjia Shui, title temporarily none, level 0. She pouted as she reluctantly cleaned up the blood. It suddenly clicked. How could I be so dense, Zhongjia Shui? So it was her. In my past life, I met her late in the apocalypse. By then, she already had the hidden class Divine Healer, a brief flashback. When Tulak was injured, he had sought out Joshua for help. "I know your hidden class is Divine Healer. Please heal my wound. I'll do whatever you want." Jia Tuyet back then wore the exact same outfit as now. The only difference was she had her hair tied up high, glanced at him briefly, then cruelly turned her head away. "This wound of yours is related to a soul link. It basically cannot be healed." After that, I suffered several serious injuries and also went to her for treatment. In the later stages of the apocalypse, this medic profession was respected by everyone and was not in danger. To put it bluntly, she was just a tool with insufficient strength who could even die at the hands of others at any moment. Tulak rested his chin on his hand nostalgically. Back then, people had not suffered the devastation of the apocalypse. She is so different from how she is now. Fate is truly strange in this life. The apocalypse has only been here for 2 days, and I have already met someone I know. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes slightly, feeling confused. Besides, they now have a doctor, a nurse, and a mechanic. The lights suddenly turned on, and a loud noise came from outside the door. Everyone in the room looked fearfully in one direction, weapons already in their hands. Cracks had appeared all over the door. They became even more terrified, their faces drained of all color. Everyone stood motionless like statues. Only Tulak sat calmly peeking at his watch with one eye. It was 8:30 p.m. He took out his items and looked at them thoughtfully. It was a pile of food with a varied menu full of nutrients from meat to vegetables, and it was even steaming hot. Tulak calmly put the food into his mouth, ignoring the confused stares directed at him. The nurse's stomach rumbled with hunger. The young men drooled as they watched, and Jia Tuyet was in the same state. She took a risk and asked proactively, "Where did you get this food from? I wonder if we could have a chance to get some." Tulak laughed inwardly, but his face showed no emotion. The bait was set. He offered the food with a condition. "If you want to eat it, it's very simple. Just help me do one thing." The nurse behind her was so scared she trembled uncontrollably. She moved closer to Jia Tuyet, who was more courageous, and asked Tulak, "Go on, tell us." Many thoughts ran through her mind, her worry evident in her eyes. Could it be that he wants... He was already standing in front of her, handing her a piece of paper with a smile. "On this paper are written some medical supplies that I need. You and that nurse find them for me, then pack them all up for me." Jia Tuyet stared at him in shock without blinking. Then she clarified his meaning. "You need us to help you find medical supplies." Tulak pretended to look away, feigning innocence. What else could it be? Jia Tuyet was confused. This guy is so strange. But on the surface, she still had to take the paper from him and smile cheerfully. "It is nothing. It is nothing. We will help you find them right away." The nurse beside her also peeked at the list. Tulak then went to the 2 technicians and instructed them, "These are the items I need you to work hard to make these things tonight. I am leaving at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Before I leave, based on how much you have made, I will give you food." They accepted the offer. "Okay, our tools are all here." Tulak took out some valuable materials. "You can all use these." After assigning the tasks, he left, waving his hand and instructing them. "In that case, you should stay up and work. I am going to sleep first. Tomorrow morning, remember to find me at 6 to get your food." He thought to himself. The place before was too close to the ground. Zombies running back and forth would disturb my rest. Tulak found a place to rest and immediately set up a protective barrier around himself. It is better to be a little cautious. He carefully reviewed the treasures he had obtained and smiled with satisfaction. I am not short on items at all." Information appeared. 22 experience points left until level 6. Quest 1 against 100. The excellent host needs to demonstrate their strength. Please defeat 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Palace. No level restriction. Mission progress. 45 out of 100 mission reward. 1 random normal skill book. 1 bronze grade equipment. Mission time limit. 24 hours. Tulak's eyes were blurry by now and he was yawning continuously. "I have a total of 6 hours until morning. That is enough time." He lay down on the soft bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The next morning, after getting enough rest, Tulak returned to the infusion room to check on the situation. Inside, the four people were a complete mess from staying up all night and starving. Tulak smiled and walked over. Not bad, you did a great job. Jia Tuyet and the nurse with dark circles worse than a panda's shook each other awake. He gave them food as promised. You guys do not need to fight. 1 piece is enough to sustain you for a day. 1 piece for each person, a fair and reasonable price. The group happily took it, thank you. The nurse took the item, held it to her chest hesitatingly, and said, thank you. Jia Tuyet's face brightened up and she smiled. I thought he was going to kill us and then take these things. I had already prepared an escape plan. I did not expect him to actually keep his promise. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth spread around her. It seems he is not as cruel as I thought. Tulak carried the medicine box, whistling as he walked. We only keep what we need. That big bullshit. How do you use this? He was so shocked he almost dropped the medicine box and froze. He screamed inwardly as he remembered, I forgot this apocalypse game does not even have a beginner's tutorial. In my previous life, it took me several days just to learn how to open the storage space. I was screaming and crying back then, unable to open it. Tulak patiently explained, step by step, so you look here. I will take this opportunity to do Jia Tuyet a favor. Tulak pointed to the smart screen to select food immediately. Fried chicken and soft drinks appeared on the table. Tulak sat with his arms crossed arrogantly before the admiring gazes of everyone around Jia. Tuyet and the others exclaimed with a smile, thank you, boss. Everyone now held different item cards in their hands. A sumptuous meal was laid out, and the whole group enjoyed it happily. Tulak drank his soft drink on the side while thinking to himself, I should still remind Jia Tuyet. She helped me so much in my past life. If I do not have a good relationship with her in this life, I will lose an opportunity in the future. Without further hesitation, he stood up and loudly instructed leave this place around 12 p.m. Afterwards, Tulak snapped his fingers. He pulled open the curtains, letting the warm sunlight shine into the room. By then, I should have dealt with all the zombies in the sports palace. Tulak turned towards the door, his face showing no emotion. Before grabbing the doorknob, Tulak frowned and glanced at Jia Tuyet to warn her one more time. Remember, do not get the time wrong. Jia Tuyet looked scared. Her voice trembled as she stammered. There are zombies outside. It is dangerous. Tulak smirked and replied casually, you just need to worry about yourself. He left right after that, closing the door as carefully as possible. Tulak scanned the hallway. Once he identified a target, he quickly rushed forward to attack. Tulak swung his sword decisively, stabbing the zombie in the neck, killing it and receiving a fishing rod at the same time. He used his other hand to catch the corpse, telling himself gently, I absolutely cannot alert the zombies outside. Seizing the right opportunity, Tulak swiftly dealt with the ferocious monsters. One by one, fresh blood splattered around, giving off a nauseating smell. The hallway became much quieter after that. Tulak continued to move forward. He focused on observing and listening, his hand still gripping the sword, ready to defend himself. Tulak pushed the door hard, making a loud thud, and the scene inside made him jump in shock. Damn, do zombies not wear pants when they move around now? It turned out to be a restroom. The zombie was relieving itself when it was startled by the loud noise from behind. Their 4 eyes just stared at each other. Why let a tasty morsel get away? The zombie bared its sharp teeth and lunged forward without even bothering to pull up its pants. The 2 wrinkled pant legs were a complete mess, getting tangled up by the force of the zombie's legs. The zombie fell flat on its face in front of Tulak. If it were still conscious, it should probably consider buying a looser pair of pants. Tulak stood like a god. The surrounding atmosphere was also fittingly and extremely quiet. He waved his hand a few times and said some nonsense. Can't we just fight normally? Why must you rush out like that? I am a very upright person, you know. The zombie was then sent on a one-way trip to hell. Tulak lifted one of its arms to examine it. On the sink, there were a few eyeballs scattered about. Tulak came to a conclusion. The survival rate of people in this sports palace is really low. Moreover, the people who could come here, most of them had good physical constitutions after turning into zombies. Their attributes increased sharply for ordinary players. This is a complete disaster. The sign on the next room caught Tulak's attention. It was a women's restroom. He scratched his head with a slightly awkward expression. There are zombies in here, so there are probably no living people. Right. Zi Luo clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed and his eyes shut tight, trying to encourage himself. Isn't it just a women's restroom? I've seen it all for the mission. No need to mind these details. He slowly pushed the door open, and there was truly nothing inside. Zi Luo checked around and noticed that the stall at the end of the room was closed. Some strange rasping sounds came from inside. He excitedly thought to himself, judging by the sound, there are 2 zombies. Zi Luo slashed vertically down the wooden panel, and the door broke open to reveal 2 zombies intimately embracing each other. Zi Luo's jaw dropped in shock. Damn, they're getting this wild? The 2 disturbed zombies became agitated and charged at Zi Luo together. As luck would have it, there was a water bottle right underfoot. The female zombie slipped and fell, pulling its ally down with it. Then, by some miracle, Both of them plunged straight onto Zi Luo's blade. While he was still confused about what had just happened, the system sent a notification. Congratulations, player NIXE, for successfully killing zombie C2. You have gained 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. Zi Luo reached into his jacket pocket, fumbling for something. Zi Luo took out his phone and snapped several pictures, leisurely commenting, as expected, zombies are transformed humans. Their brains are dead. But other things aren't so different, for example, these weird hobbies. He zoomed in on the photo and realized something's not right. Shanghai, Sports Palace, 2 zombies, the male zombie's height, the female zombie's height. A thought flashed through his mind, and Zi Luo exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't these the infamous zombie couple?" He recalled from his past life's experience that the zombie couple was first discovered in the Shanghai Sports Palace. They were inseparable. They were extremely well coordinated. Their power was king-like among zombies. If the zombie couple joined forces, they could fight a war god or a zombie king to a standstill. Zi Luo grimaced and sighed. "I can't believe they're so pathetic in this life. I took them out on only the 3rd day of the apocalypse." The box opened to reveal something called a fusion stone. According to the system's information, it was a bronze-grade, single-use item that could fuse 2 bronze-grade items of the same type. It creates a new piece of equipment, and there's a high chance it will upgrade the grade to silver. After hearing this, Zi Luo smiled with great satisfaction and turned to leave the women's restroom. After just a few steps, a strange sound made him stop. Zi Luo pointed his sword forward and cautiously approached the glowing stall. He calmly peeked inside. The sparkling box made Zi Luo excited. "Damn, I'm lucky today. I even found a rare bronze treasure chest." Detected that player NIXE has discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reputation reward plus 10. Does player NIXE wish to open the bronze treasure chest? It requires 30 minutes. Lin Zi Luo didn't hesitate and immediately signaled, "Open." The system began the countdown. 25, 2019, 18, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The smart card slowly floated up. Zi Luo grabbed it with a pounding heart, hoping it would increase strength or agility. Bronze-grade constitution fruit, a single-use item called the immortal fruit. Attributes. After consumption, permanently increases constitution by 2. A rare item that can permanently increase attributes. For a level 6 player like NIXE, the constitution attribute can increase by a maximum of 2 points. For players of other levels, the attribute increase is unknown. If a 2-person party uses the fruit, each person gains 1 attribute point. Lin Zi Luo smiled. This is a constitution fruit, and a permanent 2-point increase isn't bad. He quickly washed the treasure under the tap, then took a big bite. The delicious flavor spread through his mouth, making Zi Luo feel pleasant. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Zi Luo shouted in joy. "So delicious, a delicacy, a delicacy. There's so much delicious food in this apocalypse." At the same time, another notification appeared. Player NIXE has used the Constitution fruit, attribute permanently increased by 2 points. Player NIXE's attribute panel. Basic, Strength 18, Spirit 18, Constitution 14, Agility 18. Not only that, he also received a thick and heavy carpet. Zi Luo walked while whistling, looking very happy. "This sports palace has given me too many surprises. I'm looking forward to the zombies ahead even more." Outside in the main hall, the number of zombies was many times greater. They immediately noticed Zi Luo standing in the distance. As the zombies swarmed in, Zi Luo waved his hand and summoned the carpet he had just received. The monster's footsteps became much lighter as they stepped onto the carpet. Zi Luo laughed gleefully. This way it won't alert zombies elsewhere. He swung his sword, slashing without mercy, and the system continuously announced, "Congratulations, player NIXE, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have gained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 6. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Player NIXE is 200 experience points away from the next level up. Congratulations, player NIXE, for obtaining a supply card and a super bronze grade item." At that moment, Zi Luo lowered his sword. He gently touched the system screen. "Congratulations, player NIXE, for unlocking new bronze-grade equipment. The player's strength attribute has increased by 1 point to 19. The excellent host must demonstrate their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Palace. Level is not restricted. Mission completion progress, 62 out of 100. Zi Luo reached out to take the treasure chest floating in front of him. Lion's wrist guards, a bronze-grade item. Enhanced with Lion's power, it has a suppressive effect on others. Strength attribute +1. Constitution +1. Attacks have a 10% chance to apply a suppression effect on the opponent for 1 minute. Suppression effect. Coordination ability is reduced. If a channeling skill is used, this state will directly interrupt the skill. Zi Luo looked at his avatar on the information panel. For the head, you can only wear a helmet and a mask. Wearing 2 items only activates the effect of 1. The neck slot is for jewelry, the upper body for a chest plate and a coat, the lower body for pants, and the feet for shoes. On the arms, you can wear bracers, gloves, bracelets, and rings. Only 1 item of each type can have its effect active. Cosmetic items do not increase attributes. Each piece of equipment has different effects, so players can choose what to wear based on their needs. The current strength attribute is 18, plus 2. Zi Luo walked to another dark corridor. He held a refreshing drink in his hand and glanced around. The long corridor was littered with human corpses. Zi Luo thought nervously, a normal zombie doesn't have this ability. At most, they only know how to bite humans and turn them into their own kind. He deduced that only in a particularly frenzied state would they choose to eat humans and suck their brains. Only 2 types could create such a scene. One is a boss among the zombies. Compared to a normal zombie of the same level, a boss is much stronger. They prefer to treat humans as food, and if there are no humans, they'll even eat their own kind to satisfy their hunger. Zi Luo considered, the second type is a zombified animal. The probability is quite small. The stronger the animal, the easier it is to zombify. The weaker ones have a lower chance. For example, for a mosquito, maybe only 1 in a million, 10 million, or even a billion will successfully zombify. Zombified animals specifically target humans. They love to eat human brain marrow but won't pass up on other zombies either. Something caught his eye, causing Zi Luo's face to turn pale. He was shocked to realize, is this a zombie cat? Zi Luo looked at the traces left on the corridor ceiling. The most troublesome opponent for me is a zombie cat. Zombie cats have keen hearing and senses. It definitely knows I'm here. His steps became more cautious. Lin Zi Luo used his scouting ability. Now let's see if the zombie cat plans to ambush me or attack me head on. Where is it? I must sense its position first to seize the initiative, and it seems he found it. Zi Luo's eyes flew wide open. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he quickly dodged the zombie cat's dangerous attack. Zi Luo leaped backward, maintaining a safe distance, while simultaneously using his strength to knock the cat away. It's called Sharp Claw, a 9th grade bronze boss zombie cat. Basic attributes, Strength 21, Spirit 10, Constitution 9, Agility 20. After image counterattack, instantly increases speed by 30% and charges the enemy, dealing 120% damage. Deals strength-based attribute damage. During the afterimage state, damage taken is reduced by 50%. Zi Luo pondered, animal zombies with a prefix in their name represent a boss-level monster. Not only that, the Sharp Claw talent, after injuring an enemy, the wound enters a torn state, reducing healing speed by 40%. The wound's bleeding speed increases by 40%. Cat's eye gaze can pull the enemy into a terrifying illusion created by its eyes. This inflicts a fear status, causing all of the opponent's attributes to decrease by 20%. The effect will continue to impact the opponent's combat effectiveness. Zi Luo was a little excited. This type of boss is naturally high level. In terms of both strength and agility, it surpasses me. Truly worthy of being a top-tier monster in this apocalypse game. Reduced healing speed and increased bleeding speed. This attribute means that once an opponent takes damage, that wound will be nearly impossible to heal during this fight. He rubbed his chin and smiled slightly as a plan formed in his mind. I just need to use my terrifying combat experience to kill you, zombie cat. An information panel suddenly appeared, detecting that player Nai Se has encountered a bronze-level sharp-clawed zombie cat, triggering the mission to kill the zombie cat. The zombie cat's requiting kindness with enmity. The specially gifted stray cat was a regular on the 3rd floor of the sports complex. Cat lovers would bring it food every day. But after the apocalypse arrived, the cat infected with the zombie virus immediately went on a killing spree, its sharp claws swiping across the bodies of the humans who once helped it, causing them to die in agony. Mission requirement: kill the zombie cat. Reward 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and a bronze-level item. Time limit 8 hours. Penalty: lose 1 level. All stats permanently reduced by 1. Additional note: abandoning the mission is equivalent to mission failure. Tulak had a confused expression. The guide system detected that the host had activated the mission, requiting kindness with enmity of the zombie cat, and is optimizing mission-related details. After the number reached 100%, Tulak read carefully. Requiting kindness with enmity. Mission requirement: kill the zombie cat. Reward 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. Bronze level item. Reward has been optimized. Time limit 24 hours, no penalty. Abandoning the mission or mission failure are both exempt from any punishment. Tulak held his head in despair. Oh my god, is this the apocalypse game I know? Is this still the mission system that has screwed me over countless times? He subconsciously recalled his previous life. Every mission he undertook had a very high difficulty, and regardless of failure or refusal, the game's punishments were extremely severe. For an ordinary person with only a 1% success rate, the reward looked decent though. But for a bronze-level species in the early days of the apocalypse, it was basically impossible to complete the mission without a team of several people. Even the team reward after completion was only 50 gold coins. Lamb Tulak's lips trembled. It's better to have nothing at all. Looking at the lines of text before him, he assessed, a meager mission has now turned into a generous reward, a sweet deal with no punishment whatsoever. Awesome. Without a second thought, Tulak quickly pressed the mission button. System announcement. Player Nai Se has successfully accepted the mission requiting kindness with enmity of the zombie cat. Please complete it within 24 hours. The zombie cat was slowly licking its small paw. It lay down, wagging its tail as if to provoke Tulak, he pondered. From my experience, if I provoke the opponent, the player will surely lose. I must force it to make the first move. The cat's two deep red eyes widened when it saw Tulak sit down instead of attacking. He leisurely took out his phone and looked at it. He even burst out laughing ha-ha joyfully, making the cat furious. It opened its mouth and roared, then leaped forward with its hind legs. Just as planned, the zombie cat began to challenge Lamb Tulak. Surprisingly, a hoarse, hard-to-understand voice came from its mouth, cursing, "Die, human." Tulak gritted his teeth and suddenly dodged backward. He immediately summoned his weapon. The cat landed, its eyes still fixed on Tulak. It lunged forward a second time, its roar echoing throughout the cold hallway. Tulak concentrated intensely and struck the spirit meow hard with the hilt of his sword. The zombie cat growled softly. It turned 180 degrees and loudly cursed, "You cunning human, you didn't expect this, did you?" Seeing his chance, Tulak immediately took a stance. He swung his sword in a wide arc, the sharp gleaming blade cutting off 3 of the spirit meow's claws. The cat fell down, growling and moaning constantly. "Human, you have injured me. I truly cannot forgive you." Tulak looked arrogantly at the zombie cat. "Your claws are gone. Come and fight me." The cat's fury reached its peak. It looked to the sky and used the zombie cat's skill, cat's eye gaze. The spirit meow's 2 pupils, like moving clots of blood, were engulfed by a dense black smoke. Tulak realized the situation was serious. I've been pulled into an illusion. In front of him now was a giant figure, with rotting human arms crawling from its eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth. Behind Tulak, wrongfully dead souls were screaming. He calmly asked, 10 years in the apocalypse, and a mere zombie instance thinks it can scare me. You're really asking for it." Hearing this, the spirit meow was stunned, its whole body stiffening. Its spiritual energy dropped significantly. The giant figure from before shattered into pieces. The helpless cat could only look at Tulak with hateful eyes. It tried to flee on its limping legs as Tulak raised his sword high. He used whirling slash. The sword blade flew in a straight line towards the escaping zombie cat, and the spirit meow died. The dinging sound from the system rang out continuously. Congratulations to player Nai Se for completing the mission requiting kindness with enmity of the zombie cat, successfully killing the bronze-level sharp-clawed zombie Meow. Obtained 50 experience points, 100 gold coins, leveled up to level 7. Obtained 1 free attribute point, 400 experience points to the next level up. Became the first person in the Apocalypse game to kill a bronze-level species. Obtained the unique global title Bronze Bane, initiating a region-wide announcement. A blue-haired guy leaned against the bathroom door with an annoyed expression. "Nyai Se, it's Nyai Se again. Who is this guy? Why are all the world announcements about him?" Another orange-haired girl looked extremely excited. "Oh, big brother Nyai Se is so cool. When will he ride a colorful cloud to come and marry this princess?" A bald guy who had just killed 2 zombies looked annoyed. What the hell? I despise this announcement. In the quiet darkness, a figure was sitting by a large window. Swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, he exclaimed, "This name full of the mythological colors of Dragon Country must be one of our people." In a luxurious apartment far from the city center, a red-haired man leisurely took a sip. He then spoke, "An expert like that. If he is willing to join us, our strength will increase greatly." The subordinate understood and immediately replied obediently, "Yes, master." On this side, Tulak smiled with satisfaction upon receiving the announcement. Region-wide player Nyai Se has defeated the zombie cat species. End of announcement. He rubbed his chin and said casually, "The shockwave I created this time is a bit big. It seems I'll have to be careful to hide my handsome face from now on." Tulak clicked on the selection bar, pulled a small chair from his inventory, and sat down feeling a bit tired. The the zombie cat's stats were higher than mine. Although it took a lot of spiritual and mental power to defeat it this time, clearing a bronze-level species without injury can be considered a breakthrough. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. If I encounter a higher-level zombie cat next time, 2 information panels suddenly appeared, surprising Tulak. Congratulations to player Nai Se for receiving the global announcement Bronze Bane. This time's reward is 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and inventory space increased by 1 cubic meter. Tulak clicked on the game control panel. Inside was information on his rewards. Reputation 2,000, gold coins 5,000, free attribute points 4. Inventory space, backpack expanded to 2.4 cubic meters. Congratulations to player Nyai Se for reaching level 7 and obtaining the title Bronze Bane. Stamina potion, a one-time use item that instantly restores 20% stamina and restores 5% stamina every 1 minute for 5 minutes, has a 30-minute cooldown. Bronze Bane, a unique title. Only the first person to kill a bronze-level species in the Apocalypse game can obtain it. All stats +2. Against bronze-level or lower species or common existences, it can weaken their basic stats by 5%. Tulak chose to equip it with praise. This skill is too awesome. Greetings, respected player Nai Se. Do you wish to replace the title First Blood with the title Bronze Bane? Tulak firmly chose to swap. An announcement arrived immediately. Congratulations to player Nai Se for successfully equipping the title Bronze Bane. It will take effect in 1 hour. The player's base stats have changed. Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution 16, Agility 21. Tulak rubbed his shoulders. With these stats, even if the zombie cat came back to life, I could still hang it up and beat it. I wonder how high my stats will be after the class change. Half an hour later, Tulak approached the spot where the zombie cat had died. A rather large treasure chest had appeared there. He opened it and received the zombie cat's command horn. After blowing the horn, you can summon one sharp-clawed zombie meow. The player can command it in battle for 30 minutes. The cooldown is 48 hours. The zombie cat will inherit the player's base stats, experience, and gold coins all belong to the player, but enemies it kills will not drop items. Tulak shouted in excitement, a summon type or a growth type item. I've hit the jackpot. This means I've inexplicably gained a permanent assistant. He boldly picked up the creature's corpse to assess it. The zombie cat's fur, flesh, and claws. I remember they can all be crafted into attributeless clothes, food, or weapons. Luckily, its entire body is a treasure. After that, Zi Luo directly tossed the cat's corpse into his inventory, and once done, he casually left. Standing before the locked door, Zi Luo pondered. I remember the white-silver treasure chest is in this very warehouse. A dry chuckle escaped him. The scene inside was extremely gruesome. Human eyes and skulls were scattered everywhere. The foul stench of blood rose up, making anyone who saw it want to vomit. Zi Luo was completely astonished when he realized, this cat's taste is truly not normal. Zi Luo drew his sword and sighed to himself. Anyone who saw this would get goosebumps. Good thing it's the apocalypse. A cat that could collect so many eyes would definitely shock the whole world. He searched around the room. What if the zombie cat hid some treasure in here? It would be a waste not to take it. While he was lost in thought, a cat teaser wand suddenly caught his eye. He imagined himself turning into a small kitten, enthusiastically playing with that wand. Realizing he currently looked like an idiot, Zi Luo cleared his throat a few times in embarrassment. The cat teaser wand is somewhat new, but everything else is junk. I wasted my time having expectations for you. He touched the large cloth and sighed. Forget it. I'll see this through. I've already searched this far, and this is the last thing left. Let's see what it is. And then the white cloth was opened. The light flaring up from the chest surprised Zi Luo. So this is it, huh? The system checks that the player has discovered a silver treasure. Reputation reward, plus 20 points. Does player Nai Xe wish to open the white silver treasure chest? It will take 60 minutes. Zi Luo immediately gave the command to open. Player Nai Zi is opening the white silver treasure chest. Please wait patiently. Countdown starting. After a long period of bitterness, the announcement was finally heard. The player successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Player Nai Xe searched the white silver treasure chest, successfully found 360 gold coins, received an enhancement, inventory space expanded by 4 cubic meters, obtained 50 experience points. A treasure named White Feather Flying Cloak emerged from the chest. Zi Luo exclaimed, "Oh my god, a white silver chest gave a piece of equipment plus a skill book. This is a huge score." Information, Fishering double slash. A warrior-type skill that can instantly execute 2 attacks. The power of each slash is 70% of basic attributes. If both slashes hit a single enemy, it can create an explosion, dealing damage equal to 70% of the user's strength attribute. Zi Luo smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. This is the warrior skill I need. A skill like this is very difficult for a novice to execute. They basically can't execute 2 consecutive slashes in an instant, nor can they trigger the subsequent explosion, but I'm confident this 2-hit combo won't be wasted in my hands. System has detected the special skill Fissuring Double Slash. Does player Nai Xe wish to learn the skill? Lin Zi Luo immediately accepted. A ding sound was heard. Congratulations to player Nai Xe for successfully learning the Fissuring Double Slash skill. On the smart screen, there were a total of 5 small equipment slots. Zi Luo gently touched the white feather flying cloak. It is a white silver grade item made from the woven feathers of many rare birds. On the back of the cloak is a special inscription, allowing the user to fly for a short time, attributes Constitution +2 and Agility +2, additional effect short-term levitation. While jumping up or falling down, the levitation effect can be activated. Cooldown time is 20 minutes. Zi Luo was amazed. Oh my god. This cloak comes with a skill. Player Nai Zi's basic attribute panel, Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution increased to 18, Agility 23. Lin Zi Luo put on the cloak. After one battle with the zombie cat, this time I really scored a great deal. He added, I originally only planned to take down Li Haobo tonight. It seems that goal is a bit too small now. Zi Luo glanced behind him and suddenly asked, how about we take the entire factory instead? Lin Zi Luo slowly walked down the stairs, thinking to himself, now the last mission remains, to complete the 1 versus 100 mission given by the system. Ahead, a male zombie was staggering along. Zi Luo smirked and knocked on the door twice. Knock, knock. The echoing sound attracted all the zombies inside the room. Feathers drifted down from Zi Luo's cloak. He took a stance and shouted with excitement. This time, I'll take the initiative to attack. His cloak billowing in the wind, Zi Luo charged forward without a hint of fear. The zombies had been starved for a long time and became extremely ferocious when they smelled fresh meat. Zi Luo summoned his sword and leaped high into the air before the craving eyes of the zombies. He gripped the wooden hilt with both hands and began to channel his strength. The first strike pierced through a zombie's head. Zi Luo retracted his attack, pulling the blade out sent blood spraying from the monster's body. Moving to a safer position, Zi Luo used the magic from his cloak, his entire body floating in the air like a bird. The second target was gradually approaching. Zi Luo said slowly, you can help me test the effect of Fissuring Double Slash. You're quite a suitable subject. He pointed his sword forward, then quickly swung it at a 90-degree angle to gather force. The force erupting from the blade was so powerful that even Zi Luo himself was surprised. My god, is Fissuring Double Slash this incredible? The zombie died, and a blinding blue light shone from the gash on its neck. At the same time, a large flame erupted, creating a terrifying explosion. Lin Zi Luo's eyes widened. The unexpected event caught him completely off guard, and the result was being thrown far away, accompanied by a piercing scream. Wah! Zi Luo pushed his sword forward, his face tense, with both hands held high. Zi Luo forcefully plunged his sword into the ground, simultaneously planting his feet firmly to avoid falling into a dangerous situation. As the wind subsided, he breathed a sigh of relief. A zombie with attributes 30% higher than the others couldn't even withstand the explosion's damage and has already collapsed. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, Zi Luo looked at the aftermath and drew a conclusion. My swing speed is similar to using Whirlwind Slash, but the effect is more than just a little bit better. And finally, he said, experiment complete. The loud noise from the explosion attracted more zombies. Zi Luo smiled cruelly. Next, I have to get serious. 15 minutes into the battle, notifications rang out continuously. Congratulations player Nai Xe for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have received 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Ding! The host has successfully killed 100 zombies at the Shanghai Sports Center, completing the 1 versus 100 mission. Reward. Draw for 1 random normal guide and a bronze-grade equipment. Does the host wish to claim the mission rewards now? Zi Luo sat silently amidst the corpses. He didn't answer right away, but instead recalled his sword. Looking at the desolate scene before him, Zi Luo startled and asked himself, did it end that quickly? He pulled a card out from his inventory. Counting over and over, the result truly disappointed. Zi Luo, did I get too many good items before and use up all my luck for today? Why are these all material cards? He stretched his tired muscles and said languidly, since they are all material cards, there's no rush. I'll rest a bit before picking them up. Zi Luo sat on a chair, staring intently at the prompt the system had sent earlier. He thought for a moment, then decided, I'll draw for the equipment first. Let's get the equipment first. Then I'll save my luck for the guide draw, letting the important Good items appear last. That's the order to get the best results. Tulak clicks the draw button. The system indicates a draw for bronze tier equipment. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a bronze grade equipment, the blood-sucking ring. It can drain an opponent's stamina in combat. Attribute strength +1. Constitution +1. Ability 5% of the damage inflicted on an enemy can be converted into stamina and transferred to your body through your weapon. Lin Zi Luo was overjoyed, absorbing damage and converting it into my own stamina. To think such a rare attribute exists. He carefully placed the ring into his weapon inventory. Zi Luo's eyebrows furrowed. He worried after getting such a powerful item. What if the guide I draw turns out to be bad? A note appeared as Zi Luo finished his thought. Each of the common guides has a practical effect and can be of great help to the host. Although still a bit hesitant, Zi Luo resolutely gave the command, "Draw the guide for me." He pinned all his hopes on this game of chance, drawing common guide complete. Zi Luo stared with his mouth wide open. On the smart screen it read, "Congratulations, host, for drawing the common guide. Level 1 automatic loot can pick up items dropped when the host kills zombies and puts them into the inventory. The range is a radius of 0.5 meters around the host. If the remaining inventory space is too small, it cannot continue looting." After hearing that, Zi Luo said in a low voice, "Then let's start from now." His eyes lit up, a happy expression on his face as he imagined the prospect. Can't I enjoy a 100% item drop rate from killing zombies on one hand, while continuously collecting items on the other? Zi Luo jumped down excitedly, clenching his hands into fists, a wide, joyous smile on his face. I used to worry that the high drop rate would cause trouble, but now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Then he asked curiously, "By the way, system, is this level 1 the rank for a common instruction?" The familiar voice rang out in response. Level 1 represents the rank of the automatic loot instruction. If the host has a chance to obtain the instruction later, obtaining the automatic loot instruction again will upgrade it. After leveling up, the automatic loot's range will increase, and it might even have other side effects. The system's instruction missions are randomly triggered based on the host's situation and status. The host cannot specify the circumstances and events. Zi Luo looked forward to it. The first one is already so powerful. I wonder what skills the other instructions have, and what type of instruction I will get next time. He glanced over at the scattered zombie corpses. Zi Luo slowly walked around, enjoying the feeling of the rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supply card, a pack of barbecue seasoning, a battery with 50% charge, a bronze-grade prop, the Eye of Accuracy, and a delicious guinea pig feast. The system detected that the host has looted many types of items. The automatic loot has been optimized. From now on, it will only announce when the host obtains equipment and props. Supply cards will be automatically sorted into categories in the host's inventory. Zi Luo exclaimed excitedly, "Not a bad experience." He opened his inventory. Inside, food, drinks, tools, junk, and other special items were all neatly organized. Zi Luo exclaimed, "Not bad. This categorization is very detailed and thoughtful." He suddenly remembered that when he was fighting the zombie cat, a collection instruction appeared, which wasted a lot of time. I wonder what time it is now. Looking at the watch on his wrist, time passed so quickly. Zi Luo ran in a hurry. "There's no time to eat. I have to get to the Li family manor first." He vaulted out of the large window and disappeared, heading towards a large villa area. Habak was happily flirting with two beautiful girls in the living room. He suddenly turned serious, his eyes sharpening. The grandfather clock showed that it was currently 12:10. Seeing the confused and bewildered looks on the two girls' faces, Li Habak said nothing and shot up from his seat. He viciously slapped one of the girls, sending her stumbling backward. Li Habak roared in a furious tone. "It's this late and they're still not back. Am I feeding them for nothing? Does it take a whole day just to find two people?" A manager approached him. He politely said, "Young master, the Lai Sha mercenary group only arrived at Shanghai University at 7 in the morning. There are many zombies inside, so the situation is complicated. The search will naturally be a bit difficult." After hearing this, Habak cursed, "Damn it, zombies again. I'm so sick and tired of these zombies." He roared, unwilling to accept it. "What kind of stupid setting is this? I'm the one who killed the zombie, so why didn't I get any experience points?" Lai Ha-bak recalled, "I actually thought leveling up in this damn game could make up for my weak body. I had my bodyguards fight the zombie to near death just so I could land the final blow, and I only got a tiny bit of experience points for it." Just then, the large door burst open and a tall figure appeared. Ha-bak angrily asked, "Uncle Vin, you're back. Did you find that bitch and that orphan?" Vin Qian slammed a large bag onto the floor. He announced coldly, "Young master, we found the girl, but not the boy." Hearing this, Habak couldn't hold back and roared, "You found her? Where is she? Tell her to get her ass over here and see me." daring to sneak away again. Vin Qian pointed to the bag and said, "She's been killed. She's in here." Li Habak's face turned pale, unable to believe what he just heard. "What?" Vin Qian calmly explained. "Following the leads you provided, young master, we found Ryu Tin Ham's roommate and eventually found Ryu Tin Ham herself in the school warehouse." He bent down and started to unzip it, the sound echoing in the cold space. The corpse was stiff, with red splotches soaking its collar. Vin Qian then recounted. After she was killed, she was stuffed into a large container. We also found a set of blood-stained men's clothes in there. Habak was stunned, looking as if he was in a state of extreme panic. Vin Qian continued to speak. Before she died, this girl was brutally tortured. The injuries were all inflicted on extremely painful nerve clusters on her body. The smell of blood made Habak cover his mouth and retch while Vin Qian continued his deduction. The killer seems to have an expert understanding of Longguo's pressure point culture. Each of his strikes was very precise, using a special kind of concussive weapon on specific points to rupture the surrounding tissue. He knelt on one knee, his hand lightly touching the bag, a torture method of this level. I'm afraid not even the #1 assassin from the spirit world could pull it off. Vin Qian frowned and speculated. The person who killed Ryu Tin Ham must be her enemy. That killer could be a threat to you, young master. Habak finally wiped his mouth and said, "She was just an ordinary campus belle. If it weren't for her and that piece of trash..." As he said this, his eyes widened in realization. He stammered, "Useless trash. Lin Zi Luo. It must be him." Li Habak spread his arms, trying to reason. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just an orphan with no parents. How could he possibly be as strong as you say?" Habak leaned forward. "Besides, I haven't sent him the big surprise I prepared yet. He couldn't have known that Ryu Tin Ham betrayed him." Vin Qian asked, somewhat surprised, "Young master, the Lin Zi Luo you speak of, is he Lin Jian's son?" Habak did not deny it. "Yes, that's him." Vin Qian closed his eyes. "You're right, young master, but we can't rule out that he has an accomplice. Something the world's top assassins can't do. His accomplice can. This enemy is terrifying." The man was clearly worried. "Besides, against a top-tier assassin like that, the more than 100 men I brought might not be enough. We'll need more security personnel." This surprised Li Habak. "What, Uncle Vin? Even you aren't enough? You're one of the top 10 masters in Lingguo, not to mention you brought a complete mercenary group with you." He slammed his hand on the man's shoulder and urged, "Then hurry to the back mountain and get more guards for me. Even the ones who haven't finished their final training will do." "I don't want to die. I absolutely can't die. I will not die." Vin Qian smiled reassuringly. "Okay, rest assured, young master. As long as I'm here, I will protect you with my life." His loyalty was evident even in his thoughts. "As long as I can protect the young master, I don't mind losing my own life." Dusk fell upon the vast sky. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, obtaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 8, obtaining 1 free attribute point. Zi Luo was delighted. "I leveled up so quickly. I thought I would only reach level 8 on the evening of the 4th day, but I'm half a day early," he thought to himself. "But this is good too. Leveling up this fast means I don't need to run dungeons anymore. Tonight's dinner is a nutrition bar." Zi Luo looked towards the villa area. "Li Habak, I'm coming for you." The corner of his mouth curled into a cunning smile. "Are you ready to settle your debt with me?" The vast manor. It seems its owner spent a lot of money on this place. The dispatched soldiers were split into small groups in 2 columns, holding rifles, always ready for combat. Zi Luo hid behind a large tree branch, safe enough to avoid being easily spotted. He waited for the group of soldiers to move away before landing on the ground. Zi Luo searched for something among the dense bushes. There was a secret button, camouflaged by being painted the same color as the surrounding plants. A staircase opened up, leading into a deep, dark space. Zi Luo smiled with satisfaction and thought, "I remembered correctly. It really is here." Before heading down, Zi Luo pressed the secret button again. The garden returned to its original state as if nothing happened. Zi Luo said arrogantly, "Li Haobak, I'm leaving you an escape route. Just when your hopes are highest, I'll wipe you out completely." His face darkened menacingly. This move is called leaving an escape route for a besieged army, one of Longguo's famous military strategies. "With so many idiots by your side, I wonder if you can beat me this time." Zi Luo followed the path deeper into the core area, where the guards were more densely stationed. There was a symbol on the backs of their uniforms that Zi Luo recognized at a glance, the Lai Sha mercenary group. The mercenary group Lai Haobak trusted most, his old enemies from his past life. "The prey is already in the palm of my hand. I know you all too well." Zi Luo paused for a moment. "However, I never carefully observed the Li family's layout in my past life." He focused on the large door where two soldiers were standing guard. The path here and the layout seemed to have no problems, but in reality, the loophole was not small at all. It was just, from a distance, a voice suddenly called out, "Mr. Vin." What surprised Tulak was that it was Vin Qian Sao. He looked at the man's back. It was indeed him. Vin Qian, one of Long Country's gods of war, the hunting god of war, was the leader of a mercenary hunting squad before the apocalypse. He often fought in the war-torn zone under the Lai family's control, excelling at various types of close-quarters combat and leading the squad in pursuit of targets. Tulak recalled that in his past life, after the apocalypse game began, because of Li Hao Bak, he started hunting me down. After his subordinates failed to assassinate me multiple times, he decided to take action himself. I was cornered, unable to escape. Vin Qian locked onto me, forcing me into desperate situations many times. He could be called my greatest enemy, but I used my invisibility. Just like that, I escaped the life-threatening situation. I am Vin Qian's greatest shame. Leaving Vin Qian standing alone in unspeakable resentment. I heard it was because I escaped from right under his nose multiple times, shattering his hunting legend, that I earned the title of his greatest shame. Tulak smiled. We really are mortal enemies. The strange killing intent made Vin Qian instantly notice. He quickly scanned the area while Lamb Tulak's heart pounded. Lucky for him, he reacted fast. As Tulak was deep in thought, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly formed a plan in his mind. In this confrontation, Vin Qian will definitely die. As long as he's dead, I'll have cut off an important arm of the Lai family, and my chances of winning will be much higher. Unwilling to delay for another second, he took out the invisibility mask and put it on. Just as Vin Qian came closer to investigate, he could no longer see any trace of Tulak. A subordinate approached and called out politely, "Mr. Vin, the young master has been on a trip for 10 days. He then replied flatly, "Lead the way." Tulak watched their backs as they left, thinking to himself, "I will not let such a good opportunity slip by." He changed direction and ran the opposite way. Based on his combat experience and skills, Vin Qian had to ask himself, was there really nothing there? I clearly felt someone was there just a moment ago. Could it be that I'm just being overly cautious? He raised his voice and ordered, "Strengthen the patrols and defenses of the manor." Then he thought to himself, "I don't care who you are, just dare to show your face. If you dare to harm the Lai family, I will never let you leave this place alive." The subordinate hastily replied, "Yes." Time flew by, and it was 12 o'clock at night. Habak yawned widely and asked Vin, "Can I go to sleep now? It's already 12 o'clock. The zombies outside are so active." "How could anyone possibly come to kill me?" he replied calmly. "Young master, it's better to be careful. My intuition tells me that we are definitely being targeted." Habak furiously threw his watch to the ground, shattering it, and roared, "I'm bored to death. Because of some coward who doesn't even dare to show his face, this young master has to stay up all night." The attendant smiled gently. "Young master, if you're feeling bored, you could find some entertainment." Hearing that, Habak clapped his hands in agreement and replied with a smirk, "That's right, I can find some fun," he said excitedly. "That's right, Uncle Vin. Didn't you guys catch a zombie 3 days ago?" The man then explained. "Yes, young master. I wanted to bring it back for research, to quickly develop anti-zombie weapons for you," Li Haobak slyly suggested. "There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me play with this one first." Vin Qian showed obvious concern. "If you want to play, young master, you certainly can. But I'm afraid if the zombie goes berserk, you might get hurt." But in his mind, he had another plan. Using the zombie to calm the young master down wasn't a bad option. Habak excitedly reassured him, "Don't worry, the way I play, I definitely won't get hurt. Besides, even if the zombie goes crazy, I'm not scared. There are plenty of people in this manor." Vin Qian gave the order, "Go, bring the zombie we caught this afternoon here for the young master." The subordinate rushed to obey. "Yes, Mr. Vin." The zombie had a large, muscular body and was restrained with iron chains and a muzzle. It struggled violently, growling incomprehensible sounds from its throat. Habak looked even more sinister as he gave the order, "You guys, move my large iron cage over here." Inside, a total of 6 girls were being held captive. Their faces were all filled with sadness, mixed with exhaustion from days of hunger. The wicked Habak pulled a large golden bell from somewhere. As the sound rang out, all 6 of the girls jolted awake. They suddenly went berserk, rushing towards the iron bars, their hands flailing wildly. Li Habak leaned back on the sofa, carelessly tossing the bell aside. He stuck out his disgusting tongue and used his finger to signal for something. Habak stomped one foot hard on the floor. He moved toward the girls, who were acting like wild animals. With an agitated expression, Li Ha Bak started jumping around without a word, looking deranged. Two nearby guards understood his intention. They smirked slyly as the first one stepped forward. He brought Ha Bak a key and received the order from him, "Hurry up and open it." A clanking sound echoed, signaling the horrific scene that was about to unfold. The zombie became even more aggressive, stimulated by the delicious scent of fresh flesh. The guard cautiously stepped forward and quickly removed its muzzle. The ferocious zombie bared its sharp fangs at the young man. Ha Bak said excitedly, "You and you, hold it down. Wait for me to unlock its hands and feet, then throw it in the cage." Suddenly, someone who didn't know his place ran up and pleaded, "Young Master Li, this is too cruel. Why don't you let them go?" Before he could finish speaking, the manager rushed to kneel beside him and frantically explained, "I'm sorry, young master. His name is Wang Da-hu. He's a new guard who was just assigned yesterday. He was born with incredible strength, but his mind isn't all there. Young master, please don't take it to heart." Ha Bak put his hands on his hips and asked menacingly, "Are you trying to tell me what to do?" Wang Da-hu just repeated himself, "Please spare them, young master." The manager was speechless and stammered in fear, "I wouldn't dare. I was wrong. Please spare my life, young master." Ha Bak looked incredibly amused and laughed cruelly, "Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge my authority." He glared and asked, "Wang Da-hu, is it? You can fight, right? Men, seize him for me." The young man had one of his arms twisted behind his back. The guard took a stance, clenching his fist for a direct punch. Wang Da-hu didn't even flinch and blocked the attack with just one hand. The entire room went silent. Ha Bak thought in astonishment, he actually managed to block his punch? Vin Chen, who had watched the whole thing from the beginning, now smirked and uttered one word, "Interesting." The guard's arm was trembling from the force. The two faced each other, ready to fight. The guard's mind reeled. "I actually lost to him in a contest of strength." He lowered his head slightly, his resentment growing. "You've made me lose face like this. Pay for the dignity I've lost with your life." The guard glanced behind him and shouted an order, "You two, help me hold him down." They stepped forward, seeming less than enthusiastic. I say, Shin, have you been spending too much time with women lately?" "Yeah." "How could an untrained guard overpower you?" But everyone understood that Wang Da-hu's strength was not to be underestimated. "We can't let this guy get noticed by Mr. Vin." Quick as lightning, the two of them each grabbed one of Wang Da-hu's arms and violently forced him down. Shin seized the opportunity and charged forward arrogantly. Da-hu was helpless and could only endure the beating. Shin showed no mercy, treating him like a punching bag and beating him relentlessly. Ha Bak, standing nearby, spoke up, "Don't kill him." Shin immediately obeyed. "Yes, young master," Ha Bak said cruelly. "Didn't you want to protect these women? Then you can watch them die with your own eyes." His subordinates cheered. The young master sure knows how to have fun. Wang Da-hu was forced to look into the iron cage. The girls inside seemed to have completely accepted their fate, sitting motionlessly. The guard cheerfully finished tying up the large zombie. It was then pushed toward the iron cage with poles. The zombie looked around, as if choosing its first prey. It locked its eyes on a long-haired girl huddled in a corner. The hunger made saliva drip from the monster's mouth. The zombie lunged forward, sinking its teeth into her neck with a fatal bite. For the first time in his life, Wang Da-hu witnessed such a gruesome scene. He cried, but with his mouth gagged, he couldn't make a single sound. Wang Da-hu tried to struggle free, but all his efforts were useless. He fell into despair. His body went limp, and at the same time, the guards let him go. Wang Da-hu collapsed onto his knees on the cold tiled floor. Ha Bak was even more cruel, ordering, "Throw this Wang Da-hu into the cage. Doesn't he have great strength? I want to see who's stronger, him or the zombie." The guards all cheered in support. "The young master is truly one of a kind. He's so much more creative than uncultured brutes like us. How could we have thought of something so brilliant?" As expected of the young master. But some still thought differently. "It's the apocalypse. You can't just treat human life like it's worthless." Wang Da-hu was lifted up, and the iron cage door was opened again. The zombie was frantically gnawing on the girls' corpses. Wang Da-hu was thrown inside. The zombie paused for a moment, then grinned as it realized it had new prey. The corpse demon shambled closer, a woman's voice echoing in the young man's mind. "Da-hu, stay safe. I'm waiting for you at home." He sobbed, calling for his mother. "I can't make it back alive to take care of you anymore." Suddenly, Wang Da-hu's eyes shot open. He forcefully pulled himself together. "No, I can't die. Mom is waiting for me at home." Wang Da-hu put one hand down, getting into a fighting stance. The corpse demon roared and dragged its heavy body as it charged. Wang Da-hu threw a punch, aiming right at its head, successfully knocking the monster backward. He seized the opportunity, grabbing the corpse demon's stomach to lower its defenses. Wang Daihu roared and used all his strength to slam the monster against the iron bars, despite its constant struggling. The impact created a loud noise that echoed throughout the entire mansion, and Wang Daihu suddenly coughed up blood. It was because one of the corpse demon's hands, full of sharp claws, had stabbed him in the abdomen. Wang Daihu still refused to let go, trying to resist as more and more fresh blood poured from his body. Habak watched as if it were a good play, excitedly exclaiming how thrilling it was. Wang Daihu tensed up and took a few steps back. He decided to use one final, fatal attack. And then, Wang Daihu clutched his festering wound. He lost his strength, collapsed, and panted heavily. Wang Daihu knew he was done for. He could only silently send words of regret to his mother. "I was wrong, Mom. I should have listened to you." Vin Qin remained silent, sighing and lamenting what a pity. Meanwhile, the soldiers were inwardly satisfied, thinking the threat was dealt with. He died pretty quickly. Something strange suddenly happened to Wang Daihu's corpse. It began to twitch uncontrollably. His eyes slowly turned blood red, his skin darkened, and his teeth gnashed together. Tulak waited outside the mansion. The opportunity has arrived, he thought, smiling faintly. When a soldier wasn't paying attention, Tulak carefully approached and slit his throat with a knife. Blood sprayed onto the courtyard. Tulak then changed into the soldier's clothes. As he was planning his next move, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Adai, why are you here?" Tulak improvised, "I saw a guy dozing off, so I came to wake him up." The other soldier yawned widely and replied, "All right then, damn it. I'm speechless. The captains and commanders are in the main hall having fun, while we're stuck out here suffering on guard duty." Two others appeared and chimed in, "That's right. We spent all night yesterday dealing with the losses, and we haven't rested in 3 days. They really don't treat us like humans." "You've got it good. I haven't slept in almost 24 hours. Seriously, if they really cared about security, why don't the captains come out and stand guard themselves?" Tulak stated bluntly. "To put it plainly, they don't see us as people, just as cannon fodder." The soldier finally noticed something was off and asked, "Hey Dai, when did you get so tall?" Tulak looked at him and gave a wicked smile. A few minutes later, Tulak had quickly dispatched the soldiers. Fools who immediately blurt out secrets don't deserve to live in this world. Moving deeper into the center of the estate, Tulak took down another person. He noticed someone running away in the distance. Using incredible speed, Tulak appeared next to the subordinate in the blink of an eye. Before he fell to Tulak's sharp blade, he managed to fire a signal flare into the sky. He followed the flare's trajectory and threw his dagger. The projectile was destroyed mid-flight by the sharp point and fell in front of Tulak. He pulled out his knife and said coldly, "Luckily, in my past life, I thoroughly researched the Li family's ammunition. Otherwise, today wouldn't have gone so smoothly." System detects. All security outside the Li family estate has been eliminated. The host's path of revenge is now open, specially issuing the Yazi Must Avenge mission. Under the law of Yazi, no one who provokes the host can leave alive. Tonight, the host will become the god of death. Requirement: collect all lives within the Li family estate. Kill the remaining 296 people. Reward: 1 random common skill scroll and bronze-grade equipment. Time limit: 12 hours. Does the host accept the mission? Tulak pressed accept and smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Li Hao Bak, you now have one more reason you must die. Information: the mission to chew the car and report has been received. Start opening the defense barrier. Once 296 people in the LY family have one person leave the manor, the host can track the escapee's location via the search function. We wish the host a successful completion of the mission. Tulak was curious. A revenge barrier, huh? This thing mentally tortures people to death. I remember it first appeared in my past life during the war between the Long Kingdom and the Wa Kingdom. He recalled that after the Long Kingdom cast the revenge barrier on the Wa Kingdom's capital, they pursued those who fled for several days, and the duration was at least 1 month for this reward. Tulak stroked his chin. After that, they beat the entire Wa Kingdom into submission. He looked excitedly towards the building. Today, I must make good use of this opportunity and test out this mission item. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when a second system notification surprised him. Congratulations to the host for successfully starting the mission and for your swift progress. The kill count was already rising. 7, 8, 9. Tulak was bewildered. What's going on? I haven't even done anything yet. People have already started dying? He rushed off. I have to see what's going on, just to be safe. Inside the building, people were chatting loudly. AK-6, what did you do? You played the last woman to death. How embarrassing. You were too rough. You broke her spine. Now we've lost a toy. The last one is gone, so what do we do now? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the air. How about you play with me instead? Vin Qian frowned. listening intently as the voice kept repeating, "Play with me." Vin Qian shot to his feet, his face expressionless but tense. I've never seen someone project such dense killing intent without even showing themselves. This atmosphere, compared to him, I'm just an amateur. Habak, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "He's here! He's really here! Someone really wants to kill me!" Chu Kai Kwang rushed to comfort him. "Young master, calm down. The mercenaries and Mr. Vin are here. You'll be fine." Habak stammered, Right, Uncle Vin, kill them." Vin Qian stood up straight and called out, "I don't know your purpose for coming to the Li family, sir, but can we sit down and talk?" A thought formed in his mind. To have gotten this far, he must have already dealt with all the men I posted outside. The strange voice replied, "Although I am human, right now, I am the god of death here to collect your lives." Vin Qian immediately waved his hand, signaling his men. 3 thugs began searching the area, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice. Suddenly, a bomb dropped from above, startling them. The object shook for a moment. A blinding flash of light erupted, causing everyone to panic. "Ah, my eyes, I'm blind, am I blind? What is this thing? Am I going to die? Help somebody help me." A pair of legs, shrouded in power, slowly stepped in. The 3 thugs were in no state to notice. Tulak made sharp spikes erupt from the ground in a surprise attack. The thugs were impaled straight through their bodies. Tulak then used a spinning slash to decapitate them. Just as Vin Qian noticed, Tulak vanished into thin air. He left another bomb behind as a greeting gift. A large flame erupted instantly, and Tulak was gone. Vin Qian was mostly unharmed, but he looked on with resentment. Damn it. This time, I didn't even see the enemy's face and lost so many of my men. He stood amidst the piles of bodies, his expression grim. A subordinate called out worriedly, "Boss, his attacks are like magic. It seems all of young Master Li's guards and mercenaries have been killed. The ones who fell are from our mercenary groups, Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf." After hearing this, Vin Qian angrily shouted, "Enough, just tell me, how many usable men do we have left?" The subordinate replied in a panic, "Excluding the young master, including you, Uncle Chu, and myself, we have 66 men. 10 of them are seriously injured, and a dozen still haven't recovered their sight." Habak was going crazy. "Who did this? Who is it? Ruining my plans, taking away my fun. Uncle Vin, you have to avenge me. Mince him into 1,000 pieces." Vin Qian roared the order, "Search for him. He can actually take on 100 men by himself." Vin Qian quickly instructed Chu Kai Kwang, "Take the young master and the others and hide in the secret passage. The rest of us will stay outside to stop that assassin." Kai Kwang had to obey. "All right, he hasn't left. I feel like he's watching us." Vin Qian gently placed a hand on the old butler's shoulder, as if placing all his hope in him. Chu Kai Kwang looked up at the sky. His whole life and youth were tied to this place. If he were to die here, he would have no regrets. From finding a safe spot in this luxurious building, I thought this was truly unexpected. I never thought this steward would also be a master. Currently, the kill count is at 200, Tulak pondered. He thinks, just like me, he has to send half of his men outside to guard. Escort Li Habak away, deal with the rest first. I'm sure I can still escape unscathed. He lightly tapped the system button. 2 clear information panels appeared above. Tulak exclaimed, as expected of Vin Qian, to have obtained 3 bronze-level pieces of equipment in such a short time. A shout echoed from the room, "Come out and face me. Hiding like that is a disgrace to your status, isn't it?" Seeing this, Tulak sneered, using the goading tactic again. "You want to buy time for Li Habak to leave first? I won't let you get your way." Opening the inventory, to control the zombie cat, the first method is to assign a specific target. The second is to use my own consciousness to control it. Finally, the spirit cat inherits 60% of the host's basic attributes. Tulak decided to hit use. The cat appeared like a god. In Tulak's hand were 5 small daggers. He used his strength, throwing one straight at the ceiling, the blade cutting the large chandelier's wire. It fell right where Vin Qian was standing. Luckily, he managed to avoid it. Countless glass shards from the chandelier burst out, stabbing into the eyes, mouths, and necks of the soldiers behind. While Vin Qian and his close subordinate were panicking, the zombie cat suddenly rushed to attack the young man. He screamed in pain. Tulak also seized the opportunity and swiftly finished off the remaining soldiers. Man and beast, a perfect combination that left Vin Qian to only watch helplessly. "The system cannot find even the most basic data," Vin Qian exclaimed in shock. "Why can't your information be found? What on earth is going on?" He clenched his fists, looking impatient. "Enough. Who the hell are you?" Vin Qian, nearly mad with anger, shouted arrogantly. Tulak slowly tilted his head, his heart filled with ridicule, poor skills, low attributes. Even his personality isn't as battle-hardened as it will be in a few years. He didn't even plan to kill these mercenaries. Huh, indeed. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Then he replied softly, "Watch closely. This is what you call despair." And so his face turned pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. His mouth seemed blocked, only able to make small noises, and a second later, his body froze and collapsed silently to the ground. The cat gave Vin Chin a fleeting glance. Go pursue Li Habak's group. Then it leaped away, leaving Tulak standing there, dagger in hand, looking at the system display. Revenge barrier, he muttered. They probably haven't escaped the manor yet. He nudged Vin Chin's shoulder with his foot, saying mockingly, "Get a move on." Captain of the Leap Sat mercenary group. With a cold expression, he retorted, "The Leap Sat mercenary group is almost completely wiped out. Am I still worthy of being called the captain of the mercenary group?" At this moment, he let out a sinister laugh, joyfully thinking to himself to kill all of his subordinates right in front of him. Bit by bit, crushing his will to resist, this is the highest form of revenge. As if pushed to his limit, Vin Chin shot up and screamed incessantly, "Who are you? Who the hell are you? You have to tell me or I will die with regrets." But no matter how he screamed, he gripped the dagger, stepping closer and closer to him and said, "Dying with regrets. Is there really such a thing?" Panicked, Vin Chin kept scrambling backwards until his back hit the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. With a single stab to the neck, Tulak gently sent him on his way, but his eyes remained wide open. Even so, Tulak didn't stop. He stomped repeatedly on his chest, continuously voicing the deep hatred in his heart. "I still remember how you looked that day. You stomped me to the ground, called me trash, called me an orphan, a good-for-nothing. How dare you have the face to, have the courage to provoke the authority of the Lai family? And thanks to your actions, you also taught me a lesson. Don't talk too much before you kill someone. If you can act, don't waste words. Look at you now, lying there talking to me. Isn't it great? This is what will truly make you die with regrets." Satisfied, Tulak let out a long breath and turned to leave, already planning in his head how to deal with the next people. Vin Chin is dead. Now I have cut off an effective arm of the Lai family. Dealing with them will be much simpler now. He kicked the door open, put his hands in his pockets, and casually walked out of the room full of corpses. In the Lai family's secret room, Li Haobak stood beside Steward Triyu. His face pale, he scratched his head anxiously and said, "Steward Triyu, they won't chase us here, right?" He quickly reassured him, "Of course not. Mr. Vin will take care of those people, young master." Before he could finish, a loud noise from outside interrupted. He quickly looked at the door and saw the shape of a person imprinted on it. Fear grew in Haobak's heart. He screamed incessantly, "It must be Lamb Tulak's people. He killed Qiu Jing Han first, and now he's going to kill me." Seeing him acting crazy, the steward tried to calm him. "Young master, don't panic yet. We've arranged for the others to go to the secret passage. He won't think we're here." Hearing that, he calmed down a bit, but he couldn't help but feel angry, gritting his teeth and cursing. I really don't know how he found out about my relationship with Qiu Jing Han, nor where he found such a powerful assassin. Suddenly, the steward seemed to realize something and said, "Could it be that fellow Lam Kiem left something behind for Lamb Tulak?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up and refuted, "Impossible. Back when we killed Lam Kiem, our Lai family almost completely eradicated the Lam family. There's no way Lam Kiem left anything behind. If that chief hadn't insisted we spare one bloodline of the Lam family, that Lam Tulak would have died long ago." At this moment, Tulak, standing just outside the door, had heard their entire conversation. A cold aura began to emanate from him as he said, "So, that's how it is." Inside, Haobak seemed to recognize the voice. Fear began to consume him, making him scream, "Lam Tulak." That's right. It's Lam Tulak's voice. How could he get here? How did he find this place? Tulak let out a deep breath. Leaning his back against the wall, he looked up and said, "So you've been targeting me all along, so there was so much more to my story." Suddenly, from the other side of the door, Haobak shouted with a strange smile, "Lam Tulak, I'm telling you, you will die by my hands. I should have just had you killed from the very beginning." Tulak reacted quickly, turning and raising his dagger defensively as he asked, "I'm really curious. Who is Lam Kiem, and what did you mean by the Lai family eradicating the Lam family?" Hearing this, he burst out laughing and replied mockingly, "Ha ha, you orphan. You don't even know your own father's name. You deserve this. Back when my father was about to be promoted, Lam Kiem reported him, ruining years of our Lai family's plans. For that alone, your entire Lam family should have been wiped out. If the chief hadn't spoken up, how could a mutt like you deserve to be the Lam family's sole survivor? I'm really curious. Where did you find your helper? Because on your own, I could kill you by just sending one bodyguard." "Tulak, not to be outdone, immediately retorted, "Your words are completely useless, because whether you say them or not, I will turn your Lai family, your entire clan, to dust." As he spoke, he slammed the door, making the steward rush to shield his young master. Hao Bak, seemingly unaware of the danger, still spoke arrogantly, "You think you can destroy the Lai family, you're overestimating yourself." Before he could finish speaking, he kicked the door flying. Seeing this, the steward quickly threw a punch at him, but with his pathetic skills, Tulak easily dodged it. Just then, the cat leaped to attack him, but its attack was spotted. He immediately changed direction and threw a powerful punch at it. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The 30-minute summon has ended, and the cat vanished into thin air. Seeing this, he thought to himself, exactly 30 minutes. Ha! How am I so good at timing things? Without hesitation, he took off his mask, revealing his true face. The steward looked at him and said, "You are Lamb Tulak. The assassin from before was you. It has been you alone from the very beginning." Meanwhile, Hao Bak broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, "Lamb Tulak, it's really you." Even the steward couldn't believe his eyes. He kept saying doubtfully, "Impossible. The strength to kill Vin Chin, the strength to infiltrate the manor, is definitely not something a brat who still smells of his mother's milk like you can do." But ignoring their shock, he smirked and said slowly, "The weak have no right to live in the apocalypse. The 7-day newbie protection period in the apocalypse game is over. Your decades of hard-trained kung fu are not even a match for a random zombie on the street." Haobo still refused to accept it, saying, "Impossible. It cannot be just him. How could Lin Zi Luo have gotten so strong?" Zi Luo's eyebrows twitched. He raised his blade from a ready stance and replied softly, "I alone am more than enough to kill you all." Zi Luo raised his fist towards him. As Elder Guang moved forward, he quickly raised both hands to block. But he was still pushed back, crying out in pain. This very thing made his eyes light up. He raised a hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. "This old man Guang Ra's physique is pretty good. This one punch of mine, if it had hit Yuan Zhan, would have knocked him down instantly." On the other hand, he was extremely anxious. He narrowed his wrinkled eyes, silently making a decision. Now that things have come to this is the only way. Then, he clenched his fists, and instantly his shirt was torn apart by his rippling six-pack abs. But this alone did not faze Zi Luo. He brandished his blade and charged. The old man dodged and said, "You have no martial ethics." His expression unchanging, he replied, "Right now I want to take your head. Do I need your permission for that? Or do I need permission from 18 generations of your ancestors?" Without waiting for a reply, he immediately brandished his blade and used the skill, Tali Shuangzhan. The blade slashed through his arm and did not stop there. It suddenly flew back to attack again, causing Elder Guang to cry out in pain. Suppressing the pain in his arm, he looked at him suspiciously and said, "How can this be? I have trained the Iron Fist for 50 years. How could I lose so quickly? I cannot accept this." Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Seizing that opportunity, Zi Luo quickly stabbed his blade straight into his neck and said, "You should never leave loose ends. Only by killing all your enemies can you truly be at ease." Looking at the corpse at his feet, he said, "What a pitiful and conservative person. It is the apocalypse, and you still stubbornly believe that martial arts is about exchanging moves one by one. The truth is, one must not only be strong enough, but also have sharp and precise control of the situation, keeping up with the times. Otherwise, the only path is death." He turned to look and saw Hao Bo, dazed and trembling with fear, collapsing to the ground, which made him say contemptuously, "This useless?" His expression unchanging, he raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it straight into his leg, making him clutch his leg and scream in pain. "Ah! Ah!" The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, "Awake now. Are we not playing dead anymore?" As he spoke, he stabbed a few more times. His eyes widened as he screamed frantically, "Help! Lin Zi Luo! My parents will not let you get away with this." Hearing this, he chuckled and stabbed down again. This torture seemed to have reached his limit. He said, "I beg you, kill me. I beg you to kill me quickly." Zi Luo replied, "Kill you? Of course I am going to kill you." "Oh, right. If you had not reminded me, I would have forgotten." He opened the system panel and selected a weapon. It was a dull knife. The duller the knife, the harder it is to cut. He mercilessly let Hao Bo have a taste, and another scream rang out, "Ah!" He raised a hand to scratch his hair and said, "Ah, my apologies. This knife is too dull. It cannot stab through. My bad." But a moment later, his attitude changed, and he said coldly, "This stab is for myself." As he spoke, he forcefully stabbed him, making him turn pale. Ah, and it did not stop there. Zi Luo continued, "The path this knife takes is for the 15 years I spent hiding, my life hanging by a thread. Honestly, the pain you are suffering is not even 1% of mine." Hearing this, he looked stunned and asked, 10 years? What 10 years? Hao Bo retorted with a stunned look. I clearly only started thinking of torturing you 3 years ago after I found out. Zi Luo's face darkened, revealing a sinister smile as he stabbed him and said, This stab is for me. This stab is for my amusement. The overwhelming pain made him beg for his life. Stop. Stop your hand. Ugh. Ignoring his words, this time he aimed for the left side of his chest and stabbed down with all his might, saying, This stab is for my Lin family. I have never met them, but it is right for a son to avenge his parents. As for the other stabs, it does not matter who they are for, as long as I am happy. A moment later, he opened the system panel again and activated the metal clamp weapon. Seeing Zi Luo approach with the clamp and a strange smile, Hao Bo was terrified. His body trembled uncontrollably as he said, What do you want to do? He replied without hesitation, You should thank me. This is a punishment I invented. I wonder how many people you have tortured to death with this hand. I have to admit, you really have a talent for torturing people. Hearing this, he seemed to realize something. His eyes widened and he screamed, This is the method I used. Could it be? Before he could finish, Zi Luo cut off a piece of his flesh. He quickly used the clamp to stuff it into his mouth, ignoring his screams of no, no. After the struggle, Hao Bo, covered in injuries, lay slumped against the wall with a vacant stare. Looking at his pathetic state, he mocked, Is that all you can take? In your past life, you researched so many forms of torture and harmed so many people. This is not even a fraction of what you did to others. Suddenly, he stroked his chin and said cheerfully, Forget it. Seeing you like this, torturing you is not fun anymore. It is just a shame I cannot use all those methods you researched on you. Even so, Zi Luo had no intention of letting Hao Bo go. He continuously stabbed at his neck while saying, You are not just pretending, are you? I overestimated him. Based on his acting skills, he could not fake this state. Forget it. Breaking his spirit to its absolute limit is enough, Ta Li Shuangjian. After saying that, he waved his hand and turned away. Suddenly, a strange light emanated from his body, followed by a massive explosion. But it seemed Zi Luo had seen it coming. He calmly opened a bamboo umbrella to shield himself. Night enveloped the outside. Zi Luo looked ahead and could not help but sigh. The night view from the Li family's villa really is not bad. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A change in player Lin Zi Luo's mental state has been detected. Successfully activated the Heart of Revenge talent. Seeing this, he was stunned. The system displayed, Heart of Revenge, check, Zi Luo said in surprise. So I have activated a talent. Then he clicked check. The system displayed a reminder. Talents and talent skills in the Apocalypse game are two different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books, while talents can only be self-activated when personal conditions like attributes, mindset, mental state, experience, and abilities reach a certain suitable level. It can be activated autonomously. Skill activation can rely on skill books, but talent activation depends entirely on luck and strength. Talent skill, Heart of Revenge. The vengeful spirit of Lin Zi Luo repays every grievance. Against those you identify as enemies, you will possess strength greater than your attributes. Your attributes are enhanced based on your level of hatred. The higher the hatred, the greater the boost to your basic attributes, up to a maximum increase of 20%. After reading, he thought excitedly, I did not expect this Heart of Revenge to be so good. It can increase basic attributes by up to 20%. Then he muttered to himself, My basic attributes in the game will get higher and higher, so the boost from this talent will also grow. This is basically a constantly growing talent. What a huge gain. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. Host has successfully killed 269 people in the Li family manor, successfully completing the Lin Zi Luo's vengeance quest. Increases magic power, increases magic casting speed, skill power increased by 5%, magic skill casting speed increased by 5%, mental power recovery speed increased by 20%. After staring at the item for a while, Zi Luo stroked his chin and said with a hint of disappointment, I cannot use this. However, for a mage, this is a top-tier item. I can sell it in the shop later and make a fortune. After saying that, he placed it in his bag. Looking at his inventory, he could not help but think, the auto-loot function is really great. I do not have to worry about missing any equipment at all. I have to say, the killing mechanism in this game is really twisted. Recalling those rules, he sneered, in the Apocalypse game, once you kill a person, their storage space is lost forever. You cannot get the items inside. Players can only check the corpse to see if there are any items. However, you only have a short window of opportunity to check the body. Everyone knows that because of the death mechanic, people will often choose to take you down with them. This is also a way the Apocalypse game discourages player killing. Suddenly, he discovered an item left by Yuan Zhan. His curiosity piqued. He reached out to inspect it and thought, Purification Necklace. The system immediately explained, Purification Necklace, bronze-grade equipment. The necklace has a purification ability, attribute, Spirit +1, attached skill. Purification can instantly remove a negative status effect you are suffering from. For example, petrification, stun, blindness, and so on. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Comparing the two necklaces on the screen, a choice. Purification necklace, meditation necklace. His brows furrowed as he calculated. The attributes of this necklace are not as good as the meditation necklace. But this attached skill can be life-saving in actual combat, so he finally decided that the other two items were useless and tossed them into his storage. Tulak let out a long sigh and then said, System, draw a common directive for me. The system received the information and began processing the data, drawing a common directive. The draw is complete. Congratulations. Host for drawing a common directive. Absolute enslavement level. One can enslave a zombie whose strength does not exceed the host's, making it your own slave. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any of the master's commands. It will see the host as its master, and it will protect the master's safety even if it means death. Note, the zombie will have a partial player analysis panel, which can grow with the zombie, and it may also have some player privileges. Once the bound zombie dies, this directive's function will disappear. Grasping the key point, he was so stunned he shouted, Oh my god, enslaving a zombie! I never heard of enslaving zombies in my previous life. Am I really not dreaming? He said as he pinched his own cheek. Feeling how real it was, he cried out, Ouch! This is freaking awesome! If this zombie is truly loyal to me, then Tulak laughed smugly to himself. I guess I won't have to do all that hard work anymore. Sigh, ever since Qiu Jing Han betrayed me, I've been wary of everyone. I guess I'm all alone in this life. But what if it is a tireless zombie that follows me? Maybe that is something I can trust with my broken heart. Then, as if he thought of something, he seriously asked the system, what effects will this absolute enslavement directive gain when it is upgraded? He quickly saw the answer. Absolute enslavement, after upgrading, will increase the number of zombies that can be enslaved. Each level adds one more slot. A memory fragment from his childhood with a screaming voice, suddenly flashed through his mind. It startled him, and he kept shaking his head, telling himself, don't do it, don't do it. However, to reach that level, how high do I need to upgrade absolute enslavement? I will have to research this slowly. But what kind of zombie would be good to enslave? Those guys who could become zombie kings later on are not bad. Although those guys have a lot of potential, I feel it is not perfect enough. Most importantly, I do not know if they can still develop like they did in my previous life after being enslaved. Forget it. I will deal with that later. In my previous life, I heard the Li family's basement had a lot of treasures. I will go see if there is anything useful, he said as he headed straight downstairs. The moment he opened the door, his eyes lit up like stars, but he quickly came to his senses, looking at the pile of gold, silver, and jewels. He tossed them aside and said, In the apocalypse, this stuff is not worth a single penny. It is too rough to even use as toilet paper. So Tulak turned his attention to other things, he said cheerfully. I remember these paintings will be useful later, but I do not remember exactly what for. I will take them first. He shamelessly put them in his bag, then turned to look at another weapon. Of course, only the Li family would have something like this. This knife is inlaid with gemstones. Are they afraid people do not know they are rich? After struggling for a while, he happily left humming after looting everything. Walking around the Li family's estate, he decided, I have lived 2 lives and have never stayed in such a luxurious villa. I will sleep here tonight. As he entered a room, a figure appeared, making him panic. He took out his flashlight and thought, there is absolutely no way there are any living people in this manor. When he got closer, he discovered it was a locked-up zombie. The system displayed the information. Zombie, level 4. Basic attributes, Strength 25, Spirit 3, Constitution 26, Agility 18. Attributes increase at night. Innate talent, Herculean strength, epic grade talent. Your strength will increase as you level up. The effects of all strength-related items and equipment you use will be enhanced. Your skills only consume stamina, not spiritual power. Skillful power blow. Gather all your strength into your fist. This punch deals damage equal to 150% of your strength attribute. As if he had struck gold, Tulak said happily, This zombie is ridiculously strong, and it even gets an attribute boost at night. It is just like a bronze-grade boss. This is too much of a coincidence. I just got the absolute enslavement directive and then this zombie shows up. Suddenly, the zombie widened its bloodshot red eyes and stared at him. The two faced each other in silence. Realizing it was abnormally quiet, Tulak spoke up. Big bro, I am a human and you are a zombie. Should not you be trying to bite me right now? Suddenly the system displayed Spirit 3. This made him facepalm and say, no wonder its spirit is only 3. If it were in human society, it would be considered intellectually disabled. But then he changed his tune and laughed. Heh, it has personality. System, with its attributes this high, can I choose to enslave it? The system replied, you can. Due to this zombie's mental deficiencies, its total combined attributes are not higher than the host's. He fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, oh, this zombie is really not bad. I really covet its talent. As for its mental state, that is fine. System, I want to enslave this zombie, he decided in his mind. Whatever, a little dumb is good. A little dumb means it will be obedient. The system confirmed, is the host sure you want to use absolute enslavement level 1 to enslave this zombie? Yes, no. He chose yes without hesitation. A red light emanated from the zombie's body, and it seemed to be resisting with all its might. Tulak's eyes widened in surprise as he said, is it trying to struggle? But in an instant, the zombie's face returned to its initial dazed state. This change in its expression made him stumble back in astonishment. You call that a struggle? Is it too late to regret this now? As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, zombie successfully enslaved. Please, host, give your enslaved zombie a name. This gave him another headache. He scratched his head and thought aloud, since this guy is so big and strong and has the epic talent Herculean strength, let us just call him Da Nok. The system registered the information and replied, successfully named the zombie Dangak. Congratulations, host, on successfully subjugating Dangak. Da Ngak will absolutely obey any of the master's commands, and he will protect the master's safety even if it means death. Absolute enslavement level 1 has bound Da Ngak. Creating player analysis panel for Da Nok. Player Da Nok. Level 4, experience 32 out of 50. Reputation data lost cannot be opened. Currency 0. Storage space data lost cannot be opened. Basic attributes. Strength 25. Spirit 3. Constitution 26. Agility 18. Title none. Talent Herculean strength. Skill full power blow. Equipment none. Reminder to host. Dangok's player analysis panel was forcibly implanted by the system. Therefore, it cannot inherit reputation and storage space functions, and cannot gain experience from rewards for completing zombie-related quests. Danode's leveling method and progress are the same as a normal zombies. Killing zombies can yield currency with a 1% chance to drop items and equipment. Tulak looked at him in the iron cage and said excitedly, come on, Danok, prove yourself. I do not believe this cage can hold you with your current attributes. Just as he predicted, Dangok grabbed the 2 iron bars in front of him, pulled them apart with his strength, and slowly walked out towards him. Once out, Dangok laughed happily. Heh. While Tulak could only sigh wearily and say, what on earth was I thinking, expecting him to do something else? It is already amazing that he can understand my commands. Opening the system panel, he selected the leather wristbands, Constitution +1, Strength +1. Then he equipped it and checked the basic attributes again. The system displayed Dangok's basic attributes. Strength 26, Spirit 3, Constitution 27, Agility 18. Reminder, this zombie does not have a nighttime attribute increase. That is not surprising, he sighed as he turned to leave and said, I guessed right. Its attributes are already heaven-defying. If it also had the nighttime attribute increase, that would be too overpowered. He walked away without looking back, but gave a command with a wave of his hand. Danok, I am going to sleep for a bit. You stand guard at the door and do not let anything disturb me. It roared in response. The next morning, after waking up, Tulak stretched and opened the door. The first thing he saw was the large figure of Danjak waiting there. He did not hold back his praise. Not bad, my friend. Not bad at all. Hearing that, it laughed happily. Heh. He pointed to the ground and asked curiously, you do not eat the corpses of other zombies. You shook your head with all your might, and he chuckled, saying, you really are a one-of-a-kind zombie. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the dining room, using a small spell to conjure a table full of delicious food. But just as he picked up the bowl of beans, the continuous dripping sound caught his attention. Tulak turned to look and saw it was Danok, his eyes shining brightly, drooling non-stop as he begged for food. Seeing this, he tempted him. Why don't you come and have a bite too? Hearing this, the boy nodded eagerly. He then said, come on, let's eat. While thinking in confusion, I've lived through 2 lifetimes and have never met a zombie as strange as this one. It doesn't eat zombie or human flesh, but likes to eat hot food. He pointed to a chair and said, sit down and eat. Danok eagerly ran over and ate ravenously, ignoring Tulak's judgmental gaze. Before, I struggled to gather so many supplies with nowhere to store them. Now I have Dai and Gok to share them with. Not bad. The original plan was to find Li Haobo for revenge after reaching level 5 or 6, but that's all over now. I've already reached level 8, so I don't need to find dungeons to level up anymore. At this point, he opened the system and took out a map, then continued to plan, based on my current equipment and with Dai Nujig's strength to help. Looking at the map in his hand, he couldn't help but say, maybe I can directly try for the shadow class change. Looking at the Shanghai Museum, he said, next destination, the Shanghai Museum, to find the class change scroll. Tulak thought to himself, I remember the scroll hidden in the Shanghai Museum is the key to the class change. Suddenly, he recalled something crucial about the class change space. After activating it, the player must complete 3 class change trials. This allows them to obtain the class change scroll. If they don't complete the trials in time, the class change fails, and the player is killed instantly. At this point, memories of his past life started replaying in his mind like a movie. My roommate and I heard there was a treasure in the Shanghai Museum, so we went to look for it, but on the way, I got news that Qiu Jing Han was having an affair with Li Haobo. I wanted to find Li Haobo for revenge, but it turned out he had bought off my 3 roommates, and they tricked me into entering the class change space. They wanted me to fail the class change to have an excuse to kill me, but I unexpectedly succeeded, and that scar stayed with me for 10 years. Thinking of the Mado Museum, Tulak thought, in my past life, this happened on the 8th day of the Apocalypse game. Now it's only the 4th day, so there definitely won't be anyone at the museum. After thinking it through, he said with satisfaction, this time, without Li Haobo in the way, it should be much smoother. Looking at Dai Ngok, who was still eating heartily, he suddenly had an idea. It's just that his appearance is a bit too conspicuous. I've got it. A moment later, the 2 of them were standing in front of the villa gate. Dai Ngok was completely covered up, with a large sword slung over his shoulder. This made Tulak think with satisfaction. This is perfect. At the Shanghai Museum, many other zombies were loitering outside, while Tulak and his companion hid in a blind spot. He thought to himself, it seems someone has already arrived. I need to be careful. And in the blink of an eye, he took down 3 zombies by himself. The system announced, congratulations, host, for obtaining a one-time use bronze-grade item. He clicked on his inventory, and an analysis panel appeared. Fireball Spells Scroll, a one-time use bronze-grade item. After use, it can release a fireball spell with fixed power. The player can control the fireball to attack enemies or choose to detonate it for massive damage. He said happily, not bad. Suddenly sensing something, he whipped around and saw Dai Ngok being touched by other zombies. Tulak hid behind a wall, secretly observing Dai Ngok. He couldn't help but think, Dai Ngok doesn't attack zombies, and zombies don't attack him. That's interesting. Dai Ngok can approach zombies for a sneak attack. He can even open treasure chests without fighting. This way, we can probably avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, when Dai Ngok opens treasure chests, he doesn't get rewards like experience, reputation, or storage space, which is a bit of a waste. We'll see how it goes and decide then. Suddenly, he remembered the past and thought worriedly, in my past life, on the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies here were almost all cleared out by players. Now, it'll be a bit difficult for just the 2 of us to handle. Tulak used binoculars to observe the situation inside the museum. Looking at the people inside, he muttered, the class change scroll can't be out here. Otherwise, it'd be simpler to just send Dai Ngok in to get it. No, that's not right. He suddenly noticed something unusual and overheard someone. To clear these zombies inside the museum, we don't have enough people. The way these people talk isn't standard. They need more practice. I wonder if I'm guessing correctly. The battle traces I just saw were likely left by them. If I can join them and enter the museum, I could avoid a lot of trouble. In the Xiao Runfa shopping center, at the Death God Club, Gao Dong stood on a high platform, looked down at the crowd, and shouted, all right! So, it's decided. We'll set out once we've gathered 200 people. Everyone, prepare your own weapons. But the people below didn't accept this, shouting in protest, I can't wait anymore. Waiting for 200 people is underestimating our strength. Let's just go now. The others shouted in agreement. That's right. I want to eat a whole roasted goat. Yeah, we're already running low on supplies. Gao Dong, what are you waiting for? Do you want us to starve to death here? You're going to take away our brother's supplies. A slap sent Da Huangmao staggering to the ground. Ding Xiangjing looked at him angrily and said, Da Huangmao, calm down. He struggled to his feet, touching the wound on his mouth, and said in a hoarse voice, I'm telling you, Ding Xiangjing, don't think you can show off in front of us just because you have some bronze-grade iron rod. You can slap me, but as long as you listen to me, I can let it go. So, How about you consider it? As he spoke, he reached out to touch her face. Her expression darkened, and she gripped the iron rod tighter, saying coldly, I know what you're planning, Da Huang Mao. Listen to you? In your dreams. You think you're worthy? Embarrassed and angry, he shouted back. What? Don't be hasty. I'm being a gentleman right now and won't mess with you. Just wait until I get my chance. I'll mess you up so bad your own mother won't recognize you. She angrily pointed at his face. You think you can mess with me? You wouldn't last a minute. That's hilarious. The surrounding crowd laughed along, humiliating him. He quickly pulled out a wooden club to fight. Don't blame me for not being polite. Seeing this, the crowd started taunting him. Go on, Huang Mao, don't be scared. Why are you acting like a scared little girl? Go on, pretty lady, hit him hard for us. I want to see how that sexy body of yours moves when you fight. Seeing the situation getting chaotic, Gao Dong quickly tried to intervene. Everyone, stop fighting, listen to me. Suddenly, a sound from behind the door caught everyone's attention. And then, Lin Tulak appeared, wearing a mask, with Dai Nok standing guard behind him. Seeing the person clearly, Tulak thought with some surprise, it's him. As Tulak stepped inside, he immediately saw a familiar figure. In my past life, on the very day I activated the scroll, I think I met him. His name was Gao something, right? The girl dressed all in pink spoke with extreme annoyance. Who are you people, and what are you doing here? After she said that, all eyes fell on him and Dai Nok. Gao Dong stepped closer and asked politely, May I ask how to address you, brother? What business do you have at our Death God Club? A young man from afar was staring intently at them. The other person repeated the question. That's right. How should we address you, brother? They tried to scan his information, but nothing came up. What the hell is with this information? They turned to the person next to him, and the scan showed basic information, name, Dai, and Gok. Title, none. Level, 4. They were puzzled. Who would name themselves Big Dummy? Tulak gestured to himself and Dai knew Gok. My brother and I saw it was quite lively here and wanted to see if we could join. As soon as Gao Dong heard this, his expression changed and he dropped all his caution. You want to join our Death God Club? We certainly welcome you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the president of the Death God Club, Gao Dong. He extended his hand enthusiastically, as if greeting a long-lost friend, which made the other person pause for a second. Tulak scratched his head. Me? My name is Lin Lak. Looking at the person next to him carrying a huge pole on his shoulder, he continued, This is my brother, Big Idiot. He's a bit slow and simple-minded. He used to be a bodyguard for a rich person. Cao Dong blended in very quickly, extending both hands for a handshake and smiling widely. Okay. 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 Okay, brother Lam Lak. I represent the Death God Club and welcoming you to join. He secretly rejoiced. This guy is a bit foolish. Doesn't that mean he's easy to trick? Tulak cooperated smoothly. Great, great. We are now part of an organization. Behind the insect warrior mask, he also smiled to himself. I didn't expect joining them to be this easy. The two of them and Cao Dong sat in a private room to get acquainted. Brother Lam Lak, brother Big Idiot, we really hit it off right away. I was wondering what hobbies you guys have. As your brother, I'll arrange everything for you. He started to create a new identity. It's like this. Old brother Cow. My brother and I love to fight. Our greatest goal is to become stronger. Normally, in our free time, we like to go out and kill zombies to level up. We came here mainly to join a group. Cao Dong broke out in a slight sweat but had to appear calm. Ah, you want to get stronger, huh? I have a lot of skill books saved up. Well then, I'll give something to my brothers that you'll like. Hearing this, Tulak feigned confusion. A skill book? Is there really such a good thing as a free skill book? He waved his hands and shook his head. A skill book. This must be very valuable, right? He gestured and laughed. We're all family. What's value between us? Come on, brother Lam Lak, take it. Cao Dong pushed the book closer to him. Tulak looked closely, thinking to himself, oh my god, it's really a skill book. Did I start this life the wrong way? Are all the players in this game so generous? He opened the book and saw the skill card, Daze and Rage. This is a warrior-type skill. After using it, you will enter an uncontrollable state, lose all consciousness, and become a madman who only attacks living creatures nearby. All stats increase by 20 to 50%, depending on the level of rage. The duration is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you will enter a state of chaos based on the stat increase. The higher the increase, the longer the chaos lasts. The side effects of this skill are huge. Use with caution. Use with caution. After reading this, Tulak's face fell. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. To completely lose consciousness for 2 minutes. How is that any different from a zombie? Besides, an unconscious person's combat ability is nothing like a conscious one's. Cao Dong scratched his face and laughed awkwardly. Although the side effects of this skill are quite large, he hesitated, then tried to save face. But this skill can be a lifesaver when you fall into a desperate situation. He thought to himself, do you think I'm that stupid to have a skill book and not use it? But is this skill even for humans? Still, I didn't expect this kid to react so quickly. Tulak closed the book, clenched his fist, and pretended to be very grateful. I can feel your kind intentions, old brother Cow. I really like this skill book. Thank you, old brother Cow. Then he said something that left Cao Dong speechless. Is there anything else you want to say, old brother Cow? If not, my brother and I are going to level up now. The two of them quickly stood up to leave. He still hadn't recovered. Was I mistaken about his smile earlier? Just as Tulak turned to leave, he was called back. Brother Lamb, wait. He asked, is there anything else, old brother Cow? Cao Dong pulled something from his pocket. He hurriedly took out a golden card and said, I feel bad, brother Lamb. How about this? I still have a KFC fried chicken supply voucher. Shall we use it together? He thought to himself. After all, I tried to trick him with that skill book first. I should give him some compensation. Seeing this, Tulak waved his hand to refuse. Hey, that's not necessary. Big Idiot and I have to go find zombies for experience points. Behind the mask, he felt conflicted. Taking the skill book already made the guy feel guilty. If I take the supply card too, I'll feel a bit bad myself. I guess I have to accept. Then on behalf of my brother, thank you, old brother Cow. The two of them finally left. Cao Dong waved goodbye. Go on. If you need any help, find us any time, brother Lamb. He smiled and watched them leave affectionately. Brother Lamb Lack, you're really not bad. I gave you such a useless skill book, and you didn't even complain. What a good brother. Tulak and Big Idiot left the room. Footsteps approached from the opposite direction. A man stood with his arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He walked past him without a glance and said, Brother, I don't mean to threaten you. I just want to give you a warning. Don't get too close to Cao Dong. The man put a threatening hand on his shoulder. Otherwise, even if your brother is a strong fighter. Tulak had no time for words. He shoved the man's hand off him. Then he turned to his friend and said, Big Idiot, what are you spacing out for? Get to work. The arrogant guy laughed loudly as his lackeys drew their guns. Ha! So what if you're big? You're only level 4. Let me tell you, everyone behind me is level 4. The moment his name was called, Big Idiot stomped his foot, shaking the ground and cracking it, stunning everyone. He casually swatted a guy, sending him flying and spitting blood. The leader was sent flying a great distance. Now, his lackeys couldn't even hold their guns steady, trembling with fear and not daring to look. Tulak then asked, Do you have anything else to add? The two men, trembling like leaves, quickly dropped their weapons and raised their hands, stammering, No, nothing. Big Idiot quietly stepped back behind Tulak. Passers-by saw the blood on the floor and whispered, Damn, one slap sent his head spinning. That's terrifying. You know, Jia Dai always wanted to challenge Cao Dong for the club leader position. They were wide-eyed with shock, imagining all sorts of scenarios. What if this is the helper that Cao Dong found? Using this simple and brutal method to eliminate dissent and conveniently warn others. The person next to him replied in a daze, That's not impossible. Unbeknownst to them, Cao Dong was standing right behind them. Who knows what he heard? What's all the noise? Have you all run out of things to do? The group jumped, startled. One of them went over and whispered the news to him. Looking at the man on the floor whose head was twisted to the side, he still had questions. Did Brother Lamb and his brother really kill Jia Dai? The person who reported to Cao Dong solemnly recounted the situation. We don't know that guy. Never seen him before. He had a brother with him. I think his name was Big Idiot. After hearing this, he burst out laughing, looking down at the body. Brother Lam Lack, you've given me a great gift. With his hands on his hips, Cao Dong stared at the body and reasoned. To kill Jia Dai in front of so many people, he's definitely helping me establish my authority. Now, perhaps no one else will dare to covet the club president's position. He crossed his arms and ordered his subordinate, Go find a few people and bury Jia Dai. Make the funeral look decent. If he has any good equipment on him, share it among the brothers. The man nodded in obedience. Yes, boss. After getting rid of a major rival, Cao Dong skipped and hummed happily. Tulak and Big Idiot found a quiet room. He rested his chin on his hand, dejectedly studying the skill book, while Big Idiot sat enjoying his food. Tulak glanced aside. System, let me ask you something. Will Big Idiot ever attack me or do anything to harm me? The response was immediate, under no circumstances. Protecting the host is an instinct the system has programmed into Big Idiot. It has nothing to do with whether he is rational or not. He closed the book and pursed his lips. I see. Big Idiot was startled when Tulak approached him while he was eating. He held out the book, thinking, I can still control Big Idiot's behavior. If so, that means after Big Idiot activates Daze and Rage, I'll get a free stat boost. Nice. Even though he was mid-bite, he obediently took the book. Tulak patted his shoulder encouragingly, smiling brightly. Study hard, okay? Who knew Big Idiot would let out an unbearable burp right in his face? Tulak reluctantly sat close to him as Big Idiot began to learn the new skill. He watched him, feeling a contagious happiness and smiling unconsciously. Big Idiot is truly a zombie with a fool's luck. I also have to work hard and get to level 10. At the very least, my strength will double at level 10 after my class change. Big Idiot was in the middle of eating when he was told to move. Let's go, Big Idiot, we're gonna level up. We can also test out your new skill. I remember a good place at the Shanghai Library. There's a game arcade there too. The scene changes to the street outside. People were walking about normally. The two of them strolled leisurely under the bright sun. Arriving at an emergency exit, he followed close behind him with his familiar sword. In front of them was a glowing door at the end of the hall. Inside was the game arcade Tulak had mentioned. He had put on his mask, covering his face. The two moved closer, and Tulak placed his hand on the door. The system appeared. Welcome player Tulak to the game shop. Happy shopping. The door slowly opened, releasing a puff of smoke. He stepped inside. The room was filled with system screens, like a 3D space. Each screen corresponded to a choice, such as weapon types, accessory types, and mask types. Tulak stared intently for a long time, his eyes narrowing slightly. He thought for a long while, then decided, I still have a deposit of 6,000 gold coins. A good quality bronze tier equipment set costs 2,000 gold coins. I can definitely buy the pants, gloves, and armor I'm missing. Tulak was happy to find what he was looking for. While he was happily browsing, a sound echoed. From one of the screens, a hand in a black glove reached out. Its sharp claws were getting closer and closer to Tulak. He was suddenly taken by surprise. It was the hand of a zombie. Tulak swiftly dodged to the side, luckily escaping. Faced with this situation, even a brave man like him broke into a cold sweat, his face pale. That was dangerous. I was almost hit. Danger lurked everywhere. Tulak stood still, thinking. The shop did not have any openings. It seems the zombie is inside. Before, only an arm came through. Now, the entire upper body of a female zombie crawled out of the screen, looking terrifying. Tulak had no choice but to draw his sword. This zombie lives inside the game shop. He thought for a moment, then grinned and nodded. I have seen this in my past life. Is a zombie like this favored by the game? The woman had completely emerged from the game, struggling to stand. She lunged forward with her arms wide open, her mouth agape and drooling. A single basic strike was enough for Tulak to deal with this reckless zombie. He turned, locked onto the target, and struck swiftly. The woman fell to the ground at his feet, her status changing to dead. Tulak proudly crossed his arms and commanded, System, quickly, auto-loot. A large item chest appeared. Tulak's whole being lit up, his face filled with hope. Will it be an explosive attribute weapon or a special attribute equipment? He opened the chest. Before seeing anything, he saw a blue light. A roll of toilet paper. Congratulations, host, for receiving one supply card, one roll of toilet paper. Tulak was incredibly disappointed, his face scrunching up. He entered the final moments. This shopping trip consumed a total of 6,000 gold coins. Remaining balance, 0 gold coins. Shopping complete. Preparing to close the game shop. The surrounding scenery changed, turning into a normal place with displayed goods. It took Tulak a moment to regain his composure. Around him now was a clean, shiny room with items neatly arranged on shelves. He looked around, not very excited. Tulak casually grabbed a bag of items. Forget it, let us go check on Dai Nok's harvest first. When he stepped outside, he saw that Dai Nok had already taken care of all the zombies lying scattered in front of the door. Tulak gave him a thumbs up as a reward. The two looked at each other and smiled strangely. He strode towards the muscular zombie that was still moving. The ceiling beams were covered in long streaks of blood. The system announced continuously, Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained one-time use bronze tier item, Rotten Scarecrow. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained bronze tier equipment combo gloves. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained bronze tier equipment counterblade. Tulak collected them all. Congratulations, player Tulak, for obtaining a new item. The new item has high compatibility with the Tang blade you are holding. It can be fused and upgraded using a fusion stone. He turned to look at something, his brow slightly furrowed. The experience bar appeared. 40% more experience needed for level 9. Tulak's eyes followed it. He stroked his chin, smiled, and nodded in satisfaction. Auto-loot is truly great. This way I will not miss anything. Then he pressed the button to inspect the new item's attributes. The Rotten Scarecrow card appeared. A one-time use bronze tier item. After the player places it on the ground, it can transfer the aggro of hostile creatures to the Scarecrow. Only after the Scarecrow is completely destroyed will they resume attacking the player. Not bad, not bad, it is a lifesaver. The next item was the combo gloves, bronze tier equipment. After equipping, there is a chance for a combo strike, strength attribute +1, constitution +1. After each attack, there is a 5% chance to add one extra attack. Tulak himself could not help but exclaim in surprise. This skill attribute is almost like lightning double slash. It just does not have the explosive effect, and its power is not higher than lightning double slash, but it is not bad. He happily studied his new toy. Counter blade, bronze tier equipment, a long-bladed sword crafted from steel that has been repeatedly forged and tempered. Strength attribute +3. Tulak drew the blade, his eyes shining brightly. If I max out strength, completely ignore all additional effects, and focus everything on power, this could be considered a top-tier bronze equipment. He browsed through his other equipment. Combo gloves equipped. The system spoke. Does player Tulak wish to use a fusion stone to fuse the Tang blade and the counter blade? Equipment created by a fusion stone has a certain chance to be one tier higher than the original equipment. Unless you are extremely unlucky, it will not result in equipment worse than the original. Tulak clutched the item card in his hand, suddenly becoming nervous and breaking into a cold sweat. Although you have a golden finger system, it can only guarantee the equipment drop rate, not other things. He took a deep breath and made a decision. Tulak gathered his courage and shouted decisively, "Fuse." He thought, at worst, I will just lose one piece of equipment, but what if it succeeds? The system quickly activated. Player Tulak has activated the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the counterblade and the Tang blade. Are you sure you want to fuse? After fusion, these two pieces of equipment will be permanently lost. Fusion beginning. Please wait 30 minutes. At this moment, in front of them was a lavish table of food. Just looking at it made their mouths water. He and Dai Nok each took a spot and ate voraciously. The boy had just sat down and had already gnawed a bone clean. Halfway through his bowl of rice, a notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, player. Tulak, fusion successful. Obtained silver tier equipment. Beheading demon blade. He paused, confused. Once the system's message sank in, Tulak was shocked. He stammered, "A silver tier weapon." He immediately rushed over to check it with a frantic look. The silver level equipment of the decapitation demon pain is made from the pain of the diaphragm and the decapitation demon pain, combined with the previous behavior of the decapitation, successfully forming a demon pain that has a positive reaction to the decapitation. Attribute strength +4, constitution +1, can slowly repair cracks on the blade after combat ends. Passive skill, beheading. During the beheading process, beheading speed is increased by up to 20%. After a successful beheading, player's strength is increased by 1 point for 3 minutes. Can be stacked up to 2 times, Tulak shouted in excitement. Oh my god, this attribute. It is heaven-defying. He took out the new weapon to try it immediately. This is truly an unbelievable honor. It is too heaven-defying. The boy was still examining the clean bone when he was called, Dai Nok, let us go. We are heading back to the library to get the scroll. The two of them left. Tulak was looking at the map to find the way. He pointed while explaining the plan to the boy. Dai Nok, this time, no holding back. Just charge straight ahead. We will fight our way to the library first, then we will talk. The boy listened and looked on blankly. After that, Dai and Jock did exactly as he was told. He immediately swept through a whole crowd without a second glance. Tulak also charged forward. With the new demon blade, he was like a tiger with wings. With a single swing of the blade, he unleashed extraordinary power. Tulak spun and threw the demon blade towards a group of zombies huddled together. It made a circle and then returned to its original spot like a boomerang. He smiled, full of energy. Congratulations, player Tulak, for leveling up to level 9. Obtained 1 free attribute point. Player Tulak needs 1,000 experience points for the next level up. That last strike made 3 of them bleed, lying face down on the floor. He rested the blade on his shoulder and sighed. Finally, suddenly, he saw something strange that startled him. Tulak almost fainted at the sight before him, confused. Huh, oh my god, what are you doing? At this moment, Dai Nok's clothes were torn to shreds from fighting. His long pants were now shorts, his face was grim, and he was growling, with smoke even coming out of his mouth. Tulak looked over, so frustrated he did not know what else to say. He was stunned, flabbergasted, and speechless. Dai Nok's original humanoid setting, it was not a humanoid beast, was it? Tulak immediately started to leave, not forgetting to instruct his brother, Hey, Dai Nok, you hold them off here for a bit, I am leaving. Clear out the restroom area. In 10 minutes, go to the rooftop. I will wait for you on the rooftop. The boy just gave a low growl in response. Half an hour later, as planned, the two of them regrouped on the rooftop with a crowd of zombies. Tulak put his hands in his pockets, looking up arrogantly. Dai Nok, activate Godless Fury. Instantly, the beast within him was summoned. Godless fury. His muscles swelled, bulging and ripping his shirt. Now, he just casually directed him. Die, knock. It is those 11 zombies in front of you. They ate all of your roasted chicken. You will not have any roasted chicken to eat tomorrow. As if his sore spot had been hit, his power level shot to the max. He gritted his teeth, full of rage. Dongok, just warming up, was enough to scare the zombies stiff, freezing them in place. Tulak sat leisurely, sipping a cup of premium Longjing tea as if he were in a cafe. Who knew a storm would follow right after? There is no peace when you are putting out one fire after another. Good heavens, is this divine fury really that powerful? Dongok threw a relentless barrage of punches. He was taking on the whole mob by himself. Tulak mused that Dongok's attributes had doubled under the stimulation. You seem to be enjoying this violence. I am glad. This combat power is just insane, truly worthy of someone born with immense strength. He roared loudly, about to enter his cooldown phase. Dongok's muscles gradually returned to their normal size. He collapsed to the ground, his body covered in bruises and scratches, his face contorted in pain. His body was slowly recovering as heat escaped from his wounds. He was speechless. Oh my god, this apocalypse game even has such a freakish skill. The system displayed the information. Energy supplement. Your eating and drinking speed increases by 30% while in the eating state. The food you eat will be quickly converted into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your stamina. Tulak could not believe his eyes. Dongok was going further and further down the path of a glutton. He casually tossed some supply drinks into his mouth and then commanded, System, auto-loot. Everything was automatically collected. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the equipment enhancement scroll. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the stamina potion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the spirit potion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the protective armor. Here is some information about these items. Protective armor, a bronze-grade item. Light metal armor with protective capabilities. Attribute, Constitution +1. Agility +1. Skill, protection. At will, it forms a transparent shield around the body. The shield lasts for a few seconds. If it endures an attack exceeding a certain threshold, it will break prematurely. The skill's cooldown is 1 hour. After the shield is broken, the cooldown increases to 12 hours. Spirit Potion, a single-use bronze-grade item. After drinking, it instantly restores 10% of spirit power. It also restores 5% of spirit power every 1 minute, for a duration of 4 minutes. After use, there is a 30-minute cooldown. Tulak looked fondly at the system screen and pressed Equip, New Equipment. The screen displayed 2 enhancement items. I hope that after enhancement, the stamina absorbed by the blood-sucking ring can offset my combat consumption. Relying on my European Emperor luck, let's see what happens. His emerald green eyes flashed as the floating ring settled into his palm. Tulak smiled, his eyes glued to the system screen. The screen displayed Enhancement Successful. Congratulations to player Tulak for obtaining the Blood-Sucking Ring +2. Blood-Sucking Ring +2, an evil ring that can absorb enemy stamina in combat. Attributes, Strength +2, Constitution +2. He smiled slightly, temporarily satisfied. Good, it was a success. He pressed the equip button as he thought. Tulak's mind was already imagining countless fight scenes using this precious treasure. Blood-Sucking Ring +2. Player Tulak successfully converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina through the Blood-Sucking Ring. Blood-Sucking Ring +2. Player Tulak successfully converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own stamina through the Blood-Sucking Ring. The same sentence repeated in his ears. Thinking of this, he stroked his chin, his gaze distant. Basic attributes, Strength 28, Spirit 19, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Tulak and his brother started moving, his hands in his pockets. We have rested enough. Knock, let's go upstairs. The door was no longer intact but covered in scratches. They opened it to find a dilapidated room inside. Bookshelves were scattered everywhere, and the pitch-black darkness confused Tulak. But then he smiled, realizing that whatever could cause this much destruction and have such power had to be a boss. The two of them slowly entered the room. In his past life, the boss had already been killed by the time he got here. He did not expect to make it in time. He stopped in his tracks. I really want to see what kind of boss this is. He stood before a door with a sign that read, Shanghai Store. He reached out and turned the doorknob, making a soft clicking sound. The room inside was spacious, resembling a game shop. Congratulations, player, for successfully finding the Shanghai Store. You have earned 10 reputation points. The time each player is allowed to spend in the store per day cannot exceed 30 minutes. If you exceed 30 minutes, you will have to pay a huge penalty. In the corner of the room is a cylindrical machine. If you refuse to pay the fine, the game system will log you out directly. He cut in coldly. I know. Dear player Tulak, welcome to the Shanghai store. As you are the first customer to visit the Shanghai store, you have earned a one-time 50% discount on a single purchase. He turned his head in surprise. There is such a good deal? Da knock. Watch my back. He let out a roar in agreement. Tulak stepped inside, and the machine slowly closed the door, leaving Da knock to stand guard outside. The inside was spacious, completely surrounded by system screens. Tulak looked around with his hands in his pockets. His eyes landed on the words, "Shanghai store welcomes you." He pursed his lips, then pressed the text to view the merchandise. A large screen appeared in front of him. Things to know when shopping at the Shanghai store. Physical altercations between customers are not forbidden within the store. If customers get into a conflict and their attacks, whether physical or magical, hit the metal walls, you will have to pay for repairs even if no damage is visible. If the walls or floor of the store are splattered, you will also have to pay a cleaning fee. All fees will be calculated based on the actual situation. We hope you can have a peaceful shopping experience, Tulak pondered. The setup is exactly like in my past life. I hope no one shows up while I am shopping so I can avoid the cleaning fee. He pressed the items button. 4 screens showed 4 options. Transcendent bullet, price 1,000 gold coins, stock 100. Short range emitter, price 500 gold coins, stock 100. Ice arrow skill scroll, price 3,000 gold coins. Stock 3. Great strength pill, price 1,000 gold coins, stock 20. He was a bit flustered, not quite used to this situation. Am I too rich now? What is all this stuff? There was a red dot in the right corner of the screen. The system chimed, "Ding!" Detecting that the host is not satisfied with the items in the Shanghai store. Permission to purchase hidden items in the Shanghai store is now unlocked. He kept his eyes glued to the screen. Ding! Each city's store has a hidden shop exclusive to that city. Ding! These hidden shops are only accessible to players who have made significant contributions to the city. The purchasing rights are now unlocked for the host. Tulak was stunned into silence. He scratched his head and thought, have I really contributed that much to this city? Tulak was as pleased as a praised kitten. Let's see what great treasures the Shanghai store has. His eyes widened at what he saw. Welcome, esteemed contributor to the city. The text appeared larger and clearer than ever. Doubting himself, Tulak asked in a serious tone, System, are you absolutely sure you have not made a mistake? The system replied instantly, I am certain, host. You will understand when you check the shop. Before his eyes were extremely precious items. Shanghai Honorary Member Badge, price 200,000 yuan, stock 1. Shanghai Order Keeper Uniform, price 12,000 gold coins, stock 10. Shanghai Guardian Sigil, price 10,000 gold coins, stock 20. Tulak scratched his chin in frustration, looking at his balance of 6,545 gold coins. Enough to buy the second item. He selected the Shanghai Order Keeper uniform, thinking, I have a discount now anyway, so I will just buy it. The system asked for confirmation. Purchase the Shanghai Order Keeper uniform for 6,000 gold coins. The original price of 12,000 gold coins was shown crossed out underneath. Do you wish to proceed with the payment? Yes. Tulak quickly composed himself, thinking, I will buy the Shanghai Guardian Sigil next time. The system continued. Player Tulak, would you like to purchase anything else? He glanced away and gave a short reply. No, thanks. He walked out of the Shanghai store calmly. Thank you for your visit. Please come again. The machine let out a puff of gray smoke. With the new loot in hand, Tulak felt more secure. Shanghai Order Keeper uniform, a diamond-grade special equipment, an extremely valuable uniform with exceptionally exquisite craftsmanship. Its effects are outstanding. Only those who have made exceptional contributions to Shanghai are qualified to own it. Ability, Glamour. After equipping the Shanghai Order Keeper uniform, all your other clothing type equipment can be hidden beneath it, while their effects remain active. Comfort. The uniform has self-cleaning, partial temperature regulation, auto-repair, and blood-repellent functions. Dignity. As long as you are in Shanghai, any player with a lower reputation than you who attacks you will have all their attributes reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. You can establish the Order of Shanghai yourself. Every day, you can issue a quest for another player that can be verified by the system, but not for yourself. The quest's rewards and punishments are determined by your reputation value. The difficulty of the quest determines its specific content, and you don't have to pay for the rewards. As expected of the city's exclusive equipment, it looks pretty good. Zi Luo took off all his equipment, revealing his fair-skinned, six-pack body. Dude, don't just stand there. I really want to see how effective this equipment is in combat. He activated the pseudo-Shanghai Order uniform. Immediately, the new outfit fit Zi Luo perfectly. He looked down at himself excitedly, testing the virtualization attribute first. Checking to see if equipping the protective armor would trigger the virtualization effect of the pseudo-Shanghai Order uniform, Zi Luo raised his hand and activated it. The suit changed color, and he squinted slightly. Overly excited with his spoils, Zi Luo kept changing the outfit, making Big Idiot stare from outside. System notification. Player Zi Luo, you have been in the shop for almost 30 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. He smiled, ignoring the reminder. The virtualization effect isn't bad. From now on, I can maximize my flexibility, agility, and stealth just by wearing this uniform. He took his brother Keldy, Big Idiot, by the hand. Hurry up. Suddenly, the boy knelt before Zi Luo, not understanding why. Zi Luo grinned, showing his teeth, and used the order function on Big Idiot. Mobilize the whole world. The boy shivered, whether from cold or fear, waiting. Halt. Mission did not pass the system check. The two of them stared at each other, very displeased. Zi Luo, looking extremely annoyed, kept making demands. Legendary level Dizipos. Mission did not pass the system check. Punch the Shanghai Museum. Mission did not pass the system check. Peep at a girl changing clothes. Mission passed the system check. Do you wish to declare it? The moment it was accepted, his eyes lit up and his cheeks flushed as he hurriedly explained. I was just joking. It's not for real. Not for real. Big Idiot still couldn't process what was happening. He seemed to remember something. Zi Luo's eyes narrowed as he repeated the question. Find Dizipos in the Shanghai Museum. As expected, the mission passed the system check. Declare it now? He pressed not yet. He looked at the mission reward screen and chuckled to himself. In the future, I can use this function to check for nearby bosses, can't I? The two of them moved on. Big Idiot, let's go. We're going boss hunting. Roar. Night fell, and inside a metal container, a brother and sister were shivering. The younger sister, with teary eyes, whispered, It won't find us here, will it? Her brother turned to reassure her, but couldn't hide his own anxiety. Probably not. Using her sixth sense, the girl felt something was wrong and glanced to the side. Through a gap in the container, a crimson light flashed, making her freeze in terror. Her face turned pale, tears streamed down uncontrollably, and she let out a piercing scream. Her brother hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering, Don't make a sound. The two huddled close. She kept sobbing uncontrollably. Her brother reflexively looked in the same direction. The humanoid gecko-like zombie stuck out its long tongue threateningly, making the brother flinch. Its long, drooling tongue licked across his face. His sister cried even harder but bit down to stay quiet. The siblings hugged each other, and she trembled more and more. They decided to flee that wretched place. He shouted, Xiao Mei, run! A door appeared right before them, bringing them a glimmer of hope, but it was too late. The zombie's tongue had already wrapped tightly around the girl's leg. It yanked her out of her brother's arms, to the shock of them both. Grab the door! The wall! Only a piercing scream was left in the room. Xiao Mei. The zombie now had a tight grip on her. He trembled helplessly. Then he saw a broom in the corner and clenched his teeth. With all the courage he could muster, he grabbed the broomstick and charged at the monster. You beast, I'll die fighting you. The moon was high and perfectly full. Zi Luo and Big Idiot had just arrived at the door, ready to take care of the zombie. Unfortunately, both siblings were already on the ground, with no signs of life. The zombie stuck out its tongue as if nothing happened. Zi Luo didn't know what to say. He put his hands on his hips and said, Forget it. These types wouldn't have survived long past the newbie protection period. Dying now is a release. He added, If it weren't for those screams earlier, I wouldn't have known you were hiding here, right? The monster didn't understand why he was talking to it. Congratulations to player Zi Luo for witnessing a zombie class change for the first time. The class change process is similar to that of humans. Zombies are in the process of evolution. They also have their own evolutionary paths. The evolution speed of bosses is the fastest. In the early stages of the game, various mutations and forms can already appear. Similar to human assassins, they have extremely high movement speed and powerful attack capabilities. They like to eat human brains, through which they can increase their own intelligence. Crawling zombie, bronze level boss, level 10. Basic attributes, strength 23, spirit 15, constitution 8, agility 23. Talent, crawling, can freely move on smooth surfaces like walls. Skill, ambush strike, can unleash a claw strike, dealing damage equal to 110% of the strength attribute. If it hits an enemy's back, the damage is doubled. Phantom pounce, can instantly merge into the ground or a wall to attack, or follow the opponent's movements. When it attacks, it will perform a dashing strike, dealing damage equal to 80% of the strength attribute. Zi Luo smiled. Its talent and skills are a perfect match. He put his hands on his hips and stared at the zombie, which also noticed him. The two moved at the same time. Big Idiot, standing nearby, was even more confused. Zi Luo crossed his arms. System detects player Zi Luo has encountered the bronze-level boss, Crawling Zombie. Issuing quest, the Crawling Zombie's Hatred. The Golden Finger system detects that the host has triggered the quest, the Crawling Zombie's Hatred, now optimizing related quest details. The Crawling Zombie stared straight at him. The Crawling Zombie's Hatred. A museum manager was framed for stealing the Advent secret tome. While being scolded by his superior, he turned into a zombie and killed him. He wants revenge. He wants to kill every book lover in the world. Quest requirement, kill the crawling zombie. Quest reward, 100 reputation points and 100 gold coins. 300 experience points, 1 set of bronze-level equipment, time limit of 12 hours. I can't believe this apocalypse game even helps people get revenge. It's just a shame I'm too late. Zi Luo waved his hand. Big idiot, you go kill it. Just don't let other zombies get here. The creature obediently moved closer. Roar. Big idiot faced off against the crawling zombie. He raised his weapon high, ready to strike. Roar. Somehow the creature dodged. Phantom pounce. Big idiot's attack missed, and the target vanished. The crawling zombie was clinging to a corner of the wall, mocking him, while Big Idiot looked around, confused. It started to stick out its poisonous tongue. A second later, the zombie lunged from above. It's unclear what will happen next. The crawling zombie lunged at Big Idiot, who still hadn't noticed the imminent danger, but someone else was in the room. Zi Luo. He seized the moment, leaping up with a cunning smile. Scared already? I guess this is all you've got. Zi Luo brought his blade down. As they both landed, the monster raised its hands with all its might to block the blow. A flurry of slashes severed both of its hands. Seeing this, the crawling zombie began to cry and tremble like a child. Zi Luo stood behind it, watching the little baby. The monster fled for its life, crying a river, roar, 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 which roughly translates to, help me, someone's killing a zombie. Zi Luo pretended to cover his mouth and said, this is your chance. I'll count to 3 and then I'm coming after you. 2. He flicked his blade and smirked. And 1. Activating the afterimage of Tempest Slash. Activating the zero-cost combo of White Blade Gale, Zi Luo flew up in pursuit of the zombie. Here I come. He closed in on the little creature at lightning speed. Zi Luo swung his blade back and forth with all his might, shouting, Cyclone Twin Slash! The slashes all aimed for the crawling zombie's head. It stuck out its tongue and ducked forward to dodge. The result was a fiery explosion. Zi Luo calmly turned and walked away from his achievement. Congratulations to player Zi Luo for successfully killing the level 10 bronze level boss, the crawling zombie. You obtained 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Zi Luo for completing the quest The Crawling Zombie's Hatred. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward of 100 reputation points and 600 gold coins. 300 experience points, 1 piece of bronze level equipment. Congratulations on reaching level 10 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Zi Luo has reached level 10. You cannot level up further without a class change. All experience points will be accumulated. Please wait patiently for the class change channel to open. Zi Luo gave a profound smile. He stared blankly at the system panel. Looks like I need to find that class change scroll quickly. Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 10. You have obtained 1 chance for a super golden finger lottery draw. Does the host wish to draw now? Zi Luo scratched his head, closed his eyes, and said, the newbie period is almost over. If I'm the first player to successfully change class on the entire server, I can also get 1 server-wide announcement. He opened his eyes. Draw. The screen showed. Drawing. Ding. Drawing the second super golden finger. The following lines of text stunned Zi Luo. Congratulations, player, for drawing the super golden finger. Yin-Yang Twin Life. The host can possess 2 classes. When the host has 2 classes, the first class obtained will be the one displayed to others. The content of the 2 classes has no limitations whatsoever. If the fixed attribute increase is for the same attribute, it will take the one with the highest value. The free attribute points from the second class will only receive 50%, rounded up. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a dual class. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a dual class. He was truly frozen solid. After regaining his confidence, he grinned mischievously. A heaven-defying dual class in the apocalypse. Are you implying that I will dominate the world in the future? After thinking to himself, Lin Zi Luo burst out laughing with a silly look, pointing a finger at his own face. That's not very good. Wouldn't it be unfair to other players? Suddenly, as if hearing a sound, his ears twitched a few times, then he clenched his fist hard, shouting, Earth Thorn Raid! Boom! From the ground, sharp earthen and stone spikes rose up through the cracks, piercing the ceiling. The zombies that couldn't dodge had their bodies pierced. A few that managed to avoid it got stuck between the clusters of earthen and stone spikes. At this moment, his gaze gradually lowered to the ground, as if he saw something. He ignored the zombies and headed towards the glowing silver-plated box, knelt down, and placed his hand on the lid. Then he picked it up and immediately started walking. Passing by, "Big idiot," he said. "Big idiot, retreat, let's go straight upstairs." He remembered from many times before, silver treasure chests could be moved, but wild treasure chests could not. He and Big Idiot moved up floor by floor using the staircase. He had now reached a floor. In front of the staircase door, there were 3 zombies growling and moving slowly in the hallway. Seeing them, he thought to himself, they are all low-level zombies, so I don't need to act. He looked at Big Idiot and said, "Big Idiot, they're all yours." He responded to his command by letting out a roar. Then he turned and walked away, thinking as he went about this golden finger. The illusion class will increase strength and agility, which means I still need to find a class that increases constitution and spirit later. He put a hand to his head. It's not that there aren't any. There's the hidden class, Holy Sword Knight. The best one is only on the other side of the ocean. It seems there really isn't a particularly good type of class within the Dragon Country's territory. At this moment, he was standing in a corner of the hallway, his hand fiddling with the system's virtual screen. Suddenly, his finger stopped. After a long while, his hand moved slightly on the screen, then a hammer appeared in his hand. On the face of the hammer was a thunderbolt symbol. He gripped it tightly, looking at it with interest. Big Idiot seemed to sense something unusual had happened and turned his head to look at him. Big Idiot was happy to see the hammer in his hand. Then he took the hammer and bit it, while he continued to operate on the system's virtual screen. A small storage area appeared on the screen, with the words, "Eye of Accuracy," he said. As expected, no problem. Behind him, Big Idiot was trying his best to bite the hammer, while he looked at the chest with anticipation, his hands slowly opening it. After it was opened, the system immediately displayed a notification. Player, Nya Zhe, has successfully opened a silver treasure chest. When the player, choose the car, opens the silver treasure, receives the enhancement from the treasure. Personal storage space increased by 3 cubic meters. An item appeared. Item name, Tough Battle Pants. The system continued to announce. After player, Nya Zhe, opened the silver treasure chest. Through the buff, they obtained 50 experience points. Player, Nya Zhe, searched the silver treasure chest and successfully found 270 gold coins. He picked up the gifted item and some information about it appeared. Tough battle pants, silver-grade equipment, pants with high elasticity. In combat, it can be of great help to the player. Attributes, Constitution +3, Agility +1. Function, reduces the duration of negative effects the player suffers by 20%. After reading the information on the battle pants, he immediately pressed the Equip button displayed on the screen. Character attributes, Nya Zhe, Special Soldier Class. Basic attributes, Strength, 28, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 23, Agility, 25. After receiving the item, he turned to Big Idiot, patted his shoulder, and said, "Go pick up the items dropped by the zombies you killed just now. Meet me downstairs later." Receiving the command, he responded with a roar. Then he went down, continuing with his thoughts as he walked. The newbie protection period isn't over yet, and the class change system hasn't been opened. First of all, I should prepare for the illusion class. As for the second class, I'll talk about it after I've researched it carefully. I hope the people from the Death God Club have gathered, so we can clear out the museum soon. On the afternoon of the 8th day, before the newbie protection period disappeared, the sky was clear and bright. Sunlight shone through every window pane. Ding! The elevator sounded. He and Big Idiot stepped out of the elevator, his powerful aura radiating everywhere. He walked step by step towards Da Huangmao, asking as he went, "When can we attack the museum?" Hearing his question, he replied, "We've recruited these people over the past few days. Now the club has more than 200 people. We can enter the Shanghai Museum this afternoon." He said, "Since Brother Lin is here, I'll go mobilize the brothers." Hearing him, he replied, "Okay." Hearing his answer, he laughed silently to himself, thinking that as long as this operation succeeds, no one will be able to compete with me for the position of club president anymore. I also have to think of a way to keep this useful chess piece by my side. At this time, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Dear members, today is an important day for our Death God Club. Because we are about to welcome a major campaign." He heard the announcement and felt a little doubtful about such a simple mobilization. "All of our members are about to set off to deal with the zombies in the Shanghai Museum. Ahem. To put it briefly, everyone gather, prepare to attack the Shanghai Museum." Hearing this, the members of the Death God Club cheered and rushed forward. I must kill the zombies in the museum. I want to get a piece of bronze-grade equipment. This day has finally come. I, Da Huang Mao, am about to rise up. I'm not bragging. This time I will definitely reach level 5. This time I want to kill 10 zombies. He let out a sigh, looking at the scene before him and thinking, they really treat this apocalypse game like some boring, easy-to-beat game. Just kill monsters to get stronger. Wait until the newbie protection period is over. Who knows how many unlucky bastards will die miserably. Suddenly, a strange object flew towards him. At this moment, a brawl had broken out in the crowd. Shouts rang out. Someone said, "Where are my underwear? Who took my underwear? My shoes. My shoes." Da Huang Mao saw the scene before him and interrupted. Outside the building, hordes of zombies were slowly advancing towards the building, accompanied by growling sounds. At this time, a pair of binoculars was observing the zombies. They were jostling each other as they moved. Da Huang Mao, holding the binoculars, looked at him and called out, "Young brother Lin, are you sure your strategy will work? There are way too many zombies in there." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "It will work. As long as the people you've arranged are fast enough, then there will be no casualties." He placed a hand lightly on his shoulder and said, "It's almost 7 o'clock. If we miss this chance, there won't be another one. Besides, everyone has already agreed to this plan, so of course it's fine." He seemed a little worried, but still replied, "Okay, then let's give it a try." He looked behind him, then gave a slight nod to the members of the Death God Club as a command. The members of the Death God Club received the order and nodded back at him. However, at this moment, a floating piece of meat appeared from his hand. This was raw meat soaked in the zombie virus. He said, "My agility is considered high in the club. Just leave luring the first zombie to me." He turned his head and said, "Old brother Gao, I'm leaving Big Idiot to you." The man called Old Gao replied, "Don't you worry." At this moment, Big Idiot was enthusiastically playing with the hammer he had given him earlier. He looked over and saw the scene, thinking, why is he always playing with that hammer everywhere he goes? Is the hammer's attraction to him really that strong? Thinking this, he chuckled lightly. However, he quite liked this move. It seemed to suit him well. Then, in a flash, he swept past Dai Huang Mao like the wind, leaving only an illusory afterimage behind. Seeing this, Dai Huang Mao muttered, "He's so fast," the others said enthusiastically. "Being first is the most dangerous. This is going to be tough for Lam Huyandia." Another person said, with his spirit of dedication, "No matter what status or high reward he gets in the club later, I absolutely won't be jealous." At this moment, he and a few others rushed out of the zombie horde, holding a piece of meat in his hand, its scent spreading everywhere. At the same time, the others took the opportunity to move towards another gate, and the zombies, smelling the scent, also started moving towards him. He then threw the meat to a member of the Death God Club with a righteous and commanding look, saying, "You guys take this meat and keep running. I'll handle the zombies." As he ran towards the zombies, he waved to the two members of the Death God Club. "When we get back and see Chairman Gao, this reward is all yours." One of the club members looked at him, while the other carefully held the meat. Then the two of them looked smug, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "This Lin Xuan guy is really a good person." He ran while laughing to himself. Too easy to trick. Go kill zombies? No way. I'm going to find the scroll before someone else snatches it. The two club members, now outside the encirclement, witnessed the scene. One zombie after another was sent flying, and they gaped, shouting, "Oh my God!" As expected of the boss, it turns out he was holding back before. At the entrance of a secret room, his figure appeared behind the door. "The job change scroll is mine." At this moment, a scroll appeared inside a transparent box. Seeing what he was looking for, he whispered in awe. "So this is the thing that makes so many people risk their lives for it like a flock of ducks. It's a bit deceiving, isn't it?" Then, as he approached it, he cracked his knuckles. His fist smashed hard against the glass box, protecting the scroll, making a thudding sound. The warning light, detecting an intruder, started blaring, accompanied by a flashing red light. Hearing the sound, he looked up at the warning light. Then, his fist accelerated, striking the glass box holding the golden scroll even harder, making a cracking sound. Then, with a crack sound, cracks appeared on the glass surface of the box. His final punch caused the glass to shatter into pieces. After breaking the glass, he pulled his fist back and blew lightly on his slightly stinging knuckles. He reached his hand towards the glowing golden scroll. The system sound chimed, "Player NA has discovered a strange scroll that seems to hold a great secret. Player's reputation increases by 500. The system prompted, "The scroll is calling to the player. Player, NA, do you wish to accept the scroll's call?" Hearing the system's command, he replied, "Accept." A stream of light emanated from the scroll, illuminating his entire face. At this moment, 2 lines of text appeared on the surface of the scroll. "Player, NA, has accepted the scroll's call." preparing to enter the scroll. Hearing this, he was a little confused. Then his entire body was enveloped in a golden light, pulling him into the scroll. His body then fell into another dimension. The system announced, "Player, N. Heisei, has completed the program to enter the scroll." He slowly opened his eyes, his feet lightly touching the ground. He was now surrounded by flames. He then touched a wall that was emitting a blue light. His hand slowly sank into the spatial gate. "If I remember correctly, this is the place." The system announced, "Congratulations, player, N. Heisei, for successfully activating the trial." His body gradually passed through the wall. A long system message appeared before him, "Mysterious trial." Trial description. This scroll seems to contain some secrets. It has always been here, waiting for someone who can inherit the scroll's power. Trial requirement. Pass 3 trials. Trial restriction. During this time, all equipment, skills, and abilities are disabled. Trial reward. Level up by 1. Special profession. Phantom. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please pay no mind. Trial penalty. Trial failure. Results in the host's direct death. After reading the series of notifications, he felt it was just as he expected. It's as cruel as it was in my past life. The system chimed again. Ding, Golden Finger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial, initiating program modification. Ding, if the host fails the mission, they will not suffer any penalty. The system will protect the host and remove them from the trial space. Ding, detected that the host is undergoing a trial. Successfully activated the mission, Trial of the Ancient. After hearing the series of system notifications, he was confused. Before him, a notification appeared again. Trial of the Ancient. This is a 1,000-year-old inheritance, waiting for a person with enough power to inherit it. Trial requirement. Pass the trial from the scroll. Inherit the scroll's true power. Trial reward. Gain 1 random common golden finger. 1 silver grade equipment. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please pay no mind. After reading the system notifications, he put a hand to his chin and thought, a few thousand years later, will I have enough power? The phantom profession can be called top tier, but it doesn't quite fit that description. This phantom profession came from a legendary swordsman in Dragon Country, that's true, but it only has a history of 1,000 years. Moreover, a level 5 phantom job changes for the second time into a phantom assassin, and at level 80, job changes for the third time into a phantom god. It doesn't quite match this description. After a series of deductions, he turned and asked the system, Golden Finger system, what's going on? The system displayed a series of 3 dots as an implicit answer, making him feel like asking was pointless. Then the system disappeared, leaving him alone and bewildered with a flock of black crows flying by. He helplessly held his forehead and shouted, "Forget it, accept mission." The system received the notification and replied, "Accepted." His mind was filled with ellipses. At that moment, a scale appeared before him and a cave opened up. The system announced, opening the first trial gate. A shimmering golden orb appeared on the surface of the scale. The system announced, "Player, N. Heisei, place your hand on the lapurl." Hearing the system's announcement, he complied, slowly placing his hand on the lapurl orb. His hand touched the orb. Inside the orb, a power source gradually appeared, and a golden light slowly intensified. Then, red chains gradually emanated from around the orb, wrapping around his hand and the orb. He stared wide-eyed at the orb, shouting internally, "It's coming!" Then his entire body was enveloped by a red and golden power and began to float. The light radiating from the orb surrounded him, causing his eyes to gradually ache. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to cover his eyes. After a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around in astonishment. He was now surrounded by a completely red space, and a transparent platform was supporting his body. He then knelt down, cupped the red liquid with his hand, and then clenched his fist, letting the liquid drip down. He stood up and looked into the distance. A vortex appeared above his head, with a faint pink color at its center. His body was racked with pain, and his face darkened. An image of him appeared, struggling and clutching his head. In my past life, I relied on my willpower and Qiu Jing Han to pass this stage. Passing it was so cowardly. Back then, his hands were covered in blood as he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. He secretly resolved, this time, I absolutely won't be so cowardly. Once again, a purple light shot out from above his head, emitting a massive power that formed a vortex. The red liquid also began to churn violently. This time, he stood straight, chest out, hands relaxed, showing no signs of fear like in his past life. His hands, body, and clothes were gradually covered by the red liquid. His face was also gradually covered by the red liquid, but unlike his past life, his expression was now filled with excitement. After enduring the sensation caused by the formation, he slowly uttered each word, I passed. Then he laughed happily, clenching his fists and shouting with joy. I've finally proven myself. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Good, good, good. Time to go back. Hearing the voice, he looked up at the faint pink light above his head. He then assumed a defensive posture, raising his hand to shield himself as a flash of light streaked across his vision. He then returned to his original starting point. The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for passing the first stage of the trial. Please proceed to the next trial gate." His hand reached for a round object on a flat surface, and he tossed it a few times. Then he looked at it and exclaimed, "Oh, I can't believe such a small pearl can put someone in such a terrifying situation." A blue gate opened. The system prompted, "Opening the second trial gate. Player, Nisei, please proceed forward." He stepped through the gate, thinking as he walked. Before, at the second gate, I used hatred to push forward, but in the end, I couldn't hold on and fainted on the ground. When I woke up, I was at the third gate. But in this life, I will definitely see the dawn at the very end. At that moment, a series of gloomy voices rang out. Give up. After all, you just need to faint to enter the third gate directly. Give up. Give up. With every step he took, horrifying voices tried to pull him back. Give up. Give up. Give up. Now, each of his steps grew steadier, and his thoughts became more resolute. No. How could I possibly think that way? Absolutely not. Why should I give up? I've already been through this once in my past life. His expression gradually darkened, but he still pushed on, clenching his teeth to endure. In this life, I must see the very end of this trial and wash away my past humiliation. With a chance to do it over, why wouldn't I persevere? Then he closed his eyes and walked on calmly. An image appeared, a man with a scruffy beard, standing with his arms crossed and gazing into the distance. He gradually recognized the figure it was himself from his past life. He looked to be middle-aged then, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. Seeing that image, he thought, this life of mine. His body was unsteady, but he still clenched his teeth, his hands balled into tight fists. He powerfully lifted his foot and stepped forward into the space. He moved towards the crack, emitting a brilliant golden light, which seemed to be urging him to approach. He struggled to control his staggering body as he moved toward the source of light before him. He stared at the light in amazement. It was a glowing rectangular frame. He spoke in disbelief. Is this the end? I actually persevered to the very end. He couldn't believe his eyes. Then, a look of overwhelming happiness spread across his face, tears welling in his eyes. Finally, I finally did it. I finally proven myself. Then, he strode resolutely through the gate in front of him. This was the true meaning of rebirth. He walked forward quickly, and a different scene appeared around him. The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the second trial gate. Please proceed to the next trial gate." His eyes filled with hostility. Next is the final gate. Only you are left. An image from his past life appeared. Him enduring pain, foolishly and clumsily dealing with the enemy's attacks, then running away in despair. He put a hand to his head, his expression somber. "The scars you left me in my past life. I'm coming to settle the debt with you in this life. This is a reckoning." With that thought, he thrust his arm into the next gate, and his body passed through the wall once more. The system announced, "Opening the third trial gate. Player, Nyai Di, kill the guardian beast." He gripped his blade tightly and faced forward. He took a defensive stance, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp sound whizzed past his head. A vortex appeared in midair, and his expression darkened. From the vortex, a black creature with a long tail shot out. It landed gently on the ground and then looked at him, its eyes filled with contempt. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his sword aimed at the black cat. The cat looked at him, thinking, after waiting all this time, I get a lunatic. An image of that moment appeared, him, with his eyes shut, parrying its attack with his sword. It had attacked him, leaving a long red scar over one of his eyes. Nevertheless, he had continued to fight with all his might, using every tool he had. Just then, the system notified him in his mind. Detecting player Nai XA has breakthrough potential. Epic grade talent, omnipotent mastery, is undergoing a transformation. It has become the legend grade talent, omniscient and omnipotent combat. The system began to explain, omniscient and omnipotent combat is a legend grade combat talent. You will reach an unimaginably high level of skill. In all aspects of combat methods and weaponry, you can achieve effortless mastery. A blue square appeared around him. He moved into a ready stance. Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot up before him. With his eyes still closed, he gripped his blade tightly and attacked. His blade connected with the black cat, slicing a large gash across its face, sending blood spraying everywhere. The wound he had received in his past life, he now returned to it in this one. He then delivered several more slashes, sending it crashing into the stone wall, splattering blood everywhere. It fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The system immediately announced, "Player, Nai XE has successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations to player, Nai XE, for passing the third trial gate. Congratulations to player, Nai X, for receiving the trial reward, level up by 1, and the phantom class change scroll." The scroll appeared, floating in the air before him. Because the player has not yet completed the class change, the level up by 1 reward will be cumulative and applied upon completion. He chuckled and reached out to take the scroll. Then, he looked around in confusion, wondering aloud, "I've clearly finished the trial. Why am I still here?" He began to analyze. "In my past life, I was teleported out of the trial right after killing the cat. Why is there no response at all this time? Am I trapped in here?" He walked over to the cliff wall, touched it, and observed it. Then he pondered, "Unless what I have isn't the Doomsday game, but a golden finger system?" The system then displayed a mission requirement. Pass the scroll's trial. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Incomplete. After reading the notification, he was shocked. Does this mean I haven't actually inherited the scroll's true power this whole time? He then cried out in anguish, "Scroll, class change." Could it be that getting the scroll was just the first step, and the second step is to activate it to get the power inside? Just then, a bold idea came to him. He slapped his fist into his palm. "Let's just try it and see." The system announced once more, "Ding! Detecting the host has successfully passed the trial. Please continue forward. Receive the true power of the scroll." He scratched his head and sighed. "That's a relief. I thought I was going to end up as bones in this cave." He clenched his fist, looked up, and asked, "So, how do I move on?" The system offered no response, continuing to play dead. He, in turn, kept his forced smile on, waiting for an answer. His expression turned serious as he wondered, "What kind of scroll is this, to make my golden finger system go quiet? Or could it be that this system is an old acquaintance of the scroll? Or maybe it knows what I went through in my past life and is deliberately saying nothing. Whatever, I'll just follow its prompt and move forward." He started to push a stone block, cursing as he did. "I really didn't expect this crack. If it hadn't told me to go forward, I never would have found it. What's this crack for? When they link up, they look like a pattern." He reached out and gently touched the gap, and it immediately lit up. Seeing this, he stepped back a few paces and watched as a golden light began to spread out. He saw images of a buffalo and a bird appear on the stone and exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't these the 2 patterns from the scroll?" Then, the 2 patterns let out a loud cry. The rock and earth began to crumble away, revealing a gate. After a tremor, a patterned stone gate was revealed. He reached out and gave the gate a light push. With a creak, the sound of it opening echoed. Before him was a stone table. On it lay a scroll and a glowing orb. He walked in, observing his surroundings. With his hands on his hips, he approached the stone table. He then picked up the scroll and opened it. Streams of light burst out from within, making a long, humming sound. One of the streams of light touched his hand and wrapped itself around his wrist. At this moment, the entire scroll glowed brightly, as if wanting to suck him in once more. However, a change occurred. On the scroll appeared the 2 words, "Civil." He read them out in confusion. Civil. He was a bit hesitant. Are they going this big? Despite saying that, he thought, the key message in the scroll is civil. There were also patterns of beasts and birds. Could it be the ox and bird totems of the Jiuli tribe? The words inside the scroll gradually appeared, and he read along. Civil was killed by the emperor. The emperor beheaded him and buried the head. The head turned into a forest of blood maples. The legend says the demon Miu can preserve the soul. Civil's soul was preserved because he met the Miu demon. The words following his voice began to escape, the scroll floating in midair. Civil knew his own soul would dissipate. So, before it dissipated, he created the Thelian scroll. The final gate of the scroll is guarded by the cat with the Miu demon bloodline. The test of Lord Sivu is indomitable, will, eternal perseverance, and perfect combat right. Your 3 peak trials have all reached the highest requirements. You have won the right to inherit the strongest power of the Jiuli tribe. Please place your hand on the vine head. After he finished reading those words, his hand unconsciously moved towards the scroll. In his mind, he now understood. So this was the true power of the scroll. He placed both hands on the scroll. The system chimed in at this moment, detecting player Nai XE is receiving an unknown inherited power, currently scanning the unknown ability. The power source from the scroll emanated, enveloping his body. System successfully scanned the unknown ability originating from Blue Star. The Apocalypse game system is integrating the unknown energy based on Blue Star's culture. Along with the system's announcement, the power radiating out grew stronger and stronger. Integration successful gamification. Successful player Lin Zi is undergoing a class change. After some time, he finally finished receiving the power. His body staggered back a few steps. The system continued to remind, congratulations player Lin Zi class change successful based on Blue Star culture. The Apocalypse game has named this profession. Warlord, please player Nai XE finish the trial. The warlord profession needs to undergo a further digitization step. He tiredly collapsed onto the ground. He looked up and smiled faintly. He originally just wanted to get the phantom profession scroll. He didn't expect to unexpectedly pass Sivyu's trial. Isn't this a double blessing? Player Nai XE's profession, Warlord. He raised his hand to touch the system's virtual screen and said, "This Warlord is quite interesting." A line of text appeared, making him a little stunned as he spoke. Huh. Suddenly, he waved his arms with a panicked look. Looking closely at the back of his hand, a yellow bead was stuck to it, not letting go. The system announced at the same time Julie Pearl, a bronze-grade item, the ultimate treasure of the Julie tribe, its most important item. Warlord Sivyu is the weapon of the Warlord. The player can pass Sivyu's trial after inheriting the power of the Sivyu scroll. It will bind to the player existing in the player's consciousness. Function 1, it can freely change its form according to the player's thoughts. Granting the player the professional abilities of that form 2, it can devour energy to enhance the equipment's attributes and abilities. He held the pearl while listening to the system's announcement. Then he observed it closely. Does that mean this item has infinite growth potential? Suddenly, the pearl escaped his hand and flew straight into the middle of his forehead. He sat down in pain, closing his eyes and clutching his forehead. His whole face was now covered in sweat when he saw the system's notification end trial. He still reached out and pressed it. As he pressed, he thought, as expected of Sivyu's weapon, its method of existence is so special. The space around him completely changed. Now on the ground, a few zombies were lying on top of each other. He looked at the broken glass case inside. The scroll was still lying there quietly. He walked over and reached for the scroll. The system chimed in. Player Nai Zi has finished the trial. Player Nai Zi's Warlord profession is continuing to be digitized. Player Nai Zi's base attributes without equipment and titles added strength is 18, spirit is 16, constitution is 12, agility is 19. Warlord profession digitization complete player. Nai XE. Every time you level up, you will gain 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 free attribute points. Based on all the experience the player has gained before and mission rewards, the level increase is calculated. The player has successfully leveled up to level 13. Player Nai Zi's attribute panel base attributes strength is 49, spirit is 24, constitution is 46, agility is 36. Free attribute points is 9. After hearing the series of system announcements, his jaw dropped and he shouted with these heaven-defying attributes. From now on, I can walk brazenly through hordes of zombies. Congratulations, player, for being the first player to successfully change class in the Apocalypse game, obtaining the unique global achievement. The Trailblazer. He raised his hand to touch the system's virtual interface. The profession analysis panel is about to make a server-wide announcement. Warlord profession introduction. Warlord master of 10,000 weapons. God of war due to the unimaginable power of Sivyu. The ultimate treasure of the ancient Julie tribe created this extremely terrifying profession. One who has not gone through the terrifying trial cannot control it. Attributes every time you level up. You will gain 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 free attribute points ability. One master of 10,000 weapons, you can manipulate the Julie Pearl to transform into any warrior-type weapon, thereby obtaining the abilities and skills of the warrior-type profession. 2. Julie Pearl. You can enhance its attributes by pumping power into the Julie Pearl to increase the attributes and rank of the Julie Pearl. As for the third ability's information, the system didn't show it. Just a notification, temporarily unactivated specific ability, unknown. After reading the series of system announcements, he unconsciously raised his hands and pulled his cheeks hard. He rolled around in pain, shouting, "It hurts so much, I'm not dreaming." He stood up, clenched his fists, and shouted, "This isn't just overpowered, this is truly insane. So overpowered it's off the charts." With that, he raised his hand and said, "Let me test the power of this Julie Pearl first." A long staff appeared in his hand with the Julie Pearl hovering above it. At this moment, the virtual screen displayed the word devour. The surrounding power source was being fiercely sucked into the Julie Pearl. After a series of operations, the Julie Pearl sparkled, and a sparkling star shape appeared on its top. He stared at it intently as if deep in thought. At this moment, the system announced the Julie Pearl has absorbed enough energy, successfully evolving into a silver-grade item. The pearl began to radiate power inside the pearl. The power fluctuated violently. He reached for the pearl. Suddenly, he was shocked. His eyes widened and his pupils contracted. The pearl in his hand turned into a red liquid substance. Then it transformed into a saber that fit perfectly in his hand. Julie Saber. Julie Saber, a silver-grade weapon. Strength +4, Constitution +2. When attacking, has a 10% armor-piercing attribute. Julie 100 strikes fires. A blade chi forward hitting the target will cause damage equal to 130% of the strength attribute, and the pain caused by the blade chi can reach 200%. Julie heavy slash a single slash towards the enemy. It can cause damage equal to 200% of the strength attribute, but will cause a 2-second stun state to oneself. Finally, a reminder from the system. The player cannot obtain skills through the warlord profession. These skills will change according to the transformation of the Julie Pearl's form. After reading the information the system gave him, he screamed internally. This isn't just overpowered, this is truly insane. So overpowered, it's off the charts. His curiosity piqued. He held the saber in his hand and said doubtfully, "Bow." The saber in his hand gradually transformed into a bow with the name Julie Bow. Julie Bow, a silver-grade weapon, attributes strength +4, agility +2, can condense spiritual power to form an arrow. Flame arrow shoots a flame arrow forward. The power of the flame arrow is equal to 120% of the strength attribute. After hitting an enemy, it will cause a continuous burning state. Frost arrow shoots a frost arrow forward. The power of the frost arrow is equal to 120% of the strength attribute. After hitting an enemy, it will cause a temporary slow state. Seeing this, he shouted, "Assassin." The weapon immediately changed into a throwing knife. Seeing this, he became more enthusiastic and said, "Shield." A shield appeared. With every command he gave, the Julie Pearl obediently transformed into the weapon he desired. Swordsman, a sword appeared. Julie Bow, the tired Julie Pearl, fell heavily to the ground. It was smoking from the exhaustion of following his commands. At this moment, the system chimed in, oh my god, player, Nyai Xe's mental power is empty. Continuing to forcibly change the item's form will result in a stunned state. Changing forms consumes so much mental power. He clutched his head, thinking, why do I feel so empty? Then he picked up the pearl, covered his mouth, and let out a long yawn. World announcement. Congratulations, player Nyai Xe, for becoming the first player to reach level 10 and successfully change class in the Apocalypse game. He just walked step by step towards some path. The speed was astonishingly fast, obtaining the unique global achievement, the Trailblazer, and a large number of rewards. We hope other players will continue to work hard. Over on the other side, the members of the Purple Kin Club cursed the system in frustration. Can this world announcement just shut up already? I was still sleeping. Another person holding an item heard the announcement and said, Nyai Z, that name is so familiar, damn. It's him again, can't he just stop? Other people are only at level 6. Hearing the announcement, they also thought they had to work harder. At this moment, he was sitting in a corner drinking potion after potion, a small magic staff, a meditation necklace. He absorbed them while thinking, thankfully I have potions to restore mental power. Being stunned is really annoying. Congratulations to the player for receiving a global announcement. The pioneer, congratulations to the player for obtaining this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and storage space increased by 2 cubic meters. The system screen displays Pioneer, a unique title only obtainable by the first player to change class in the Apocalypse game. All attributes increased by 2 against players with a class. There will be a 5% attribute suppression, he thought with disdain after reading the announcement. Is this useless? But it seems I did things out of order. People usually change class first, then fight the city-level boss. He thought so, then let out a long yawn and ordered, there's nothing to do now. Draw a silver-grade equipment for me. The system received the command, and the screen changed. A gift box appeared on the screen, with a line of text drawing 1 silver-grade equipment. At the same time, he put his hand in his pocket. The gift box opened and a mask appeared in his hand. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing the silver-grade equipment, Demon's Annihilating Illusion. Demon's Annihilating Illusion. Silver-grade equipment, a mask with evil power. Please do not be corrupted to the point of becoming a demon's slave spirit. +3, Annihilating Illusion. When worn, it can hide the player's basic information unless their level is 5 levels higher than the player. Otherwise, they cannot see it. Demon's Gaze. After 3 seconds of use, anyone who looks at the mask will fall into a state of fear. When a person in a state of fear attacks the player, their attributes and body coordination will be reduced. Demon's Annihilating Illusion transform into a concealing mask. Do you want to change? He touched the change button. Then the system displayed another notification. Activate the illusion effect of the uniform. Do you accept? He pressed the decline button. Then he put the Demon's Annihilating Illusion mask on his face. The demon's eyes flashed with a ray of light. He stood by the window and ordered the system. Now let's draw for the golden hand. He was wearing a black robe looking outside when the system announced equipment-related breakthrough limitation. Under the limit, you can only wear 1 ring. The number of equipable rings has increased by 1. This means I can wear 2 rings at the same time. Will they both be effective? This is like having 1 more piece of equipment than others. It's too unusual for now. I'll leave it empty and wait for a better ring to drop next time. So he pressed the X to exit. Today, the system announced 12 free attribute points are available. Seeing the notification, he pondered, how should I use these 12 attribute points now? But then he thought of something and his hands quickly tapped on the system's virtual screen. Attribute panel strength is 52, spirit is 33, constitution is 49, agility is 36. This will do. Let's go back first. After finishing everything, he calmly walked out of the building. Elsewhere on a rooftop, people were partying happily, setting off party poppers everywhere on a high platform. Cao Dong and Dai Nok walked towards the podium. Seeing this, everyone cheered happily. The Death God Club's operation to sweep the Shanghai Museum today will go down in history. Let me introduce to everyone this great hero, Dai Nok. After Cao Dong introduced him, there was a moment of silence, with no reaction from Dai Nok except for the sight of him holding a chicken leg drooling with obvious craving. This is Dai Nok's cute side. Seeing this, Cao Dong called out Dai Nok Huyen Dia, thinking he was going to take his chicken leg. Dai Nok roared, then turned away, looking at him like an enemy. Seeing this, he said the chicken leg is Dai Nok's life, huh? At this moment, he walked in with his mask on. When Cao Dong saw him, he called out, Lin Huyen Dia, he said happily. I finally see you. You might not know we've been looking for you for half a day. These kids even thought something had happened to you. When the members of the Death God Club saw him, their adoration was obvious. It's him. He didn't care about their gazes and just looked at Cao Dong and asked, how was the battle situation today? Cao Dong reported to him, not bad. In total, we killed 1,000 living dead. We also recruited quite a few people and obtained a lot of supplies. Then he pointed towards Dai Nyuk, who was holding a chicken leg, and said, today Dai Nyuk Huyen Dia alone killed over 100 living dead. His contribution is not small. Lin Huyen Dia, come with me. He and the other guy went behind a door. Behind the door, a storage room was revealed. He said, this is our harvest for today. He looked at him and said, Lin Huyen Dia, many new Huyen Dias arrived today. This operation was hard on you too. Are you free later? Could you say a few words to the brothers? Then he whispered to him, let me tell you, there's strength in numbers. If we have these brothers in hand, it will be easier to get things done in the future. Hearing this, he thought, more people. Doesn't that mean we can find more equipment? Then there's hope for the Qiu Lashao to break through to the diamond grade. With more people in the club, we can also get more resources, and I can't use up all my material cards. Maybe I can use these material cards to exchange for their gold coins, or even equipment or props. I need these things to upgrade the Qiu Lashao. After thinking it over, he looked at Cao Dong and said, let's talk about a deal. Hearing this, Cao Dong looked at him confused. Then he placed his hand on his shoulder. He said, a deal? What do you mean by that? Lin Huyen Dia and Dai Nok. Huyen Dia made a breakthrough contribution for us in this sweep. Just tell me what you need. He looked at him and replied, I want equipment. Hearing that, he said, oh, and here I was, wondering what it could be. He placed his hand on his and said, this is the surprise I prepared for you. After he let go, a silver ring appeared in his palm. He said, equipment, I didn't expect you'd need it right now. Cao Dong placed his hand on Tulak's shoulder and smiled reassuringly. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word to the brothers. There are so many people in our club. We can definitely do anything, he agreed, since it's Brother Cao's kind intention. I'll accept this ring. I'll come again at 8 tonight. Cao Dong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, with this equipment, he'll probably stay by my side for a while. Cao Dong showed his surprise and asked 8 tonight. He calmly explained that the novice protection period will end at that time. I need to understand the new rules. Lin Tulak added around 8 o'clock. I'll come to do some business with the members of the Death God Club. At that time, you'll be in charge of gathering the people, while he already had a plan in mind. That's all I'll say around that time. He probably won't go out. I can consider it as saving his life. Thanks for the help during the museum sweep and for giving me this ring. Cao Dong gently stroked his hair and reassured him with a smile. I had forgotten about the novice protection period, but Lin Huyen Dia, rest assured we are no longer novice players. We can handle it. He then showed a curious expression besides Lin Huyen. Dia, don't worry. I will definitely have everyone prepare well for what you want. Lin Huyen Dia, what are you planning to trade with us? Tulak replied in a low voice, basically, all kinds of material cards. You'll know when the time comes, he thought. Forget it, I'll just say this much. I can't worry about the rest. After hearing this, Cao Dong was confused. Material cards. Huh, the club isn't short on those. Tulak turned towards the door, pulling Dai Nok behind him. Let's go. Leaving behind the group of people in the building who were still cheering loudly, arriving back at the shelter, Tulak took off his mask and leisurely leaned back on the comfortable bed. The system displayed a notification. Qiu Lashao has absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a gold-grade item. He smiled faintly with satisfaction. Tulak looked at the small dagger and exclaimed, I didn't expect this evolution to be so beneficial. I thought I had to be around level 30 and kill silver-grade monsters to even get close to this item. Ku Lei Chi Dao, Strength +7, Constitution +3. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to break armor, and it also has a chance to cause a rapid bleeding effect. Tulak was overjoyed. The attributes seemed to have gone up a tier. While he was resting, some scratching sounds came from outside the window. Tulak peeked out and saw the group of zombies. He said to himself, just what I needed. You guys came at the perfect time. He quickly used Kula Slash, unleashing a powerful strike. The blade split in two, simultaneously emitting a small bolt of lightning. Tulak was a bit surprised, his eyes following it. The blade swiftly cut off the necks of a series of zombies. Blood splattered everywhere from their bodies. Tulak became much more enthusiastic, shouting in order to die knock, time to get to work. The muscular zombie charged into its own kind, attacking relentlessly. Tulak also joined the battle in less than 10 minutes. The entire horde of zombies was lying in a pile. Tulak reached level 15. He looked at his watch and realized the time was near. Tulak hurriedly shouted and gestured to die knock retreat. But it seemed things were not going smoothly. They had not gone far before encountering a new horde of zombies. Tulak and Dai Nok held their ground in a nearby abandoned house. The bloodthirsty zombies tried to break down the door to get inside. Tulak looked at his smartphone. The current time was exactly 19 o'clock. The surrounding space began to turn a deep red, and it also signaled that the newbie protection period was over. This time, a grand voice from the main server announced that the Apocalypse game was based on the principle of absolute fairness. Once started, it would develop on its own, with no way to interfere. The easy times are over. I suppose everyone has gotten used to this warm and happy situation. For all you newbies, the real apocalypse is about to begin. Next is a series of new updates. 1. All zombie attributes are greatly enhanced. Their sense of smell and hearing have been monstrously upgraded. 2. Some zombies have been granted special forms such as Assassin, Berserker, Highly Toxic, Juggernaut, and Cursed. They will reorganize at any time to launch large-scale attacks. The infection is only effective against players with low total attributes. Nighttime is synonymous with death. Zombies will actively hunt for players. 5. Geological structures, architecture, building materials, and the natural environment, and so on, of the Blue Star, have all been enhanced in terms of hardness and other aspects. 6. To ensure the experience, all non-game food will spoil at an accelerated rate. Furthermore, the difficulty is significantly increased. Consuming these foods and drinks long-term will gradually and permanently reduce a player's base stats. 7. Item cards have been fully upgraded. The higher the zombie's level, the more satiety the dropped food provides. 8. The environment and climate will undergo widespread degradation. 9. The class change channel is now fully open. 10. The National Ranking Board feature is now live, starting with rankings for level, reputation, and equipment. Players will receive great rewards and can participate in the regional tournament that will open later. 11. The dungeon system has been completely overhauled. 12. All cities are now partitioned and impassable. 13. Future updates will be unlocked when specific conditions are met. Tulak frowned, sighing softly. It's just like my past life, so cruel. The real apocalypse has finally descended. The lines of text faded one by one into the void. Tulak stood motionless, listening to the final words from the server. Please, try to survive. The zombies outside rapidly mutated into various forms. The world to come. They gathered, lumbering forward. It's either live or die. This panicked scene completely severed the player's temporary lifeline, forcing them to go outside and fight for their lives. The stockpiled food began to rot, a critical problem that directly affected humanity's survival. A few screams rang out. Help me! Don't eat me! Ah! Tulak clenched his fists. Live or die. This game is truly one of extremes. Tears welled in his eyes as he called out to Dai Nok. But then he grew terrified. Oh my god, how could I forget that Dai Nok is also a zombie? The mutation occurred rapidly. Dai Nok let out a deafening roar, forcing Tulak to take a few steps back. He panicked and called out to his cheat system. What's going on? A notification responded. Due to a conflict between the player analysis panel and Dai Nok's zombie evolution, the system is currently revising its permissions. During the revision process, Dai Nok will not develop a new form. As compensation, his zombie attributes will receive a 50% enhancement. He will not be forced by the instincts granted by the Apocalypse game to join zombie hordes. He'll get a new talent and can also undergo a class change. Tulak suddenly had an idea. If he can change his class, I'll set him up with a cool hidden class, even better than a 100% inheritance. After reviewing Dai Nok's talent analysis panel for a long time, Tulak's face turned pale. Damn, there are no words to describe how overpowered this is. The server sent him a few more notifications. Reach Dragon Country level. Based on 3,720 reputation points, 2 Shanghai Order Keeper uniforms, and Ku La Chi Dao, you have successfully topped the list. Do you wish to hide your name? Tulak refused without a second thought. Don't hide any of it. The current level ranking board has 4 names. First is Nai Xe, second is Truong Nguyen Chung, third is Dai Nuk, and fourth is Fa Quan. Tulak looked at the zombie's name in disbelief. He actually ranked third. He was still firmly in first place on the reputation leaderboard, followed by information on others and their equipment. Tulak hesitated for a moment. Should I hide my info and be a hidden big shot, or be a masked panda surrounded by other players? He thought back. He had hidden his identity because, in his past life, Li Da had left a huge shadow over him. I want to slowly and secretly take over Li Da's territory, but they're not strong enough to be a threat yet, Tulak whistled. Not hiding my name is fine too. I'll just be stared at like a panda, but what's to fear when I have a mask? I can conveniently recruit a few underlings to help me get more equipment, while also leveling up the 9 Li Peach. With so many titles, the stats seem pretty solid, he smirked. I can support a whole squad with just this stuff. The ranking board rewards for the respected player Nai say. Based on your current rank, by holding this position for 24 hours, you will receive experience, gold coins, and reputation, and the rewards will increase over time. The next notification was even more overwhelming, as he was always among the top ranks. Not only that, Tulak also received an epic-level title, unrivaled in the world. All attributes and rewards are increased by 10%. Discount at all shops, with a cooldown of about 24 hours. Dai Nugok was confused, seeing Tulak cheering so loudly. This is too powerful. It's immeasurable. Oh my god, right now, not even a level 90 God of War could harm a single hair on my head. With this title, I must maintain my position in the top 3. He put on an arrogant expression, having equipped unrivaled in the world, but it would take 1 hour to activate. Tulak re-examined the info and had a question. A 1% drop rate increase? Hey system, isn't my drop rate already 100%? A further increase is useless. A notification arrived. Ding. When the 1% drop rate increase is triggered, 2 items will drop. Tulak was astonished. It can actually do that? He waved his hand and called to Dai Nok. Let's go. We're going to reap what the Death God Club has sown. Let's see if the system is telling the truth. Tulak slowly turned the doorknob. The moment he leaned out, a zombie lunged at him. Tulak leaped back to dodge, drawing his sword with an emotionless expression. The zombie was quickly dispatched, its head rolling on the ground. Tulak paused for a moment to survey his surroundings. He chuckled. Didn't even have to go far. I stepped right out the door into an assassin-type zombie with a stealth talent. The sky was a horrifying blood red. Hordes of zombies were rampaging on the street ahead. Tulak sensed danger and quickly ordered Dai Nyuk. Oh crap, they're highly toxic zombies. Fall back. His face showed clear panic as he thought, damn, these things aren't strong, but they're number 1 in the disgusting department. Their saliva is corrosive too. Running away isn't an option. I have to deal with this nauseating mob quickly. As he moved out of the alley, something caught Tulak's eye. There, he signaled to Dai Nyuk. This way, let's go. The zombie horde was huge. You could see them on every street. Tulak climbed down from a second-floor window. From below came constant groans and mournful cries for help. Bodies were strewn everywhere, and the stench of blood made the scene more horrifying than ever. Standing before the door, Tulak suddenly heard a bitter laugh. What's the use in trying? A young man stood in despair. After trying all day, we get a notice that the zombies we used to kill easily can now fight back. The girl beside him held her head in panic. What can we do now? All our supplies are gone. All we can do is wait to die. Some people were driven mad with fear, shouting, delicious, everyone come and get it, you won't be able to eat it later. Tulak suddenly realized, isn't this an opportunity? He quickly moved to a good spot. Tulak called out to everyone inside the house. To help you all live better and not lose hope. He pulled out countless item cards. You heard right, just a few gold coins, or even equipment and old items will do. You can get a whole day's worth of food, so hurry and get it now. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. I want some. Boss, look at me, I have a bronze weapon, I want the roast chicken. Tulak smiled, satisfied. Today's earnings reached 1,000 gold coins. He and Dai Nok left right after. Before stepping outside, Tulak put on his mask and reminded them. That's right, keep it down. It's late at night. Loud noises will attract zombies. Don't blame me for having Dai Nok knock you out. The whole crowd trembled in fear. The room became a little quieter. A tense Sao Dong peeked his head out. Tulak lowered his voice and asked, Brother Cao, do you know who I am? Sao Dong trembled with fear. Please, big boss, I should be calling you big brother. From now on, please take me as your underling. I'll do whatever you say. He leaned in and whispered. Sao Dong understood and quickly reassured him. Don't worry, I'll do exactly as you say. Tulak patted his shoulder and gestured for him to go. Seeing the young man's terrified expression, Tulak thought to himself, I hope Cao Dong is a smart guy. However, if this fails, even if he doesn't go through with it, I won't suffer any loss and will only benefit. He locked the room door tightly. Tulak looked into the distance. Tsk. The one-day protection period after the novice stage ended just like that. Tomorrow, I'll go find some mutated zombies and earn some more gold coins and equipment. He held the item in his hand, full of anticipation. Now, I'll have to see if Gao Dong is lucky enough to find equipment to trade for supplies. Tulak and Dainok stood in the middle of the highway. The zombies, with their keen sense of smell, soon caught the scent of their prey. They included both adults and children, aggressively rushing to attack. Tulak remained still, showing no fear or worry. He used just a single move to make the entire horde of zombies perish. Tulak glanced over and coldly ordered, "Let's go, Dainok. We'll clear out more zombies," which is also a good chance for other players to get out for some fresh air. "This is the 5th floor now," Tulak smiled. "In my opinion, let's just clear out the easy ones here." A man's voice came from the emergency exit ahead. "There's a magic shop here. When people come to buy things, we'll charge a toll. We'll definitely get rich. No need to worry. That's right. The zombies are all dead, so there are no more safety issues. Boss, if we collect supplies as fees, we'll be able to eat and drink without a care in the world." Tulak cautiously approached while the other group kept talking. "But who killed the zombies here? They were scattered all over the 3rd and 4th floors. Who could have possibly done this? It must be a very strong team. They couldn't have missed that our Thuong Hai Ni Taba shop has taken over this place. If they come looking for trouble one day, what do we do?" The loud, echoing sound immediately caught the bald young man's attention. The leader took a defensive stance and irritably asked who they were. "Can't you see there are people here?" The bald young man hurried over to cover his mouth, stuttering, "Boss, wait. I think the one in the back, isn't that Dainok?" It took them a moment to process the situation. The whole group's jaws dropped in shock. "Oh my god, isn't that the number 2 on the Longguo level ranking? It's really him." Tulak was just as confused. "Number 2 on the rankings?" He smiled wryly, thinking to himself, "I was wondering what all the fuss was about." Dainok has the zombies' automatic experience growth, so successfully surpassing that Chuang Nguyen Chung guy is pretty normal. That group changed their tune in the blink of an eye, shouting out, "Welcome, valued customer!" Dian Gok, brandishing a hammer, aggressively stepped forward, terrifying the whole group. Tulak had to gently soothe him. "All right, Dian Gok, let's go buy some things. Pay them no mind." They watched the two of them leave. The bald young man looked tense and said to the leader, "There's nothing we can do. You can tell just by looking that this Dai Nok is a whale because he's so strong, but we have more people." He seemed to understand the situation and immediately explained, "Is someone who can reach number 2 on the Longguo rankings normal? You talk about having more people? The number of zombies he's killed is more than we've ever seen. He could have dealt with us easily. The fact they spared us this time was a great act of mercy." Tulak thought to himself, "An item at this price must be powerful. If I work a bit harder, I might be able to collect them all before the city opens. I absolutely can't let anyone else get them." He decided to buy it. A notification arrived. "Successfully purchased the Shanghai Guardian's mark. Paid 9,000 gold coins. 7,544 remaining. The item has been placed in your inventory." Excited, Tulak gently pressed the activation button. According to the information panel, this mark seemed to be a special kind of prop. Tulak attached it to his chest, successfully activating it. Introduction to the Shanghai Guardian's treasure. A diamond-grade prop, extremely valuable. Only those with great contributions are allowed to possess it. Increases the automatic recovery speed of equipment. Unless it exceeds 40% of the mechanical puppet's recovery ability during combat, it lasts for 10 minutes. Tulak's eyes widened. "Holy cow, this is amazing. No, this is my mark." Another warning appeared. "Player Nisei, please note, you can only purchase one mark. Be careful not to acquire identical props." Tulak pondered, and here I was thinking I'd buy all of these marks once I had enough gold coins. He slowly walked towards the door. "It seems I can't summon the mechanical support army after all. But this shop didn't say it calculates based on the player's attributes, and I don't know what it's based on. Whatever, I'll find out when I buy the next item." The two then left the 5th floor. The scene outside was eerie. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in the city center, some strange characters resembling swords and wine were carved. In midair, 2 streams of power suddenly intersected. A young man with a weapon stood up high, observing the situation. "Looks like all the zombies here have been killed, so it should be safe." He pointed at the glowing object and said to his ally, "This must be the class promotion altar from yesterday's game update, right? I wonder what it does." Another guy suggested, "Let's go have a look around. We might find some useful supplies." The red-haired girl beside him added, "I think so too. There might still be some good weapons left." The innocent, pink-haired girl curiously asked everyone, "What's this crystal ball for? It's the most special thing around here." The red-haired girl was startled and frantically shouted at Xiao Fei, "Don't touch it," but it was too late. A dark aura instantly enveloped the pink-haired girl's body, suddenly exerting pressure and drawing in a massive gust of wind. The entire group was thrown far away, letting out a few screams. The explosion lasted for a few seconds before starting to dissipate. A sound that loud will definitely attract a lot of zombies. An ally angrily scolded her. Xiao Fei, why can't you kick the habit of touching things randomly? How many times has this been? Annoyed, Xiao Fei argued back. How was I supposed to know it would open something? I'll be more careful next time, okay? As tensions rose, someone spoke gently to calm them down. Come on, stop arguing. The young man with the weapon said calmly, let's find a way out first, completely unaware of the imminent danger. An ally shouted in panic, behind us! An oil lamp shattered from the immense power of a giant zombie. It's a bronze grade, rank 18. The rest of its basic attributes are unknown. The entire group was frozen to the spot, their limbs stiff and their faces pale with fear. The zombie seized the opportunity and lunged forward, attacking relentlessly. When it was done, it casually walked away, leaving a pool of blood behind. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the crimson sky. The giant zombie watched intently, its jaw clenching slightly. It raised its blood-soaked hand, seemingly deep in thought. It suddenly let out an unwilling roar. A flame-like aura appeared from behind the giant zombie. A thick black smoke began to spread all around. This sacred flame only covered a specific area, forming the shape of a box. Not far away, someone's voice was heard. See that? This is what happens when you're reckless. He snorted coldly and warned his allies in a harsh voice. Next time any of you mess with things randomly, this will be the consequence. Tulak's voice echoed from the distance. Dainok, over here. The party of three noticed a stranger had entered and quickly looked for a place to hide. Tulak and Daingok cautiously entered the class promotion area. But first, he had to make sure no one else was around. The party of three watched and remarked, tsk, tsk, here come two more idiots who didn't see how that last group got wiped out. Let's observe carefully this time. Did you hear what the guy in black called the other one? Dainjok, the extremely powerful player on the Longguo rankings. The only girl in the group asked, do you guys think Dainok can kill that zombie? The leader replied coolly, that's not too big of a problem. He added, but those guys earlier were some of the best among us, and they couldn't even scratch the zombie's skin. Even if Daingok is stronger, he won't be able to defeat it. The other member sneered. Who knows? Let's just wait to pick up the loot. Imagine if all the items on that Daingok guy become ours. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the zombie's challenging roar. It smelled fresh meat but didn't dare to act yet. Tulak coldly signaled, Daingok, let's go. He thought to himself, another 3 naive players. There's no need to waste time on them. Tulak approached the gate of power, pondering. If I remember correctly, the guardian of the Shanghai class promotion altar is a berserk-type zombie. It receives protection from the Apocalypse game. In my past life, I was killed by members of the Hunter Mercenary group. I don't even know how strong it is. In front of Zi Luo right now is a guide panel stating how to activate the mission. With a few hidden conditions, Zi Luo rubbed his chin, looking worried. I remember in my past life there was a gatekeeper for 4 small cities, eventually getting pushed up to level 40-something. As a result, all players failed their class change. It wasn't until the limit was lifted that they could reach other areas, looking at the blue orb floating in midair. Zi Luo noticed a few supply cards lying scattered nearby. He hurried over to take a look. Hey, as long as the panel doesn't activate the mission, and there aren't 30 people around, it's not wrong to go into the pit to pick up equipment. It seems his excitement made Zi Luo careless, casually leaning on the orb. That 3-person team still hadn't taken their eyes off the area. The system detected that the player has touched the Mage class Change Spirit Orb, forcing mission acceptance. Currently, the player's party has a total of 2 members. The reward is significantly increased. Grand Class Change Guardian confirmed. Please prepare. Zi Luo silently heard a ding, activating the Grand Class Change, optimizing mission-related matters. According to the description, to deal with the terrifying zombie attack, each city has a Grand Class Change available for a portion of the players. However, to proceed, one must bring talented individuals to prove themselves. The reward is 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1,000 experience points with a time limit of over 10 hours to complete. If you fail, there will be no penalty. Zi Luo smirked and said to Daingok, I will help the mage class, and you are a warrior type. That giant zombie awakened on command after a long sleep. Now there is clear information about it. 5 stars for strength and constitution, 30 for spirit plus agility, with an extraordinary physique. Epic level. It can transmit sound waves around after a roar, boosting its own stats and lowering the enemies by 10%. Zi Luo held up a few fingers excitedly, praising, That's impressive. My man, this ability completely lives up to the 2 words, Titan. It's no ordinary creature. But if we're comparing, wouldn't someone like you, who has killed countless zombies and possesses the Blade of Thorns and tons of other enhancements, be even better? Just imagine the scene of Zi Luo easily taking down the zombie. Just then, the system suddenly sent a notification. Detected that the host is facing the Titan zombie. Mission successfully activated. Requirement: kill the giant zombie to protect the Grand Class Change reward, a random common golden finger and silver grade equipment. Time limit 24 hours. Zi Luo drew his bow, signaling to accept it. The Titan zombie looked at him and licked its lips. What a delicious meal. From the arrow Zi Luo was about to shoot, a large bolt of lightning erupted. It shot towards the zombie at an incredible speed. The Titan zombie, caught by surprise, couldn't react in time and had to block with both hands. Seizing the opportunity, Zi Luo roared at Danok, hit it. Dangok obeyed, gripped his hammer tightly, and leaped high into the air. He began to attack his own kind, which was several meters taller than him, without any fear. The Titan zombie's left arm gradually froze over, its nerves stiffening. To its surprise, Danagok suddenly stopped fighting. Zi Luo, standing behind in a ready stance, quietly exclaimed, "Niece, my accuracy is still the same." The giant zombie seemed extremely angry. The roar from its throat shook the heavens and shattered space. Zi Luo wasn't prepared for this and was momentarily overwhelmed. He knelt on one knee, his head throbbing with pain. Zi Luo tried to think as everything blurred. This unusual talent uses sound as an attack, activating the stun effect of the Titan body. He looked up. Zi Luo panicked and called out to Dan Nyok when he saw him being counterattacked by the giant zombie. The Titan zombie violently grabbed the arrow, then broke it in a fit of peak rage. The giant zombie went on a rampage, forcing Zi Luo to move constantly. He smiled confidently and drew his bow again. 6 arrows were fired, split into 2 types, fire and ice. The giant zombie writhed as its entire body was hit. Finally, it took a direct hit to the top of its head. The giant zombie rubbed its new bald spot, muttering some unclear sounds. Then it suddenly burst into tears, wailing. Zi Luo looked bewildered. Was this guy a construction worker when he was alive? He can't win the fight, so he's resorting to his old job. He aimed, his tone disdainful. Turning your back on the enemy, the consequences of that are very dire. Each arrow was enveloped in powerful sacred flames. The giant zombie brazenly used a large boulder to wreak havoc. Zi Luo was speechless, not knowing what to say. Out of options, he ordered Dan Gok to activate God of War's fury. Zi Luo pointed forward, using a taunt. Just now, when you passed out, this dark ghoul ate 5 of your roasted chickens. Hearing this, Danagok became even more furious and fully activated God of War's fury. He charged into battle like a bloodthirsty wild beast. The 2 zombies brutally fought each other. Meanwhile, Zi Luo quietly found a suitable position, realizing the giant zombie was no longer paying attention to him. Zi Luo began to execute his plan. Right here, the arrow flew in a straight line, but something seemed a little off. The sharp pain made the giant zombie tear up. Zi Luo's face turned pale, and he unconsciously clutched his own rear end. The giant zombie went berserk and knocked out Dan Jok first. Its body convulsed, bending at a 90-degree angle. The zombie glared at Zi Luo with hatred. He stammered, "I really didn't do it on purpose, I swear." Of course, the explanation wasn't accepted. The zombie roared and Zi Luo became its target. Determined to protect his master, Dan Gok leaped up and grabbed the zombie's head. He used all his strength, trying to wrestle it to the ground. The giant zombie struggled violently. It turned and grabbed one of Dan Gok's arms. The situation quickly turned, but Zi Luo remained perfectly calm, just holding his bow and aiming. The arrowhead once again lodged itself right in the middle of the giant zombie's butt. Zi Luo desperately imagined a scene of himself being saved by an angel. The zombie gave him an indescribable look. Zi Luo had to explain, "Hitting the same spot twice. I really didn't mean to. You believe me." "Right." The Titan zombie roared, then angrily pulled out the arrow. It suddenly ran out of energy and collapsed, and Danok's God of War's fury also entered its cooldown phase. Zi Luo pulled out 7 more bows and hurriedly signaled his ally, Dan Gok, get out of the way. He obediently complied, finding a way to retreat before his body shrank back to normal size. The giant zombie was hit before it could even get up. Zi Luo took a slight step back from the force of the explosion. A warning sound echoed, "Player, please be advised. Due to your despicable fighting style, which has insulted the Titan zombie, its rage has been pushed to the limit, fully activating its bloodline and evolving to silver grade." After hearing this, Zi Luo looked surprised and thought, "I knew it would transform, but to get stronger right before death, that's just cheating." The zombie was now several meters taller than before. Its information also showed changes: 70 strength, 30 spirit, 65 constitution, and significantly increased agility. Physical and magical damage taken is reduced, recovery ability is increased, can generate shockwaves, and attack relentlessly. Zi Luo's jaw dropped in amazement. A legendary tier talent. Good heavens, that's just unreasonable. With these stats, you call it silver grade, even gold grade is like this. The Golden Finger system detected the Titan zombie's successful evolution. The mission difficulty has increased, currently upgrading the reward content. Zi Luo sat pondering, wondering how to beat it. The giant zombie was losing patience, snapping Zi Luo out of his thoughts. He realized he didn't have time to check the rewards. He had to rely on his gut and fight first. The chosen weapon was still the bow and arrow. The giant zombie gritted its teeth from the attack. The wounds on its body began to recover instantly. Zi Luo took a stance and used the Blade of Thorns. He jumped, spun once in midair to build momentum, and slashed off a part of the Titan zombie's body, but it didn't seem to be affected much. This situation was tougher than before. Zi Luo was a bit tense. It seemed he couldn't rely on Dangak anymore. He took out a few supply cards, but I have more than this. A robot appeared on command. Zi Luo continued summoning. His other ally was a zombie cat. Zi Luo then pointed his sword to the sky, preparing the Blade of Thorns slash. Facing the absolute power of the giant zombie, Zi Luo showed no signs of flinching. He chose a direct attack, swinging his sword in an upward arc. The Titan zombie was quickly knocked back several meters. The server displayed a red warning. At the same time, the skill entered its post-cast phase. The player is stunned for 2 seconds. The zombie's heavy body created a large crater when it hit the ground. As it struggled to get up, Zi Luo's robot appeared and landed a painful blow on the giant zombie. It didn't stop there. The zombie cat also wanted to join in. With its small and nimble body, it vanished from sight in an instant. The zombie cat raised its claws. It scratched hard at the giant zombie's arm. Because of its corrosive attribute, blood gushed out from the wound. Tulak broke free from the control. He aimed right at the zombie's shoulder and then attacked. Because the force was quite strong, he had to use his sword to brace himself immediately after. Tulak looked at the zombie walking soullessly and said aloud, "Using consciousness to control these two is a bit tiring. Now is the time for the zombie titan to truly show its abilities." Tulak was not lightly affected. Temporarily out of action, Dian Jok's body returned to normal. He was startled to realize something was approaching. Finally caught in the onslaught, Tulak knelt on one knee. He calmly judged, it is not afraid of death anymore, to activate the Titan's rage skill in this situation. Tulak began to calculate. Besides its attributes, according to the skill description, the power of its fists is getting stronger and stronger. I will not be able to hold on for much longer. The difficulty of escaping is also high, because its pursuit speed is increased by 50%. But one of the zombie's arms is heavily injured. Its attack speed cannot reach its peak state, so the corresponding strategy is. Tulak proceeded, dancing on the edge of a blade. The giant zombie's fist was right in front of him. Tulak successfully dodged it. He concentrated his strength into one arm. Then, following the zombie titan's movement, severed its arm. 4 notifications with the exact same content arrived. Checking them showed that the player team now has 1 more member. The mission completion reward has been lowered. Tulak was confused, not yet understanding what was happening. Not wanting to delay any longer, he quickly left the area. When he got to a higher position to observe, voices could be heard from a distance. Quick, use it. The other team realized that Tulak had indeed won and wanted to come and reap some benefits. The team leader urged, "Hurry and go in. We can really get the mission reward, a lot of it." He showed his excitement. "Oh my god, the first major class advancement activation will definitely be announced to the whole world. I am about to become famous." The only girl worriedly suggested, "Everyone let us get out of here. That master had such a hard time killing that fearsome zombie. How can we?" Before she could finish her sentence, the team leader cut her off with a harsh voice. "Shut your mouth. I have been holding back for a long time. It is the apocalypse. Why pretend to be a saint? Just wait. After we get out, I will screw you to death." The terrified girl shrank back, only able to utter a single choked word. Tulak's tall figure was silhouetted against the twilight, his entire body enveloped in an extremely rich aura. The team leader spoke with a fawning tone. "Great master, you must be Yazi. So strong, I have always been your loyal fan." The other two laughed in agreement. "I watched your battle, so I decisively brought my brothers to help." "Yes, that is right. We all admire you greatly." Tulak asked coldly. "Admire me, help me," he said bluntly. "Were not you all hiding nearby since early on? Why did not I see you come down just now?" The team leader knew he could not escape. He was speechless and stammered, about that. Tulak decisively slashed his body in two with one strike. He commented blandly, fake. Seeing the amount of blood gushing and splattering made the rest of the group panic and scream. Tulak stood still, but his words rang out slowly. I hate fake people the most. When he turned back, a giant eye appeared, emitting a strange purple light. The other team felt their minds being sucked deep inside that strange object and began to change. They started attacking each other. It is all mine, zombie, do not come near. Tulak felt disgusted. Such disgusting and unscrupulous people, trying to join the mission to share the reward. The system detected that the player team now has one less member. The completion reward has been increased, Tulak thought to himself. Doing this would not only split a large amount of the profit, if I encounter a requirement where the difficulty increases with the challenger's strength, I would be screwed by this bunch. One person angrily shouted, Yazi, your reputation now is the hero of our dragon country. He thought that becoming a hero and helping people is natural. We just want to follow you and get some scraps. We have no other intentions. The guy standing next to him quickly interjected, You have to think clearly. If you kill us, people will not think you are. He finished with the words, a great hero, sealing his fate. The reward increased again. Tulak waved his hand and retrieved his sword. He growled a warning. Remember this. My name is Yazi. I repay every grievance, and I am not your great hero. I do not like being bound by morals or doing things for humanity. I simply want to live. The other team stirred, quickly looking for an escape route. Tulak was resolute. Anyone who touches, obstructs, or disgusts me will definitely be killed. The system announced, This mission can now be joined by an additional 25 people. Please make arrangements. Tulak cursed angrily. Useless things, wanting to bind me with morals without even looking at whether they are worthy. He swung his sword in fury, starting his pursuit. Why does not anyone persuade them for the sake of all humanity? They are just a bunch of hypocrites who bully the weak and fear the strong. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully defeating the level 19 silver tier Titan zombie, obtaining 400 experience points, 500 experience coins, a world first achievement. The Silver Slayer title will now be announced to the entire region, plus 2 golden hands and some random equipment. Tulak was excited. Double rewards, huh? Is there really such a good thing? A large chest suddenly appeared. Tulak flew over to claim it immediately. A black pedestal rose from the ground. On it were 2 sparkling treasures. The first item was a scroll. Inside it said that after the city's major class advancement is activated, player Yazi will receive the following benefits. 1. A statue of Tulak will be erected, proving outstanding contribution to be forever admired by the world. 2. Zombies will not have higher difficulty. 3. Just pay a fee, and commissions will be received. Tulak quickly signed his name. The blood-red words stood out on the paper. The system displayed, Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the mission to activate the Shanghai Major Class Advancement, obtaining 500 experience points, 1,000 experience, and the Overlord's Scroll. Leveled up to level 15, awarded 3 points in Strength, Constitution, and free attributes. 2,800 experience needed for the next level, becoming the first player to activate it in Ling Sing City, obtaining the world first title, Master of Advancement. An announcement will be made shortly. Tulak was overjoyed, so this is the system-enhanced reward. A series of noisy sounds behind him caught his attention. Tulak was deep in thought. Damn, how could I forget you guys are still here? I need to find a quiet place to claim my rewards. I am in no mood to deal with people now. Tulak tapped Diane Gok's face a few times to wake him up. Then he gently signaled, Let us go. Time for chicken legs, and the 2 of them left just like that. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors were extremely confused. What is going on? Did not Yazi already defeat the zombie? A few panicked. Could it be that he activated a higher-level mechanism, intentionally leaving us here as bait for the zombies? How can he be so cruel? We just wanted to share a part of the profit. It is nothing to him. The system congratulates Yazi for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to solo kill a silver-tier boss and activate a major class advancement. With heroic strength, he shocked the world, achieving a unique title and a large amount of rewards. We hope other players will enthusiastically learn from him. Because Shanghai is the first place to activate a major class advancement, all players have received a city-wide reward. For the next 24 hours, killing zombies has double the drop rate and a 10% increase in experience and gold coins. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, and the whole group stared. 2 girls seemed overjoyed. We really leveled up. Yes, from now on Yazi is my idol. Other people started killing each other for benefits. The young man looked out the window and said softly, "If I remember correctly, didn't the Great Transmission mission just appear last night? Inside, there is an extremely tough bronze-level boss. Even with 30 of us, we couldn't defeat it and they cleared it this afternoon." A fan of Nai XE shouted excitedly, "I knew it. He just took out countless other players. The big boss is no longer satisfied with monotonous world announcements. He directly sent 3 Forever a God announcements." In the dark meeting room, the leader spoke, "I am telling you all, this player named Nai XE is truly a talent of our country. However, before the apocalypse descended, he went to Shanghai to have fun and got trapped there. He smirked, but his heart still belongs to this territory. Fate will have him return to the arms of the motherland." In the quiet night, Dai Nok worked alone in the outer room, while Tulak carefully observed the rewards he received today. He currently possessed over 12,000 gold coins, plus 7 cubic meters of item storage space. Tulak showed an arrogant expression. Level 16 already. This speed is even faster than during the novice protection period. I cannot be humble anymore. Same old rules. Get the reward for playing first. There are a total of 3 scrolls in the instance. Zi Luo calculated. Career growth, huh? It will increase automatically upon leveling up, so the free attribute points. I can distribute them into spirit and agility. This is equivalent to a disguised increase in my own strength. He finally slowly folded the scroll. Since Zi Luo already possessed the level 1 automatic looting golden finger, receiving another one now will enhance it. He suddenly chuckled. These 2 are not bad. It will be much more convenient for fighting zombies and bosses later on. Tulak suddenly remembered. Oh right, what was that double drop rate the world announcement mentioned before? Does everyone get a 1% increase? He was stunned to realize, in other words, Tulak held his head and screamed, I have a 201 drop rate. In fact, at a critical moment, it can decide the outcome of any battle. Tulak gently stroked his hair, but speaking of the whole package, the 2 items in this chest are not that useful. It must be because I am too rich. Next up are the titles. Tulak frowned and considered. None of them are as good as unrivaled in the world. Could it be that the overlord profession I unlocked before used up all my luck? These rewards are all ordinary. Luckily, that deal can soothe my wounded heart. Thinking too much gives me a headache. Tulak had to make a decision. Right now, system, my golden finger, give me a silver-grade equipment. He closed his eyes tightly and began to pray. Infinite Heavenly Lord, Amitabha Buddha, may the Lord protect me. Amen. Introduction to the butcher profession. Inherited the craft from his father. Specializes in butchering pigs and cattle to make a living. Attributes. Each level up adds 2 strength and 1 constitution. Tulak pursed his lips. This is a bit ordinary. It is useless for me and Big Dummy. I will just keep it for now. Who knows, it might be useful later. He gritted his teeth and started organizing his things. Tulak then opened the gold chest, received a blessing, plus countless experience points. The treasure was at the very end. Something with a pretty cool name, the Coconut Cleaver, activates an intimidation effect for 2 minutes, lowering the opponent's attributes by 10%. Tulak exclaimed in confusion. The knife is good, but shouting its name during a fight is really silly. Forget it. I will just give it to Kula Chownut. Tulak walked to the outer room, clenching his fist to show his determination. What the hell is there to rest for? There are only 24 hours. I must seize this opportunity. In his hand was now a stamina potion. Tulak drank it all in one gulp. Big Dummy was startled when he realized his master was standing right behind him. He just smiled and winked as a signal. Time to work. Leave all the zombies for me to kill today. Tulak wiggled his fingers. For every 20 zombies, I will reward you with an extra roasted chicken tonight. When Big Dummy heard this, he immediately became much more excited and scrambled to follow. Tulak waved his hand to summon his sword. He always charged in first. Outside, zombies had been waiting for a long time. The sound surprised Tulak a little. He scanned the monster from top to bottom, silently assessing it. Oh my god, how much gear is this thing wearing? Tulak slashed decisively. He kept praying. Drop for me. 2 items. No, 3 pieces of equipment. The system congratulates player Nai Se for successfully defeating a level 6 heavy zombie. That is more like it, Tulak shouted to his ally. Quickly lure some zombies over here. Smash the ground with your hammer to make some noise. Big Dummy obediently did as he was told. The zombies were lured by the sound and gathered in larger and larger numbers. Notifications from the server sounded continuously, signaling that today's gains were not small at all. Tulak paused for a few seconds. He grinned arrogantly. Hey, that is more like it. At the same time, in another place in the city center, a large screen displayed the ranking of essential items. The man with glasses from the Van family was speaking slowly. Look at the new equipment that has appeared. It was obtained by Nai Se from defeating a silver-grade boss. The much younger man sitting next to him continued, Is there even a need to ask? It is definitely like that. I am curious who this guy is. Li Ha-bak's father spoke coolly, young man of the An family. If your father hadn't had the bad luck to turn into a zombie, you wouldn't even have the right to be here. We are discussing serious matters now, so be a little more serious for me. Qi Min laughed contemptuously. Ha ha, family head lie. Do you think I am like your two useless sons? He added with a sneer. I remember that Li Ha-bak guy seems to be in Tuang Hai Ni. Look how far away that is. He can't help with anything. Based on his personality, I doubt he will survive for more than a few days. The situation was tense. The man with glasses had to mediate between the two. Elder brother Lai, do not forget today's topic is Nai Jie. It is other people's family business. Family head, and if you have no questions, do not ask anymore. He recalled. I had never heard of this character before in Long Country. I can't believe an ordinary person who was unknown could become so strong in just a few days. Li Ha-bak's father came to a conclusion. We must find him, based on his reputation and influence. If he joins our alliance, it will be a great help to the plans of our three families. Qi Min did not seem interested but did not refute it either. That is right. The apocalypse is a great opportunity. It seemed he already had a plan in his mind. The whole world is in chaos. Why do not we step out independently and become the masters of this world? The man with glasses looked thoughtful. If Nai Se can't be used by us, then we just need to take his equipment, and then… Qi Min swiped his hand across his neck, signaling to kill him. The two men looked at each other, seemingly understanding, and did not say another word. The scene outside was still extremely chaotic. A player was reviewing his rewards. Today's harvest is really good. I need to kill more zombies. Not realizing at all that he was being targeted. At the hotel, where Tulak chose to stop, he stood alone in the room, diligently casting spells. If you looked through the window, you could see a fierce battle was raging below. Tulak realized Chuang Nguyen Chung seems to be the name ranked below me on the level leaderboard before. He is working very hard now. Tulak rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I remember in my past life, Chuang Nguyen Chung was still at level 8 around this time. He only reached level 9 tomorrow. The day after that, he completed his hidden class change. In this life, he did not get many world announcement rewards, so his leveling will be much slower. He yawned widely, however. Looking at the current situation, my rebirth has really affected the world quite a bit. Tulak smiled to himself, but even if events develop far from the original path, as long as I have strength, I can face anything. He was fumbling around looking for something. The system indicated that the leveling phase was in progress. Tulak withdrew his hand and accidentally smelled a strange scent wafting in the air. Tulak curiously asked Big Dummy, "Are you the one who stinks?" The zombie growled in response, but the direction he pointed his hand in was towards Tulak. Only now did he fully realize where the problem was. Tulak hurriedly grabbed new clothes, complaining, "This is killing me. Before this I used to bathe once a month." Big Dummy watched the steam rise and scratched his head in confusion. Tulak was leisurely scrubbing his body. As soon as he got to the door, he saw Big Dummy about to take off his pants to take a bath. Tulak threw the towel straight at his face and said, "Let's sleep." He lay down on the soft mattress. Tulak fell into a deep sleep. In his past life, everyone eventually got used to this situation and had long forgotten what bathing was. The moonlight rained over the vast sky. Tulak's soft snores could be heard. Suddenly, something strange appeared from the toilet bowl. Water gushed out. A pitch-black hole revealed a large, terrifying eye, and a foul, mutated rat gradually emerged from it. Tulak suddenly woke up from his slumber. The mutated rat was standing right beside him, staring at him with a fierce gaze. Its speed was astonishing, 10 times faster than normal ones. Tulak observed calmly, thinking, "Great, are all zombie rats this big?" He turned around and used his sword to slice the monster's body into 2 halves. While Tulak was contemplating his next move, the ground suddenly started to shake. Swarms of rats began to pour into the city from all directions, and their numbers were so great, no one could have imagined. They gathered to form a wave, invading every nook and cranny. The tragic screams of people echoed through the night. They were completely helpless against the attack of the mutated rats, falling one after another. Very quickly, they had swept past the hotel where Tulak was staying. He and Big Dummy took a defensive stance in the room, ready to fight. Tulak looked at the huge corpse and speculated. This noise. 1. A zombie wave has appeared. 2. Mutated creatures are gathering. But the game system did not announce anything. Plus the thing that suddenly attacked me, it seems it is just a simple rat zombie. He carefully checked the hallway outside and wondered, could my rebirth have caused a butterfly effect? Has it affected the entire zombie world? I should get a clear picture of the surrounding situation, so I can still react if something suddenly happens. From the window, Continuous zapping sounds were heard. Tulak frowned and concluded, "It seems there are not that many zombie rats. Maybe I am just overthinking it." His initial plan was to check the situation first. A loud bang echoed nearby. Tulak was bewildered. Something's not right. A few zombie rats wouldn't cause such a huge commotion. He felt a little scared. For the sound to be this loud, the zombie rats must have already gathered into a horde. After that huge commotion, they must be nearby, maybe even on the floor below. Could they be targeting me? Sewer rats have surfaced in overwhelming numbers. They are moving in a straight line, very orderly. Tulak deduced that, looking at their orderly formation, there must be a talented boss-level zombie rat commanding them. It seems a fierce battle will break out tonight. This place is not safe to stay in for long. He gave an order to Big Dummy. "We're going to the rooftop." Unlocking the door, Tulak walked confidently. He and Big Dummy quickly moved to the edge of the rooftop. Tulak put on his mask and secretly observed everything happening through the iron bars. Something accidentally caught his eye. Tulak had to exclaim, "There are so many of them, but luckily, they're not targeting me." A sense of excitement surged. For example, if I kill this boss, wouldn't I make a fortune? But Tulak quickly became discouraged. Forget it, there are too many of them. Saving my life is more important. I still don't know why this zombie rat horde is gathering its subordinates, so I shouldn't act rashly. He warned Big Dummy in a low voice to stay here and protect himself. No running around. Tulak opened the system panel, having equipped his gear. He leaped to the adjacent building to find a good vantage point. There seemed to be fewer rats on this side. Suddenly, the sound of someone wailing echoed. Tulak showed a mocking expression. "The apocalypse has been here for 7 to 8 days. How naive can you be? Do you really think you can survive by hiding?" He slowly looked back at the original hotel. "I can use the combination of city wall and temporary bridge to reach the opposite rooftop. But using two such effective life-saving skills here would be a bit of a waste." Tulak told himself, "Forget it. I'll observe first." About 1 hour passed. Tulak remained motionless. He thought worriedly, "There's no sound at all. They vanished without a trace. Could a hidden instance dungeon have appeared? Like a large magic formation with a protective barrier separating them from the outside world." Tulak stroked his chin. "I didn't expect such an unexpected gain today. This is great. My luck isn't bad." He called Big Dummy with his thoughts. "Come here quickly. It's time to work." The zombie obeyed and appeared instantly. Big Dummy was right behind him. Tulak quickly noticed something was wrong. Countless black feathers were falling from the night sky. It was a flock of crows, flying back and forth in a specific area for no clear reason. Tulak whispered to Big Dummy, "Don't startle those animal zombies. There are too many of them. We might not be able to handle it." Tulak looked down at the street. A few crows were calling their companions to eat the corpses. His face turned pale. My God, how could such a strange thing happen? The two types of zombies, rats and birds, not only coexist peacefully, but also obediently line up to enter the villa. What on earth is in this place? Tulak used a rope ladder and carefully approached the area. He landed safely. The surroundings were dead silent. Tulak took the lead, holding his sharp sword. The number of different zombie species flocking to the villa area was much larger. Tulak was terrified. Whether in the past or now, this bear's destructive power could not be underestimated. There was a portal in front of the main hall. The zombies were entering through it. They formed a long line like that, with no end in sight. Basking in the morning sun, Tulak sat slumped in exhaustion, considering the matter over. After waiting for the zombies to disperse, he began to search the area. "They're all gone, huh? Nothing here either." Tulak showed a joyful expression. "They're really gone, for sure." He signaled for Big Dummy to come out of hiding. "Let's go." The portal appeared right in front of them. The system asked Tulak if he wanted to enter, he wondered, an unknown instance dungeon, with no hints at all. Additional information. Instances in the Apocalypse game are divided into two types. The first is player versus player duels, focusing on this type of combat. The scene and difficulty are mostly fixed, but will be adjusted according to the character's level. Next are the integrated, mission-based quests. Tulak recalled that in his previous life, he had encountered many instance dungeons, so his experience was quite rich. With my current strength, plus I have a golden finger cheat, clearing this should be no problem. He was curious. After entering an instance in the Apocalypse game, would there be a protection mechanism, like in the mysterious trial? A ding sound answered. The system's essence is to provide the best experience for the character. If you are not satisfied with the content, you can end the mission at any time. Tulak was excited. Isn't this equivalent to being able to retreat anytime, anywhere without any loss? What's there to hesitate about? Let's do it. He agreed to enter. Tulak pressed the button to accept the instance dungeon. The server announced he had successfully activated it. Tulak turned to look at his ally. After all, I have a golden finger cheat, but Big Dummy doesn't. He pointed and signaled the zombie, "Just stay here and wait for orders." Tulak secretly observed. He's squatting there so decisively. What's he unhappy about now? The instant's dungeon quickly opened. Tulak gripped his sword tightly. He took a deep breath to gather his courage. The space inside was surrounded by 4 walls. There were a few floating flames. Tulak knocked on it a few times with his hand to check. He channeled power into his precious sword, then slashed decisively. The cut created a long crack. The system congratulates player Lin Zi for activating the special instance dungeon, the Labyrinth of Despair. On the screen was a series of data, legendary grade labyrinth. For over 1,000 years, no one has ever left this place alive. Will you share their fate? Requirement: find the exit. Reminder: kill hidden animal zombies, avoid traps, inventory space is sealed. Time limit: 3,650 days. Warning: detected that player Lin Zi used a special method to enter an unopened instance dungeon. Parameters need to be adjusted. Tulak worriedly wondered, it hasn't opened yet. So, the so-called special method was that teleportation gate from before. He pursed his lips and guessed, that gate, wasn't this labyrinth using it to replenish its animal zombies, and then it closed after finishing. And I just happened to see it, and jumped in with the horde of zombies. Tulak imagined himself jumping headfirst into a pit of fire and was speechless. He dismissed that useless line of thought. Tulak pondered. The labyrinth hasn't opened yet, which proves its danger coefficient is very high, unsuitable for normal players. But that doesn't apply to me. Moreover, most of the animal zombies were probably just added. They're completely useless. He looked at his weapon. The mission restriction said items would lose their effects, but I still have the Blade of Truth to release skills. Looks like it's a bug again. But I can't rule out the possibility that it's because I'm bound to the sword's soul. This isn't important. As long as I have it in my hands, it's enough. Server successfully adjusted the coefficient. The situation in the instance dungeon has been appropriately allocated based on the player's strength. The space quickly turned blood red. Tulak was delighted. This apocalypse game has become more humane. It even knows to help me reduce the difficulty. Because player Nai Xie entered the instance dungeon prematurely, disrupting the normal order, the difficulty this time will be increased by 50%. Tulak was shocked and exclaimed, just pretend I didn't say anything. This garbage game really can't be trusted. Changing penalty for mission failure. If the host wishes to stop, you can be teleported out at any time. This labyrinth has witnessed much despair. Success will grant 2 random normal golden finger cheats. Tulak accepted. He gradually moved deeper into the area, surrounded by stone walls. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from a small hole. Tulak wasn't ready, but luckily he managed to raise his sword to block it in time. The force pushed Tulak back several meters. The arrow fell to the ground. Tulak thought nervously. No wonder this instance dungeon hasn't opened yet. He estimated. The attack power of the arrow was probably equivalent to a player's strength attribute of about 30. How many people could block that? While Tulak was distracted, suddenly countless more arrows were fired. The arrowheads shot out swiftly. Tulak hurriedly jumped aside to dodge. The path ahead opened up, but there was absolutely no sign of life. Tulak breathed a long, tense sigh. Phew, that scared me. I even thought I could pick some up to use as weapons. He tried waving his sword to check. Nothing appeared. Tulak felt a bit more relieved. It seems it's really over. He carefully scouted the surrounding area. A fork in the road appeared before him, Tulak told himself. From now on, I have to rely entirely on instinct and memory. Why am I suddenly feeling a little excited? He grinned. The right path looks promising. Let's go check it out first. Tulak held his sword ready and suddenly stepped on something. He was very surprised. Human bones. Tulak bent down to take a look. He calmly assessed that this thing holds no clues and has no use. It is just to scare people. The heat from inside the cellar made Zi Luo's body drenched in sweat. There was a door nearby. Zi Luo knocked lightly a few times. There was no sound in response. He had to push the door open. The mutated zombie rat squealed upon seeing a stranger. It lunged to attack Zi Luo. He decisively swung a circular slash. System congratulations, player Nai, for successfully killing the zombie rat, obtaining 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. Zi Luo took it and exclaimed excitedly, a bowl of beef with vermicelli. He shoveled spoonfuls into his mouth. He was starving. The bowl was soon empty. Zi Luo leisurely wiped his 2 hands. He wiped the remaining rice grains from his lips and sighed. How unreasonable. They only know how to exploit loopholes. They should at least give me a napkin to wipe my mouth. Zi Luo continued his journey. Luckily, I went through that Soldier Lord class change trial. Otherwise, I am not sure I could have persevered. He chuckled lightly. Same old rules. To the right, the second turning finally appeared. Zi Luo used his precious saber to knock on the stone wall. He seriously observed everything behind him. Currently standing between two different paths, Zi Luo quickly escaped from all 7 bronze acids. He cursed under his breath. What bad luck! Zi Luo opened the second door. He encountered zombie dogs and dealt with them immediately, trying to search a few more rooms. Zi Luo snorted coldly. 10 wooden doors for one zombie rat boss, huh? He mercilessly slashed it to death. From the boss's body, he took a royal-grade gate gem. Zi Luo decided to stop and rest for a bit. The 3-way forks ahead all looked the same. He started drawing symbols with blood. 3 paths, 2 dead ends. One of them contains all sorts of traps. The others have nothing. Behind the doors hide random animal zombies. Killing them will drop supply cards or weapons. Zi Luo realized the number of zombies corresponded to the number on the door, but there were still many other suspicious points. He let his arms hang. Zi Luo frowned and thought, I guess I know why this maze makes people despair. He left the room thinking, the animal zombies I encounter from now on will only get stronger, and I do not know what traps lie ahead. I must be more careful. Zi Luo forcefully threw open the wooden door. Inside were 2 bronze-level bosses. He thought to himself, it seems to be just as I thought. The battle broke out immediately, with just a few basic slashes. Zi Luo successfully defeated them and leveled up to level 18 at the same time. System congratulations, player Nai. D for finding an agility fruit, gaining an additional 2 points. Zi Luo opened his mouth and took a big bite. He eagerly used the supply card he just got, named Trap. Any animal zombies that entered were taken care of. Zi Luo did not even have to lift a finger. He stood with his hands on his hips confidently. Next, entering the maze on the 3rd day. By the next day, the power of his precious saber was fully upgraded. It reached diamond grade, adding 10 strength, 4 constitution, and 25% armor penetration. The damage from its skills was transformed, and its killing power increased significantly. Zi Luo could not help but exclaim, it is unbelievably powerful. This is a true transformation. He stared intently at the weapon. It seems that in the future, my movements will be even faster when slashing low-level animal zombies. From that moment on, Zi Luo could be seen killing relentlessly. Bronze-level monsters were now nothing to him. The maze was no longer as scary as the rumor said. In Shanghai, a girl was immersed in happiness. Mom, I have reached level 10. The server just congratulated 10 players for successfully changing classes. A group of youths whispered amongst themselves, do you guys have any news about the god Nai, the Nothing? It is like he has vanished from the face of the earth. I think Nai has found a good place to retire early and does not plan on killing zombies to level up anymore, or perhaps he has already been assassinated. However, my guess is that Nai was probably found and imprisoned by some organization to be used as a lab rat for research. The next information that appeared shattered their baseless words. This is impossible. He is still on the leaderboard. Did they not say dead people disappear from there? And there is Dian Gok too? There has been no activity from him. He is still at level 10. Zi Luo used the cursed blade slash. Before him were 3 zombies with different forms. Zi Luo moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The zombies stood motionless. Zi Luo sneered. You have got a little something. It is just a pity that I am 1 level higher. He pulled his blade out of the corpse, and a strange transformation occurred immediately. Under the pressure, Lin Zi Luo had to use both arms to shield himself. System congratulates player Nai for successfully killing the level 9 boss, the gluttonous zombie rat, obtaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. The treasure chest that appeared from behind contained a bronze-grade treasure. At that moment, 2 monsters charged at him. Zi Luo lightly pivoted on his heel, watching them get slaughtered. The stench of blood filled the room. Zi Luo violently struck down the last zombie. The rewards from it increased tremendously and showed no signs of stopping. Zi Luo got another chance to draw for a golden finger. Of course, he agreed. This time the item was called the Eye of Insight, helping Zi Luo look up all information about creatures he did not understand. Zi Luo looked hesitant. He tried clicking on the computer screen. The abundant information it provided made Zi Luo overjoyed. When the host inspects a creature-related zombie, they can learn its weaknesses. He suddenly fell into thought, but the second point is really vague. To what extent can a weakness be exploited? I will have to wait until the next time I encounter an animal zombie to see the specific effect. Zi Luo fumbled around in his inventory bag. He took out a mixed elixir and proceeded to absorb it into his body. Zi Luo calmly strode out of the dark room. He proceeded to the next door, number 4-1. The stench from inside the dungeon wafted out, making Lin Zi Luo extremely uncomfortable. He hurriedly activated the Eye of Insight. Using the fire attribute will counter the bird zombies. Zi Luo thought to himself, so this is what is called a weakness. It seems pretty effective. He stood before thousands of blood-red eyes, quickly executing the cursed blade slash. Zi Luo single-handedly annihilated the flock of zombie birds. He retrieved his precious saber and drew a bagua diagram on a piece of white paper. Zi Luo coldly realized, 14 doors left, almost there. He changed direction, leaving the stinking remains behind. Moving slowly, Zi Luo discovered a strange object blocking the way. It was a large boulder, his face filled with confusion. This path had no door. Zi Luo used his sword to make a few marks. He followed the diagram he had drawn earlier, trying to find a path. A feeling of unease slowly crept into his mind. Zi Luo was bewildered, unsure if his calculations were correct. He worried. The path just now was too smooth. I have a bad feeling. I am about to get out. I must be more careful. There is a light ahead. It is this way. Zi Luo sped up, then suddenly froze. This area was completely different. On the door was an image of a large dragon. Zi Luo's expression was determined, but that aura was truly alluring, inviting him to step deeper inside. After standing before the wooden door for a long while, Zi Luo sighed in frustration. He pushed with force. A current of power was present in the air. Zi Luo was astonished. Is this a place where heaven is round and the earth is square? System congratulates player Nai for finding the exit of the despair maze, successfully completing the legendary instance. The reward he received this time is a special product and culture of Blue Star, status coordinating. A few seconds later, another notification arrived. Randomly draw 2 common golden fingers, but Zi Luo wanted to postpone it, so he declined. The remaining gifts included the key of boundary, the source of Li, and the source of Kan. Zi Luo took the key, a special single-use item that can open a barrier for 10 seconds. He assessed it seriously. It does not look difficult, but I should not let my guard down. Zi Luo unconsciously recalled that in the bagua, Li represents fire. It seems this reward is related to fire. Finally, the source of Kan is, of course, connected to water. System congratulates player Nai for completing the instance challenge. Now weapons and inventory space can be used normally. Zi Luo thought silently. The rewards for this instance are a bit strange, and the 2 orbs do not have a specific description. It seems there is still something else to find in this room. Missing out on the rewards would be a great loss. He moved to another area of the cellar. The treasure that appeared made Zi Luo a bit suspicious. It is another scroll. He opened it. Fuxi, the progenitor of the Dragon Country's civilization, one of the 3 sovereigns, called the Creator God in ancient texts. This maze was single-handedly created by Fuxi, located at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. The one who enters through the door will have the chance to inherit the power of the 8 trigrams left by Fuxi. Since the day the maze appeared, no one has ever reached the end. The rest have turned into dried corpses. Zi Luo exclaimed in shock. So this place could also be a class change station? And you can even obtain the attributes of the 8 trigrams. The power passed down from Fuxi can't be weak. This surprise came at the perfect time. He happily guessed, this must be a gift from Yu Huang'er. Ask and you shall receive. Hey, I was just thinking about a second class. Isn't this the perfect time? The jade ring was surrounded by a power shield. Zi Luo used his consciousness to receive it. When the jade ring touched his skin, it suddenly lit up with all sorts of colors, making Zi Luo gasp in surprise. His whole body was blown upwards. Zi Luo's jaw dropped in shock. This is a stream of power materializing into a large object, shaped like a cocoon. Lin Zi Luo was continuously attacked by 3 sources of energy, causing him immense pain. It pierced through his body, surprising him. More blood flowed from Lin Zi Luo's head as he struggled to look forward. He looked extremely strained. Before his eyes was a large cocoon, enveloped in pure green energy. The stars in the sky twinkled and shone down. Suddenly, a massive energy beam shot straight down onto the cocoon. The colorful energies from before surrounded him. Lin Zi Luo focused on absorbing the energy, and the cocoon began to crack. Energy gradually leaked out from it. Full of power, he shattered the cocoon. He opened his eyes and looked forward with determination, gently wiping the blood from his face. The system notification sound rang continuously. Detecting player Nai Zhe is receiving an unknown legacy energy. System is analyzing the unknown energy. System has successfully identified the unknown energy as originating from Blue Star. Lin Zi Luo stepped forward to the marked spot for the system to inspect. Integrating unknown energy with Blue Star culture, the Apocalypse game system's voice echoed in his ears. Integration successful. Gamification successful. Player Nai Zhe is undergoing a class change. The system continues to update. The system's voice still hasn't stopped. Congratulations to player Nai Zhe for a successful class change. Based on Blue Star culture, the Apocalypse game has named the class Green Emperor. Congratulations to player Nai Zhe for completing the instance dungeon. The Green Emperor class requires a data conversion step. Lamb Zi Luo looked at the system, full of questions. Green Emperor? As he was lost in thought, a green jade pendant suddenly appeared before his eyes. It blended two power sources, red fire and blue fire, hovering before his eyes. Lamb Zi Luo was extremely surprised. He reached out and gently touched the jade. Immediately, both streams of power were unleashed. It surrounded Lamb Zi Luo. He watched it with eyes full of curiosity. The system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to player Lin Zi for obtaining the ability to control fire and water. Other abilities are waiting for player Lin Zi to unlock them. Lamb Zi Luo immediately formed a hand seal. Water and fire condensed one after another, held together in his hand. He smiled happily and proudly. Just these two abilities alone are already incredibly powerful. If I fully unlock them, what can the Apocalypse game do to me now? He clicked his tongue in excitement. Tsh! I'm actually looking forward to what happens next. Lamb Zi Luo confidently stepped forward and opened the stone door. The surrounding walls with water channels were starting to collapse. Lamb Zi Luo looked around, bewildered. It seems this room was supported by Fuxi's 8 trigrams power. He observed, breaking out in a sweat. It really was a shoddy construction project. Lamb Zi Luo opened the system. A question popped up. Exit the instance dungeon? He immediately chose yes. The system quickly transported him out. Lamb Zi Luo smiled to himself confidently. Finally. With that, he took his phone out of his pocket. Holding the phone, Lamb Zi Luo was surprised. He furrowed his brows, his face a mixture of worry and confusion, and checked the notifications. Seeing the time displayed was 2 weeks, he was shocked. I was in the instance dungeon for a whole 2 weeks? I didn't feel it at all. Lamb Zi Luo grew anxious. I need to leave this place fast. Just as he turned his head, a pale face appeared right in front of him. It startled Lamb Zi Luo, who jumped back. Realizing it was Da Nagak, he sighed in relief, staring dumbfounded as the person approached. You've been waiting here this whole time since I went in? Da Nagak looked dazed and confused, and just nodded. He grunted in response. Seeing the drool dripping from the corner of his mouth left Lamb Zi Luo speechless. He asked Da Nagak, aren't you hungry? Seeing him nod blankly, Lamb Zi Luo felt helpless and patted his shoulder. All right, wait for me to finish up here, and I'll take you to eat some chicken legs. Hearing that, Da Nagak let out a happy grunt. Lamb Zi Luo looked at the system panel again. The current rankings displayed: Rank 1, Lin Zi, Level 20, Class Bing Zhu. Rank 2, Truong Nguyen Chung, Level 17, Class Army Soul. Rank 3, Vong Han, Level 16, Class Flame Manipulator. Rank 4, Nickname Fa Quan, Level 16, Class Fa Quan. Rank 5 is Temen Sui Fong, Level 16, Class Wind Warrior. After looking at the rankings, Lamb Zi Luo sighed. It's been 2 weeks, and you guys haven't made any progress at all. Then he showed the notification to Da Nagak. Let's go, Da Nagak. It's time for us to make our presence known again. He let out a grunt. He reached for the system's character panel. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the familiar system voice rang out again. Congratulations to player Truong Nguyen Chung for successfully reaching level 18. He had finished fighting and stood majestically over his spoils. Casually slinging his blade over his shoulder, Truong Nguyen Chung wiped the sweat from his face. I've finally surpassed Nai Xe by 1 level. This should save some face for our army, he said, opening the system. Truong Nguyen Chung's face turned pale when he saw the result. Damn, is this guy cheating? How did he reach level 20 in the blink of an eye? In contrast to Truong Nguyen Chung's discontent, elsewhere, 2 girls cheered happily when they saw the leaderboard. Lin Zi is back! He's finally back! Our faith has returned. On a rooftop, the white-haired young man also checked the results, scratching his head. Da Nagak was never on the leaderboard before, and now he's suddenly at rank 5. What on earth has been happening? Many people who were eating were even more shocked. Oh my god, the leaderboard changed so drastically in just 1 minute. Good heavens, how on earth did the master reach level 20 in the blink of an eye? While everyone was in an uproar, the people in question were leisurely eating in a corner. He was shoveling rice into his mouth. Looking at the system panel displaying continuous notifications, player Lin Zi has completed the Despair Maze instance dungeon, undergoing data conversion for player Lin Zi's Green Emperor class, re-optimizing the player's basic attributes based on the Bing Zhu and Green Emperor classes. Then it displayed, player Lin Zi's current level 10 basic attributes are Strength, Spirit, Constitution, and Agility, all at 40, with 50 free attribute points. Green Emperor class data conversion complete. Each time player Lin Zi levels up, all attributes will increase by 3, and they will gain 5 free attribute points. He checked his basic attributes again. Strength 90, Spirit 80, Constitution 80, Agility 80. After reviewing his stats, Lin Zi Luo opened the interface to check his class. Class, Green Emperor. Introduction. Green Emperor, one of the 5 heavenly emperors of the East, symbolizing the green dragon. The most mysterious class, established by the constellation formation of Taihao Fuxi and created by combining the 8 trigrams pendant, which contains the power of the 8 trigrams. Attributes. Each level up grants 3 spirit points, 3 agility points, and 3 free attribute points. Ability. Heavenly Palace Constellation. Your strength can receive the blessing of the Heavenly Palace stars. The brighter the starlight, the greater your strength will become. 8 trigrams power. You can collect elemental orbs to replenish the missing energy of the 8 trigrams pendant, thereby controlling the elemental abilities related to the orbs. A power so great the universe cannot contain it. Reading this, Lin Zi Luo was shocked. The 8 trigrams pendant. I actually got the 8 trigrams pendant. He hastily put down his empty rice bowl. He reached out and took out the item. It was a special, gradeless item. A jade pendant carrying the 8 trigrams power. Abilities. Li. You can consume spiritual power to control the power of fire. Can. You can consume spiritual power to control the power of water. Skill. After you possess a corresponding attribute, you can rely on your comprehension to learn skills related to it. He looked at the jade pendant spinning in his hand. Lin Zi Luo was overjoyed. This means I have infinite skills. Even without learning, I can control these elements as I wish. Tsk. Is this what it feels like to be powerful? I feel almost embarrassed being so much stronger than them. He then practiced according to the system. All his attributes were perfectly balanced, the ultimate dual-class combat style combined into one body. He could learn so many skills. Suddenly, a weak whimper was heard. It was Da Nok. His state isn't normal right now. I thought something was wrong with him. Who knew Big Dumb would suddenly stand up and rip his shirt? He responded blankly, as Big Dumb lowered his body and touched the dirt floor. His ability caused the ground to tremble. There was no change at all. Lamb Tulak thought of something. He immediately turned and told Big Dumb, try using the myriad transformation skill. He blankly agreed, and Big Dumb lowered himself to touch the dirt floor. His ability caused the ground to shatter, and the rock fragments were drawn to and stuck firmly onto Big Dumb's hands. Seeing this, Lamb Tulak smiled. Not bad. With your current strength attribute, achieving this is already very good, he thought to himself. It seems the conversion rate of the Overlord class for the strength attribute isn't bad. Suddenly remembering something, he crossed his arms and said, System, help me draw 2 common golden fingers. The system immediately received the command and started drawing. Ding. Drawing common golden fingers. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing Absolute Enslavement Level 1 and Breakthrough Rate Level 1. Since the host already possesses the Absolute Enslavement Level 1 golden finger, its level has increased to Level 2. Lamb Tulak said happily, this buff stacks really well. Who can stand against it now? It seems there's a pattern to drawing golden fingers. If I draw 2 at once next time, I might get 1 new one and 1 old one. So I'll follow this rule from now on. Next, Lamb Tulak went outside with Big Dumb. The system displayed a message. Attention Shanghai players. Attention Shanghai players. The Shanghai Personal Combat Power Tournament has now officially concluded. The player who took first place on the Shanghai Personal Combat Power Rankings is Mach Van. Based on the city's overall strength, the reward is 2 random excellent silver-grade equipment items and a large amount of gold coins, experience, reputation, and free attribute points. The player who took second place on the Shanghai Personal Combat Power Rankings is Chung Ni Tu Nian. The player who took third place on the Shanghai Personal Combat Power Rankings is Dai Dao Kush. Lam Tulak was shocked. The Shanghai Personal Combat Power Tournament has already ended. It seems that while I was in the labyrinth, they were all seriously leveling up. The system now shows the specific settings for the Combat Power Tournament. Opening conditions for the city's Personal Combat Power Tournament. 30% of all players in the entire city must surpass level 10. During the designated period, all players who reach the specified location are considered registered for the Personal Combat Power Tournament. The rewards are exclusive and based on player contributions. After that, he instructed Big Dumb. We've leveled up, so let's go kill some zombies and join the fun. Use your hammer to smash the ground to draw them here for us to fight, he shouted. Immediately, Big Dumb transformed, wielding a large sledgehammer and wearing armor, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Many zombies rushed towards them, and Lamb Tulak immediately attacked with Giant Spirit Slash. The attack launched towards the zombies. A single blow wiped out all those zombies. Then Big Dumb charged forward, leaping high and slashing downwards. Meanwhile, Lamb Tulak was searching the system for the Fireball Scroll. A Fireball Scroll then appeared out of thin air. A large flame erupted in Lamb Tulak's palm. Good thing I didn't trade it for the Giant Spirit Orb. I didn't expect it to be useful now. His expression was extremely serious as he condensed fire in his palms. Lamb Tulak closed his eyes to concentrate fully, and flames erupted around him, engulfing his entire large frame. Lamb Tulak smiled happily at the flames radiating from his hands, when suddenly a fireball flew out of nowhere, nearly hitting him in the face. Lamb Tulak quickly leaned back, dodging the fireball. It caused a massive explosion where it struck. Lamb Tulak wiped sweat from his face. Again, he trained until dark, thick smoke rising around him. He panted, his face now covered in wounds, as large flames continued to flicker in his hands. Lamb Tulak's gaze was unusually serious as he continued to condense fire in his palm. A system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, player Nisei, you have successfully learned the fireball skill through your Saint Emperor class characteristic. Lamb Tulak smiled and clicked on the skill description. Success. The system displayed the details. Fireball, a mage-type skill, consumes a certain amount of mental power to condense a fireball. After being shot at a designated target, the fireball will cause an explosion. The explosion's power is 170% of the mental power consumed. Because consuming mental power is different from using physical attacks, mage-type skills receive a very high buff from mental power. Lamb Tulak retracted the fire, watching the system panel fade. He was satisfied. One scroll for a skill. Worth it. Lamb Tulak slowly stood up. The Shanghai store has a lot of scrolls, so other cities' stores should be similar. I'll go check it out first and buy some things in preparation, Lamb Tulak said to the one behind him. Big dumb, go find some chicken legs. The figure behind him grunted in response. Lamb Tulak went outside, looking at the sky thoughtfully. The Shanghai tournament is over, so the tournaments in other cities must be starting soon. I can't guarantee there won't be formidable newcomers elsewhere. I can take this chance to go scout out their forces in another place. Many people passed by. This was the Li family estate in the capital city. In the meeting room, the man at the head of the table, the family head, spoke. Being in the top 3 isn't appealing enough. I want you to take first place. Make a name for our Li family, so that unaligned players will see our family's true strength. Hearing this, Su Kansan stood up. If it were top 2, I could still try, but first place is held by that Chuang Nguyen Chung. Li La Pian, with a serious expression, interrupted. Who said that we must fight to the death? Su Kansan quickly waved his hand. Family head, Chuang Nguyen Chung has the military behind him. Li La Pian raised a hand to cut him off. Don't worry, he explained. Our 3 great families have allied. If they know what's good for them, they won't oppose us. Just go and do what you need to do. Li La Pian said resolutely, bring back first place, by any means necessary. Everyone responded in unison. Yes, we will carry out your order to the death. Hearing this, they left one by one. Li La Pian suddenly called out, Su Kansan. Su Kansan turned back, surprised. Family head. Li La Pian sat majestically on his chair. Go investigate why Vientiane is not yet on the rankings, and get some more equipment. Do it well. And regarding that Chuang Nguyen Chung, we need to make our move soon. There is nothing else. You can go now. Su Kansan respectfully clasped his hands. Yes, family head. He then walked out under Li La Pian's gaze. Afterwards, Li La Pian's expression hardened. I feel like something is not right. He thought as he paced, Hao Van is gone. The Li family fell into chaos once. It absolutely cannot happen a second time. I must use this chance to propel the Li family to the top. And I must find Hao Bak. After walking for a bit, he pushed open a door and entered a room. Li La Pian moved a porcelain vase, and a secret iron door slowly opened. Li La Pian stepped in, and the door immediately and automatically closed. The door closed softly. Meanwhile, Lamb Tulak was still diligently practicing with 2 fireballs in his hands. This was in the Undercity on the outskirts of Shanghai. Lamb Tulak was burning zombies with fire. A zombie charged at him as a system notification appeared. Congratulations, player Nisei. You have gained 12 experience points and 14 gold coins. Lamb Tulak used Giant Spirit Slash to kill a sneak-attacking zombie. The system panel appeared again. Congratulations, player Nisei, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, gaining 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. A series of notifications appeared before him. Congratulations, player Nisei. You have reached level 21, all attributes +3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Lamb Tulak increased his mental power attribute on the system panel. Player Nisei needs 3,633 experience points for the next level up. After he was done, he walked leisurely. Big dumb. Yeah, the one behind him responded. After a while, a sign appeared on the road. Undercity path, 500 meters ahead. Lamb Tulak arrived and looked up at the crimson sky. A huge number of zombies were gathered here. The system explained, the city center is completely sealed by a barrier. Players should wait for the seal to be lifted before traveling to other cities. Tulak then received an item, a key. As soon as he held it, a small spatial portal appeared with a prompt. Does player Tulak wish to consume the barrier-breaking key to open the city shield and enter the capital city? He immediately replied, yes. Then Tulak inserted the key, and the portal immediately expanded. The other side of the portal led to a black space. Tulak frowned suspiciously. Black? Shouldn't it be a street behind the barrier? Could this place also have a checkpoint? Immediately, Tulak ordered, Big Dumb, follow me. Big Dumb grunted in response. As soon as they entered, the portal behind them slowly began to shrink. After a moment, it closed completely. Tulak and Big Dumb proceeded into the indefinite space. At the end of the path, he saw a small, cube-shaped room. After entering, Tulak looked around. There's nothing in this room, yet the system suddenly displays a notification, making Tulak extremely confused. Players Tulak and Dai Nok have violated the game rules. Traveling between cities is not allowed during this stage. After 10 seconds, the two players will be sent back to 1998. Tulak quickly explained, wait a minute, Dai Ngok and I have already submitted a transfer request to the capital district. He frowned, calculating to himself after the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament ends. The next place to hold the Combat Power Tournament will probably be the capital. Teleporting directly there to catch the Individual Combat Power Tournament would save a lot of trouble. Tulak clenched his fists nervously, looking at the system notification panel. The two players' request has been approved, now teleporting the two players to a location beneath the capital city. Only then did Tulak let out a sigh of relief. Tulak and Diangok continued towards the end of the room, and a moment later Tulak was suddenly at a loss for words. He and Dianok were both teleported right into the middle of 7 zombies. Tulak immediately drew his sword and slashed one, while Dianok also raised his mace and smashed another one. They coordinated perfectly to eliminate the zombies that attacked them. A while later, Tulak and Dianok were wearily drinking energy potions while sitting on a pile of zombie corpses. The system displayed another notification. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully killing a level 11 zombie, obtaining 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. Tulak wiped his sweat as he listened to the system continue. Congratulations to player Tulak for reaching level 22, all stats +3, and obtained 5 free attribute points. Player Tulak needs 3,845 more experience points for the next level up. Suddenly, Tulak sensed something was wrong. He immediately turned and ran and didn't forget to shout, Dai Nok, run. Tulak and Dai Ngok hurriedly fled, running non-stop from the pursuing horde of zombies behind them. Right after that, Tulak quickly jumped down a manhole. Dai Nok followed and didn't forget to close the cover. Tulak landed quickly on the ground below, not realizing he had startled Dai Nok, causing him to hit his head on the manhole cover. This caused him to fall to the ground and lose consciousness in front of Tulak. Tulak bent over, looking helplessly at the unconscious Dai Nok, who had a large bump on his head. It's a good chance for him to rest for a while before we set off. Tulak then helped Dai Nok sit up with his back against the wall and opened the system panel to check. They can teleport players into a horde of zombies. They're clearly trying to intimidate me and Dai Ngok. It seems this trip to the capital will be very difficult. Tulak smiled as he looked at the system panel display. Basic attributes of player: Tulak, Strength 96, Spirit 96, Constitution 86, Agility 86. It seems I've gained a bit more confidence in myself. Right after that, he clicked on his inventory. Inside each item was displayed one by one with an accompanying illustration: Wolf Fang Bracers. Wolf Fang Bracers, Wolf Fang Wrist Guards. Silver grade equipment wrist guards made from 4 cursed wolf fangs. Attributes: Strength +2, Constitution +2. Skill, Cursed Power, after activating the skill. For 1 minute, each of your attacks has a 10% chance to trigger Cursed Power, randomly inflicting side effects on the opponent, such as terrifying fear, causing blindness. Cooldown, 24 hours. The attributes aren't bad, I'll take it. Blood Drinker Ring. Blood Drinker Ring, lifesteal bronze grade equipment. Blood is the source to ensure its normal operation. Attributes none. Passive skill. Lifesteal after killing 1 enemy. Strength attribute +1, increasing 5 attribute points, lasts for 10 minutes. Can stack up to a maximum of 5 layers. The attribute can be considered maxed out. Although the conditions are a bit harsh for me, it's not necessarily a problem. Thorn Gauntlet. Thorn Gauntlet, bronze grade equipment, can quickly make the opponent pay the price. Attribute Strength +2 skill. Thorn Claw suddenly shoots out a Thorn Claw to attack the enemy. The damage of the Thorn Claw is equal to 150% of the Strength attribute cooldown, 12 hours. For now, it doesn't seem too bad. I'll use it for now. Saying that, Tulak picked up a ring and looked at it intently. The system panel displayed information again. Small spatial ring, bronze grade equipment. The ring contains a small storage space, attribute Strength +1. The storage space is 5 cubic meters. It wasn't easy. Finally, Dai Nok has his own storage space. Tulak looked at the still unconscious Dai Njok and smiled. Although the space is a bit small, it's enough to store some supplies and food for Dai Njok. They sat like that in silence, leaning against the sewer wall for a long time. A while later, they left the sewer and walked onto the main street. Suddenly, someone shouted, attracting Tulak's attention. Boss Dai Nok, excuse me, are you Boss Dai Nok? A person with yellow hair approached and asked uncertainly. Is that Boss Dai Njok? Tulak replied, yes, what is it? Hearing that, the person began to inquire. Boss, are you also going to the Kindo Sports Complex to participate in the individual combat power tournament? Tulak smiled and didn't deny it. Yes. He thought to himself, I searched high and low for it with no luck, but now it appears effortlessly. Tulak immediately understood and said, then let's go together. The person was overjoyed. Really? But Boss Dai Nok. Tulak put his arm around Dai Nok's shoulder and said, Dai Njok can't speak if he doesn't object. It means he agrees. Tulak glanced at Dai Njok and said, when we were asleep, we didn't hear the system announcement. Right, let's find someone to learn more about the individual combat power tournament. Immediately, the yellow-haired person waved at Tulak to come over. The person looked around cautiously, then approached Tulak and whispered, I heard that this individual combat power tournament is the decisive battle that will determine the layout of Kindo, Tulak asked in surprise. Huh, what does that mean? Who said that? The person just shrugged. It was my younger brother. He's a security guard for the An family, one of the three great families. Yesterday when he came back, he told me and even encouraged us to do our best. Tulak frowned and thought, rankings can decide the right to speak. Could it be that the government, the three great families, or other organized forces have reached a peaceful agreement? He remembered being in Kindo before listening to someone give a speech. In his previous life, Kindo was the first city in Long Country to be pacified. He remembered the areas outside Kindo where people were attacked by hordes of zombies, while in other cities, players were still fighting a life-or-death battle. The players in Kindo had already started thinking about how to farm and kill zombies. Then Tulak thought about the cooperative relationship between the three great families, the military and the government. And this ranking method to decide the right to speak is the negotiation term of the three great families, plus other organizations, combined with the government and the military. Tulak was now crossing his arms deep in thought and calculation. The time is almost here, it seems. The situation in Kindo is temporarily similar to his previous life. If that's the case, then there will be many mysteries to solve. Seeing Tulak still lost in thought, the other person felt confused. How could a security guard know such confidential information? There must be something fishy in between. His words cannot be fully trusted. He then said to the person, your news is very good for me. I must repay you. Tulak immediately took out a card, a supply card, you know? I'll sell it to you for 90 gold coins apiece. How many do you want? The person was immediately overjoyed. Really? Boss, really? He replied confidently. Really? The person happily took out their own storage bag. Oh my god, everyone knows that supply cards in the shop cost 100 gold coins each now. The boss selling them for 90 is a complete act of charity. Then the person took out all the money from their bag. Boss, I trust you. I have exactly 270 gold coins. Can I have 3 cards? Tulak replied, okay. Right after that was a scene of one person handing over cards and the other handing over money. As soon as Tulak turned his head, he was shocked to see that, since he didn't know when 2 lines of people had formed, their eyes shining as they looked in this direction, making him feel speechless. A girl stood up and asked, boss, I also want to buy some supply cards. Can you sell me a few cards? Tulak immediately pretended to be in a difficult situation and pointed behind him. But this little brother here answered my question. That's why I'm giving him this benefit. As for you guys. Hearing this, everyone there looked disappointed. It turns out we're not worthy. Seeing this, Tulak gritted his teeth and made a decision. He pointed at the person and said loudly, how about this? As long as this little brother agrees, I can sell the supply cards to everyone at a price of 95 gold coins each. Everyone can avoid wasting half a day going to the King Domio store. Immediately, all eyes turned to that person, making him flustered and stammer. I agree. Right after that, a huge pile of supply cards appeared before their eyes. Tulak squatted nearby and set the conditions for 1 hour. I will sell supply cards for 95 gold coins each. The quantity is unlimited. Immediately, everyone lined up to buy. Looking at the scene before him, the person couldn't help but be impressed. I never expected the boss I met by chance to be such a good person. He's using the supply cards to help me gather other players. In King Demuo, I won't have to fight alone anymore. But in reality, Zi Luo was calculating. In Shanghai, he missed out on the Shanghai tournament's Medal of Honor due to a lack of gold coins. This time, he was determined to get the King Demuo tournament's Medal of Honor. A moment later, Zi Luo and Dan Gok continued to stroll down the street. Zi Shu, holding the supply card, reported, boss, that guy who sells supply cards seems to be in trouble. Another person asked, looking at their retreating figures. Trouble? The person next to him is in the top 5 of the Dragon Country's ranking. Does someone still want to cause him trouble? Zishu also looked towards them and said, just now, Baozi sent people to find those 2. The 3 of them combined can gather at least 20 to 30 superclass masters who have changed classes. Right after that, Zishu happily turned her head to talk to the person in the hooded cloak, even if that big fool is stronger. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Let's make our move too. We might be able to get a good deal out of it. But just as she finished speaking, a dagger appeared, and the person in the hooded cloak stabbed it right into Zishu's body. Zishu, you really disappoint me. Zishu collapsed onto the ground, the pool of blood beside her reflecting his image as he wiped the bloody dagger. I really want to see how many fools will follow Baozi onto this pirate ship this time. He smiled when he saw the dagger was completely shiny. However, I am also very curious. The dagger reflected Zi Luo laughing and talking happily. Just what kind of person could make Don Jock willingly follow them? From a distance, a person suddenly appeared, running after them. He called out as he ran, catching Zi Luo's attention. Big boss, wait, wait. As soon as he arrived, he asked, Big boss, are you heading to the city center? Zi Luo crossed his arms and looked at him. What is it? The man looked back warily. Although the zombies on this road have been dealt with, there are still quite a few left. Right after, the man started tugging on the corner of Zi Luo's shirt, urging him. I know a resting place in the outskirts. Big boss, you guys should come with me. Suddenly, a group of people appeared behind them. Zi Luo glanced indifferently. What's meant to come cannot be avoided. The man looked flustered at Dan Yuk, who was in a defensive stance, while Zi Luo casually stretched. Come on out. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Don't make me late for my trip. Immediately, a group walked up in front of them, surprising the man, while Zi Luo remained unfazed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he looked at 2 people, a bald guy and one wearing glasses. 32 players who have changed their class. Quite the force indeed. The bald guy asked angrily, You think you can do business out here just because you have Don Gok as a bodyguard? Have you forgotten something? The one with glasses continued. To be able to get so many supply cards, I know you must have a considerable force backing you. But this is our territory. Doing business without a word is going too far. Zi Luo gestured dismissively and asked. So, the bald guy, relying on his numbers, laid out his terms. How about this? We won't make things difficult for you. Leave half of the gold coins you earned today and split the remaining supply cards in half for my brothers. Then we will act as if nothing ever happened. The crowd enthusiastically raised their weapons with sinister smiles. Don't even think about resisting. We are doing this for your own good. Don Nuke is alone. He can't protect you. That's right. Our boss is being merciful by letting you live. Hand over all the gold coins now, kid. Otherwise, one careless move and you will lose your life. As if nothing was happening, Zi Luo took a dagger from his storage space. Holding it in his hand, he stated flatly, But you all have delayed my journey. The system panel popped up with the item description. Rotten dagger, bronze tier equipment. A dagger worn down from long use. Its blade is jagged and covered with rust. Attribute. Pain caused by this dagger is increased by 200%. Any body part injured by this dagger, if left untreated, will gradually rot. Then, Zi Luo sent a thought to Donengok, making him completely enraged. He then grabbed his axe and charged at the crowd, letting out a long roar. Immediately, one of them took an axe right to the face. The man with glasses quickly grabbed the enraged bald guy as he saw his subordinate fall to the ground. Damn it, they don't know what's good for them. The bald guy shouted furiously, Go! Don't kill him! Just cripple him! I want to make him understand what torture is! His underlings received the order and charged forward. Yes, boss. Da Ngok held his axe, blocking the front, while Zi Luo stood calmly behind. Even though you are all top 10 players who have changed classes, you might have a chance to live when fighting zombies. He smiled. But today, you ran into me. Without any hesitation, Zi Luo swung his hand and killed a person. From the sky, a barrage of weapons appeared, all attacking him. A ball of water quickly formed in Zi Luo's hand. With a wave of his hand, he easily collected all the enemy's weapons. He then let the sphere of weapons float above the crowd's heads. Seeing this, Zi Luo clenched his fist. Immediately, the water ball above them exploded, splashing water everywhere. They were drenched and couldn't believe their eyes. This. Zi Luo stood opposite them, arrogantly crossed his arms and asked, Do you want to continue? The completely enraged bald guy ordered, Damn it, kill them for me. They were given a chance and threw it away. His underlings immediately obeyed. Yes, boss. The group continued to advance on Zi Luo. Zi Luo then gathered power, enveloping his dagger. Then he spun and threw the dagger. Wherever the dagger went, it swept away anyone in its path. Zi Luo watched everything indifferently. Meanwhile, the other 2 watched in shock as their underlings fell one by one. The man with glasses turned pale and screamed, One dagger. Just one dagger. He's too strong. Way too strong. How is this possible? Immediately, the man with glasses turned and fled. The bald guy looked back and was also terrified, because the other guy had been hit squarely by the dagger. The dagger spun in the air and returned to Zi Luo, making the bald guy even more frightened. Zi Luo gripped the dagger's hilt, smiled menacingly, and asked, "Why the scared face? Keep coming at me." Immediately, the underlings clung to his legs, crying in fear. "We were wrong. We were wrong. Please be the bigger person and spare us." "Yes, yes, spare us. We were blind and failed to recognize a great person. Big boss. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. Please spare our lives." Zi Luo finally smiled and rested the dagger on his shoulder. "Sparing you? No problem," the group asked joyfully. "Really? You are not tricking us, are you?" Zi Luo turned his head and smirked. "Of course, everyone knows that I, Lin Zi Luo, have never tricked anyone. I once swore that if I, Lin Zi Luo, ever tricked anyone, my whole family would die a horrible death." Then he stated his condition. "However, shouldn't you pay a price to buy back your lives?" Afterwards, Zi Luo stood with his hands on his hips, watching the group hurriedly kneel and take out all their assets from the system. Without turning, he asked the bald guy who was about to leave, "Do you want to die?" The bald guy immediately knelt down and said, trembling, "What do you want? I will give you anything I have." Zi Luo turned and said, "Take out everything you have." A moment later, Zi Luo took all the items from the system while the group was trying to sneak away. Then he coldly stepped forward and ordered, "Da Nok, leave no one alive." The bald guy turned his head to see an axe swinging towards him. Da Nagok relentlessly slammed his axe down, splashing blood everywhere amidst screams and curses. "Ah, ah, your whole family will not die in peace." A moment later, the street was filled with corpses lying in pools of blood. The families of the victims began to appear one by one. Some clasped their hands in prayer, others held their heads and cried, "Father, although your son couldn't avenge you, a benefactor has killed all these heartless people from the Bao Zi group. Father, you can now rest in peace. It's my fault. I was useless. My incompetence led you to be harmed by Bao Zi's group. You scoundrels stole my supplies and starved my son to death. You all got what you deserved." They deserved it. From atop the city walls, the person in the hooded cloak had witnessed everything. He surmised, "It seems the power structure in the capital is about to change." Right after, he took out a gun and fired it into the sky as a signal. A glowing sphere appeared, dazzling Zi Luo. He and Don Jock glanced over, and he smiled, saying, It seems we have alerted someone we should not have. In the capital's safe zone, the server's busiest trading hub, everyone conducts trades here. Please cooperate with the inspection." "All right." Everyone who passed by turned their heads to look. Zi Luo crossed his arms, frowning in thought. As expected of the Dragon Country's capital, the safe zone was built in just 1 month. He leaned against the wall, watching the bustling crowd pass by. "I remember you have to verify your real identity to enter the safe zone. That means Don Gok and I will be exposed. I still have not figured out the power and scale of the Li family, so I cannot reveal myself yet." Zi Luo and Don Jock turned to leave. "The safe zone was built in such a hurry. I just need to find a way to sneak in. The other problems will naturally be easy to solve." An hour later, in an area with a sign that read, "Caution, do not enter," a sly look appeared on Zi Luo's face. He licked his lips and took out his tools, here and here. With just a few moves of the lockpick, the lock came loose. Zi Luo and Dan Nyok had already put on their masks. He operated something on the system. The two of them tiptoed in stealthily like thieves. They tried to stick close to the wall and slowly close the door. He whispered, "Big dummy, listen to me. Go quietly find the map of Qingdao." Zi Luo broke out in a cold sweat when Big Dummy left and returned as fast as the wind, the map already in front of him. He looked at the map and considered, "The Qingdao Individual Combat Power Tournament is held in the Qingdao Sports Complex, so they should go there first." The two of them quickly headed towards the main district. They saw a group of people happily discussing, "Hey guys, who do you think will get first place in this year's Individual Combat Power Tournament in our Qingdao? Is that even a question? It's definitely the pride of our Qingdao, Zhang Yuanzhong, our General Zhang, who was just awarded the rank of general." Zi Luo clenched his fists as he heard them continue. "But I heard that General Zhang's health hasn't been good lately, so it's not a sure thing." He thought about him. Something had happened to Zhang Yuanzhang's health. No wonder in the previous life's Qingdao Individual Combat Power Tournament, Zhang Yuanzhang, who was #1 on the leaderboard, only managed to get 3rd place. The group with colorful hair up ahead was still chatting happily. "Nonsense," they said. "That was just a rumor. I guess it was a rumor deliberately spread by those who run the betting houses." "That's possible. So, did you place a bet? Who did you bet on to win?" The one with moss green hair chewed and said, "Of course I did. I bet on General Zhang for 1st place. I spent 500 gold coins, you know." His blue-haired friend exclaimed, "My God, you really are a big spender." At this moment, Zi Luo approached to ask, Excuse me, where is this betting house located? Who is the owner? The group turned to look at him in surprise. Huh? You want to place a bet too, little brother? The guy with moss green hair pointed. It's inside the red building up ahead. This betting house is run by the three great families, though of course, it might not be just them. It's considered a relatively official channel. After getting the information, Zi Luo turned and waved. Thanks. He and Big Dummy then dashed off like the wind, leaving the group behind. In front of them was a tall building with a somewhat ancient architecture. Zi Luo rubbed his chin and decided, there are still 3 hours until the individual combat power tournament. Let's place a bet. When Zi Luo and Big Dummy entered, they saw a large crowd standing in front of a gate with the words, Individual Combat Power Tournament Betting Point. Big Dummy moved forward like a relentless machine. He bumped into quite a few people. A woman behind him who got bumped showed an annoyed expression, hey, you. But Big Dummy just kept on going. The person managing the betting house saw the two of them and proactively approached. Hello, how would you like to place your bet? Zi Luo smiled. What are the odds for General Zhang Yuanzheng? The person looked at the statistics board. The odds for Zhang Yuanzheng to get first place are 1 to 12. Hearing this, he scoffed. Ha, taking advantage of people's trust in Zhang Yuanzheng to widen the odds. The person pulling the strings behind the scenes is going to make a huge profit this time. The bookie asked again, excuse me, how would you like to bet? He held up 3 fingers, Zi Luo's face full of confidence. I want to bet on Zhang Yuanzheng to get third place. He took out his money pouch, but it seemed the bookie couldn't believe it. He had to ask again, you want to bet on Zhang Yuanzheng to get third place? That's General Zhang Yuanzheng. Zi Luo placed a pile of glittering gold coins that dazzled the onlookers' eyes. That's right, 20,000 gold coins, all in. Bet on Zhang Yuanzheng to get third place. The players behind them looked at each other suspiciously. 20,000 gold coins. He's not just trying to cause trouble, is he? 20,000 gold coins. Betting on General Zhang for third place. If he wins, according to the odds, he could get around 60,000 gold coins. Big Dummy also took out his money pouch. He ignored the whispers and gossip from the people behind him. General Zhang is so powerful, there's no way he'll win that bet. He's just throwing money out the window. Big Dummy placed the gold coins directly on the table. He was being controlled by Zi Luo's consciousness. Whoa, another 20,000 gold coins bet on Zhang Yuanzheng for third place. The bookie broke out in a cold sweat dealing with these two spendthrifts. He stammered, you too, are you sure? In total, 40,000 gold coins. Zi Luo urged impatiently, stop dawdling. I'm sure I want to bet. He pursed his lips. Hurry up a bit. The individual combat power tournament is about to start. Big Dummy glared menacingly. The bookie's face turned pale. Okay, right away. He handed 2 betting slips to Zi Luo. The arena was still empty, without a single competitor. As he stepped in, the system displayed, Player Zi Luo has entered the Qingdao Individual Combat Power Tournament Hall. Spent 10 gold coins. A triumphant look was clearly visible on his face. Zi Luo blended into the crowd. He saw everyone lining up at the spectator entrance. Zi Luo immediately turned and headed for the competitor's passage. The system scanned once more, verifying that the player's level has met the level 10 requirement, eligible to participate in the individual combat power tournament. 10 players entered the battle preparation area, waiting for the tournament to begin. The two of them casually strolled in, enjoying the surrounding whispers and chatter. Zi Luo looked at a person and muttered, Zhang Yuanzheng. The announcement appeared again. Qingdao time is 2 p.m. The individual combat power tournament officially begins. The red announcement screen was enlarged for all spectators to follow the match. Everyone stared intently at the announcement. Preliminary round. 32 players will be selected for the finals from the 1,546 players currently in the preparation room. Other announcements popped up one after another. There are a total of 32 arenas before you. Each player can choose to attack or defend. The process will last for a maximum of 5 minutes. Exceeding 5 minutes, the attacking side will fail. The player on the attacking or defending side who fails will be eliminated from this match. As time passed, the matches were decided. A defending player who successfully defends the arena for 1 hour is considered to have succeeded. The arena will be permanently closed. The successful player advances to the finals. If an arena has no player who meets the successful defense condition, then after 4 hours, the last player remaining in the arena will receive the spot to advance. During the attack, players are responsible for their own life and death. If a player wishes to forfeit, press the forfeit button on the control panel or say the 3 words I forfeit to be successfully teleported out of the arena. All arenas are made of special materials. Players, please feel free to fight. Now, we invite all competitors to enter the competition field. Zi Luo once again appeared incredibly grand. With one hand in his pocket, he thought, Isn't this a battle royale format? When the other competitors heard the command, they shouted, "Charge!" Their roars fired up the entire arena, yet Zi Luo and Big Dummy still walked casually, step by step. Player Zi Luo, please enter the preliminary area. Competitors who do not enter the preliminary area within 5 minutes will be considered eliminated. He and Big Dummy looked at each other. A light blue shield appeared, surrounding the arena. His hand was still holding a card. During the competition, you can view the list of each arena through the control panel. Zi Luo and Big Dummy both sat on chairs with their legs crossed like big shots watching a play. During this time, a peaceful state will be maintained among players who have not yet entered an arena. No one can initiate an attack on anyone else. Any attempt to attack will result in being teleported to the spectator area, losing the right to compete. Big Dummy, despite his large size, sat with his hands on his knees like a child. As for him, he looked more like a kid in his rebellious phase. Now, the competition officially begins. Players, please choose the arena you wish to attack. He smiled triumphantly, looking at the system's random selection. Ding. When a battle is in progress in an arena, the button will turn red. When it's over, it returns to a white state. Zi Luo looked up at the arena, a bit impressed. Is that so? On the arena, a man was carrying a very long broadsword on his shoulder. He looked to be on a completely different level. As expected, only he could choose the first arena. Zhang Yuanzhong looked down. Those people were like ants in his eyes. He's the first one on stage. Who would dare to challenge him? Challenging him is instant death. It's Zhang Yuanzhong. It seems there won't be much of a show today. The female players were hopeless when it comes to handsome men. Their eyes all turned into heart shapes. You must be Qiu Jing Han, Mr. Shi, right? When you're out today, sir, can you teach me a move or two? Zi Luo glanced over. Qiu Jing Han, the wind demon war god. One of the 3 great war gods of the Li family in his previous life. He pursed his lips, not expecting to meet him here. This trip wasn't a waste. At that moment, someone went up to the arena. Oh my god! Such a big shot has arrived. He rushed up with the mindset that just making an appearance was enough. Since I can't pass the preliminaries, just showing my face is good enough. I'll go first. The crowd below cheered relentlessly. Fight! Fight! Why are there only 2 people? It's not enough to watch. Go, General Zhang, beat him to death. Go on, go on, go on. Did all those people from before go home to their mommies? Trash. Zhang Yuanzhong just swung his sword once, and the other person was left panting heavily. To be able to cross blades with General Zhang, I am utterly convinced of my defeat. Below, another round of loud, boisterous cheers erupted. General Zhang is amazing! General Zhang is amazing! Seeing this, the other competitors also chose their opponents. At this moment, people in mysterious black robes appeared on the arena. A look of annoyance appeared on Zi Luo's face, the Li family's Reaper squad. Tulak clenched his pounding heart. In arena number 18, 2 contestants were facing off. One was from the Mountain Leopard Special Operations team. The other was Li Shi Liu 4 from the Death God team, the core power nurtured by the Li family, ranked 76th on the Death God team's leaderboard. 4 is the number used for naming. Since his serial number is 4, he is named Li Shi Liu 4. He maintained a leisurely posture while watching the match. Li Shi Liu's equipment was clearly much better than the Mountain Leopard's. It seems he gathered his gear from many people before coming to the arena. He came well prepared. Just then, the Mountain Leopard landed a punch on Li Shi Liu, who immediately backed away. Tulak, watching the match, had already put on his mask. The Mountain Leopard was definitely going to lose. Although he was a very standard fighter, Li Shi Liu was too ruthless. In the arena, Li Shi Liu's face darkened as he wiped the blood from his back, where he had hidden a dagger. His face revealed his cunning as he threw a punch past the Special Operations member. When the member's guard was down, he stabbed him with a dagger. The Special Operations member didn't yield and immediately landed one kick on Li Shi Liu. He retreated with the momentum, and Li Shi Liu attacked again. But just then, the Special Operations member teleported behind him. One of his hands blocked while the other punched down. But unexpectedly, a gash appeared on his neck, and blood gushed out. Li Shi Liu had turned and stabbed him in the neck. He kicked the Special Operations member straight off the stage. The others turned pale and began to protest loudly. This Li family doesn't treat people like humans. Agreed. It's clear the Li family has no respect for the government or the military. To dare to kill someone at a government-organized personal strategy tournament. If we don't protest today, we will be the next ones to be killed. Everyone was furious and shouting, Li family, get off the stage! Li family, get off the stage! Protest! Protest! The government official watching from above, Chief Shi, his face darkened. What is the Li family trying to do? Ha frowned. Chief, are they planning to completely disregard all decorum? Chief Xie was furious. They've already thrown all face away. Every day I hear those old men talk about maintaining the overall situation. Looking at them now, what overall situation is left to maintain? When today's matches end, immediately execute the plan targeting the three great families. He bowed. Yes, Chief. After receiving the order, he immediately left the meeting room. A chair went flying, and Chi Min shouted furiously, "Do you have any idea what you are doing? You have crossed their bottom line." Li Li Hian heard this and just laughed calmly. He raised his glass. "So what if I have? Do you think you can still hide it, or that you can escape?" Facing his opponent's fury, Shi Liu calmly said, "My apologies. My hand slipped and I killed your teammate. It is my fault. I forfeit." The opponent was silent, a murderous aura surrounding him. He was Chen Shi, leader of the Mountain Blood team. Su Jing behind him quickly advised, "Team leader Chen, do not be rash." He extended his hand forward with a determined look. "I will be your opponent." Xiao Li and Dan Gok were excited by Su Jing's challenge. He leaned back in his chair and said, "No, this one is mine to kill. You will have to wait." He turned to Danagok, thinking to himself, other than roasted chicken and pork knuckles, only the allure of that hammer could make Danagok's IQ spike. He reassured Danjok, "Do not worry. This hammer will definitely be yours." He looked down at the matchboard for arena number 18. "When they are finished, it will be my turn to go on stage." Up on the stage, the crowd started cheering again. "That is Captain Chen of the Mountain Blood team. I have heard of him. The other one is Su Jing Shan from the Li family. He is also a powerful expert. Oh, Chen Shi is definitely going to lose this time. He is simply not in the same league as Su Jing Shan." The crowd in the stands was cheering nonstop. "Fight! Just fight already! Hurry up! Why is that guy acting like that?" He looked up at the cheering crowd and felt helpless. As expected, the audience is easily swayed by novelty. The hype is just too much. The two faced each other, their equipment vastly different. Chen Shi gritted his teeth, then charged at Su Jing with all his strength. Only Su Jing's sharp eyes were visible as he raised the hammer in his hand, preparing to strike. Then he slammed the hammer down, creating a large ring of fire that sent Chen Shi flying. The force was so immense that he had no time to react. Su Jing was heard sneering, too weak, as he lifted his foot off the ground. Then he raised the hammer, his face cold as he looked at him. Purple smoke came from Su Jing's mouth, followed by a system notification. Battle Demon Body. An epic level talent. Once you enter a combat-ready state, you will become bloodthirsty and brutal. The stronger your emotions, the greater the boost to your attributes. Prolonged combat will cause you to gradually lose your sanity. He immediately slammed the hammer down on the spot where he stood. When he lifted the hammer, the man was gone. He stood there, stunned. While Su Jing was distracted, Chen Shi snuck up behind him. He somersaulted through the air and stabbed him in the back, but Su Jing was completely unharmed. He was astonished and could not believe his eyes. Not a single scratch. Su Jing's eyes turned red again. In a flash, he smashed the hammer into his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood was everywhere as he was sent flying, landing on the ground. He struggled to get up, but Su Jing had no intention of letting him off easily. He raised his hammer to attack again. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "That is enough." Nguyen Chung, his face pale, yelled, "Chen Shi, I order you to surrender." Lying weakly on the stage, Chen Shi said, "I surrender." He was then immediately teleported off the stage, leaving only Jing Shan behind. He threw Chen Shi's weapon down and asked arrogantly, "Is there any other worthless trash unafraid of death who wants to avenge your team leader and that stupid leopard?" From his side, Tulak immediately pressed the screen for arena number 18. He was instantly teleported in front of Jing Shan. The other players were completely bewildered by this scene. Why does he dare to challenge Su Jing Shan? He is looking for death. He just wants to get on stage and show off in front of everyone. But he picked the wrong opponent. He is overestimating himself. The audience here was also gossiping that he was the one who bought a 20,000 gold coin ticket earlier. Not only that, his bodyguard also bought a 20,000 gold coin ticket. My goodness, 40,000 gold coins. What kind of person has that much gold? Isn't the main point why he wants to challenge Su Jing Shan? If he gets killed, then everything is for nothing. Over here, Tulak took his weapon out of his spatial storage. Jing Shan was still extremely arrogant. "It seems I will have to break every single one of your bones to stop you from playing dumb here." Behind his mask, Tulak felt very annoyed. Then, Jing Shan was startled to discover a demonic aura radiating from behind Tulak. Jing Shan's face paled in fear, and he subconsciously stepped back. Then, he quickly regained his composure. "I cannot retreat any further. If I do, I am likely to lose my will to fight, and I will lose." He gritted his teeth and made a decision. To hell with it. Jing Shan immediately grabbed his hammer and charged forward. As he neared Tulak, he raised his hammer and shouted, unleashing his skill, blood-colored armament. The audience watched nervously. The result was that Tulak easily parried Jing Shan's attack with his sword. He flicked his wrist, disarming him of the hammer, sending it spinning through the air behind Jing Shan. Jing Shan completely lost his composure and charged forward with his fists. "You are seeking death," but his body was instantly cut into several pieces. From afar, Tulak turned his back and flicked his sword clean, indifferent to the pieces of Jing Shan's body tumbling down. Jing Shan's remains collapsed onto the stage in front of a calm Tulak. The audience erupted into an uproar. This cannot be happening. I must be dreaming, right? How could someone so powerful be killed so easily? Just how strong do you have to be to create such a power gap? This is more than just a crushing defeat. They are not in the same league. Suddenly one person shouted, confusing those around them. Huh? That person suddenly stood up and pointed at the stage. "Look everyone, look." Tulak smiled and slowly took off his mask. "Look at his basic information." The system panel above Tulak's head displayed, "Basic information, alias Tulak, class weapon master, title unrivaled in the world, level 22. He stood on the stage and confidently introduced himself. "My name is Tulak, as in vengeance will be taken." From the stage, Tulak observed the other players. "After beating Su Jing Shan, someone would have figured me out soon, so I might as well be proactive. It seems to have worked better than expected." He gave a mysterious smile. "Li family, are you ready to receive my revenge?" In the stands, another person was watching Tulak closely. Chief Xie crossed his arms, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. A good vengeance will be taken indeed. It seems the odds of winning against the three great families have just gone up. Meanwhile, the other players were still discussing among themselves. "Have you heard? Just now, news came from the sports stadium that my idol wants to deal with Li Yu. What a waste. I was just about to join Li Yu's recruitment. Now I can't go anymore. I'm not going either. Who cares about Li Yu anyway? What's better than my idol?" In a corner, another person was extremely happy, praising the great god Zi Luo for his protection. "Today I got 2 more pieces of equipment." Meanwhile, at Li Yu's house, someone angrily slammed the chair. Qi Min angrily questioned Li Xuan while the head of the Yun family sat there, deep in thought. Li Xuan, is this the surprise you mentioned?" "It's a huge surprise indeed." While Qi Min was still questioning him, he added, "Was provoking the officials not enough for you? You had to add a Zi Luo to the mix. If you want to die, must you drag us down with you?" The head of the Van family then spoke up. "Good. Li Lapien, didn't we previously discuss how to pull Tulak over to our camp?" The head of the Yun family looked away. "You went and directly pushed him to the opposing side." Li Xuan hesitated and tried to explain, "This isn't urgent. Right now, Zi Luo is just one person. He can't cause much trouble. At this stage, we need to deal with the officials." Li Xuan thought angrily. "How would I know what made that guy go crazy? He was just looking for an excuse to get revenge on us. Could it be that Hao Bo caused some trouble outside? He tried to ease the atmosphere. I've arranged enough people in the sports stadium to create chaos. The tournament's qualifying round just ended. We will immediately return to reorganize our forces, don't worry. At this stage, the officials basically don't have the energy to deal with us." Just then, Qi Min pulled out a chair and plopped down on it. He cursed him again. "You let your family handle Zi Luo. We don't want to get involved in this." The head of the Yun family beside him also spoke. "Brother Li, we are also in a difficult position. We have cut our entire clan's benefits to support you. Our Yun family did the same. Don't disappoint us." Li Xuan immediately replied, "Of course." Back at the sports stadium. At this moment, Zi Luo stood arrogantly on the arena, holding a hammer. He looked at the information about the hammer displayed by the system. Blood Demon Mace. Silver-grade equipment. A large alloy hammer that has been cursed. Please be sure to use it with caution. Attribute Strength +5, Constitution +3, Spirit -5. The longer it is held, the more chaotic the user's mind will become, leading to a complete loss of sanity. Bloodthirsty ability. After killing an opponent, a layer of Blood Essence Mark is added to the hammer's surface. Each layer of Blood Essence Mark increases damage dealt by 2%. Can stack up to a maximum of 15 layers of Blood Essence Marks. When skills are cast using this hammer, their power is increased by 20%. Zi Luo thought with satisfaction, "This is perfect for Dongok." Then he read the information on a bracelet. Mana bracelet, silver-grade equipment. The hand can continuously replenish energy, timely restoring spirit power. Spirit attribute +3. Current spirit stored 20 out of 100. Equipment type, mana system equipment. Zi Luo instantly became happy. It's a very common yet effective piece of equipment. Right after, Zi Luo took a chair out of his storage space and sat right in the middle of the arena, watched by many people. He then glanced over at the fight in the next arena. The information panel for that person immediately appeared. Basic information. Nickname Li Heir, warrior of the Li family. Profession, Beastmaster. Can summon beasts to assist in combat. Title, temporarily none. Level 16. second in the Li family's death squad. A warrior trained by the Li family since childhood, also a powerful expert of the Li family in the capital region. His strength is second only to Qiu Jing Han, skilled in close combat. Beastmaster profession type, summoning. Can summon beasts to assist in combat. The summoned beasts vary depending on the player's spirit power. In the early stages, this profession is relatively weak with insufficient spirit power. In the late stages, with high spirit power, one can summon a large number of beasts to swarm the enemy. Zi Luo observed the battle from afar. This is the Li family's TNG horse racing strategy, used specifically to attack official players who are weaker than them. Tulak rested his chin on his hand and wondered what the Li family really wanted. As the military's people rushed over, Li Ni immediately summoned a spirit beast. Just as the opponent was about to strike with his sword, Li Er pulled a sword from his storage space and promptly parried the attack. Li Er was knocked back a short distance, but he still wore a cunning smile as he saw his spirit beast appear from behind to attack the official's man. Li Er's spirit beast attacked the official's man. He immediately turned and sent the spirit beast flying with a swing of his sword. Waiting for that opening, Li Er immediately cast a spell, creating streams of black mist that attacked him. It flew and covered the man's face, blinding him. Fatal black mist releases a black mist that covers the head of the nearest enemy, causing them to lose their sight for a period of time. A skill that can be learned by reading a skill book. The official's man swung his sword wildly in the air. Ah, ah, ah. As the mist faded, Li Er had appeared behind the man and gently slit his throat. The man's body quickly fell to the ground. Li Er kicked the corpse away and looked regretful. A pity I could only kill one. Looking at the corpse lying wide-eyed in a pool of blood, Li Er cursed. It's all because Zi Luo killed that Qiu Jing Han that we're in such a passive position. That's what put us in this passive position. We're in this passive position. We're in this passive position. That's what put us in this passive position. We're in this passive position. We're in this passive position. You guys are in this passive position. We're in this passive position. We're in this passive position. He stared at him while holding two chicken legs, his body being controlled by Lin Zi Luo's consciousness. The bear charged silently and sent Dan Gok flying. Li Er said to Zi Luo, who was watching from another arena. Zi Luo, this subordinate of yours. He gave a contemptuous smile, turned around, and gave the middle finger. So weak. Dane Jock stood between the bear and the wolf, trembling uncontrollably. The wolf immediately lunged at him with its mouth open. Don Jock suddenly panicked and started flailing his limbs. Just as the wolf was about to reach him, Don Jock slipped. Trying not to fall, Don Gok did a somersault and accidentally kicked the wolf, sending it flying high into the sky. Meanwhile, Don Gok continued his somersault, then used the momentum to charge at the bear, startling it. Immediately after, a part of the arena exploded before Li Er's eyes. His face turned pale in disbelief. He was hiding his true strength earlier. If this goes on, I'm no match for him. Li Er raised his hand in fear and said, "Aye, sir." But before he could finish, Don Gok rushed over and kicked him away. Li Er fell flat on the ground, his legs pointing skyward. The system panel appeared. Surrender? No. Yes. Li Er weakly reached out his hand to press the button. Don Ok appeared and smashed the hammer down on Li Er's hand, making him scream in pain. Don Gok swung the hammer, sending Li Er's head flying. At that moment, a puff of smoke left his body with a notification. Lin Zi Luo has ended consciousness control. Don Gok's mask also disappeared. He scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Basic information. Nickname Da Nagok. Profession Overlord. Title Zombie Tofu. Level 17. At that moment, the entire audience erupted with excitement. Oh my god, it's Dan Nok, rank 5 on the Dragon Country rankings. As expected of boss Zi Luo, even his underling is a famous name on the Dragon Country rankings. Woo-hoo-hoo, I want to be boss Zi Luo's underling too. I'm not asking for much. Just getting me a spot in the top 10 of the rankings is enough. Oh, so it was Dan Nagok, that explains it. I was wondering how someone as strong as Li Er could be so easily suppressed. In the adjacent arena, Zi Luo calmly crossed his legs and watched. He leaned back in his chair, satisfied. Including Qiu Jing Han from today, the Li family has lost 2 future gods of war. The only one left, Li Yi, is not in the capital. Zi Luo aimed to suppress them. Now that the Li family has also offended the officials, their future is bleak. He then continued to watch the fights in the other arenas. In one match, fighters exchanged blows back and forth. In another, a player wounded another without hesitation. In yet another, 2 girls with weapons were in a standoff on the arena. Hey, don't come over here. After a while, a system notification appeared. The qualifying stage of the Capital Individual Combat Tournament has officially ended. This qualifying round had 1,546 participants. A total of 32 people have advanced. The advancing participants are Zhang Yuan Zhong, Zi Luo, Da Ngok, Bai Tian, Butong Jia Dege. Will the advancing contestants please proceed to the combat preparation area and save your current attribute information? The final round will be held at 2 p.m. tomorrow. All spectators are welcome to attend. The other players became cheerful. Ah, it's over. On his side, Ziluo was still continuously checking the system information. He stroked his chin, calculating. Promoted players, 14 from the military, a total of 10 from the An and Yun families, and 6 from other unknown organizations. Recalling the Li family's reward in the previous Capital Individual Combat Power Tournament, their influence was also weaker. Damn, this time the Li family is in a worse state than I thought. Big Dummy suddenly appeared from behind, drooling, and asked Tulak, Hey, where's my new hammer? From out of nowhere, Tulak took out the hammer he had collected, looking at Big Dummy who was holding his old hammer. Without a second thought, he immediately reached out to take the new hammer. Big Dummy immediately hugged the hammer tightly with joy, roaring, Ah, my new hammer, leaving Tulak speechless beside him. A moment later, Tulak stood before a room. Please, all players enter the small room ahead to save your information. He reached out and opened the door. Upon entering, Tulak immediately saw an information-saving orb. He then placed his hand on the orb. The system announced, Congratulations, player Tulak. Your information has been saved successfully. For this tournament, the information saved this time will be used as the standard for the finals. Player Tulak may now leave. But just as he turned to leave, another system popped up with an announcement. Detected that the host has successfully entered the finals of the Kingdo Individual Combat Power Tournament, issuing the special quest Kingdo's number 1. Kingdo's number 1 quest requirement is to win first place in the Kingdo Individual Combat Power Tournament. The reward is a random draw for a golden finger system, a silver-grade piece of equipment. There is no time limit for the quest, which made Tulak turn back with some interest. Oh. Right after, the system continued. The golden finger system assigns quests by assessing the host's strength to determine the quest's difficulty and its reward. After assessment, the difficulty for the host to become Kingdo's number 1 is extremely easy, so the quest reward is quite low. Tulak immediately smiled and tapped on the system screen. Accept quest. Then he left the room where someone was waiting. Nguyen Chung immediately introduced himself. Hello, Tulak. I am from Kingdo's First Army. But Tulak coldly cut him off. There's no need for an introduction from General Trong. I definitely know you better than you can imagine. If you really have something to say, just say it. Nguyen Chung hesitated a little. Ah, about that. There are mainly 2 things today. The first matter is this. The Doomsday Game has descended. With this national disaster, we urgently need strong warriors like you to serve the country. As long as you agree, we are willing to pay the price. Tulak turned and interrupted again. General Trong, I'm losing my patience. If you're just going to waste time, then don't bother speaking. Wouldn't that be better for everyone? Only then did a sweating Nguyen Chung state his purpose. Chief T8 admires your talent and wishes to meet you. Only then did Tulak smile and say, So that's what it is. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Right after, Nguyen Chung moved closer to Tulak, warily looked around, and whispered, The thing is, the military wants to confront the 3 great families. We want to cooperate with you. Let's talk for a bit. Tulak led the way for Nguyen Chung. They arrived in front of a room. Tulak waited for the other players to leave. When he saw the door was completely closed, Tulak turned to ask Nguyen Chung, What kind of cooperation are you proposing? Nguyen Chung replied, The military has long wanted to make a move on the 3 great families, but before the apocalypse, their power was immense. They also controlled many high-ranking national leaders. Nguyen Chung stroked his chin thoughtfully. We feared that making a move on them would lead to social chaos and turmoil among the national leadership. Tulak frowned impatiently. I already know all of this. Tell me something I don't know, Nguyen Chung then said. After the apocalypse, many leaders controlled by the 3 great families turned into zombies, so we have fewer obstacles now, he quickly explained, but the situation is currently unstable. The military's focus is on establishing the capital safe zone and clearing out zombies. It's just that everything the Li family did today has completely infuriated the military. Tulak interrupted. So you've decided to launch the plan targeting the 3 great families. You want me, using my identity as Tulak, to help you recruit players to target the Li family. Nguyen Chung said happily, That's right, and the military will also help you. If the Li family decides to use force, the military also hopes you can lend us a hand. The benefit for you is that we can help you get your revenge. Tulak pretended to consider it, but then immediately refused. No deal. You guys are too slow. Nguyen Chung was stunned. What? Facing his astonishment, Tulak stated his terms. General Trong, I've seen your sincerity. How about this? Go and ask for your superior's opinion. Just tell them I can handle the Li family in 1/4 of the time, and moreover, reduce the losses to an absolute minimum. What kind of reward can you offer me? Nguyen Chung asked, bewildered. 1/4? Tulak turned to leave. Yes, General Trong. I will wait for your news. He suddenly turned his head back, smiled, and said, I only give people I trust one chance. To Nguyen Chung's astonishment, Tulak called for Big Dummy to leave with him. Let's go, Big Dummy. Outside, scores of players were running in a panic. As Tulak went out, he heard them shouting non-stop as they ran. A corner of the city wall in the southeast of the safe zone has collapsed. A large number of personnel are urgently needed for defense. Many zombies are swarming in from the southeast. Everyone, get over there and stop the zombies from entering the safe zone. He watched 2 people ahead who were talking while running. Every single zombie killed will be recorded in your kill count. Then you can get a 50% commission from the zombie killing quests. Tulak frowned as he watched, not noticing someone running up from behind him. If you can go, you should hurry. This is a great opportunity to earn gold coins. Without hesitation, he reached back and grabbed one person. The person in front turned his head and said angrily, Why don't you go yourself? But as soon as he saw who had grabbed him, the man became flustered. Master Tulak. The man hurriedly clasped his hands, flustered. Master Tulak, although I am your fan, some things are quite confidential, so. Before Tulak could speak, someone else said, It's all right. Nguyen Chung appeared from behind and spoke to the man. I would also like to hear it. Seeing him, the man was even more startled. General Truong. He then stood at attention, saluted, and began his report. Reporting, General Truong. As soon as the tournament ended, our superior ordered us to intercept the head of the Li family, but we couldn't find him. The gate of the sports palace became chaotic due to a brawl. It is now very chaotic. Tulak asked, And then? The man hurriedly continued. We managed to suppress the chaos with great difficulty. As it turned out, the Li family's people had already left. We were about to give chase, but then we received a report from the city wall. They said the section of the wall managed by the Li family suddenly collapsed. Tulak listened silently as the man explained. Furthermore, after the wall collapsed, a large number of zombies appeared. So we had no choice but to gather manpower to first deal with the zombies entering the safe zone. Hearing this, Tulak couldn't help but sigh to himself, as expected of the head of the Li family. So ruthless. He immediately began to speculate. Did the Li family dare to provoke the military at this tournament, regardless of whether their plan succeeded or not? He could escape completely unscathed. The lives and deaths of others were simply not part of his considerations. At that moment, Tulak called out, causing Nguyen Chung to turn and look back. General Truong. He watched the stream of running players and voiced his speculation. It's possible that all of the Li family's people have already escaped. Truong Nguyen Chung frowned. He looked at him with suspicion. What do you mean by that? Lamb Tulak didn't answer immediately, standing silently for a moment as if observing or considering something. Now is not the time for details. After speaking, he turned to Truong Nguyen Chung and suggested, Right now, it's best for you, General, to send someone to check on the head of the Li family. You might find a pleasant surprise. Hearing that, he ordered his soldiers and then advised the main character, Don't act rashly. For now, do not look for the head of the Li family. Wait for my news, he readily agreed. All right, then he and a squad of soldiers set off. Follow me. Seeing the opportunity given to someone else, Lamb Tulak turned and walked away. This chance to earn gold coins, I guess I'll pass. In the bustling city center, towering buildings glistened with a golden hue. Shops displayed fine silks and brocades on the bustling street. A group of people was gathered by the roadside. The sound of incessant chatter and laughter filled the air. Let me tell you, Master Nyexi is so cool. That black robe is filled with a solemn aura. The demon mask on his face, though exaggerated, is brimming with evil. As you got closer, the sound of their laughter grew clearer. A group of youths gathered by the road, their eyes filled with admiration. When that golden longsword appeared in his hand, that aura, that stance, I almost fell to my knees to worship him. One after another, they praised him endlessly. Oh my God, I'm swooning. I thought it was just a normal match. No way, it's the finals. I definitely have to go watch. Isn't Yaxi in Shanghai? Are you kidding us? You're just teasing us because we can't go watch the match. As if to prove his point, he turned around. Watch me grab a random person to ask. And then he chose the main character. See if those 2 passers-by look like the protagonists in your Yaxi's story. Looking back, the other guy's jaw dropped in surprise and he yelled at the one in front, That's Boss Yaxi. Then he quickly ran back and pulled the other 2 away to escape. Don't look directly at Boss Yaxi. If the boss notices you, your head will roll in a single move. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Lin Zi Luo ignored it and walked away, leaving the group of people cowering in one spot. Seeing him finally out of sight and saying nothing, the group breathed a sigh of relief. In the vast, hazy sky, a massive, towering building emerged, bathed in a brilliant golden light, exuding an aura of nobility and power. In front of the Kingdo store, the main character was being warmly welcomed by everyone, but despite the warmth, their eyes revealed respect for a person of great power. What they feared was not only his strength, but also the immense power backing him. He mimicked a human's boastful gesture, leaving Lin Zi Luo speechless. It seems I'll have to teach Big Idiot to be more civilized in the future. To show his gratitude for everyone's warm welcome, he thanked the representative. Thank you. Seeing this, the man panicked. The great boss is talking to me. After speaking, he started to walk into the store. As he reached the door, an automated system's voice welcomed him. Dear player Yaxi, welcome to the Kingdo store. And it presented a series of necessary equipment in front of him. Looking at the prices of the items, he couldn't help but frown. Why are things here more expensive than in Shanghai? The system immediately replied, due to factors like area, number of players, zombie strength, and many other differences. The prices of items in each store vary. If only I had known, he regretted not saving up gold coins. If I had known beforehand, I should have prepared by saving them up. Anyway, this money was paid for by the officials and the three great families. I'll still have to get a Shanghai uniform and insignia for Big Idiot to wear. No sooner said than done. He tapped Create New, and immediately all the necessary items were purchased, accompanied by the system's continuous chimes. After shopping, he stepped outside. It was already dark when he left the store. Feeling tired, he stretched to relax his body. Then he took out his device to check the time. Surprisingly, it was already 10 o'clock. The auspicious hour has arrived. Lin Zi Luo turned to Big Idiot with a cheerful expression. Let's go. Big Idiot, let's go eat chicken feet. They casually walked past two police officers on duty. Who's there? Don't you know you can't be out at night? I'm telling you about the fine and detention. You are in serious trouble, Lin Zi Luo, and Big Idiot turned around. The blonde guy next to him panicked when he saw them. He hit the brown-haired guy on the head, still scolding. You didn't see anything. Bang! Are you crazy? You dare to mess with Yaxi? I didn't see anything at all. There was no one here just now. No one. Lin Zi Luo heard them but let it slide, then went on his way peacefully. And Jiming smashed things everywhere in a rage. Li Lixuan set me up. I had everything prepared, and in the end he threw me to the wolves in front of the officials. He turned and yelled at his men. When we allied with the Li family, every one of you was talking big. Have you all gone mute now, huh? And Jiming was so angry he lost his mind. He lifted a servant by the collar, still unable to calm his anger. How are we supposed to deal with the officials now? Speak up. Didn't you call yourselves my advisory team? Are you mute now, huh? A maid came in and broke the tense atmosphere. Master, Yaxi is here to pay a visit. And Jiming took notice. What, Yaxi? Impossible. He has a grudge against the Li family, not against me. Why is he here to see me? She said. He said the and family is about to fall. Don't you want to continue maintaining the An family? However, and Jiming listened patiently and lowered his voice. Bring him up. Have someone clean up the meeting room. Yes, master, he thought to himself. I really want to see what purpose he has in coming to find me. He was sitting arrogantly with his feet on the table. Master, I've brought the person, Lin Zi Luo said enthusiastically. Master An, you're quite cautious, aren't you? You've placed quite a few surveillance eyes. It seems you also have quite a few life-saving props on you. Then An Jiming said, Our An family and the famous Naize Dindin seem to have no conflicts. What do you want to do by coming to the An family at this time? Lin Zi Luo said, I have no conflict with you people, but your An family has a conflict with the Li family. Then An Ziming stressed, Yaxi, if you want to sow discord between the An and Li families, then you can leave. You've misunderstood. I came to you because of one person. He said, the person currently in charge of food and drink for your family is named Pan Gaoji. Correct. Hearing that name startled An Jiming. And Ziming thought back, this person has been with the An family for several years and usually handles things quite efficiently. In terms of food and drink, there haven't been any mistakes for many years. Could it be? Then he feigned calmness. Surely you don't suspect he's a person sent here by the Li family. Perhaps you don't fully understand the internal affairs of our three great families. Lin Zi Luo said, Internal affairs? You mean the brainwashing secret technique? Is it the one where a special medicine is used from birth? Then after undergoing a specific dark ritual, you can cultivate death soldiers who are absolutely loyal to the family, correct? As if reading his mind, An Jiming was startled, as Lin Zi Luo continued, How I know is not the important part. What's important is where you got the secret technique you rely on. Suddenly, An Jiming thought, This is a secret technique that has always been maintained among the three great families. How does he know? He said. Why should I have to tell you? Lin Zi Luo continued to press the issue. It doesn't matter whether you tell me or not. Now press 3 fingers on the spot below your abdomen. Then press the spot over your heart. Next, tap gently 4 times. Although he wanted to dismiss it, and Jiming still wanted to try, he followed Lin Zi Luo's instructions, and surprisingly, the process made him cough up blood. He was stunned. This can't be. This is absolutely impossible. How can this be? Lin Zi Luo said seriously. You bought this secret technique from the Li family. The secret technique itself is fine, but the Li family has a technique that can control the brainwashed. So, is there a problem now? And Jiming tried to argue back, but his voice was still trembling. How is this possible? We have used this technique for hundreds of years, and there has never been a mistake. How could this happen? This is absolutely impossible, and Jiming denied. Lin Zi Luo recalled, I finally became the great earth magic god. Haha, until the final stage of the apocalypse, he became the great earth magic god. Only after his body successfully transformed did he escape the threat of the Li family's secret technique. But it was too late. Most of the An family's power was seized by the Li family. Moreover, his children were all taken by the Li family as playthings. He could only continue to work himself to death for the Li family. In this life, I will not let that happen. He has a special talent for magic and is worth using. And Jiming wiped his mouth and asked, So what is wrong with my body? How long do I have to live? Lin Zi Luo replied, You'll have to ask the Li family about that. Perhaps they have the antidote. Besides, how long you live depends on when you can get the antidote from them. And Jiming replied, My affairs are none of your concern, Yaxi. You can go. But Lin Zi Luo proposed, I have a big business deal for you. You don't think the Li family only controls Pangaoji, do you? And Jiming asked suspiciously. What are you trying to say? Then Lin Zi Luo placed a piece of paper on the table. This list may not include everyone the Li family planted, but everything on it is the absolute truth. And Jiming considered the paper. What do you want? The price is how much you can give me. And Jiming replied, 80,000 gold coins, no more than that. Strangely, Lin Zi Luo just smiled coldly. The scene changes. Lin Zi Luo stands with his arms crossed and a cunning expression looking at the person opposite him. 80,000 is not enough. On this list, there is actually someone who can greatly influence your An family's supplies. When that happens, your losses will not stop at just 80,000. The person opposite was Li Xuan, who slammed one hand on the table in a panic. 100,000. 100,000 at most, not a single coin more. Lin Zi Luo happily slammed his hand down. Deal. He walked out coolly with his hands in his pockets, leaving a pale-faced Li Xuan behind. The image of a building appears against a dark crimson sky. Inside, someone is opening a fire element scroll. Lin Zi Luo held the scroll, looking at the words inside. Scroll, flame-packed, a single-use bronze-level scroll. Use the power of the flame to form a pact with a weapon, granting it the effective ability of a flame attack. When used, it can envelop the weapon in flames, enhancing its attack power with each use, and also adding a burning effect. He opened the scroll wide, raising it high. The scroll was like a huge carpet. Lin Zi Luo sat on it, his hands still releasing large flames. Time passed. The next day, at noon, the sky was already bright. Lin Zi Luo let out a breath as the system appeared. Congratulations, player, Ya Xie. Through the special profession, Azure Emperor, you have successfully comprehended the skill, Flame Pact. He also withdrew his hands. The system displayed the skill Flame Pact, a mage-type skill. By consuming spirit power, it forms a flame sigil. Attaching the flame sigil to a weapon can grant the weapon the ability of a flame attack for a certain period. The duration is determined by the amount of spirit power consumed when casting the skill. He then fused the Flame Pact with his weapon. The sword he took out was surrounded by a blazing fire. The sword has been completely fused. Lin Zi Luo swung it once, and wherever the sword went, the fire followed. He noticed the table nearby and threw the sword straight at it, lightly touching a corner. That corner of the table was burned to a crisp. This skill is amazing. Lin Zi Luo walked ahead with Dagu following behind. Dagu, let's go. It's time for the final match. At a certain building, countless people gathered outside, chatting excitedly. I wonder if we can see Ya Xie today. Oh my god, I heard about it. Did you know? Last night, someone who stared at Ya Xie got their eyes burned. If you meet Ya Xie on the street, you must not look directly at him. Inside the building was the competition hall. The host's voice rang out. Will the contestants for the final match please enter the room immediately to read the attributes from yesterday's preliminary round? The scene shifted to a contestants area. Lin Zi Luo was standing inside, looking out, when a voice called out to him, Ya Xi. Behind him, Zhang Yuanchang appeared, walking over. I've told the leaders about your request. They hope to meet and talk with you after the combat power tournament ends. Lin Zi Luo turned around and smiled. All right, I'll have to trouble General Zhang then. Inside, he thought, this is a good opportunity to exploit their weakness and gain benefits from the officials. Lin Zi Luo walked up to the blue orb in front of him. He placed his hand on it. A red panel appeared beside it, reading information. After a moment, the panel displayed the match rules. Lin Zi Luo looked at the panel with a confident expression. Teleporting, he braced himself, ready to fight. Lamb Tulak was transported to the contestants' lounge, where Trung Wen Chung and Dai Nok were. Outside, the arena had been set up with competition areas for each contestant level, and the host's voice rang out again. Player Ya She, your match number this time is 001. We will now begin the draw for your first opponent. Lin Zi Luo confidently pressed the draw button. The number 013 appeared in front of him. Congratulations, player Ya She. The draw is complete. Your opponent's number is 013. Lin Zi Luo seriously pressed the red button on the display panel. He smirked, not worried at all. Lin Zi Luo was being teleported by the system. Lin Zi Luo confidently looked at the person in front of him, his face full of anticipation, and summoned his weapon. The person in front of Lin Zi Luo appeared, holding a dagger with a sinister look on his face. This dagger of mine is full of poison. Lin Zi Luo looked at him cheerfully for a few seconds. Then the man's face turned pale. He was sweating and exclaimed in fear, Ya Xie! He immediately kowtowed. I surrender. Lin Zi Luo just stood there, staring at him. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations to number 0019-003 for winning 2 points. He held his sword and looked down at the audience. The people below looked at each other and started whispering. When I shouted surrender, my speed was faster than yours by more than 1 second. That proves your reaction time isn't as fast as mine. The person next to him also laughed and replied, Haha, what's the use of being fast? My surrender shout was 12 decibels louder than yours, I shouted with spirit. The great Ya Xie will definitely remember me. After speaking, both of them looked at the slick-looking man in front of them. He confidently stroked his chin. None of you are good enough. Just now, when I shouted, I used a very low voice. Didn't you see quite a few female audience members giving me flirtatious looks? Lin Zi Luo was speechless listening to their conversation under the scorching sun. Lin Zi Luo waited for so long that mushrooms started growing on his head. He picked his nose while waiting for that group of blockheads on the stage. Lin Zi Luo turned around and observed carefully, stretching his body, extremely interested in the current match. Zhang Yuanchang calmly wielded his sword, dealing with the person from the Li family. Lin Zi Luo immediately activated the system to check this person's profile. Zhang Yuanchang, level 18. Title: Master of the Supreme. Basic attributes: Strength 60, Spirit 60, Constitution 55, Agility 40. Profession: Army Soul. Only players with sincere feelings for the army and extremely strong willpower can inherit this profession. Profession abilities: 1. One-hearted Army Soul. The more teammates from the same faction are nearby, the greater the attribute boost gained. At the same time, you can also grant a portion of your attributes to teammates of the same faction when the number of teammates reaches a certain level. It can trigger an extra effect. 2. Indestructible Army Soul. The Army Soul is eternal after activating this effect. You can enter an indestructible state. During this state, all damage taken will be reduced, and your willpower will be significantly increased. But after the indestructible state ends, the damage previously taken will be delivered to your body. Talent: Mighty Body. You have an extremely deep awareness of yourself. When encountering a suppression-type skill, the suppression effect is weakened by 30%. Suppression duration is shortened by 50%. Skills: Floating Triple Strike, Earth-Shattering Long Blade, Army Soul's Blessing, Army Soul's Rally. Lin Zi Luo silently commented, Dagu's agility and spirit attributes are a bit weaker, but luckily his overall stats aren't that far behind. He can fight. He looked towards the arena. Zhang Yuanchang quickly took a stance and charged forward. His sword, full of energy, aimed straight at Dagu and slashed. Dagu immediately used his axe to block the blow. Lin Zi Luo watched them fight and analyzed. If the Li family hadn't used that drug in my past life, Qiu Jing Han and Li might not have been able to defeat Zhang Yuanchang. He pursed his lips and smiled, swinging his sword up, then quickly used the skill Earth-Shattering Long Blade. The large axe in Dagu's hand was no match for it. He staggered with the axe and fell face first to the ground. Dagu quickly regained his stable posture. Zhang Yuanchang looked at him in amazement. As expected of Ya Xie's subordinate, he's clearly 2 levels lower than me, yet he could take my earth-shattering long blade. He frowned, looking tiredly at the person in front of him, and thought to himself, I absolutely cannot lose to him. Otherwise, my prospects in the army will be greatly diminished. Zhang Yuancheng looked at him and suddenly realized something. Dagu was currently receiving information from Lin Zi Luo. He sat behind and used a reminder skill. If you can't beat Zhang Yuancheng, then for 3 days you won't get to eat roasted chicken and pork knuckle. Hearing this, Dagu's eyes lit up. His face was full of anger. He roared loudly, "Unforgivable!" Dagu gathered energy from his surroundings and channeled it into his axe. He shouted loudly at Zhang Yuancheng, then leaped down from above, slamming his axe straight at the person in front of him. The man raised his sword to block, his face contorted. Zhang Yuancheng quickly dodged, letting Dagu's axe smash into the ground. He bent down and used Army Soul's blessing. During the blessing, he gains 20% damage resistance and also increases his own recovery speed by 20%, such as stamina recovery and spirit power recovery. At the same time, his next attack will carry a single instance of damage immunity. The duration of the blessing is related to the amount of spirit power consumed. He quickly charged forward with his sword. Zhang Yuancheng gathered his magic power and aimed straight at Dagu. He was immediately sent flying by Dagu's axe. Zhang Yuancheng struggled to block with his sword and retreated, his eyes cold. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yuancheng looked at him and smiled, indestructible. His body was quickly enveloped by his available energy, forming a suit of armor around Zhang Yuancheng. Majestic and incredibly brave, he held his sword behind him, confidently raising his head. Skill: Army Souls Rally. Behind Zhang Yuancheng were dozens of soldiers. This skill of his is truly impressive. Zhang Yuancheng got into a stance, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Zi Luo was stunned when he saw this scene. Oh my god, I remember in my past life, Zhang Yuancheng used Army Souls Rally. It suppressed a zombie over level 80, just one step away from being a zombie king. I never expected to see the primary form of Army Souls Rally in this life. Dagu looked at him without any fear. He shouted loudly. Dagu stomped hard on the ground, causing bricks and stones to fly everywhere. Dagu's eyes burned with killing intent as he held the axe in his hand and charged towards Zhang Yuancheng. Seeing him, the man frowned, gritted his teeth, and unleashed his move. Floating Void Triple Strike, the fire from his skill burned relentlessly, creating a dramatic fiery collision as a strong light erupted. It blinded everything, making everyone around gasp, shield their eyes, and shout. Fiery embers and smoke lingered around the arena. Zhang Yuanzhong looked extremely miserable, his whole body covered in blood, his eyes shut tight in pain and extreme exhaustion. His opponent, Da Yu, was not in any better shape. He slowly opened his eyes, blood trickling down, looking like he was struggling immensely. Da Yu quickly regained consciousness and stood up. The system's voice immediately rang out. Number 029 defeats number 024, obtaining 2 accumulated points. Next match, number 001 versus number 029. Da Yu stood up proudly before a strong opponent like Zhang Yuanzhong. He watched the man struggling in front of him, who bit his lip and used his sword to force himself up. Da Yu looked at him and laughed proudly. The arena around them was filled with cheers, as the crowd watched them and shouted loudly without stopping. This is a true competition, a match between the strong. Someone else cried with joy and said, "Oh my god, compared to them, I feel like I am just trash." Everyone, cheer. Cheer on. A real competition is about risking your life and using all your strength to defeat the opponent, not about picking on someone weaker, using one's advantage to kill at will. That's right, well said. General Zhang is amazing. Da Yu is amazing. Lin Zi Luo looked at the 2 people before him with satisfaction. Da Yu and Zhang Yuanzhong were taken to the medical room. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at the doctor and shook his head, refusing. "Check on brother Da Yu first. I am not in a hurry." The doctor nodded. "Yes, General. Over here." Lin Zi Luo also smiled politely and refused. "Thank you, General Zhang, but there is no need." He looked at him puzzled. "Why, if you are worried about supplies?" He looked at Da Yu and smiled cheerfully. "It is fine. Our supplies are enough. Besides, due to his profession, Da Yu's constitution is a bit special. He just needs some nutritional supplements." Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him and agreed. "Is that so? Then is there anything you need? Just tell me." Lin Zi Luo gave a thumbs up. "No problem." He was sweating nervously, thinking to himself, "Are you kidding? If he gets treated, Da Yu's zombie body will be exposed." The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Attention Capital City players! Attention Capital City players! The Capital City Individual Combat Power Tournament has now officially concluded. System announcement, city winner. Capital City's #1 player on the combat power ranking, Yexi, based on the city's overall strength, has obtained 1 piece of elite gold-grade equipment. The reward includes many gold coins, experience and fame, and free attribute points. City winner, Capital City's #2 player on the combat power ranking, Da Nyok. Based on the city's overall strength, he has obtained 2 sets of silver-grade equipment, and the other number 2 player on the combat power ranking, Zhang Yuan Zhong, based on. A group in the stands was discussing, haha, it is just as expected. The great Yexi is number 1. Another person chimed in. You do not have to state the obvious, but for Dan Nyok to get second place, I really did not expect that. I feel bad for General Zhang. The person next to them also spoke up. Dan Ngok is a subordinate of the great Yexi, so it is not too surprising that he is that strong, right? That person opened the system to check. Gold grade equipment. Right now there is only one on the equipment ranking board. And now the great Yexi has another set. The other person chimed in. What is so great about gold grade? I do not have any, but Yexi has 2 sets of diamond grade equipment, the uniform and the peach of Kuel. They were laughing and talking happily, not noticing a gloomy figure watching them from behind. He bent down and pulled his hood lower. Li Lishuan's face was contorted with rage. He slammed his fist against the wall, while his other hand angrily pulled down his hat as he thought to himself, damn Yexi, damn Dangok. His eyes were wide with fury. If it were not for those 2 who came out of nowhere, the ones being discussed and admired by everyone now would have been our Li family. Li Lishuan looked towards the arena and was startled. People looked at him, wondering, what is wrong? He glanced at them, then quickly lowered his head, pulled down his hood, turned around, and left. The people continued their cheerful conversation. Lin Zi Luo picked up some food, put it in his mouth, and chewed noisily. The system had an announcement. Congratulations to player Yexi for achieving first place in the Capital City Individual Combat Power Tournament. Lin Zi Luo stared at the system as it drew the elite gold grade equipment. A notification appeared before him. Congratulations to player Yexi for obtaining gold grade equipment. Congratulations to player Yexi for obtaining 5,000 experience points. The system kept popping up notifications. Congratulations to player Yexi for leveling up to level 23, all attributes +3, and obtaining 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Yexi for obtaining 2,000 gold coins, 500 fame points, and 5 free attribute points. Lin Zi Luo was extremely excited. The rewards for first place in the tournament are this generous? He looked at the system panel in constant surprise. Flash step boots, gold grade equipment, a pair of combat boots with spatial abilities, an item countless heroes dream of. Attribute, agility +5, spirit +4, increases movement speed by 10%, reduces footstep noise by 30%, attached skill. Flash step, move forward a distance of 1 to 2 meters. During the movement, you can resist 90% of incoming damage. Cooldown time is 4 hours, Lin Zi Luo exclaimed in amazement. Boots with spatial abilities. No wonder this is labeled as an Elite Apocalypse Games equipment. Lin Zi Luo looked at the system panel. It displayed the stats. Base attributes without equipment. Strength is 99. Spirit is also 99. Constitution is also 99. Agility is only 89. Below that was the attribute panel with equipment. Strength is 121. Spirit, 113. Constitution, 114. Agility is 99. The system's sound kept ringing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining first place in the Capital City Individual Combat Power Tournament. Completed the mission Capital City's number 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward. 1 random common cheat item. 1 piece of silver grade equipment. Lin Zi Luo looked at the system happily and chose to draw the equipment. The system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver grade equipment, Mana Hiding Gloves. The screen displayed a pair of gloves. Mana Hiding Gloves. Silver grade equipment. Gloves crafted to counter mages. Their existence gives every mage a headache. Attributes, Strength +2, Constitution +2, Mana Hiding. Magical damage taken is reduced by 5%. Lin Zi Luo looked at the notification and chuckled. Mana Hiding again. Is it the same set as the clothes I am wearing? He sighed and thought, does the cheat system have something against mages? Is it trying to force me to collect a full set? Lin Zi Luo reached out and pressed confirm. System announcement. Congratulations to player Yexi for successfully equipping the Mana Hiding Gloves. Activated the 3-piece Mana Hiding set effect. 3 pieces of Mana Hiding equipment, all attributes +2, can reflect 15% of magical damage taken. He looked at the system with a satisfied expression. This is pretty good. It is only 3 pieces, so it seems the equipment attributes still have a lot of room for improvement. Dangok sat on the side, happily munching on a delicious chicken leg. Lin Zi Luo turned to look at him with a mysterious smile. Dangok looked back at him in confusion. Lin Zi Luo slapped Dangok hard on the shoulder, who turned to look at him in surprise. Dangok looked confusedly at Lin Zi Luo. He pointed at the system and pouted. Silver dyed plate armor, dyed gloves. Second place gets this kind of trash equipment? Dan Gok looked at him speechlessly. The system screen showed a glowing jade tablet, displayed at 40%. Dan Gok curiously looked away and saw 2 chicken legs. He put his hand to his mouth and thought. Lin Zi Luo happily prepared to leave the room and looked at Dan Gok, suggesting, "Come on, I will take you to eat a bigger chicken leg." He thought to himself, "I bet on Zhang Yuanzhong, so I can probably earn a reward of 120,000 gold coins this time." The more Lin Zi Luo thought about it, the happier he felt. This is again a matter controlled by the 3 great families from behind the scenes. Using the money the Li family gave to buy the capital city's Medal of Honor, is not that just great? Lin Zi Luo and Dan Gok stepped out of the house. In front of them was the road to the bustling downtown area. Suddenly, a soldier appeared, running and shouting loudly, "Great Yexi, I knew you would be here." He stopped in front of Lin Zi Luo and reported, "Great Yexi, all the leaders of the safe zone have gone to an emergency meeting. General Zhang sent me to invite you there. He said that after this meeting, he wants to start implementing the plan against the Li family." Lin Zi Luo asked calmly, "What happened?" The soldier was tired and flustered. He looked at Lin Zi Luo and spoke hurriedly. "It is the Li family? Those bastards from the Li family, while the combat power tournament was being held, sent several hundred private soldiers carrying over 100 pieces of raw meat and somehow lured several thousand zombies to charge into our safe zone." Lin Zi Luo put on his mask and smirked. "What?" The soldier lowered his head, he said through gritted teeth. "At that time, most of the powerful players in the city, including the experts from our army, were all inside the sports complex," he continued. "News from the outside could not get in, and the people inside could not get out." That soldier explained that they really had no other choice. To keep the zombies away from the unfinished wall, they had to use defenders from outside the safe zone. Lamb Tulak's face darkened with anger as he stared at the soldier. The soldier stuttered, In the end, no zombies made it into the safe zone. But almost all of my brothers, they're all dead." Lamb Tulak bowed his head and thought. However, it's possible for someone with Li Da's power to lure a group of zombies with raw meat. He frowned in annoyance. But Li Da couldn't have gathered several thousand zombies in such a short time. Lamb Tulak looked at the soldier and ordered, "Didn't you say there's an emergency meeting? Take me there." That man immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir, please follow me," he thought to himself. Could there be someone else behind Li Da, or did I miss a crucial detail? At the meeting, they gathered around a rectangular wooden table. Chief Tiet slammed the table. "Do we still need to discuss this? Li Da has already thrown all pretenses to the wind. What happened today is a declaration of war against us." Hamuk looked at him and carefully reminded him, "Chief, please calm down first. Aren't we all still in the discussion phase? What they said isn't entirely unreasonable." Li Thuk Thap Luke looked at Chuang Nguyen Chung and offered his opinion. "That's right. Elder Tiet, it's not that we don't want to punish Li Da. The safe zone is currently being rebuilt. Our main priority is to finish constructing the safe zone. If we focus on dealing with Li Da now, it will be a drain on our resources." Someone present also agreed. "That's right. I agree. For now, we can expose Li Da's evil deeds and use public opinion to ruin his reputation. We'll strike after the safe zone is built and eliminate Li Da in one fell swoop." The person next to him agreed. "That's right. Chief Tiet, we must consider the bigger picture. Once the safe zone is complete, we'll have the strongest possible rear guard. We're only thinking about what's best for the safe zone and for all of Longguo. If we go to war, it will just drain a lot of our human resources. This isn't good for our entire capital region." Chuang Nguyen Chung stood up angrily, slammed the table, and shouted furiously. "Still building the safe zone? Do you think Li Da will just stand by and watch us finish it? Do you think he won't pull something like this a second time? When that happens, we'll still have to sacrifice lives to hold the line. The lives of our soldiers." He looked at them with utter resentment. Chuang Nguyen Chung cursed. "The bigger picture is important. I'm really curious. Just how much did Li Da pay you all to speak on his behalf?" Hamuk immediately stood up to explain. "General Chuang, our loyalty to Longguo is absolutely no less than yours. You can't say that." The other elders there also spoke up. "That's right, General Chuang. Your words have gone too far. We are really just considering things from the perspective of the bigger picture." Another elder heard this and also spoke up. "General Chuang, maybe it's because you're always fighting on the front lines that you don't know the supply situation in the rear. The situation is really not optimistic." A familiar voice came from outside the meeting. "I, for one, strongly agree with what General Chuang said." Everyone was taken aback. They stared in shock toward the door as Lamb Tulak appeared before them, his eyes sharp and full of confidence. Ha Muk shouted unhappily, "This is an important meeting. How can you just let an outsider in? What are the guards outside doing?" Someone introduced him. "This is Tulak. He just won first place in the individual combat power tournament. His reputation is very high." Ha Mook, you haven't been out for the past 2 days, so you wouldn't know him. Ha Mook clenched his fist and pushed up his glasses with his other hand. He gave a very reasonable-sounding excuse. Even if it's Tulak, he's not allowed. This is a top-secret high-level meeting of Longguo. Why are we letting an outsider in? Is the entire Longguo government compromising with outsiders now? Ha Mook pointed and ordered. Guard, get this person out of here. Chuang Nguyen Chung stood in front of Tulak, a stark contrast to the furious Ha Mook. He seemed much calmer. I invited Tulak here. Is there a problem? Ha Mook stared directly into Chuang Nguyen Chung's eyes. General Chuang, you brought someone whose identity we don't even know into this meeting room. Isn't that a bit too careless? Tulak was wearing a mask, so no one could read his expression. Is General Chuang being careless? I don't know, but I do know that you've been far too careless in dealing with Li Da. After a short pause, Tulak stared intently at Ha Mook. Besides, you may not know who I am, but I know exactly who you are. Ha Mook. He didn't dare to face him. Every piece of information he revealed struck a nerve. Your wife died early, and your daughter turned into a zombie. You ignored your family's great tragedy. You still stood on the front lines, building the safe zone. With this merit, you successfully earned the promotion to your current position. His next question left him completely speechless. However, I'd like to ask you, if you know a person named Lam Ki Dot? Ha Mook's face went pale. He looked around in disbelief. As he stammered, could it be? Seeing his reaction, Tulak immediately pressed on, as if mocking him. When Li Da's people told you that you still had a son in this world, how happy were you then? Furthermore, as long as you secretly helped Li Da, you could provide Lam Kidat with a large amount of resources. You even nodded your head as fast as a chicken pecking grain. Hearing this, Chief Tiet was so furious he slammed his fist on the table. He thought to himself, Ha Mook, you too? Sweat was pouring down Ha Mook's face. Chief. Suddenly, a bright red notification panel appeared before everyone. Attention, players of the capital region. Attention, players of the capital region. The next piece of information made Tulak's eyes widen. A zombie wave will attack the capital region in 5 hours. This was an announcement for the bloody battle to come. Due to recent large-scale zombie activity, the capital region's zombie wave has been triggered ahead of schedule. In 5 hours, it will attack the capital safe zone. The capital safe zone and its surrounding areas will soon enter a full lockdown. The lockdown will only be lifted after the zombie wave ends. Players inside the safe zone will not be able to leave, and players outside will not be able to enter. We urge all players in the capital safe zone to prepare accordingly. Defend against the zombie wave. After a successful defense, the capital safe zone will be officially recognized by the system and gain certain safe zone privileges. After reading the announcement, Ha Mook became delirious. A zombie wave. There's another zombie wave. He was like a madman. Haha, Lai Da is quite capable. Like a clown, he pointed at the others and yelled, I refuse to believe this wretched safe zone can hold out this time. You're all going to die. You're all going to die. The moment the words left his mouth, he was slapped by Chief Tiet. You animal. Ha Mook held his bruised cheek. He gritted his teeth. I've acted meek and humble in front of you for so long. Just for this day, I'm going to die anyway. My son has already escaped with Li Da, and I'll have all of you to join me. What else is there for me to fear? Tulak rubbed his chin in thought. The zombie wave was triggered early because of Li Da's actions. He looked at the bright red warning panel. He began to analyze. Triggering a zombie wave in a region requires 3 conditions. First, the safe zone's construction level must reach the system-recognized standard. Second, the accumulated number of zombies must reach a certain threshold. Third, a royal zombie capable of commanding other zombies must have appeared. He recalled the large, nearly completed base, but the capital safe zone was only half built, yet it had already triggered the zombie wave ahead of schedule. Although the scale of this zombie wave likely won't be normal, it will still far exceed the safe zone's current strength. Tulak adjusted his mask. It's going to be another brutal fight. He grabbed Ha Mook by the collar. General Chuang, I've exposed a spy for you. Consider this information a free gift. In return, I'm taking this man. Any problem with that? Chuang Nguyen Chung crossed his arms. No problem. I just hope that traitor dies a horrible death. Tulak agreed. All right. He then looked at the others in the meeting room. Does anyone else have an issue? You can speak to me directly. The others remained silent. Chuang Nguyen Chung spoke up. No problem. With their approval, Tulak started dragging Ha Mook away. Please continue. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He dragged him straight out to the front courtyard. Tulak forced Ha Mook to kneel. Around them, young people were training with guns. Seeing this, they began to chat among themselves. Isn't that Minister Ha Mook? I just saw him giving a speech a few days ago. Oh my god, Tulak is carrying the minister like he's a little chick. Is Zi Luo that strong already? I just know that I don't care what kind of minister he is falling into. Zi Luo's hands means a direct confrontation with the Li family. How pitiful. He Mu pathetically raised his head to look at him immediately. Zi Luo grabbed him by the shirt. He threw him away like a bag of trash, making his face intimately kiss the ground. In the middle of the crowd, He Mu begged in terror, "Kill me quickly. Once the zombie wave arrives, the safe zone will completely collapse. At that time, you will all have to go down there with me." Hearing this, the young soldiers understood everything. What? The zombie wave is related to Minister He. He's a traitor. Someone wanted to rush forward. It's this bastard. "You caused my brother's deaths. Let's see if I beat you to death." His friends had to hold him back. Calm down, calm down. Now let's see what the great master Zi Luo has to say." Zi Luo directly took out a purple scroll, a single-use bronze-grade soundproof barrier. It can form a soundproof barrier with a 5-meter diameter. The barrier has no defensive capabilities. Once broken, it will be permanently shattered, but it can very effectively isolate sound transmission. The barrier's duration is 30 minutes. He crushed the soundproof barrier scroll, and immediately, a light blue barrier enveloped the space around him, and He Mu. To be safe, Big Idiot was still outside holding his hammer on guard, but He Mu was still fearless, continuing to threaten everyone. "The safe zone is sealed. You all can't escape. You all have to go down there with me." In response to He Mu's insane continued threats, he gave He Mu a punch to match the slap from Chief Xie earlier. "Everyone has to die." 2 teeth fell gently to the ground, unlike He Mu's trembling. Zi Luo put his hands in his pockets and calmly asked about the head of the Li family. "Where is Li Xian now?" He Mu wiped the blood from his mouth because of the punch. His voice was unclear. "You want to find Li Xian? I won't tell you." Zi Luo took out a rotten dagger. His face turned into that of a psychopath. Tough mouth. I like tough-mouthed people the most. Zi Luo placed the bloody dagger on He Mu's neck. He smiled lightly. "Are you going to talk or not?" He Mu remained tight-lipped. Not talking, so of course, the dagger plunged straight into He Mu's hand, causing immense pain. Zi Luo was still smiling brightly, still not talking. What benefits did the Li family give you, after all? Although smiling, he still increased the pressure on the dagger. He Mu couldn't bear it, and screamed continuously. "Kill me quick, kill me, I beg you to kill me." Zi Luo ignored him. "No, I haven't heard you tell me where Li Xian is yet at this point." He Mu started to throw a tantrum on the ground. "I don't know, I really don't know. Do me a favor, kill me." He pulled the dagger out. Zi Luo frowned. "You really don't know, or are you pretending not to know?" He feigned stabbing the dagger into He Mu's other arm, who was so scared he gasped. Zi Luo's face darkened. "Then I'll change. The question, what did Li Xian ask you to do? Think about your son. Think carefully before you speak." Tears were now streaming down He Mu's face. He slowly recounted before he asked me to secretly help the Li family transport resources or arrange difficult missions for the military. Using the opportunity to get their people killed after asking for so long and getting no useful information, Zi Luo was a little angry. "Who asked you about this when he ran away yesterday? What news did he leave for you?" Now He Mu didn't dare to hide anything. He stammered and confessed everything. Yesterday before he ran, he sent someone to delivered a message telling me to stall for time for the Li family. That's all." Zi Luo smiled. "What about the contact method? Li Xian wouldn't just abandon a good pawn like you here." Seeing Zi Luo's face up close, he became even more terrified. "Yes, the Shiyuan assembly point. That place was secretly established by the Li family. He told me to go there." Zi Luo frowned and repeated that phrase, "the Shiyuan assembly point." Zi Luo looked at He Mu's pathetic state. "Do you have anything else to say?" he stammered in fear. "No, nothing." He Mu's face was bruised, but he was secretly delighted, thinking, "I've told you everything. What else can I use to hold you here? If I don't hold you here, how can I find a chance to escape?" Zi Luo patted his shoulder. "Well done." He pulled out that dagger again, without another word. Zi Luo gave him a clean/useless, "People don't need to live," after saying that he nimbly pulled the dagger out and jumped back. Obviously, Zi Luo was very experienced in handling this. The bloody scene with an eye falling out made everyone tremble in fear, while he and Big Idiot casually walked away looking very cool at a skyscraper, which was the exchange point for the individual combat power tournament predictions. Zi Luo placed a ticket on the wooden table to exchange the betting slip. The female employee took the betting slip and read the information. "Yes, please wait a moment." She placed the ticket back on the table, Mr. Zi Luo, "because you correctly predicted Chang Yuanzong would place third according to the odds. In total, you can receive 123,556 gold coins." Even his sunglasses couldn't hide the 2 hearts in Big Idiot's eyes. He was imagining himself bathing in a mountain of chicken drumsticks. The female employee quickly operated the system. "Please wait a moment." Zi Luo smiled with satisfaction. "Ding, dear player Zi Luo. 123,556 gold coins have been transferred to your account. Satisfied?" He tossed a shiny chicken drumstick to Big Idiot. "Let's go, Big Idiot." The blue sky with clouds drifted gently at the capital city's shop. People around were quite surprised by the sight of Big Idiot gnashing his teeth while biting a chicken drumstick. They were even more surprised when they heard the system announcement of a player's purchase. Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the capital city's Medal of Honor. Due to the special 10% discount privilege for purchasing items from the Peerless World shop, a payment of 225,000 gold coins is required. Everyone whispered to each other, spending so much money. Oh my god. Is the person inside a tycoon so much money? I feel like only Zi Luo has that kind of money. I think so too. And look, Big Idiot is here too. We should stand a little further away later. That's right, that's right. Have you heard? They say if you look directly at the great master Zi Luo, you'll be killed. Zi Luo paid no mind and continued to spend money like water. Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the capital city's order uniform. Capital City's order sign, due to the special 10% discount privilege for purchasing items from the Peerless World shop, a payment of 256,500 gold coins is required. The three people were so scared, they huddled together. Only after spending so much money did he feel a little satisfied. Zi Luo smiled, looking at the medal in his hand. This medal already had 3 stars underneath it. Capital City's Medal of Honor, Epic Grade Special Equipment. The system provides a brief introduction to this medal. This is proof of the supreme honor in the capital city region. Only talents who have made unimaginable and unprecedented contributions to the capital city region are qualified to equip and use this medal. It will be permanently bound to the player to enhance the player's experience. The system also provides cute illustrations. One honor announcement. This ability can be used once every 2 days to issue one announcement. When issued, all players in the capital city region will receive this announcement. 2 Glorious Aura, as long as you are in the capital city region. After activating this function, the effects of emotional reactions like intimidation, shock, and fear that you inflict on others will be increased by 100%. 3 Glory and Wealth, as long as you are in the capital city region. When killing zombies, completing missions, and clearing dungeons, the amount of experience and gold coins received is increased by 30%, and the item drop rate is also increased by 5%. 4 Body of Honor. As long as you are in the capital city region, any player who attacks you will have their attributes reduced by 15% for 5 minutes. 5 Guardian Beasts Protection. This function can be used once every 7 days, as long as you are in the capital city region. You can withstand the Phantom's influence from the capital's Guardian and proceed to battle. The Guardian Beast's Phantom can be maintained for 2 minutes. The Phantom's power is determined by the overall prosperity of the capital city region. The player can obtain 10% of the benefits from zombies killed by the Phantom. Zi Luo and Big Idiot walked out of the trading area. He stared intently at the medal. The epic grade title is not worthy of this medal. Even diamond grade is barely acceptable. Zi Luo seemed satisfied with the 5th function, the Guardian Beast's Protection. However, this Phantom can only exist for 2 minutes. The conditions are a bit harsh. I wonder if the summoning time can be extended later. Thinking this, he looked at Big Idiot. He had also just exchanged a set of equipment for Big Idiot. He clicked to use the clothes in the system immediately. The two of them had a new set of robes. A red system prompt appeared above Zi Luo and Big Idiot's heads, refreshing equipment data. New epic equipment appeared, owner Zi Luo. While everyone was eating, they were surprised to see a system panel appear before them. Quick look at the equipment ranking board. What equipment ranking board? What's going on? Has new equipment appeared again? Someone clasped their hands in prayer, tears streaming down their face. Oh my god, could a silver grade piece of equipment have appeared? It must be my idol, Zi Luo. There were also those who were dejected and wished wistfully. Sigh, when will I ever get a silver grade piece of equipment? The person next to them who had seen the information said, this time it's gold grade equipment. Diamond grade tier owner Zi Luo, rank 4 Shanghai's order uniform. Diamond tier user, Da Enjok, rank 5. Boots of Glimmering. Gold tier items owner, 2 lakh, rank 6. A Qiu Dian. Silver tier owner, 2 lakh. A few soldiers were discussing the recent announcement while on patrol. No need for premonitions. Trust me, it will definitely become a reality. It would be great if we could be that powerful someday. They continued walking forward. All right, let's get back to patrol. Doing our job properly is more important. The sky was still blue with drifting clouds. A green flag fluttered on the rooftop. Meanwhile, in the conference room, a young officer rushed in to report, General Zhang, Chief Xie. Zhang Yuanzhong saw him and immediately asked, what's the situation outside? Is it clear yet? He assured, we have conducted inspections everywhere. Any location within a 1,000-meter radius of the safe zone's walls will have the seal of the Doomsday Game. They are all transparent walls, and they've tried every way to test the barrier's sturdiness. The situation outside the barrier. All impacts seem to be ineffective. We also saw, but after trying many methods, we couldn't break the barrier. Hearing his report, Chief Xie's face grew pensive. Furthermore, for now, we haven't seen any signs of the coming zombie wave, so we can't determine the scale and intensity of the zombie wave. The military's key personnel also joined the discussion. The situation is very difficult. Luckily, Due to the combat power tournament, most players haven't left the safe zone. But the Li family took quite a few people with them. Zhang Yuanzheng was also worried. The combat power we have at the moment can at best defend two directions. Someone immediately made a decision, so now we can only bet on which direction the zombie wave will attack from. Zhang Yuanzheng immediately complied. Right. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then first, let's set up defenses in the two most likely directions of attack. Knowing an attack was imminent, they acted with urgency. If zombies appear from the other two directions, then we'll dispatch an emergency team. General Zhang, stop standing there and get to it. But that idea was quickly refuted. We can dispatch an emergency team, but without defensive fortifications, our casualties will be high. Seeing that no one could reach an agreement, Chief Xie shouted, "Enough." He rested his chin on his hand and looked at everyone. There's no more time to hesitate. We must now decide which two directions to defend. The situation is urgent. He had to take a gamble. General Zhang, you have extensive combat experience. I'll follow your lead. Yes. Zhang Yuanzhong was also tense. East, west. He thought about the heaviest potential losses. The walls on all four sides of the safe zone are unfinished, and the eastern wall has a huge gap because of the Li family. If these two directions are really attacked by zombies, the losses will be the greatest. We have no other choice. Chief Xie sighed. Go. The military personnel received their orders and went to carry them out. Meanwhile, Zi Luo was lounging on his large, luxurious bed. He looked at the system announcement, feeling annoyed. The zombie wave is coming to attack. If the safe zone's defense fails, players will be penalized. If the safe zone's defense fails, possible consequences include all players in the safe zone being demoted. Rewards for killing zombies in the capital district will be reduced, item prices in the shop will multiply, etc., including but not limited to. Zi Luo rested his head on his hands. That's as good as saying nothing. I can leave on my own, but if the safe zone's defense fails, the consequences are too severe. He lightly tapped the speaker icon on the system. Zi Luo typed with a smug smile, and his final action was to press send. Zi Luo stretched out, completely relaxed. What a pity. This thing has a character limit. Otherwise, I could scold him with 1,000 words without repeating myself. He enjoyed his book while waiting for the announcement board to blow up. Attention Capital District players. Attention Capital District players. Player Zi Luo has sent a district announcement. The content is as follows. Li Lixian, as the dignified head of the Li family, how could you run away like a rat? You've completely lost all face. The zombie wave appears, and you prove to be the scum of humanity. You're a real coward, hiding in your shell. You're completely useless. Just go and die. Standing in front of a small house, you could hear a man's angry voice. Damn it! Li Lixian's face was contorted with rage. He took his anger out on a chair. Zi Luo, you just wait until I get a chance. When I get my hands on you, I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces, Li Lixian roared. No matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you. Kill you! But just then, the steward knocked on the door with a look of terror. Family head, it's terrible. Something major has happened. Li Lixian's already dark face grew even darker. What happened? Speak! Seeing his master's expression, the steward trembled with fear. Family head, Zi Luo just made an announcement, saying that our Li family led the zombie wave here. This has caused many people to start hating our Li family. They're also talking about getting revenge on us. The more he listened, the more his face contorted. In the large-scale gathering areas that we openly manage, according to statistics, at least half of the people have chosen to leave. They are only staying for now because it is night. Conflicts have also broken out in several places. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? Li Lixian looked ready to explode. Is there anything else? Spit it out. Seeing his master's terrifying look, the steward's voice grew quieter and quieter. Aside from the public areas, in the gathering areas we manage secretly, if people find out the Li family is behind them, they will probably choose to leave as well. Because of one person named Zi Luo, the Li family's enterprise is ruined. Li Lixian staggered, unable to stand steady. He barely heard what the steward said next. This time, our Li family has suffered a serious loss because of Zi Luo's announcement. Family head, now. Just then, Li Lixian's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The steward rushed to catch him. Family head, someone come quickly! The family head fainted from anger. Two people rushed in from outside, shouting in panic. Family head! Family head! The sky gradually darkened. At the southeast corner of the capital safe zone, at 8:30 p.m., Zhang Yuanzheng was observing the soldiers as they prepared for the worst-case scenario. He was directly commanding everyone to prepare the necessary equipment. Zhang Yuanzheng looked at his subordinate. Is the personnel count finished? He saluted and reported on the progress. Reporting, General Zhang. At present, We have a total of 50,000 combat-capable personnel. Personnel from other Central Army units number roughly 20,000. The An family and the Yun family have a combined total of 15,000 combatants. The rest are all recruited volunteers, mercenary groups, and small organizations, totaling around 15,000 people. Seeing him pause, Zhang Yuanzhong asked, "Is that all?" The young subordinate sighed. The remaining 100,000 are logistics personnel, but their actual strength is extremely weak. They can't be considered combat power. Hearing the report, he grew even more worried. Furthermore, time is too short. The 100,000 people in the joint team with the military, responsible for exploration and killing zombies outside, might not make it back. Zhang Yuanzhong closed his eyes, as if pondering something in the distance. It's not enough. If they were inside the safe zone, we would have nothing to fear from the zombie wave. The soldiers all showed their determination. General Zhang, don't worry too much. Perhaps the zombie wave won't break through so easily with all of us brothers here. No matter what, we will all fight until the very last moment. Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes glistened with tears. Now that it has come to this, there is no other way. He crossed his arms and stared ahead. The south and west will be guarded by 20,000 military personnel. The east is assigned to the An and Yun families. If zombies come from the north, call for reinforcements from the east. They are all brave people, but they also know to be on guard. Remember, keep a close watch. The people from the An and Yun families might not be easy to command, but the command over the scattered personnel must remain in our hands. Yes, sir. General! Just then, the system announcement appeared again. The zombie wave is about to attack the capital district. The zombie wave will last for 5 hours. The long, document-like announcement appeared. The capital safe zone is requested to make adequate defensive preparations. Now announcing the conditions for the safe zone's collapse. Within the 10-meter area around a player's building in the capital safe zone, once a sufficient number of zombies enter, the building will be considered collapsed. A collapsed building will be rebuilt after 7 days. The number of collapsed player buildings exceeds 50%. It will be considered a safe zone collapse. If the total number of player deaths in the safe zone exceeds 50%, it will be considered a safe zone collapse. In the central square of the Kingo safe zone, an energy crystal will appear once the crystal is touched by a zombie. It will be considered a complete collapse. Attention once the safe zone collapses. The level of all players in the safe zone will be reduced by 3 levels. The level of players in the Kingo district will be reduced by 1 level, and within 1 month, the rewards obtained from killing zombies and completing missions will be reduced by 30%. The gold coins required to buy items, enter dungeons, and change classes will increase by 50%. After the safe zone collapses, the surrounding seal will disappear and the remaining surviving players can leave the safe zone. The zombie wave retreating or all zombies being killed are both considered a successful defense of the safe zone. A successful defense of the safe zone will grant many benefits. During the defense of the safe zone, players who kill zombies will earn a certain amount of contribution points based on the zombie's strength. Contribution points can be exchanged for rich rewards in the contribution points shop. The contribution points leaderboard will appear after the safe zone is successfully defended. Players on the leaderboard can obtain extra rewards and contribution points related to their rank. After reading Truong, Nguyen Chung turned his head back. That was the solidly defended city. The atmosphere at the capital square grew increasingly tense. He didn't understand why everyone was gathered at the giant energy crystal. Notifications continuously appeared above their heads. The contribution points leaderboard. Everyone received this notification no matter where they were. Trong Nguyen Chung didn't expect it either. He hurriedly urged his subordinate, "Quick, didn't I tell the high-ranking experts from the Combat Power Tournament leaderboard to stay here? Get the strongest people to protect the energy crystal at the capital square. The rest will be in charge of protecting the other buildings." The subordinate's face turned pale. General Truong Ve Tulak and Dianok, should we call them Trong Nguyen Chung's face tensed up when he thought of those two monsters. Are they people I can command? He coughed lightly. Don't ask what you're not supposed to ask. Go and deliver the orders now. Luckily, the subordinate was easily persuaded. Understood. The two of them split up to act. Meanwhile, Tulak was playing with a blue sphere. He looked like he was mastering the battle. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully passing the special class Change Azure Emperor and comprehending the skill Water Ripple. The special function of this skill appeared, Water Ripple, a mage-type skill. It consumes mental power to form a water disc. After throwing the water disc out, upon reaching a certain position, it will form a swirling water current on the ground within a certain range. The water current will deal a small amount of damage to enemies within the range. It also has a slowing effect and pulls enemies towards the center of the swirl. The system even thoughtfully displayed the powerful blue water vortex. Tulak was extremely pleased. I was just missing a large area of effect control skill. It's also a great tool for dealing with hordes of zombies. While he was having fun, a quest was issued. Ding, a special quest was issued. All-out war. Then the system explained the details of the all-out war. Quest introduction, the capital safe zone, while still under construction, has encountered a zombie wave. Furthermore, there is a huge power disparity between the two sides. Quest requirements successfully defend the capital safe zone from the zombie wave, and the host's contribution points must rank number 1 on the leaderboard. Quest reward. 2 common golden finger upgrades. 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. Quest time, limit none to. Lack looked at the small water vortex on his palm and muttered a power disparity between the two sides. An unbelievable thought came to his mind. Could it be that the golden finger system had already factored me in and still said the strength of this zombie wave was beyond imagination? Not caring about anything else, Tulak grabbed Dian-gok, who was greedily chewing on a chicken leg. He pulled on his hood. Let's go, Dian-gok. Time to work, stop eating. They went down the stairs and reached a small door. Tulak pushed the door open. Inside was complete darkness, with countless system fragments floating in the air. The blue square had now turned red. The zombie wave is about to attack. Players, please strive to survive. Tulak's face darkened as he read the system panel. It seemed like the atmosphere changed instantly. A red orb revealed itself amidst the dark fog. A horde of zombies emerged from the fog. Their target was the skyscrapers in front of them. Words appeared above their heads. Being manipulated. The zombies' eyes were both bright red and dazed. Just a moment after the dark clouds dissipated, the zombies became extremely agitated. They continuously ran forward to attack the city. Truong Nguyen Chung stood high above and gave a signal, prepare. As Truong Nguyen Chung waved his hand, a brilliant golden orb appeared atop the city wall. An explosion occurred right in the middle of the zombie horde. Sharp ice blocks pierced the zombies from the ground, and vines also blocked their path. He commanded the Army's second squad advance to the second defensive line. The young soldiers all had a look of determination to fight and win. They shouted in unison, understood. Although they had different classes, they were united in their goal to repel the attacking zombies. The battlefield was filled with colors of blue, yellow, and orange. The zombies felt no pain and continued to advance like pre-programmed machines. They quickly attacked the first line of defense. The soldiers, refusing to admit defeat, charged forward with their weapons to fight back. Truong Nguyen Chung observed the situation through his binoculars. His subordinate rushed over General Truong. Our brothers on the front line have temporarily blocked the zombie attack. He continued to give orders. The third defense line will temporarily retreat. Rest first and prepare for the next round of battle. Understood. As soon as one person left, another arrived. Reporting General Truong, the situation in the north of the safe zone is urgent. A large number of zombies have appeared in the north, estimated to be between 6,000 and 7,000. Requesting reinforcements, Truong Nguyen Chung didn't expect trouble to happen so quickly. He quickly asked about the other areas. What about the west? What's the situation in the west? What I didn't want to see has happened anyway. The soldier was out of breath because the time was too short. The combat situation in the west has not been reported yet. Only the north sent a soldier here to report. The soldier from the north also said he continued panting. Tulak has appeared on the northern city wall, but Dai Nyok was not seen. Truong Nguyen Chung clenched his fists. Is he planning to fight the zombie wave alone? No other news has come from the north for now, so your subordinate doesn't know either. After hearing this, he waved his hand. Go do your work. Report any news immediately. Yes, sir. Truong Nguyen Chung stood high above, looking down at the chaotic scene below. All around, one could only see giant ice blocks and flashing lightning bolts, yet those soldiers still held their weapons tightly with smiles on their faces. Haha, brothers, we're definitely going to die. But we must die in a blaze of glory. Even if we fight to the very last moment, you must protect the city wall for me. I've already sent Tu Vuong to report this situation to the general. Reinforcements will arrive soon. What we have to do is, before the reinforcements get here, don't let the zombies break through the city wall. A soldier ran over in a hurry to report. Second Captain Tulak just went out of the city gate. He went out by himself. Tulak was now stepping on the air, moving at God's speed. The others shouted in fear. Hey, Great Master Tulak, come back. It's dangerous outside. Their faces turned pale as they watched him go with worry. That's right, Great Master. Tulak, that's a dangerous zombie wave. Before the words were even finished, the two soldiers hurriedly waved their hands. Their faces went completely pale. We take back what we just said. They only saw Tulak holding the Tansat Tu Phuong sword. He aimed straight at the zombie horde. Every time he swung his sword, a shockwave circle appeared. The brilliant golden light from it seemed to burn all the zombies. In the dark night, the golden sword slashes stood out even more. When the dust settled, one could see the corpses of zombies on the ground. Tulak, wearing a mask, continued to charge into the center of the battle. The soldiers holding weapons behind him couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, Tulak has charged forward. How can we be so cowardly?" They seemed to be invigorated. Brothers, let's go too. Killing even one zombie is a gain. Everyone shouted to each other. In no time, they were filled with morale. They relentlessly increased their attacks on the zombies while Tulak casually waved his hand. Fire and water combined to create unparalleled power, crushing the horde of zombies. The crowd couldn't help but comment as expected of the great master Tulak. A great master is a great master. His way of dealing with zombies is so refined and otherworldly. The whole crowd turned into crazed fans when Tulak took out a chair and a teacup. He stuck his sword into the ground. He leisurely enjoyed the steaming cup of tea as a zombie ran up and spat out a puff of green smoke. The poisonous smoke was getting close, but he just gently lifted his mask to enjoy the hot tea. He slowly drank his tea as the poisonous smoke was right in front of him when the teacup was covered again. Zi Luo jumped up and kicked that giant zombie. The taste is quite pure. The temperature is just right. He drew his sword. He stabbed it right in the stomach, his voice like he was talking to an animal. You get provoked quite easily. Huh? Aren't I just sipping tea on the side while fighting your zombie team? You had to send out the special form zombies to attack so soon. Behind Zi Luo is a horde of zombies with different shapes. He waved his hand and used the water wave. Water vortexes blocked the zombies' path. The vortexes gradually formed an enclosure, slowing down their movements. Flames suddenly appeared, stunning them in that instant. An explosion occurred, and fragments from the zombie corpses flew everywhere. The soldiers who were just standing by were now gaping in shock. The notification panel popped up again. Congratulations, player. Zi Luo has leveled up to level 24. All attributes +3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Looking at the dismembered zombies, the controlling zombie had a thought. How can such a strong human exist if things continue at this pace? I'll have to sacrifice a quarter of my zombie wave just to kill him. The zombie commander made up its mind. If this drags on for too long, the human commander will arrive. This operation is very likely to end in failure. I absolutely cannot let my operation fail because of one human. Zi Luo observed the scattered group of zombies. If the special form zombies can't injure him, the horde of zombies continued to surround him. Zi Luo remained extremely calm. So, what if there are enough normal zombies? If this continues, the defense line will soon be breached. At that point, the main gate of the safe zone will be directly overrun by the zombie wave. The defense of the northern sector will be declared a failure. I must end this quickly. He looked at the zombies slowly approaching him. It seems the number of zombies in the north is reaching its limit. Zi Luo gathered momentum and leaped into the sky. He stood above the zombie horde. Zi Luo wore the medal and said, "Come on, it's time for you to show your might." The medal immediately activated the power of the divine beast protector. A purple light enveloped that small medal. Zi Luo thought of boosting his power by drinking a spirit potion, but the purple light continued to expand. It seemed to have a will of its own, constantly emitting that strange purple light. Golden lightning bolts shot straight into the sky. The light from the sky shone down, paralyzing the horde of zombies. They didn't dare to move, their bodies trembling uncontrollably amidst the dark clouds. A bright light stood out. Zi Luo absorbed the light, then struck towards the zombie horde. The entire zombie horde was engulfed by that purple light. The nearby skyscrapers were also affected by this light. Even the humans and zombies fighting there were stunned. They all didn't know what had happened. What's happening? I don't know at this moment. Moss green patches appeared on the ground. It dispersed like dust in the air. Flowers also bloomed on it. Everyone felt a golden light that refreshed their souls. The air turned cold, only to see Zi Luo running past. He looked at the zombies behind him, freezing point. But as he paused for a moment, a purple Kirin had already trampled the zombies under its feet. That purple power astonished everyone. This is a Kirin. Seeing this, everyone started to flee. What are you standing there for? Retreat quickly? That's a Kirin. If this thing unleashes its power, this battlefield will turn into hell. Only Zi Luo stood there. He calmly put his hands in his pockets. He touched the introduction panel. Phantom of the Purple Gold Thunder, Saint Kirin rank, ? Level Legendary Introduction, one of the benevolent divine beasts in the myths of the Dragon Country, and also the guardian divine beast of the capital region. The created Phantom of the Purple Gold Thunder, Saint Kirin possesses terrifying attack power, just like in the myths. The Phantom inherits a portion of its power and can only exist for 2 minutes. Skills Annihilation, Lightning Corona, ? Heavenly Purple Lightning, ? Myriad Thunders, ? Divine Punishment, Wrath of the Kirin conditions not met. Cannot be unlocked. Lightning Field, Thunderclap Void Break, Dark Thunder Art Thunder Roar. Art looking at the powerful Kirin Zi Luo, praised it inwardly. The thing I summoned is truly unnatural. A mere phantom is already at the legendary level. He rubbed his chin, staring at the system panel. I'm not seeing things, am I? What kind of heaven-defying existence is this? That Kirin looked straight at him. This Kirin understands human nature. It possesses consciousness. Is this really the kind of phantom I know? But he didn't have time to think it through. Zi Luo snapped his fingers. Forget it, time is tight. I'll study it when I get back. Right now, there's a horde of zombies trying to escape. Zi Luo paid no mind. He wanted to control the Kirin before him. It used its hoof to shatter the shield in front of it. Now it was being controlled by Zi Luo's consciousness. The lightning continued to strike the zombies, leaving them unable to fight. Zi Luo just stood to the side observing the situation. The lightning galloped wildly, so powerful that the heavens and earth shook. The Kirin stomped its hoof on the ground and leaped into the air. It continued to unleash purple lightning bolts, once again attacking the zombies directly. Its eyes glowed brightly, myriad thunders. After using that skill, the zombie group staggered even more. The zombies were now running around in a panic, their expressions syncing with the zombie king. The Kirin's golden eyes lit up again. It once again created the heavenly purple lightning. Perhaps the zombies were furious from being beaten so much, but that purple light once again struck the last group of zombies. In the blink of an eye, that zombie horde vanished without a trace. Congratulations, player. Zi Luo has leveled up to level 25, all attributes +3, and gained 5 free attribute points. Upon receiving this notification, he looked at his palm in disbelief. It actually made me level up 2 times in a row. This overpowered divine beast, this overpowered skill. Its power is truly boundless. When he looked again, the Qilin on the cloud was continuously attacking with its swift lightning beam, its leg just barely moving. The zombies below got another beating. Zi Luo was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, the shield shattered and countless fragments fell, but the notification popped up once again. Congratulations, player Zi Luo has leveled up to level 27, all attributes +3, and gained 5 free attribute points. The plumes of smoke continued to spread in the air. A young man happily looked at this aura. I knew this aura felt so familiar. It made me have to personally run over here to check it out. Turns out it's the aura of the Azure Emperor. How nostalgic. The people standing before the energy crystal kept wondering, why is there also the aura of that Z-View guy? What's going on? Oh my god, the legacies of these two guys are combined in one person. Ha 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 ha, how amusing. To be able to see such a scene in my lifetime. Ha ha ha, I can't. I'm going to die from laughter. I have to help, ha ha, so there really is a Kirin with consciousness, a girl exclaimed when she saw Zi Luo's level. Zi Luo went from level 24 to level 26 in the blink of an eye, and in another blink he reached level 27. This is just too heaven-defying. Before Zi Luo now were 2 original items of the Purple Gold Thunder. Saint Kirin, the origin of Zhen Trigram. The item information appeared. The origin of Zhen Trigram possesses extremely high lightning power integrated into the Bagua set. The player can control the lightning power of the origin of Zhen Trigram. Introduction to the original form of the Purple Gold Thunder Azure Qilin, a special epic grade carried item. The original scale of the Purple Gold Thunder. Saint Kirin has received a blessing from the auspicious Kirin. In certain situations, it can exert a special effect ability increases the player's luck. Basic stamina, recovery speed increased by 20%. Basic mental power recovery speed increased by 20%. Effects of negative statuses received reduced by 20%. Damage from all attribute types received reduced by 10%. After reading the item's information, even Zi Luo had to exclaim, it's a kind of power that words can't describe. He collected the items. Zi Luo stared at the purple scale in his palm. He scratched his head blankly. If I want more. Original scales. Do I have to pluck them from the Kirin? Can its scales regenerate? I'll have to research this later, the zombies cried out again, drawing his attention. What kind of defense is this, turning your back to the zombies? Are you scared already? He opened the skills on the system to check the golden hands. Auto-loot skill has lost its effect system. Why can the auto-loot skill loot items dropped when I kill zombies but can't loot items dropped by zombies killed by the Kirin? The system immediately replied, because the equipment and items dropped have all been turned to dust by the Kirin's destructive power. They no longer exist and therefore cannot be collected. Hearing this answer, he was a bit stunned. Its destructive power is even stronger than I expected. Zi Luo rubbed his chin and thought, I wonder if gold-grade equipment and items or materials of higher quality can survive. I'll have to find a chance to test it out. He looked at the scale again. Based on the status of a Qilin beast, the quality of these things must be food grade. This thing is so small. Where would be a suitable place to put it? If I just keep it in my pocket, what if it falls out during a fight? At this moment, the system announced again, detecting that the original special scale of the Purple Gold Luoding Azure Qilin has a special ability. Do you wish to activate the armorization effect? Activate. As soon as Zi Luo said that word, the scale immediately vanished, and a purple light appeared on his chest. A miniature Qilin appeared. No attributes. Player Zi Luo's stats after adjustment are Strength 113, Spirit 108, Constitution 108, Agility 108. Everyone stared at him in amazement. They couldn't believe everything had been resolved with just his simple action. Zi Luo coolly departed. The crisis at the North Gate was completely resolved. I'll go check the other areas. Although their faces were covered in grime, they were still smiling. Was that person just now the Great Master Zi Luo? Does this mean we fought side by side with the Great Master? I have to try harder too. I must follow the example of the Great Master Zi Luo. But tears also fell. Several hundred of our brothers are gone. It's all right. We successfully defended the city gate. The souls of our several hundred brothers in the netherworld will know, and they can finally rest in peace. All right, brothers, cheer up. We absolutely cannot let the sacrifices of our other brothers be in vain. Clean up the battlefield first, then prepare for the shift change. At that moment, a soldier rushed over to give an update. What's wrong? The north side finished that quickly? The soldiers on this battlefield were all cheerful. Have them help clear the battlefield first. I will report what happened to you. Then you can report it to the head general. All right, they began to recount the events. Let me tell you, the great master Zi Luo suddenly appeared just now. The others looking at the system panel also exclaimed in awe. Oh my god, as expected of my idol, the great master Zi Luo. That was just too fast. A great master is truly a great master. He went straight to level 27, a full 8 levels ahead of the second-ranked head general. That's insane. Even the merit list is enough to make people jealous. What is going on with this merit ranking? It's too exaggerated. Surely it's not a mistake. Merit points ranking. First place, Zi Luo. Total merit points, 80,473. Second place, Tam Lien Tubei Tria Kwang. Total merit points, 473. Third place, Can't Quit Smoking. Total merit points, 449. Fourth place, I Don't Like Eating Herbs. Total merit points, 440. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, white spots appeared in the sky. It was a group of zombies flying in the sky like bats, while another horde of zombies was on the ground below. Mage players, attack the zombies flying in the air. Everyone quickly conjured fireballs, ice arrows, and lightning for the next wave of attacks. The commander observed from above, giving orders through his radio. Has the intelligence from this side been sent out yet? The news from the other end was not good. Reporting, sir. The intelligence officers are unable to break through the zombie blockade outside. Therefore, there is no way to send out specific intelligence. But the alert about the zombies attacking the crystal has been sent. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. That will have to do. Our remaining mission is to defend our front line. Yes, sir, we will definitely complete the mission. Just then, the railing began to shake. The soldier felt it too. Looking around, they saw plumes of black smoke appearing in the distance. He couldn't believe it. What's happening? How did so many frenzied zombies appear in just a moment? Where did they even come from? A hand burst out from the ground, followed by hordes of zombies with rock-hard bodies emerging from the earth. Everyone attacked while creating shields for protection, but this wave of zombies had bodies many times harder than the others, making them very difficult to fight. It seemed all their efforts were in vain as another new horde of zombies appeared before their eyes. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the soldiers' faces, the commander above shouted relentlessly, Hold the line. Hold the line for me. You absolutely cannot let these frenzied zombies breach the square. The crystal is behind you. Once the crystal is broken, the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines will all be in vain. Do you understand? Hearing that, the soldiers gritted their teeth and rallied their spirits. Understood, sir. The massive zombie horde continued to charge. The soldiers stood their ground, forming a shield wall. A fireball suddenly flew in from out of nowhere. The fireball struck a zombie, but the zombies were in a frenzy, mindlessly punching and kicking the soldiers. But they resolutely held their ground, refusing to give up. Charge! The zombies' punches rained down, and the men seemed to have no strength left to resist. The sound of determination rang out again. Block them! Suddenly, someone shouted, Their speed is slowing down. The commander continued to encourage them. Brothers, hang in there. I've already sent someone to the city to call for reinforcements. They'll be here to support us soon. Someone stepped on a viscous liquid and immediately reacted. Be careful, the transparent zombies have arrived. The system displayed relevant information. Transparent zombie, an extremely rare and terrifying type of zombie. Its body is in a transparent state, allowing light to pass through it unobstructed. Even if you pour dye or other liquids all over it, it will only be revealed temporarily and will quickly return to its transparent state. The sound it makes when moving is also extremely quiet, usually only audible when it's very close. They immediately poured water on the ground. Everyone who has water, pour it out now. The only way to discern the transparent zombies' direction of movement is by their footprints. In the water, more and more of the zombies' footprints became visible. That soldier was busy reminding everyone but forgot to watch his own back. Don't lower your guard. Watch for where the transparent zombies appear. The moment you see a ripple on the water's surface, call it out. Before the words left his mouth, a transparent zombie attacked him. Ah! He fell just like that, sending the people around him into a panic. Ah! The zombies can become invisible. No, please no. A hammer spun through the air, then slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash. It had smashed directly onto the zombie's head. Only then did everyone see the zombie appear. They looked towards where the hammer came from. Dangok looked exactly like a hero right now as he retrieved his hammer. In fact, Dangok's consciousness was still under Zi Luo's control. Zi Luo was hiding in a corner, crossing his arms with a smile. Da Ngok charged forward like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, zombies fell. It's Da Ngok. Does that mean Zi Luo is here too? Everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. Zi Luo is here. His arrival means we have a hope of survival. Charge! Just as their morale was boosted, a zombie brazenly leaped into their path. Its leap was so fast only an afterimage was visible. While everyone was distracted, it dashed straight towards the energy crystal, its hand reaching out. Just as the zombie jumped up to touch the energy crystal, its finger mere inches away, a hammer suddenly slammed into its back, sending it flying. Dan Gok retrieved his hammer. He continued to attack any zombie that tried to approach the energy crystal. The square was now teeming with both humans and zombies, with Da Nok leading the charge. He continuously swung his hammer at the zombies. Behind him, the soldiers kept encouraging one another. Brothers, persevere, we're here to reinforce you. Da Ngok always stood guard in front of the energy crystal. Brothers, hold on. The sky grew darker, and the wind began to blow, with only the rustling of leaves filling the air. They were checking the casualty count. They breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, and Qiu Duong held his blade. His power still coated the blade. Someone patted his shoulder, advising, Old Anne, you should get some rest. You've been fighting this whole time. The people around began to whisper. That was him earlier, wasn't it? He fights without regard for his own life. Charging towards the zombie horde, Master Anne is so strong. I saw him charge into the horde of zombies all alone. Then I lost sight of him. I remember now. He's the one who got into the top 10 of the combat power tournament. Amazing. That's right. That's right. I also saw him fighting the zombies until the very end, only emerging from the horde completely unscathed. They looked at An Qiu Duong. Master, you're being too modest. That's right. That's right. I want to follow your example. But you really don't have to be so modest. With your skills, you could probably achieve great things if you joined the army. That's right. Master, go get some rest. Who knows when the next wave of zombies will attack? And Qiu Duong heard their words of encouragement but did not show any arrogance. He found a corner to sit down in, and Qiu Duong stared intently at the blade of his Jiao Gam. At that moment, he was surprised when a figure suddenly appeared. The people around were extremely curious. Is this big fool trying to get acquainted with the big shot? As expected, big shots all share a similar fate. Big fool swung his hammer up, and the others turned pale once again. Oh, but why do I feel like something's not right? Why do I get the feeling that the big shot big fool wants to smash in Qiu Duong? What is he doing? Good heavens, what is this situation? Even he himself felt confused. But at this moment, Big Fool had already swung his hammer down, and Qiu Duong's body was instantly crushed. Big Fool let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead under the astonished gazes of others. Suddenly, someone pointed at An Qiu Duong's corpse. Everyone, look at the big shot's body. The bloody mess of flesh was now gone, leaving only a set of clothes. Red blood splattered, and only then did everyone see clearly. In the pool of blood, there was a white creature. Its body was grayish-white with sharp claws. Good heavens, this in Qiu Duong was actually a zombie. The system displayed information again. Phantom zombie, deceased, known as the most insidious and vicious ace in the zombie wave. By absorbing someone's corpse, it can transform its appearance into that person's. The items like equipment and jewelry on it have no real function. But from the outside, you can't see any difference. The zombie's unique smell also completely disappears compared to a human's. Its expressions and demeanor are also relatively stiff, but the biggest point is that it cannot speak. Everything happened so fast that everyone was stunned. I never thought zombies had so many forms. We must set up a check after this battle. Everyone must speak. That's right. No one would expect a comrade in arms who fought side by side to stab them in the back. Zi Luo clasped his hands behind his back and walked away leisurely, with Big Fool following. He received an order to head to the east. At this time, Lin Zi Luo used his consciousness to end the transformation, causing Big Fool to shrink back to his original form. Then, Big Fool followed in the direction Zi Luo went. At this moment, in the eastern battlefield safe zone, the corpses of zombies piled up on the road. Nguyen Chung was observing everything with binoculars. He was stunned for a few seconds as his subordinate continuously reported, Report, General Truong, the 5 defense lines we set up earlier have been broken through one by one. Only the last one remains. Report, General Truong. Our soldiers' combat strength is reaching its limit. Our defensive power has weakened significantly. General, there aren't many brothers left. We can't fight anymore. General. Nguyen Chung sighed helplessly. He gave an order to his subordinate, retreat for now. We'll pull the battle line back. To the building area. With these buildings as cover, we can get a chance to rest. The subordinate hurriedly said, General, we absolutely can't do that. If we pull the battle line back, the zombie horde will be completely unrestrained. he said worriedly. At that point, if the zombie wave chooses to attack from another direction, we can only be on the defensive. There are also a large number of non-combat personnel hiding in the building area. Nguyen Chung waved his hand, cutting him off. I know everything you're saying, he said seriously, but now there are no other options. They can't fight anymore. It's better to enter the building area to fight for a chance to survive. The subordinate could only lower his head in silence. Suddenly, he saw Zi Luo, wearing a mask, walking over leisurely. At this moment, the subordinate became overjoyed, patting Nguyen Chung's shoulder and pointing, General, we don't need to retreat anymore. Zi Luo, it's Zi Luo, he's here, Nguyen Chung called out in surprise. Zi Luo. But he walked straight past them. Without a word, he climbed up and jumped down before Nguyen Chung's eyes. He couldn't help but crack a smile. Then, Nguyen Chung drew his sword and ordered, prepare to counterattack. The subordinate happily accepted the order. Yes. At this moment, on the ground, another person was still fighting with a long sword. We can't fall back without noticing something falling from behind. Zi Luo suddenly placed a hand on the person's shoulder and asked, What's the situation on the battlefield now? He turned his head in delight. You're the big shot, Zi Luo. Zi Luo raised a hand to signal for silence. It's me. Tell me the situation here first. Hearing that, he quickly turned and reported. Originally, the entire defense line was already broken. Then, a lot of reinforcements came from the west gate and stabilized the situation. Now, the situation is that we can still hold out against the zombie wave for a while. However, the person continued to explain. Then, General Trung sent a lot of manpower to reinforce the crystal side, and some people went to the gate. The person suddenly couldn't help but cry. Now, the soldiers responsible for defense are less than 1/10 of what we had. We're about to reach our limit. Zi Luo immediately started thinking. Zombies are constantly appearing from the shield. The human situation is not optimistic. It seems the timing is just right to turn this situation around. Right behind him, another group of people appeared. Big shot. The general told us to come and fight alongside you. Zi Luo then took a spear out of his inventory space. The system displayed information. Spear of Jule. Diamond-grade equipment. Strength attribute +10. Constitution +6. When attacking, there's a 30% armor penetration attribute. Attacks have a chance to deal damage equal to 150% of the strength attribute. After the spearhead penetrates the enemy's body, it will extract a portion of the enemy's stamina. It comes with a skill. Earth-shattering spear. When the spearhead hits the ground, a strong shockwave will occur at the point of impact. The shockwave will deal damage equal to 100% of the strength attribute to all enemies within range. Heaven-shaking spear. When the spear is thrust forward, after hitting an enemy, it will deal damage equal to 110% of the strength attribute and have a knockback effect. After knocking the enemy back a certain distance, the residual spear energy in the enemy's body will detonate, dealing damage equal to 70% of the strength attribute within a range. Zi Luo created a small flame in his hand. Then he covered the spear with that flame, making it burst into flames. Immediately after, Zi Luo bent his knees and jumped. From mid-air, he held the spear in a ready stance and jumped down towards the zombies. Roar! Zi Luo slammed the spear into the ground, sending the zombies flying. His attack created a circular crack on the ground, attracting the zombies. The body of one of them continuously bubbled up. Then the zombie immediately exploded. The spot where Zi Luo planted the spear erupted with fiery power. Suddenly, Zi Luo pulled the spear out of the ground, then he spun the spear in the air while in a ready stance. When Zi Luo swung the spear, a blazing flame appeared and rushed forward, instantly engulfing and burning the zombies. From within the flames, a zombie tried to escape, but just as it was about to attack him, it was pierced by the spear and declared dead. Zi Luo was now squatting on the ground, maintaining the spear-throwing posture. The zombie's body, with blood splattering everywhere, gradually fell to the ground. Immediately after, it exploded, and the spear flew back to him. Zi Luo gently caught the spear. Everyone nearby was extremely shocked to witness everything. Zi Luo continued to charge forward with his spear to attack. A moment later, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to player Zi Luo for reaching level 29, all attributes +3, and you have obtained 5 free attribute points. Zi Luo casually slung the spear over his shoulder, standing amidst the pile of zombie corpses while the others were still petrified. Zi Luo walked past them leisurely. I feel like we're so redundant. I think so too. What should we do next to not feel awkward? They were still in shock and couldn't stop marveling in their hearts. 4 hours to level up. The big shot is truly a big shot. Fighting the zombie horde alone, there has never been anyone like this before. Is this a zombie massacre? Truly a man who can turn the tide of battle. Zi Luo was currently opening the system panel to check. Player Zi Luo's unequipped attributes after adjustment. Strength 124, Spirit 119, Constitution 114, Agility 114. Zi Luo then fell into deep thought. I didn't expect the zombie wave to drop so many skill books. I'll have to find them and check when I get back. The inventory space is almost full. For now, my spiritual power is insufficient. There's no way to save and pick up these items. Then there's only the simplest way. Immediately after, he clicked on temporarily disable auto loot in the system. Then Zi Luo squatted down and threw away the other items with a wave of his hand. A moment later, he walked over from a distance. Nguyen Chung and the others immediately saluted him military style. Thanks if there is any place that can use our resources. I will do my best to help, the others also said in unison. Us too. Tulak immediately went to tell Nguyen Chung, as easy as turning over his hand. There are still some weapons on the battlefield that might be useful to you all. Immediately after, Zi Luo turned and left again. At this moment, in a small room, Zi Luo was very seriously examining the book in his hand. He prayed loudly, Purple Gold Furnace, Holy Qilin, please bless me. Give me a powerful skill. A certain Qilin suddenly sneezed. Immediately after, Zi Luo nervously opened the book. As he opened the book, a purple light appeared, and when he saw the contents inside, Tulak couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Oh my! The book contained an eye-shaped card, the Blood Corpse Pupil, and the system appeared to introduce it. Blood Corpse Pupil, an epic-level skill, an extremely special eye technique that produces an irreversible effect once it controls a player's eyes. Passive ability, your vision is significantly enhanced, and you can adjust the viewing distance at will. Active ability, 1 X-ray vision. When activated, you can see through certain obstacles to observe the situation behind them. 2 Illusory will. After use, you can use your mental power to plant a specific scenario in your opponent's mind. 3 Illusion break. After use, you can use your mental power to see through any illusions or delusions you encounter. Tulak's eyes immediately lit up. This is a top-tier item. Wow, the effect of the Kylan's blessing is this good. Next time I have to bring the Kylan along to do something amazing, wouldn't that be a blast? Meanwhile, some Kylan was still singing something when the system asked him. System has detected the Blood Corpse Pupil skill. Does player Tulak wish to learn the Blood Corpse Pupil skill? Tulak happily held the book and said, Learn. Immediately, a surge of energy flooded into his eyes, causing him extreme pain. He clutched his head as his eyes gradually filled with tears of blood, which dripped continuously onto the ground as a system notification appeared. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully learning the Blood Corpse Pupil. Tulak opened his eyes and looked at his hands as tears of blood continued to flow. He could see his blood-soaked hands with perfect clarity. Tulak looked around joyfully and exclaimed, My God, this vision just went from 360p straight to 1980. Right after that, he took out a mask and a mirror. Tulak looked at himself in the mirror and tried to use the ability Blood Corpse Pupil X-ray vision. Immediately after he looked up, through the ceiling he could see Truk Nguyen Chung approaching. Truk Nguyen Chung, why is he back so soon? Tulak crossed his arms and looked at the system notification panel. 15 minutes remaining until the end of the zombie wave. Did it take me that long to learn the skill? Right after that, Tulak took out a pill, stood up, and left. Scene change. Nguyen Chung was waiting for him outside. When Tulak opened the door, he called out. Truk Nguyen Chung immediately turned towards him. Then Nguyen Chung bowed deeply and said gratefully, This time, if it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tulak, thank you for everything you did during this zombie wave. But Tulak just waved his hand. General Chuang, don't worry about it. I wanted to ask you something. Regarding the top 10 on the contribution ranking, do you know more than 4 of them? Nguyen Chung was puzzled. I basically know all of them. Why are you looking for them? Tulak then said, If possible, General Chuang, please summon all of them here. I'll explain when everyone has arrived. Nguyen Chung frowned slightly and replied, They are all not far from here, but I'm afraid summoning so many experts at once will attract attention. Wait for me a moment. He immediately agreed. All right, I'll trouble you then, General Chuang. A moment later, Tulak stood before the other players and asked a question. Did you know that the zombie wave has always been controlled by a zombie monarch from behind the scenes? Everyone was immediately shocked. What a zombie monarch? I thought it was done by humans. Tulak then continued to speak. If you've figured it out, then you should understand that besides Lai Ra, the one who caused today's severe casualties was the zombie monarch. He calculated in his mind. Chuang Nguyen Chung's words reminded me that the opportunity has come to give Li Ra a big gift. The other players immediately started talking. If that's the case, why don't we make the zombie monarch pay a heavy price too? Tulak, tell us, how can we make them pay? My younger brother died in this zombie wave. I want to avenge him and our other brothers. Tulak stood before everyone and explained that as soon as the zombie wave ends, the apocalypse game will activate a counterattack measure. Tulak explained how it works. This requires the top 10 players in contribution points to vote on the decision. He proposed that once more than half of us agree to counterattack, we will initiate the counterattack battle. The system then appeared with an explanation and an illustration. A small-scale counterattack battle, a duel between the top powerhouses of both sides. Victory in the counterattack battle will eliminate the participating zombies and grant rewards. The strength of zombies in the capital region will also be reduced. Failure in the counterattack battle means all participating players will die. Although the safe zone can still be established, its functions will be delayed by 1 month. Tulak continued, if you don't believe me, you can check the Apocalypse game's introduction to the counterattack battle later. The other players immediately became hesitant. Big boss, it's not that we don't believe you. We'll do whatever you say, but big boss, if it's really as you say, then if we participate in the counterattack battle, won't we just die? Other players chimed in. That's right, we've just recovered and haven't even adjusted our condition yet. I feel the same way. After all, these zombies aren't easy to deal with. Tulak continued. So, to be on the safe side, I will participate in the counterattack battle alone. I am confident I can win. All you need to do is cooperate with me. Nguyen Chung was still a bit hesitant and looked at Tulak, but Tulak just gave a slight nod, causing him to fall silent. Then Nguyen Chung turned, raised his hand, and said, all of you cooperate with Tulak. All the players there looked at each other, then they made their decision. Yes, General. Big boss, just tell us what you need us to do. Big boss, can I learn how to fight from you? I absolutely won't cause you any trouble, another player thought. I was just judging a gentleman with a petty mind. Later, I must definitely help Big Boss Tulak. Just as Tulak was about to say something more, the system popped up with a notification. The 5-hour time limit has expired. The zombie wave is about to retreat. Currently, the number of collapsed buildings in the capital safe zone. The number of deaths has not exceeded the standard, and the energy crystal has not been touched. The other players listened in silence. The system has determined that the capital safe zone has successfully defended against the zombie wave. Congratulations on the successful establishment of the capital safe zone. At this moment, the zombie hordes outside suddenly stopped moving. The other players could easily kill them with their weapons. Someone cheered happily. Everyone hurry up. These zombies won't fight back. Hearing this, the other players immediately became cheerful. Everyone charged forward in unison, shouting charge. Meanwhile, where Tulak was, the system was still speaking. Congratulations to player Tulak for achieving first place on the contribution points ranking for this zombie wave because you all have successfully defended the safe zone. A revenge battle can be initiated against the zombies that entered the safe zone. Tulak looked at the question presented by the system. Do you wish to initiate a counterattack battle against the zombies, yes or no? He pressed yes without hesitation. Tulak watched as the system continued to announce. Currently, 10 out of 10 players have chosen to start the counterattack battle. The conditions have been met. The counterattack battle will begin. Please prepare yourselves. Tulak led the other players and they set out. Nguyen Chung walked at the back, lost in thought. I remember someone bought regional information from the hidden shop before and even opened a platinum treasure chest. He continued to speculate. Could it be that Tulak also bought related intelligence from the hidden shop? Otherwise, how would he know about the existence of the zombie monarch? And how did he know there would be a counterattack battle after the zombie wave ends? Nguyen Chung frowned as he thought. After this is over, I must go all out to gather intelligence about the hidden shop. The more information we have, the better we can fight the zombies. A while later, on a main street in the city center, the system continuously announced, attention players of the capital safe zone, the zombie wave has ended. Following a vote by the top 10 players on the contribution, ranking a counterattack battle against the invading zombies is about to begin. All players saw the system notification and became excited, cheering happily. Counterattack, we can counterattack too. Well done, we should fight back. Always being on the defensive was so frustrating. Some players were still doubtful. A counterattack, there's a function for that. But our current condition doesn't seem right for it, does it? Immediately someone pointed to the sky. Everyone look up at the sky. Isn't that Big Boss Tulak? They all looked up at once, some even pointing. At this moment, a group of people quickly appeared. The group led by Tulak was fully revealed. Behind his mask, Tulak's expression froze. Seeing the zombies led by the zombie monarch and Fong Tulak was surprised. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Tulak smiled behind his mask. Illusory Emperor Theon, you killed me in my past life. Looking at the mutant zombie before him, he thought, I didn't expect to meet this guy here so soon. An explanation about Qiong Feng was provided. Among the zombies of the future, those who surpass level 90 are called zombie kings, corresponding to the war gods and magic gods of humanity. Their personal strength is extremely formidable. They have very high spirit attributes, and when combined with the special attributes of their zombie bodies, their overall power is even greater. Qiong Feng can easily control other zombies like puppets. When a zombie's strength reaches a certain level, its thoughts and consciousness are also enhanced. It becomes part of their own power. They develop their own preferences, and even give themselves a name that starts with the word she. They have great suppressive power over other zombies, able to control some of their actions and gain their loyalty. They believe zombies are the next stage of human evolution, a superior race. Zi Luo pondered this. In my past life, I and 9 other war gods agreed to join the Joint Combat Alliance. He recalled his past self, holding the registration form with his name among the other 9 war gods. 3 were officials, 3 were from the Li family, and the remaining 3 belonged to no faction. Zi Luo recalled his past self. The entire alliance's structure was very loose. There were no rules or requirements. It was like being a freelancer. He recalled watching from afar as someone fought a zombie, and at most, an alliance member might lend a hand or offer some guidance. But afterward, that person would cautiously look around to get paid by someone else. In this alliance, as long as they were paid, there was nothing they wouldn't do. Then, the Li family paid a hefty price to hire 2 war gods and this zombie king to kill me. The current Zi Luo smirked behind his mask. As expected, any sentient creature will prioritize its own benefit. So what if your skills counter my phantom profession? Today, you will certainly not leave this place alive. The system panel suddenly appeared, displaying the rules. This counterattack battle will be a deathmatch. For each round, the human side and the zombie side can each send out 1 combatant to the arena. The battle time is unlimited. The combat method is unrestricted. The fight only ends when 1 combatant dies. The winner cannot leave the arena after the fight. They must continue the duel. The match only stops when all combatants on one side are dead, which will determine the final result of the counterattack battle. The zombies looked at Zi Luo's group and whispered incessantly. Qiu Feng glanced at one of his subordinates, who was trembling uncontrollably. Both sides, please send a combatant to the arena quickly. If no one is sent within 10 minutes, a combatant will be randomly chosen to die instantly. Zi Luo leaped directly into the arena. His opponent was the berserk zombie, Ren Shui. The system announced the start of the fight, and Zi Luo immediately hit the inspect button. The system provided the zombies information. Ren Shui, berserk zombie, bronze tier boss, level 18. Reading this, he was surprised. This week, immediately, Zi Luo pulled a sword from his storage space. Seeing this, Ren Shui turned and ran, which confused him. Zi Luo immediately dashed forward, speculating, is it stalling for time, or just a coward? Just like that, Zi Luo rushed forward and finished Ren Shui with a diagonal slash. As his sword fell, the system announced, first round of the counterattack battle, 8.36 seconds. Qiu Feng, witnessing this silently from the back, gave a curt order to his subordinates. Change of plans. There's no more time to hesitate. The longer we wait, the smaller our chances. Begin the ritual now. Immediately, another zombie appeared in the arena as Zi Luo's next opponent. Its information panel appeared. Pan Shi, the strong-boned stone armor zombie, a silver tier boss. Weakness, its defense drops significantly once it moves. Attacking from behind will be quite effective. Looking at the zombie before him, Zi Luo sighed inwardly. A zombie with such a special form. So unusual. So abnormal. Zi Luo immediately swung his sword and charged at Pan Shi. He landed a strike on its body, but Pan Shi had already activated its skill, firm as a rock, immovable as a mountain, rendering the attack useless. Pan Shi immediately counterattacked with the punch, but Zi Luo dodged it effortlessly. Then, Zi Luo channeled energy into his sword. His entire body was instantly covered in red energy. He leaped up to attack Pan Shi again. Just then, Qiu Feng transmitted his thoughts to his subordinates through brainwaves. The zombies quickly sat down and covered their eyes with their hands. Even Qiu Feng closed his eyes and covered them. The head of one of them split open. It bowed its head, blood pouring onto the ground. Qiu Feng approached, spread his arms and yelled, "For the zombies!" Then, without hesitation, he thrust his hands into his subordinates' heads. Qiu Feng pulled out 2 brains and devoured them hungrily. The system appeared at that moment. Ritual exclusive to the Zombie King. It requires sacrificing the lives of suitable zombies. The zombie performing the ritual will gain a massive power boost. This ritual consumes a great deal of energy, and its duration is limited. Once the time is up, they will suffer grievous injuries. Startled, Zi Luo sensed that something was wrong. He immediately gathered his strength and focused his spirit. Something this strange must be a trap. I need to finish this nuisance in front of me quickly. Immediately, Zi Luo unleashed his skill toward Pan Shi, rending dual slash. Pan Shi instantly took a defensive stance and activated its ultimate skill, ultimate defense. Zi Luo swung his sword and turned to see the system announce Pan Shi's death. He then checked the new item he received, the necklace of Pan Shi's fortitude. Pan Shi's necklace, a silver-grade item, made from an incredibly hard rock with extremely high defensive power. Attributes, Constitution +3, Spirit +2. Physical damage taken is reduced by 10%. Passive skill, Rock Shield. It can form a rock shield that envelops your body. The shield's defensive power is proportional to your Constitution stat. When the shield is broken, it petrifies surrounding enemies for 1 second. The cooldown is 18 hours, he exclaimed, as expected of a rare variant zombie. Even the equipment it drops is closely related to it. These stats aren't bad. I'll keep it. At that moment, another opponent appeared behind Zi Luo. A green, mist-covered mutant zombie appeared. It tilted its head and ambled forward, its body constantly emitting a green toxic gas. It was introduced as a silver-tier boss, level 19. Talent, Plague Mist Body. Your body is filled with a deadly plague mist, and this mist has highly corrosive properties. It can inflict immense damage to the human body and can also destroy architectural structures. It will also reduce the durability of equipment. Weakness, it is extremely afraid of high-temperature flames. Its left leg isn't flexible. Zi Luo observed it and made his assessment. It's not even as strong as the previous one. He took his stance and continued to channel energy into his sword. There's no other way. To clean up this mess, I'll have to walk over their dead bodies. He then rushed forward, slashing at the zombie's body. Zi Luo then used a shield to block its venomous attack. He immediately activated the skill Insightful Eye and successfully targeted the weak point on the zombie's left thigh. So, this is your weak spot. The zombie's weak leg was repeatedly slashed. Zi Luo backed away, looking at the zombie's mangled left leg as the system confirmed its death. Zi Luo received a potion as a drop. He sighed. The drops are really proportional to the zombie's strength. He then put the potion away. He then walked toward Qiang Feng, who was still performing the ritual with his back turned. Zi Luo watched him silently and remarked, "He even eats his own kind. Just your style." Qiang Feng, now aware that he was behind him, stood up and spoke in a strained voice. "Today, I'll kill you no matter the cost." Zi Luo looked at him scornfully. "If not for the barrier on this arena, I would have already come down to chop off your head." Qiang Feng then walked toward him, stopping just a short distance away. Qiang Feng unleashed his power. The system then appeared, displaying his information. Qiang Feng, the Zombie King, Peak Gold Tier Boss, Level 24, plus 8. Basic Attributes, Strength 50, plus 30. Spirit 145, Constitution 60, plus 20. Agility 80, plus 40. Talent, Enhanced Royal Majesty. Epic Level Talent, reduces all attributes of creatures with a lower level than you by 10% and can control all zombie swarms below your level. When fighting, it creates side effects like suppression and fear, and with the wind body, you can control the wind element very well. Furthermore, all wind element skills you cast will have their power increased by 10%. Temporary illusion allows you to briefly transform into the target's shadow. Following behind the target, your attacks gain temporary penetration, reducing the opponent's defense effectiveness by 5%. Your temporary elemental curse attack can form a stack of the elemental curse effect on the opponent. Once it reaches a certain number of stacks, the elemental curse will take effect. It affects the state of the person afflicted by the elemental curse, with skills like Wind Blade, Raging Advent, Wind's Protection, and Swift Wind Step. The zombie monarch, who just completed the ritual, still hasn't fully controlled its power. Mistakes can happen when it strikes. The zombie monarch's current state is just a temporary enhancement of all its stats and abilities. Its enhancement will decrease over time and disappear. Tulak held the sword in his hand and exclaimed, "Strong enough, powerful enough. It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent." The system appeared again. Ding. It is detected that the host is about to engage in a life-or-death duel with the zombie monarch Kong Fong. A special mission, Pinnacle Showdown, has been issued, but Kong Fong was enveloped in a massive source of energy. He did not hesitate. He accepted the mission. Kong Fong angrily enunciated every word. "Human Tulak, I never would have expected this. The plan to attack the safe zone was completely ruined by you. That Lai La Pian trapped us. He gave us intel on the distribution and strength of the teams in the safe zone, but there was no information about you." Hearing this, Tulak was stunned. The Lai family was collaborating with zombies, but seeing Kong Fong bursting with power in front of him, he suddenly understood. No wonder the zombie wave came so early, but what method did the Lai family use to contact these zombie monarchs? As long as they can sow discord among humans, the zombies can benefit from it. As for the deal discussed with Li La Pian. "Foolish humans, you don't even know you're being used as pawns." He hypnotized the players there to introduce. "All humans, listen up. My name is Kong Fong." Kong Fong gathered a source of power in his hand and declared, "The zombie race will eventually infect and slaughter all of you humans." He raised his hand, creating a giant orb, including you all and Tulak. Tulak on the opposite side also gathered an energy orb in his hand. Just as Kong Fong unleashed his power to attack him, Tulak easily dodged while rushing forward to attack. Kong Fong was taken by surprise. The energy orb in Tulak's hand easily absorbed the power enveloping Kong Fong. Then Tulak looked at him, retracted the orb, and asked contemptuously, "Is this all you've got?" Kong Fong gritted his teeth and gathered the wind element. Then he slammed both of his hands onto the ground. The wind element then shot out to attack his opponent. The two powers quickly clashed, but his power was weaker and was quickly pushed back. A sword tip appeared behind it, along with a contemptuous voice. "Turns out this is all you are." Just like that, Kong Fong was stabbed by the sword. He clutched his body and hurriedly retreated, then continued to wave his hands to use a skill. The skill Wind's Protection quickly formed a tall, large wall in front of Tulak, along with the system's explanation. Wind's Protection forms a wall of wind from the wind element in front of the user. This shield's defensive power is outstanding and can block damage very well. Tulak immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the skill. On the other side, Kong Fong was also slowly retreating, planning to rest for a bit after falling back. Right after that, Kong Fong was suddenly stunned. Tulak swung his sword and rushed in to attack. 9 Thunder Slash. Just as he slashed out, the opponent immediately jumped up. Kong Fong in the air asked contemptuously, "You think you can hurt me with just that?" Tulak on the ground said sarcastically, "My apologies for hurting you just now. I guess it also forced you to use your life-saving skill." At that moment, Kong Fong held his head in confusion. "Why did I use my most important life-saving skill after just a few moves?" The system appeared to explain. Swift Wind Step, one of the zombie monarch's life-saving skills. After using it, the wind will grant you the ability to float. You can walk in the air for a period of time. Right after that, Kong Fong decided to continue using the wind element. "If there's no turning back, then I'll risk it all." He frowned and thought, as long as Tulak is dead, the others are not enough of a threat. Down below, Tulak continued to use Spinning Slash, throwing his sword upwards. Kong Fong also used a large amount of wind element to counterattack. His move quickly knocked back Tulak's sword. Kong Fong suddenly got a nosebleed. He roared and used the skill Storm's Advent. "Open for me." The system appeared again. Storm's Advent, one of the zombie monarch's ultimate skills. It creates a storm centered on the user. Within the storm's range, the user is protected from damage. Outside the range, the storm continues to inflict massive damage on the opponent. Tulak was surprised. He raised his hand to block the destructive typhoon skill that Kong Fong shot towards him. At the same time, the system continued to provide information. Destructive Typhoon, one of the zombie monarch's ultimate skills. It summons a storm that blows in a certain direction. The more mental power consumed, the greater the storm's power. The storm also has abilities such as knockback, corrosion, and destruction. The skill forced him to retreat some distance. Tulak looked up and wondered, dual ultimate skills, and they're this powerful. But in just an instant, Kong Fong slowly fell to the ground, his mouth still mumbling nonstop. Tulak, human monarch. The Crystal East District will not lose. Seeing this scene, Tulak interrupted his thoughts, holding the sword in his hand. "Never mind," Tulak thought as he walked closer to where Kong Fong was lying and said, "Using 2 ultimate skills at the same time and you're still alive, it seems your mental talent is quite high." He said, "However, you've played yourself to death, and my reward is gone with you." Before Tulak could finish speaking, he saw Kong Fong float up into the air again. Seeing his closed eyes and the blood trickling from his eyes and mouth, he knew. Has he lost consciousness? The other players below turned their eyes to the battle where Tulak stood, watching the floating Kong Fong as he spoke. "Forget it. For the sake of you lasting this long without even hurting me, I'll send you on your way for the reward." Immediately after, Tulak used the skill Bedrock Shield, creating a barrier between himself and the wind element. Then he calmly walked closer to Kong Fong with his sword. Tulak looked at the windy wall in front of him. He brazenly stepped 1 foot inside, then stomped hard on the ground, completely destroying the source of the wind element's power. Tulak continued to activate another skill, activate the clairvoyance of the Crimson Eye. He clearly saw Kong Fong in the very center of the power source. Seeing him writhing non-stop, Tulak immediately thought, "He's about to turn into a dried-up corpse. I have to be quicker." Behind the mask, he took a deep breath. Then Tulak rushed forward and shouted, "Flash Boots! Activate Flash Skill." Instantly, Tulak appeared inside the whirlwind, facing the already unconscious Kong Fong. Tulak swung his sword, and he easily sliced off Kong Fong's head. Afterwards, Tulak sheathed his sword and walked forward, touching the mask on his face and said, "Deactivate the clairvoyance function of the Crimson Eye." Just then, the system popped up with a series of congratulatory messages, making Tulak turn around to look. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully killing the ritual-enhanced zombie monarch Kong Fong, obtaining 10,000 contribution points. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 30. all stats +3, and you have obtained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player 2 Lack for becoming the first person in the game Apocalypse Day to kill a gold rank boss, obtaining a unique global level title. The Golden Spear, a server-wide announcement is about to be made. The system notification quickly covered the screens of all players. It has been detected that the entire zombie faction has been wiped out in the revenge battle. The human faction has achieved the final victory. As the human faction has won the revenge battle, the following benefits can be obtained. The evolution and leveling speed of all zombies in the capital region is reduced by 30%. All stats are reduced by 15%. This will last for 7 days. 2. Experience and gold coin rewards for killing zombies in the capital region are increased by 30%. The item drop rate is increased by 2%. This will last for 7 days. 3. In the capital region, fees for all system buildings, including shops, will have their fees reduced by 10% for 3 days. 4. Some special treasure chests will appear in the capital region. Hidden shops and special unlisted buildings will appear. We invite all players to explore. Reading this, Tulak was delighted. Nice, I'm famous again. Right after, he heard the system say, "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 30 and obtaining 1 super golden finger lottery draw. Does the host wish to draw now?" Tulak looked at his system as it continuously announced, "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the zombie monarch and winning the counterattack battle. Pinnacle showdown mission completed. Ding, calculating based on the host's speed and killing Kong Fong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward, 1 common golden finger and 1 piece of exquisite gold rank equipment." Behind the mask, Tulak was a bit excited. A super golden finger. I already have absolute rate, yin yang twins, and eye of scrutiny. What will the 4th one be? Let's go, there are too many people here. We will talk when we get back. The scene shifts to a bustling area where other players are chattering non-stop. We won! We won! I knew it with Tulak here, we would definitely win. But the day cycle is slower now, and all stats are down by 15%. Isn't this a huge opportunity for us? Besides, experience and gold drops have also increased by 30%. Even the item drop rate has increased. Starting today, I'm going to farm zombies. Anyone looking for a party? I'm a level 11 warrior with 2 pieces of bronze tier equipment. They chattered endlessly. But with the 10% gold discount in the shop, I have just enough to buy that blade and cover the class change fee. Brothers, let's form a party. I suggest we open treasure chests along the way. If we find a silver tier item, we'll be rich. Finding a hidden shop would also be great. We can then report it to the military for a huge reward. This is our chance to get rich. 1. The capital safe zone has obtained a permanent energy crystal. As long as the energy crystal exists, the mental and physical power recovery speed of all players in the safe zone is increased by 10%, and each day the energy crystal will generate a certain amount of energy based on the safe zone's level. This energy can be used in various game structures. 2. The boundaries of the capital safe zone have been established. All hostile races like zombies will have all their stats reduced by 10% upon entering the safe zone. 3. The safe zone's information function is now open. All players inside the safe zone can spend a certain amount of gold to speak in the chat. The amount of gold depends on the message length. This function is disabled upon leaving the safe zone. 4. The safe zone's mercenary hall has been established. All players can go to the mercenary hall to form mercenary groups. Group members will receive certain benefits, and the mercenary hall will post a large number of mercenary quests daily. For specific rules, please check the mercenary hall. 5. The capital's shop will sell zombie virus serum. After getting infected by the zombie virus, inject it while you are still conscious and not fully a zombie. It can prevent the mutation. 6. An auction will be held in the safe zone at regular intervals. All players can participate in the auction or sell their own items. 7. The functions of various game structures in the safe zone have been optimized. Some game structures will be recruiting staff. Each day, staff members can earn a certain amount of experience and gold. As the capital safe zone is the first successfully established safe zone in the world, a global announcement will now be made. Tulak turned his head and saw a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Gazing at that pillar of light, he thought, "The first zombie wave is over, it's time to go talk to Trong Nguyen Trung." Standing under the night sky, Tulak turned his head and saw a source of power slowly spreading. Other players were stunned to feel their energy being replenished. The energy spread throughout the entire city. Then all the players looked up as the system made a world announcement. Congratulations to player Tulak for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to single-handedly defeat a gold-tier boss, a feat of immense power that shook the entire world. He has obtained the unique global tier title Golden Spear, along with a large amount of rewards. We hope other players will follow his example. As Kingdo City has established the first safe zone, it has earned a city-wide reward. The reward is All players in the Kingdo region will gain 1 level, and for the next 24 hours, the drop rate from killing zombies is doubled. Experience and gold earned will be increased by 20%. At the same time, all privileges of the Kingdo safe zone have been successfully unlocked. Each privilege brings new benefits to humanity. We hope the remaining players in the region will learn from this and strive to establish their own safe zones. A Kingdo player said that gold tier boss 2 Lakh slaughtered it. Next, it will be a diamond tier boss. Or a legendary one. Even a mythical boss wouldn't be a match for 2 Lakh. Someone else just felt lucky. Well, at least we made it through. Others were just full of admiration. As expected of the great 2 Lakh, I've been completely won over by his strength. Ha ha ha. I wonder if the great one has a girlfriend yet. Scene shifts to a small room where Da Nok is sitting below, constantly gnawing on meat. 2 Lakh is lying on the bed trying to rest with his eyes closed. But then he suddenly sits up. This won't do. I have to tell Trong Wen Trung I need a house. It's uncomfortable not having a permanent place to stay. 2 Lakh crossed his arms, having made a decision. No sooner said than done. First I'll draw my golden finger, then I'll go find Trong Wen Trung. Draw super golden finger. The system prompts for confirmation. Ding! The 4th super golden finger is now being drawn. Immediately after the system announced, Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the super golden finger, spatial expansion. With spatial expansion, the host gains an additional storage space. The size of this storage space is equal to the original one. 2 Lakh was confused as he read the system information. What is this? Spatial expansion? He skeptically checked the information. Something I can get just by leveling up is also considered a golden finger? The system then provided more information below. This storage space will grow larger in tandem with the original storage space. This storage space possesses abundant spatial energy. It can produce special effects when the host interacts with space-related items. The host can enter this storage space. Reading this, 2 Lakh was stunned. Oh my god, this is so powerful. It's insanely powerful. My dear system, I've wronged you. While eating, Dongok glanced at 2 Lakh, cheering wildly behind him. He was just talking about getting a house from Trong Wen Trung, and now he has a portable one. Right after 2 Lakh opened the system panel again. It can produce special effects with space-related items. Right now, the only space-related item I have on me seems to be the flash boots. Saying that, he clicked the link displayed on the system. The system displayed more information. Cooldown time reduced by 50%, teleportation distance doubled. Flash boots after the upgrade. Gold tier equipment. A pair of battle boots with spatial abilities. An item coveted by many warriors. Attributes. Agility +5, spirit +4. Teleportation speed increased by 10%, footstep sound reduced by 30%. Attached skill, flash. Moves you forward 2 to 4 meters. During the teleportation, damage taken is reduced by 90%. Cooldown, 2 hours. 2 Lakh cheered so loudly it startled Danok, making him fumble and toss his piece of meat. Oh my god, it upgraded to epic tier. I take back what I said about this golden finger. From now on, I must collect more space attribute equipment. Dan Yo caught the piece of meat just as 2 Lakh got up from the bed, hands on his hips, ready to enter the extra storage space. When Danok looked back, he saw 2 Lakh already phasing into the space. 2 Lakh closed his eyes and was teleported. In no time, he arrived, standing in a vast, empty space. 2 Lakh immediately did a few stretches. At the same time, he looked up to read the rules displayed by the system. Rules of the extra storage space. 1. Opening the portal takes time. The host cannot use this space to instantly dodge attacks. However, you can teleport out after a short delay. 2. Air. The air inside the storage space is only replenished each time the portal is opened. You must leave the space once the air runs out or you will die. Based on current calculations, the host can stay for 3 to 4 hours with the available air. 3. Exit location. When the host enters the extra storage space, a spatial marker is left behind. You will always exit at the marker's location. The location cannot be changed. 4. The host will continuously consume mental power while inside. 5. Summoning skills are useless in this space. Looking at the system's rules, 2 Lakh just crossed his arms and smiled. Although it can't be used as a home, it's safe enough. And powerful enough. He then took out a small card with the word sofa on it. A sofa immediately appeared, allowing 2 Lakh to sit comfortably and browse his system's inventory. He then took out a bottle and the system displayed its information. Mutant zombie virus extracted via ritual. The system provided more information on the item 2 Lakh was holding. Special item. Introduction. A mutant virus left behind by the Zombie King after performing a sealing ritual. Because it contains a virus that can strengthen zombies, it is extremely attractive to them. Looking at the item in his hand, 2 Lakh immediately jumped to his feet. Oh god, this thing again. He remembered from his past life how humans would trade with zombies. Back then, in the later stages of the apocalypse, many people had obtained this item. However, most people used it to attract or trade with zombies. Thinking of the mutated zombies, it was like how Li Ran initially persuaded the King of Illusions to form an alliance with him. The King of Illusions brought many mutated zombies. Thinking back, he probably used a large amount of this mutant virus to trade with the King of Illusions. Thinking about things similar to the item I have, I know these two types of zombie viruses are vastly different, like a potent poison to humans. If a human comes into contact with it, they are very likely to be infected. Even if not infected, their basic stats will be reduced. Thinking about the zombies that were strengthened by it, Tulak understood. But for zombies, this thing is a super supplement. After a zombie uses it, it not only enhances their strength, it can also inherit the talent of the zombie from which the virus was extracted, holding the item in his hand. Tulak was happy knowing this was perfect for Dangak. Then he spoke to the space teleporting out of the storage space. Immediately a beam of light appeared and enveloped Tulak. He was then brought back to the room where Don Nok was sitting at this moment. Don Nok had finished eating and turned to look at Tulak. He immediately held up the bottle towards Don Gok, making him smile happily. Here, drink this. Then Tulak opened the bottle himself. Da and Jock took it and drank it in one go. As he drank, his body gradually began to change. Da and Jock's power erupted, leveling up to level 21. The system also appeared beside Tulak to announce, "Congratulations to the player for reaching level 31, all attributes +3, and obtained 5 free attribute points." Tulak happily processed the notification from the system. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Global Announcement Golden Reward. Congratulations to the player for obtaining this reward: 2,000 reputation points, 5,000 crystal coins, 5 free attribute points, storage space capacity increased by 2 meters. Congratulations to the player for achieving rank 1 on the contribution points leaderboard in the operation against this zombie wave. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the rank 1 reward: 5 free attribute points, 1 excellent hidden class, 1 excellent gold grade equipment, 1 bottle of zombie virus blood. The system continued to display his information. Player Tulak's basic stats without equipment: strength 130, spirit 130, constitution 130, agility 125. The system then asked if he wanted to draw. Tulak smiled and replied, "Draw immediately." The system announced, "Congratulations to player Tulak for obtaining the hidden class scroll, Lode Dean Sorcerer. Congratulations to player Tulak for obtaining the gold grade equipment Elemental Ring." Looking at the reward he got, Tulak was a bit disappointed. Lode Dint Sorcerer. A Lode Dint skill for a mage class is useless to me. The other one I find quite interesting. The system panel then displayed the information. Elemental Ring, gold grade equipment. A ring with elemental power that can better utilize elemental effects attribute spirit power. +8 spirit power recovery speed increased by 30%. Skill cooldown reduced by 10% when using any elemental skills. Power is increased by 20%. Chance to activate bonus effects increased by 5%. Tulak then clicked on the ring's image in the system. It's considered a top-tier item right after Tulak yawned and said, "Golden Finger System, now draw the 4th. Golden Finger." He returned to his bed and listened to the system announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully helping the capital safety zone to be established, and for achieving rank 1 on the contribution points leaderboard, completing the all-out battle mission. Then Tulak fell back onto the bed while listening to the system speak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward: 2 random common golden fingers, 1 silver grade equipment. Ding! Because the host already has the golden finger break limit level 1. The probability of a level 1 breakthrough is triggered. The break limit's breakthrough probability has increased to level 2. The system continued to distribute rewards in front of him. Break limit level 2 breakthrough related to the equipment wearing limit. You can now wear 1 additional ring and 1 additional bracelet. Level 2 breakthrough probability for all classes. Related talents, equipment, and skills all have their activation probability. The probability will increase by 2%. Danger sense. Level 1. When an enemy with hostile intent appears within a 10-meter radius of you, an alert will be, "Is it?" Dungeon condition. Level 1. After entering a dungeon, if you encounter a condition that can be obtained, you can choose 1 extra item immediately. Tulak happily sat up. Awesome. The system then showed 2 pieces of equipment in front of him. The golden rank equipment and silver rank equipment are in the process of being withdrawn. The palace congratulates the host for obtaining the extremely poisonous golden rank equipment, Qinya. Silver grade equipment, mana hiding bracelet. Tulak then took out a dagger from the system and asked, "This is the gold grade equipment." Tulak rested his head on his hand, lying on the bed and looking. The system was now displaying the information for Venomous Fang gold grade equipment. A dagger containing a potent poison. Every graze on the skin is a fatal blow from the snake. Venom attributes strength +6, agility +3. Self-presence reduced by 20%, attack speed increased by 20%. 1 potent poison after hitting an opponent. It will leave a stack of potent poison mark on them, causing them to suffer from the poison's corrosion. It will drain stamina and spirit power for 3 seconds. Each stack of the potent poison mark lasts for 3 seconds. 2 fatal strike active skill. After consuming a large amount of stamina, the dagger will deal 200% physical damage. Hitting the opponent also adds an extra 3 stacks of the potent poison mark cooldown time 48 hours. Next, the system displayed the information for the mana hiding bracelet. Silver grade equipment, a bracelet created to counter mages, is an existence that gives every mage a headache. Attributes constitution +2 spirit +2 mana. Hiding magical damage taken is reduced by 5%. 2 lock. Selected the mana hiding bracelet while thinking, why has this golden finger system been so fond of anti-mage equipment lately? However, this bracelet really surprised me. He lay on the bed and continued to look at the system notifications. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully equipping the mana hiding bracelet, activating the 4-piece mana hiding set effect. Immediately information about the mana hiding set appeared: 4 pieces, all attributes. +3 can reflect 20% of magical damage taken active skill. Mana immunity shield. After activating, you can obtain a shield that can resist magical damage. The shield's defense is determined by the number of mana hiding pieces. Equip duration, 3 minutes cooldown, 18 hours. Looking at the information provided by the system, Tulak was extremely surprised. My god, it's indescribably powerful. But his eyes had become heavy with sleep, and he unknowingly drifted off while Danok sat in a corner of the room hugging his knees and resting. Meanwhile, in another place, the officials were distributing items to the players. This part is for you. Many other players could only rest on the streets. Some players who received items left happily cut to the next afternoon. Nguyen Chung sat on a chair leaning forward and asked, "You mean the Li family also has a place called the Xi'an Gathering Point?" Tulak, wearing a mask, sat opposite and replied, "Yes, if General Truong helps me. I will leave the safety zone with Don Gok to destroy that gathering point." Nguyen Chung was still worried. "Although I know you are very strong, the Li family cannot be underestimated. How confident are you this time?" Tulak was blunt, 100%. Then he raised his hand to stop what Nguyen Chung was about to say. "General Truong, you don't need to persuade me." He could only nod in agreement. "All right then, what do you need me to do?" Tulak rested his chin on his hand and stated his request: gather manpower and prepare supplies. I'll go find the Li family's hiding place first. I also want to make a deal with General Truong. I wonder if General Truong will agree. Nguyen Chung was surprised. What deal? Tulak calmly pushed a piece of paper towards him. 100,000 gold coins for a piece of information. General Truong, you definitely won't lose out. Nguyen Chung said without hesitation. Deal. He completely trusted him. He's someone who can get intelligence from the hidden shop. I definitely won't lose out on this deal. As soon as Tulak stood up and left, Nguyen Chung immediately opened the paper to look. Looking at the information on the paper, he was stunned then. Nguyen Chung smiled and gave an order, announced to everyone, "Below in half an hour we will hold a commendation ceremony in the conference room." A while later, in a high-rise building, a meeting was taking place in a conference room, making everyone present anxious and curious. Didn't old Trong say he wanted to hold some kind of award ceremony? Where did he go? That's right, it's so late. He really did achieve great things in this zombie wave. But he can't start showing off to us just because of that many people were getting impatient. That's right, old Trong really has no sense of time these days. Just then, Nguyen Chung burst through the door without a word. He walked with the paper towards Chief Tiet, who was furious. He took the paper and turned to look at Nguyen Chung, who was signaling for him to read it. As soon as he read the contents of the paper, Chief Tiet was startled. "Scum, scum, they're all a bunch of scum." After that, Chief Tiet announced in a loud voice, "This afternoon, we will gather the soldiers who have just rushed back from outside the safety zone. We're going to find the Li family's hiding place." Then he turned his head and asked Minister Liu, "You tell me, why did you say the intelligence department couldn't provide support?" Minister Liu was flustered and bowed his head. "Chief Tiet, the intelligence department's personnel suffered heavy casualties during the zombie wave. The entire department's operations have been affected." Then the guy smirked, raised his head and reported also, "The zombies that broke in through the south gate destroyed the intelligence storage room. Therefore, we have lost a significant amount of intelligence related to the 3 great families. Right now, we really can't hand over that unverified intelligence and let the soldiers risk their lives." Immediately, Chief Tai threw the stack of papers in his hand towards Minister Liu, raised his eyebrows and asked in a loud voice, "Do I need to give you a way out?" The guy then picked up a piece of paper, put on his glasses to read it, and was immediately stunned. Holding the paper, Minister Liu trembled uncontrollably. On it was written, "Lamb Tin Calendar, August 16th, 473. An overseas bank card received a large sum of 21,400,000 yuan, which your cousin withdrew from a U.S. bank. Lamb Tin Calendar, June 19th, 474. The V.G.F.C.D. building collapsed. The number of casualties at the scene was as high as 345 people, but after Minister Liu arrived, the death toll became 0. Minister Liu really has the Midas touch. The art exhibition stampede, the case of the missing village women. Chief Ta angrily looked at Minister Liu and asked, "Do you have anything else to say now?" Minister Liu was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Nguyen Trung restrained him and asked angrily, "Has your conscience been completely rotted by this money? Do you know how many of my brothers you have harmed?" Lying on the ground, Minister Liu still tried to make excuses. "No, I didn't. I didn't. I was forced by them. They forced me to drink poison." Nguyen Trung grew even more furious and grabbed his head, saying, "You drank that poison willingly. That's why you even requested that Li Zuo help you become a minister." Right after that, he gave Minister Liu a painful slap. "I have a lot more evidence here. Do you still need more?" he asked before the eyes of Chief Ta and Nguyen Trung. Lying on the ground, Minister Liu muttered, "Impossible, impossible. Li Zuo wouldn't betray me. Impossible. I always did what they said. This is impossible." Nguyen Trung immediately took a stack of documents from his storage space and slammed it on the table in front of everyone. Standing behind Chief Ta, Nguyen Trung held the document and began reading names. Director Huang. The person whose name was called out sat below, trembling like a leaf. "Lam Tin Calendar, 5454, your transfer of 10 million yuan. Do you need to explain that a little? Including the whereabouts of the 47 newborn babies who went missing from Muda Hospital?" The meeting proceeded with only Nguyen Trung's accusatory voice echoing in the room. "Director Dong, Lam Tin Calendar, 5475, your son gambled away 40 million yuan overseas. A week later, he cheerfully reappeared at home. Was he just that lucky to be alive?" A long while later, when the last person's name was called, Deputy Director, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly turned grim. Chief Tai placed his hand on the table and said in a low voice, "These are just the traitors who survived the apocalypse. Are there any more? Step forward yourselves. I might be able to spare your lives," Nguyen Trung reported from behind. "Before the meeting, I already sent people to arrest a large number of secondary officials. They occupy a non-negligible proportion of the army," he added. "Based on the intelligence provided by Zi Luo, the An family and Yun family have also voluntarily stepped forward." Chief Ta turned and asked, "Are the An and Yun families starting to regret it now?" Nguyen Trung nodded towards Chief T. "It seems so. Dealing with Li Zuo is an extremely urgent matter, otherwise, the Long Kingdom will be destroyed." Nguyen Trung clenched his fist and decided, "Chief, what we must do now is cooperate with Zi Luo and wait for his news." Chief Tai held his head and wondered, could the future of an entire nation be resting on one person's shoulders? Then he suddenly thought of something. Chief Tai immediately gave an order: gather half of the 100,000 soldiers previously in charge of handling zombies and rescuing civilians and have them return. Once we have Li Zuo's location, attack immediately. Nguyen Trung acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." Scene changed to the Xi'an gathering point, where players were in a lively discussion. "Man, this feels great. Today's haul was huge. I even got an equipment drop." "You bet. I've been here since early this morning. As soon as I arrived, I went to kill zombies and only returned after nightfall. I thought I would only level up once. But today I leveled up again in just 24 hours. Time flies." They talked as they walked. "Hey guys, have you heard the rumors? They say the great master Zi Luo waved his hand and the shield covering the safe zone was shattered. A Qilin descended from the sky, unleashed its divine power, and directly annihilated the zombies in an entire battle zone. I think the great master Zi Luo is definitely a reincarnated immortal. I don't mind telling you all, my dream is to meet the great master Zi Luo just once. I heard the great master wears a black robe and a demon mask, smiling as he holds a golden spear." Someone in the group suddenly pointed and said, "Your description sounds just like that person walking up ahead." At that moment, Zi Luo and Danak appeared, startling all of them. Zi Luo stood there and announced, "From now on, no one is allowed to leave here. If you want to know the consequences of leaving, you're welcome to provoke me." Hearing this, those people immediately froze. Someone even fainted on the spot, leaving him a bit speechless. "Why do I feel like I've become the captain of a sweeping squad?" Then Zi Luo continued, "From now on, everyone on this floor must go downstairs through the passage. The faster, the better." Suddenly, someone appeared and asked him, "Who's that? I haven't even come up and I already hear such arrogant talk." The burly guy stood in the middle, looking at Zi Luo contemptuously. "Telling everyone to go downstairs? Who do you think you are? Is our Xi'an gathering point that easy to mess with?" The burly guy put his hands in his pockets, faced Zi Luo's group, and said, "Our Xi'an gathering point has never feared anyone since its establishment. I'd really like to see who." But before he could finish, his underling next to him panicked and whispered, "Boss, look at his clothes. This person is Zi Luo." The burly guy frowned, still not realizing. "Zi Luo? Who's that?" Right after that, to everyone's astonishment, he dropped to his knees. Which great one has graced us with their presence? Zi Luo watched this and simply said, I'm not that great. Then Zi Luo looked up. Seeing as you seem to be a person of importance here, I'll entrust the task of taking them down to you. The burly guy, helped up by his underling, stammered. Great one, rest assured. I will definitely complete the mission. Zi Luo looked at them and warned, from now on, anyone who comes up from below will pay the price. The burly boss and his gang, terrified and trembling, stammered, Great one, rest assured, I absolutely will not let anyone come up here. We'll also listen to our boss. Then Zi Luo turned to look at the people behind him who were still in shock and said, You all should hurry up and run. The burly boss followed, shouting, Didn't you hear me? Everyone go down, and tell the people below that no one is allowed to come up. Those people scrambled away, saying, Yes, yes, as they ran. Zi Luo leaned against the wall, watching each person go down. He automatically activated his golden finger, sensing danger. A moment later, after watching the last person go down, he thought, the last one is finally down. If any of them were from the Li family, they would have already received their orders. It's impossible for them not to show any hostility towards me. Then Zi Luo ordered Dan Jacques behind him. You stay here and keep watch. If anyone tries to come out of this passage, smash their head with your axe. Dan Jacques nodded from behind, while he continued to think. However, I can't rule out that the enemy is just too good at hiding their thoughts, or their rank in the Li family is too low to receive orders. Then Zi Luo headed down into the basement while Dan Jacques stood guard above with his axe. I'll go down and check first, he thought. A moment later, he walked further in. In the distance, he could feel a bustling atmosphere. They were holding a banner, laughing and talking cheerfully. The banner read, Warmly welcome the great master Zi Luo to the Xi'an gathering point to guide our work. Looking at the scene, Zi Luo felt a bit awkward. A man named Meng Mian Liang stepped forward, spreading his hands with a smile and asked, Great Master Zi Luo, I am the current leader of the Xi'an gathering point. May I ask what brings you here? Zi Luo stepped forward and asked, If you're the leader, then you must be familiar with the members of this gathering point. Mian Liang smiled humbly and replied, I wouldn't dare say I know everyone, but I am acquainted with 90% of the people. At this point, Zi Luo continued his questioning. Do you know Minister He Mu? Mian Liang broke out in a cold sweat and said, I know Minister He. Hearing this, Zi Luo said, Tell me in detail. Mian Liang immediately explained, Because of his status, I would send people to greet him every time, but most of the time, I received him personally. He continued to ask, Besides you, did he meet anyone else when he came here? Mian Liang rested his chin on his hand, trying to recall. Meet someone else? Behind his mask, Zi Luo's eyes scanned the other people. They were all listening intently to the conversation. No, every time Minister He came, he told us he was here to inspect the situation at our gathering point. Within his authority, he will arrange and provide help for us. As for other matters, there's nothing. Tulak frowned in thought. The people around showed no abnormalities. It seems the message wasn't delivered through a contact person. Could it be that when Ha Mook said the Blazing Flame gathering point belonged to Li Da, he was framing him? His goal was to make me clash with the people from the Blazing Flame gathering point. Then, Tulak turned around. So, when was the last time Ha Mook came here? Did he do anything special? Mian Liang said. 5 days ago. 5 days ago, Ha Mook came here and also did a special inspection. Right after that, he seemed to remember something. Oh, he played billiards in the billiard room in the third basement for a while before leaving. Tulak turned his head with some interest. Billiards, right? Then take me there to have a look. Mian Liang immediately agreed. All right, Great Elder Tulak, please follow me. Then, Mian Liang led him away in front of the other players. Behind his mask, Tulak smiled because he knew the fish was about to take the bait. Mian Liang turned to look at Tulak and asked, Great Elder, you said to go to the billiard hall downstairs. Do I need to send people to guard the upper levels? Don't worry, I've already told Big Dummy. I told him to watch the tunnel entrance. Anyone who tries to leave can be killed on sight. Then Tulak urged, Let's go. Mian Liang continued to lead the way. This way, please, this way. The other players couldn't help but be curious. What's the deal with that guy named Ha Mook? It's because of him that our gathering point was targeted, but he's a minister. We can't mess with him, someone said disdainfully. What the hell is a Ha Mook? Just now, when Tulak glanced at me, I felt like I was about to die. Who cares if he's a minister or not? Makes sense. I was already asleep and got woken up. On another side, two people, Lao La and Lao Ju, had heard the entire conversation. I hope Great Elder Tulak achieves his goal soon. Otherwise, just him standing here puts a lot of pressure on us. I think so too. Scene change. After leading Tulak to the place, Mian Liang turned, waved, and left, while he continued to step inside the billiard hall. Elsewhere, there was a sudden movement. A nearby brick was quickly pushed out. Lao La and Lao Zhu appeared, pushing a rotating brick to enter the secret chamber inside. Lao La, leading the way, looked back at Lao Zhu and said, Lao Zhu, we must quickly report to the family head. Ha Mook has been exposed. Tulak is investigating our hidden location. Lao Zhu came up to Lao La and muttered in confusion, who knows, wasn't Ha Mook hiding quite well? Then they pushed the stone back to block the entrance. While Lao La was dusting off his hands, Zhu checked the stone's position. 5 days ago, he even left us the location of a supply cache. That location was also real. Lao La turned, shone the flashlight ahead, and urged, all right, let's hurry. Right after that, he was killed. Lao Zhu, holding the flashlight, followed and complained, Lao La, what's wrong with you? Why are you always so... Suddenly, a robot appeared, startling Lao Zhu. You. Right after that, he was knocked out by the robot. Tulak appeared behind the robot, assessing the two before him. I thought there was only one fish, but it turns out there are two. This means only one person can talk now. The Li family's recruitment is terrible. They're not reliable at all. Right after, he patted the robot's shoulder. Not bad this time. Your listening device gave me a lot of useful information. Go and rest. Then Tulak walked over to Lao Zhu, grabbed his collar, and pried open one of his eyes to use. Blood-colored pupil, mind illusion. At this moment, someone suddenly called his name, and Lao Zhu jolted awake. Lao Zhu. Lao La, holding the flashlight, reached out to him and asked, Lao Zhu, are you okay? Lao Zhu was a bit confused. Lao La hurriedly urged, Lao Zhu, don't just stand there dazed. We're running out of time. We have to deliver the message quickly. At this moment, Lao Zhu suddenly remembered, oh right, Tulak is coming. We have to report this to the family head. Lao La also hurriedly pulled Lao Zhu to his feet. Then Lao Zhu hurriedly ran ahead. Let's go quickly. We might run into night-buffed zombies on the way. We can't waste any time. Lao La, running behind, didn't forget to ask, Lao Zhu, I saw you fainted just now. What happened? Hearing this, Lao Zhu was startled. Lao La frowned and said to Lao Zhu, next time, don't stay up so late. If you faint strangely like today again, you'll mess up the family head's business. Neither of us can bear the consequences. Lao Zhu, who was in front, looked back flustered. I know. Let's go. They moved along the wall. Lao La watched the surroundings from behind, while the leading Lao Zhu was constantly worried. This won't work. There are too many zombies on this path. We don't have much time left. Immediately, Lao Zhu grabbed Lao La's wrist and said, follow me, we'll take a shortcut. A moment later, they ran deep into the mountains. Lao Zhu panted heavily as he ran. Everything in front of him started to blur. He couldn't go on and collapsed to the ground. Lao La, I'm not doing well. Lao Zhu turned to see Lao La also panting with his hands on his knees. According to the intelligence we have, the hidden location is in the cliff face of this mountain range. If you still have the strength, jump down the cliff and deliver the message first. I'll follow right after. Lao La finally spoke. So the hidden location is in the cliff face of this mountain range. No wonder the military couldn't find it even after mobilizing so many people. Lao Zhu, on the ground, was confused. What military? Lao La, hurry up. Lao Zhu kept talking. If the family head blames us, neither of us can withstand the family head's wrath. But Lao La suddenly vanished, startling Lao Zhu. Lao La was behind him, a knife to his neck, smiling. Thank you for leading the way. As for the road ahead. Lao La swung the knife. You and your good brother Lao La can go to the underworld together. Lao Zhu was killed instantly. Lao La, holding the knife, said, blood-colored pupil. The surrounding red illusion gradually faded. Deactivating illusion function. He immediately reverted to his true form, Tulak. Tulak then rushed off, following the directions. He quickly ran to a cliff. Standing high above and looking down at the surrounding scenery, Tulak remarked, the Li family sure knows how to pick a spot. The view here isn't bad. Then he continued his journey to the Li family's hideout. A moment later, Tulak stood on another peak looking down when he suddenly saw a lone flower on the cliff. Looking at the flower, Tulak guessed, this must be the place. Then he sat down cross-legged and took a cat zombie's command horn from his storage space. He blew the horn. When a cat zombie appeared, Tulak put the horn away. Meow. Then Tulak began to control the cat zombie's mind, giving it a command. Jump towards that protruding rock. The cat immediately leaped down, landing easily on a distant rock under Tulak's mental control. The cat sat upright. It heard a voice from inside the cliff ask, passcode. He sent a thought to the cat. Attack. It immediately burst with power and charged forward, smashing through the cliff face where someone was hiding. It continued its attack, but the other person managed to press a button in time. One person was firing relentlessly at the cat zombie, while the other, pale-faced, spoke into a walkie-talkie. Quick, call the security team. It's a boss, a bronze-level boss. One of them screamed before being killed. Help. Help me, help! The one with the walkie-talkie was still reporting non-stop. Negotiate with the manager, change location with the intelligence personnel. Right after, the guy tried to run when he saw the cat raise its claws. Ah! Immediately after, a large amount of blood splattered. The cat continued towards a nearby door, charging and smashing it to smithereens. A luxurious hallway appeared before it. The cat turned its head and saw many people had come out to check on the noise. It immediately leaped up, slashing the throats of all the onlookers. The cat then proceeded to break down another door. Inside, 3 people were screaming at it. A bronze boss! Ah! Help! Seeing this, the cat turned to leave. Suddenly, many more people appeared, blocking its path. Tulak sighed. Damn it, there are too many people to kill. A rough estimate suggests the Li family has at least 5,000 to 6,000 people hiding in here. Tulak was still meditating on the cliff, using his mind to control the cat as it continued to leap and attack. In just a flash, the cat killed everyone, blocking its path and sat on their corpses, observing 3 rooms filled with long knives and guns, while Tulak also watched and assessed. It seems these rooms in the hallway are all used for storing weapons. Right after that, the cat heard other people running towards it from a distance. This boss is at exit number 4. Let's go. Tulak then also directed the cat to leave. Hey, it turns out this is the assembly point where the Li family keeps all their supplies. I'm afraid the supplies that those officials secretly transported are also here. It continued into another wide corridor, when suddenly it stepped on a mechanism. All the flames there flared up, illuminating the entire hallway. Tulak immediately recognized this place. Outside, Tulak himself also jumped up in surprise. The Hall of Inheritance. The cat observed everything around, helping him deduce that the flames illuminating the wall were identical to Kulei's desperate labyrinth. It's something only the Hall of Inheritance has. It continued to a turn, and the cat looked back. 3 figures appeared, chasing after it. The cat continued running down the stairs leading to the basement. One person at the top blocked the others and ordered, Level 5 Death Warriors cannot enter the 2nd floor. Let's go back. The guards below already know what happened here. The people behind began to gossip. Damn, this is the 3rd zombie boss to break in, and it's abnormally strong. Who would have thought the capital's safe zone was already breached? The military would suffer a great loss, and our lives would be much easier. Who knew we'd have to defend this place, forcing us to stay here? It's all because of that damn Tulak. He keeps targeting our Li family. I really don't know what grudge our family has with him. Another person kept thinking about the zombie cat while the discussions went on around him. Shh. I heard the 2nd young master in Shanghai offended him, so the guy traveled thousands of miles from Shanghai to the capital for revenge. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Right, we need to get people to quickly clean up the ground on the 1st floor. The bloodstains and the remains of severed limbs must all be cleaned up. The death warriors bitten by the zombie cat should all commit suicide. There's no point in saving them. Also, the hidden exit was damaged by the zombie cat. It must be repaired quickly. We absolutely cannot let our location be exposed. The cat continued to dash through the hallway, constantly making some kind of screeching sound. It started to slow down as it reached a turn. Both it and Tulak outside witnessed an indescribable scene. The woman underneath was being forced, able only to scream in fear. The man on top of her was no longer lucid. Watching this scene, Tulak was helpless. Oh my god, this time I've really become the captain of the anti-pervert squad. Suddenly, 2 people approached a person cooking a potion. That person ladled it from the pot and gave each of them a bowl. The 2 men drank the entire bowl in one gulp. Then they continued to rush forward and attack the girls. The scene startled Tulak. The offspring these guys produce couldn't be the death warrior seeds Li Jia wants to cultivate, could they? My god, such a perverted cultivation method really fits Li Jia's image. Just then, another group of people rushed in, shouting, "Everyone on alert!" The 1st floor reports a bronze-level boss with extraordinary strength has broken into the teleportation passage. People flooded into the room one after another. Every entrance that connects to the upper floor must be monitored. Tulak was still outside, crossing his arms and observing everything inside. Li Jia's preparations are quite thorough. Too bad you ran into me today. Other people suddenly appeared in the room. They carried weapons and advanced towards old Qiu, moving forward relentlessly even if it meant trampling their own comrades. The medicine cook, pale with anger, shouted, "Old Qiu, what on earth are you doing? This month's pregnancy quota was already lowered due to a supply shortage. If we don't meet the standard, the housekeeper will come for me, not you." Old Qiu stood opposite, crossed his arms and retorted, "This is no joke. The upper floor lost over 400 low-level death warriors and still couldn't catch it. You tell me if we need to be on alert." If you don't understand the situation outside, don't be a pain. The medicine cook was stunned. What? Old Chu ignored him and began giving orders. 5 people search one corridor. The moment you spot a cat the size of a lion, sound the alarm immediately. 4 non-combat death warriors will be in charge of observation. The zombie cat was hiding in a corner, silently watching everyone disperse. Then, to everyone's surprise, it lunged out. It's here. It appeared in the plaza. The zombie cat landed gently on the ground, followed by loud shouts from behind. Damn it, it wants to get into the breeding room. Don't let it pass. But the cat easily dashed by, using its claws to sweep aside those blocking its path. Behind the door was a huge hospital. Many pregnant women and medical staff appeared at the windows. The Li family actually managed to build a hospital inside the assembly point. Unbelievable. That group also ran over quickly, asking for reinforcements. The boss is charging towards delivery room 3. We're not sure we can defend it. The angry zombie cat turned its head and immediately unleashed its power. The Li family's men paled with fear at the sight. The cat radiated a threatening pressure, intimidating them. Terrified, the Li family's men screamed and ran away. The cat continued to slash through the crowd, knocking them to the ground. Watching the direction it went, someone hurriedly spoke up. This is bad. It wants to enter the 3rd floor's teleportation passage. Don't let it get into the critical area of the 3rd floor. The zombie cat had now run towards the stairs leading down. The group kept chasing helplessly. Damn it, how is this cat so smart? Much smarter than a normal boss. The cat seemed heavily injured now, staggering step by step to the lower level. Suddenly, another room appeared before it, leaving the zombie cat stunned. The zombie cat staggered forward. Through the cat's eyes, Tulak saw the characters on the door and was overjoyed to recognize them. Book storage room, Qiu clan script. Could it be that this place is also related to the Qiu clan and CU? Wow, I've hit the jackpot today. The cat happily stretched and pranced. What a coincidence. I am the one who obtained the inheritance of the Qiu clan chief, CU. What can a mere mechanism do to me? The cat then used its paw to activate the mechanism on the wall and then destroyed it. The room opened, and a light from within shone out. The cat brazenly walked inside, and the door behind it slowly closed. The cat went deeper into the room, and in front of it was a bookshelf full of books. Almost all the classic texts and documents were here. It went directly around to the back of the bookshelf, walking to the last one placed against the wall. Suddenly, Tulak saw a book placed by itself on the shelf, set apart from the others. It seems quite important. Then the cat used its paw to take out a book titled Sorcery Clan Inheritance. The cat used its claws to flip through the pages. The Sorcery Clan is a branch of the Qiu clan, and all its members practice witchcraft. Specifically, each person has their own area of expertise, such as manipulating and training the insect clan, curses, weather manipulation, and so on. After the Qiu clan was defeated, the Sorcery Clan was forced into exile. Later, the Sorcery Clan's arts evolved into various strange techniques in the Dragon Country, like insect sorcery, goo poison, and head-lowering sorcery. Tulak was surprised. It turns out thousands of years ago, they were all one family. The book recounted how the Qiu people had to wander everywhere in the past. The historical documents in the books in this secret room belonged to a tribe skilled in concocting medicine. The members of this tribe created various medicines with special effects. They lived as fugitives for a long time, eventually finding Qiu Mountain in the Heavenly Dragon mountain range. The book continued to describe the most difficult period for the Qiu clan. They used various secret arts to create a space where they could settle here. From then on, they were basically isolated from the world. However, every so often, they had to send a few people out of the mountain to observe the outside situation, but their people kept dying off. It became increasingly difficult to give birth to children with a complete sorcery clan bloodline. All the knowledge of the Qiu clan was preserved and recorded in a book. In the end, the last member of the clan preserved the inheritance related to their sorcery and compiled it into this Sorcery Clan Inheritance book. Previously, the clan's Kai On Thong was renamed On No Thong by the Li family and used to cultivate death warriors. The cat collapsed onto the book, and a system notification appeared. Countdown to disappearance. 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining. The book described the method and effects of Honen no Thang. The steps to create a soul slave, based on the Li family's methods, are as follows. A baby's aptitude can be identified in the womb. After birth, the baby is given Hon no Thang. The baby will transform into a soul slave. Control will belong to the person who has drunk a different bowl of the potion. Note, if more than 48 hours have passed since birth, the Hun no Thang will completely lose its effect. Side effects. Soul slaves who drink Hun no Thang will have very short lifespans. Soul slave levels are as follows. A level 5 soul slave is the lowest level. Their physical constitution is equivalent to an ordinary person, but their intellect might be slightly deficient, and their lifespan is the shortest. They can be used as a labor force. Level 4 soul slaves. Their physical bodies are slightly weaker than normal humans, but their reproductive ability is very strong, and their lifespan is extremely short. Level 3 soul slaves are rare. Their physical bodies are stronger than normal humans, and have no other flaws besides a short lifespan. Level 2 soul slaves are a rare find. Their physical bodies far surpass normal humans. After being trained, they possess astonishing combat power level. 1 soul slaves are rare. Their physical bodies far surpass level 2 soul slaves once trained. Their combat power is comparable to a god's. Reading this, Tulak fell into deep thought. The book was then closed, and the zombie cat officially disappeared. The scene changes to another place where Li Tam was still pacing back and forth searching for the cat. He searched everywhere, but still couldn't find the zombie cat. Li Tam turned to ask his subordinate, "Have you found it yet?" They all reported, "Not yet. We took turns searching for 1 hour. We found absolutely no trace of it." Li Tam frowned in anger. Ridiculous. To let a bronze-level boss barge into the 3rd floor, the living quarters of our level 2 and level 3 death-sworn soldiers. If it were a silver-level boss, wouldn't it be able to go down to the 4th floor and bother the master? He calculated in his mind. After Su Kan-sun and Lin Yi died, I became the one with the strongest combat power of the Li family in the Qingtou area, and became the important person in charge of this Kuyen San safe camp. His subordinate voiced a guess. "Tamka, you don't think that cat went into one of those secret rooms, do you? Like the archives?" The alchemy room or the archives are all possibilities, but Li Tam immediately denied it. "Are you stupid? How could a zombie cat get into those places? Those places are protected by the camp's power. Anyone who can use magic to open the door could also wipe us out as easily as flipping a hand." Then Li Tam continued to give orders. "Hurry up. Get the level 3 death-sworn soldiers up here. Continue the search for me. I'm going to find the master to report my failure and discuss the next development strategy." The subordinate immediately accepted the order. "Yes, Tamka." Scene changed to the secret room on the 4th floor. The last floor of the Kuyet Exa camp was built like an incredibly luxurious city. Li Tam used his fingerprint to open the door, then he walked inside. At this time, Butler Qiu was already waiting for him at the door. Li Tam stood at a distance and reported, "Butler Qiu, I have something to report to the master." A bronze-level zombie cat boss appeared at the contact point on the cliff. Butler Qiu didn't let Li Tam finish. His face darkened as he interrupted, "You're saying, you still haven't found the cat that caused us to lose several hundred people?" Li Tam didn't dare to look up, only lowering his head to answer, "Yes, that's why I came to find the master. I wanted to ask if there was any way to deal with it." But Butler Qiu turned to go inside, refusing. "No. The master has just suffered a great shock. Hearing about this now will only make him angrier. The master cannot know about this. Continue sending people to search." Just then, someone called out, "Butler Qiu, come in here for a moment." Butler Qiu turned his back to the door and warned, "I won't tell the master about this for now. You send more men and speed it up." If the master is agitated again, he turned his head and made a gesture. Li Tam could only bow his head from a distance. "I understand." Then Butler Qiu walked inside. In the bedroom, Lap Hien was furiously scolding 2 nurses. "Get out! All of you get out! Useless! All of you are useless!" Butler Qiu entered the room and asked with a smile, "Master, how are you feeling today?" Lap Hien waved his hand at the 2 nurses. "All right, you 2 may leave now." Both of them bowed and replied, "Yes, master." Then he turned to ask Butler Qiu, "Has Li Tam arrived? I just heard him talking about some boss outside." Butler Qiu immediately lied. "Li Tam was reporting today's scout news to me. There were some surprises, but it's still under control." At this, Lap Hien seemed satisfied. "I trust your abilities. Tell me when you have results." Butler Qiu bowed. "Yes, master." Then he continued to ask, "What is the situation with the eldest young master?" Hearing this question, Butler Qiu's expression immediately turned to horror. Seeing this, Lap Hien's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. "Speak." But because of this, he started coughing violently. Cough, cough. Butler Qiu worriedly stepped forward to support Lap Hien and reported, "Regarding the eldest young master's situation, that person said it can't be solved. This creature called a zombie, according to Lam Tin culture, has no fundamental solution." Lap Hien lowered his head, clenching his fists and mumbling, "So there's really no way." Seeing him like this, Butler Qiu quickly bowed and said, "But that person said the zombie virus serum on yesterday's notice board might be a step towards solving the problem. However, it is said that it can only treat humans who are currently turning into zombies. But by slightly changing its components, it might be possible to turn a zombie back into a human." Hearing this, Lap Hien immediately saw a glimmer of hope and looked up. Really? Butler Qiu wasn't very sure. "Perhaps it's possible." Hearing this, Lap Hien immediately grabbed Butler Qiu's arm, filled with hope. "Then what are you waiting for? Immediately send someone to the safe zone to buy it. Hao Van will definitely be fine. Definitely. Butler Qiu happily nodded and reported, I have already sent someone. They will probably be back tomorrow. At this, Lap Hien pulled the blanket off himself. All right then, you go quickly. I have to take my medicine first. I can't be this sick when Hao Van returns. No, that won't do. Butler Ku hurried over to support him. Master, please don't get agitated. It's not good for your recovery. Hearing this, Lap Hien smiled and urged, Okay. I'm not agitated. I'm not agitated. You go quickly, Butler, Ku said happily. Master, okay. I'll go right away. Then only Lap Hien was left sitting alone on the bed. Butler Q looked at him and wondered, should I tell the master I've been experimenting on the eldest young master's zombie body? Then he frowned for a moment and decided, forget it. It's better not to say anything. Even if I tell the master, there's nothing to be done. He will only get angrier. I can't afford to offend either side. Scene changed to outside the cliff. Tulak was lying on a mat using a handheld oxygen tank. He breathed from the oxygen tank inside. As expected, in this crappy game, no supply is useless. I've been in this apocalypse game for too long. I almost forgot, humans get short of breath when climbing mountains. Right after, Tulak opened the system panel to watch Dai Nok moving to the designated location. He had been gone for 5 hours. At this moment, outside the Kindo safe zone, someone was approaching. Seeing who it was, the guards at the gate became overjoyed. It's Dai Nok. Big Boss is back. Quick. Open the city gate. They immediately went towards Dai Nok, welcoming him warmly. Dai Nok. Big Boss. You're back, Big Boss. He stopped. Dai Ngok stood before the gate and said in one breath, Go and tell Trong Nguyen Chung, there's something important. I'll wait for him at the Merit Point store in the East District. The guard happily agreed with Dai Nok. Okay, Big Boss, don't worry, we will definitely pass on the message for you. In reality, Dai Nok was currently under Lamb Tulak's mind control. After saying what was needed, Dai Nok turned around. He just walked away under the gaze of the two soldiers. A while later, at the Merit Point store, Dai Ngok was standing in front of the information board of items for sale. Standard battle axe, price 180 points. Merit stock, 5,772. Tang Imperial Saber, price 230 points. Merit stock, 4,556. Standard battle armor, price 200 points. Merit stock, 5,684. Bronze level equipment enhancement. Scroll price, 300 points. Merit stock, 986. Dai Nok used the system panel to browse the store. He stood there continuously examining the item information. The system panel continued to display. Swordsman class change scroll, price 50,000 points. Merit stock 5, Saber Master class change scroll, price 50,000 points. Merit stock 6, Raging Dragon Fist, skill book, price 50,000 points. Merit stock 2, Tulak, through Dai Ngok, also observed some items. The system displayed equipment quality upgrade scroll from silver to gold, price 100,000 points. Merit stock 2, item quality upgrade, scroll from silver to gold, price 100,000 points. Merit stock 1, diamond level item type treasure chest, price 50,000 merit points. Stock 1, he wondered. This isn't right. Where is my rare pet egg that costs 100,000 merit points? Tulak was on the cliff, one hand holding the oxygen tank to breathe, the other tapping his fingers to calculate. Right after, he realized. How could I forget? The pet system isn't even open yet. Without the pet system, where would a pet egg come from? Forget it, I'll buy something else first. Then Tulak pointed at the screen, calculating the items. 2 equipment quality upgrade scrolls, 1 item quality upgrade scroll, 1 diamond level treasure chest. That's only 80,000 merit points. Meanwhile, Dai Nok's finger was tapping non-stop on the system panel. Let's make it an even 100,000 merit points. The remaining 20,000 merit points will all be used to buy status replenishing items like MP potions and HP potions. The system now showed his merit points were at 0. Dai Nok looked at the panel in front of him. Then he reached out to close it. Just then, a voice called from outside the room. Dai Nok, brother, are you there? You said you were looking for me for something very important. Dai Njok opened the door and saw Nguyen Chung. He immediately looked around to make sure no one was there. Seeing this, Nguyen Chung also hurried inside. Lamb Tulak, still controlling Dai Nok's consciousness, closed the door. Then Dai Nok turned and said, I found the Li family's hiding place. We'll wipe them out tomorrow. Nguyen Chung was extremely surprised. What? Dai Ngok crossed his arms, faced Nguyen Chung and repeated, You didn't hear wrong. The Li family's hiding spot has been found. Yuan Zhong still couldn't believe it and said confusedly, Hasn't it only been a dozen or so hours since you two left the safe zone until you returned? It hasn't even been 1 day, Dan Gok interrupted and asked back. Is there a problem? Yuan Zhang held his head, still in shock. It's not just the feeling that you guys are too fast. He couldn't help but sigh and think, it's not that we're too weak, it's that Zi Luo and Da Nagak are too monstrous. No one could find the Li family's lair within a dozen hours. Yuan Zhang then said, the higher-ups of the safe zone have cleaned out the Li family's spies tonight. Even if there are some oversights, it won't exceed 5 people. Tomorrow's operation should be no problem. He frowned and covered his mouth as he recounted, starting from yesterday morning. Chief Shui has recalled the soldiers who were previously in charge of scouting and exploring outside. So far, nearly 20,000 soldiers have returned. Dan Gok let out a hum. Yuan Zhang continued, holding up 3 fingers. Right now, excluding the soldiers needed to protect and build the safe zone, if we move out tomorrow, we'll have at least 30,000 people available. Dan Gok then asked, 30,000 people. What's their combat strength like? Yuan Zhang replied, their combat strength shouldn't be a problem. Although half of them just joined us after the apocalypse, they've always been in charge of clearing zombies in the capital district, so their strength is among the top players. Yuan Zhang was constantly calculating. The only thing is, I don't know what the Li family's combat strength is like. If 30,000 people aren't enough, then wait one more day. I'm confident I can gather a force of 50,000. Dan Nok nodded and said, that's enough. The actual number of people in the Li family is a little over 20,000. Then he spoke about the people there, including the experts. The ordinary and weak members of the Li family, 10,000 of them have almost no combat ability, another 10,000 have very low combat ability. The combat strength of the rest is close to the mainstream level. Hearing this, Yuan Zhang was even more surprised. You even know the specific strength of the Li family? Lin Zi Luo wore a mask covering his face. His sunglasses also hid part of his face. He mysteriously ordered Yuan Zhang, strike directly tomorrow to prevent the Li family from reacting and causing trouble. Moreover, they have several assembly points outside. He said that out loud, but seeing Yuan Zhang's expression, Lin Zi Luo thought to himself, has this little piece of information already shocked Yuan Zhang so much? If I told him that all of the Li family's possible escape routes have been exposed, would he start to question his existence? Yuan Zhang smiled and waved his hand in agreement. All right, I'll contact the chief to prepare right away. Sorry for asking too much earlier. Lin Zi Luo stood in place and clenched his fists. Yuan Zhang raised an eyebrow and smirked confidently, but in his heart, he was thinking, as a big shot. He probably has many methods that outsiders cannot know. Just like in old TV shows, outsiders who know too much get silenced by the big boss. Yuan Zhang smiled and asked, Brother Dan Nok, is there anything else? Do you need me to find a place for you to rest? But in his head, he told himself, I'd better stop asking. Lin Zi Luo put his hands in his pockets coolly. Nothing else. No need. I have to go find Yasi. Yuan Zhang raised his hand to say goodbye while cheerfully opening the door. All right, Brother Danok, you've worked hard. I'll be going now. Lin Zi Luo uttered a farewell. Then, Lin Zi Luo's temporary consciousness control ended. The body leaning against the wall shot up. His hand pulled out a chicken leg. His eyes turned into heart shapes as he looked at it. Then he took off his mask and ate like a madman. At this time, outside the city walls, it was silent, with only fog creeping through the air. Several neatly dressed and armed soldiers stood guard together. One person reported to Yuan Zhang, reporting, General, we have gathered a total of 48,865 people this time. Yuan Zhang nodded. He walked closer to the city wall, stood atop it looking down into the thick fog. Yuan Zhang said, the Li family colluded with zombies, leaked intelligence, and betrayed humanity. This led to our safe zone suffering a zombie wave, with losses of tens of thousands of our brothers. The 2 soldiers behind listened silently as he continued. This time, both gods and men are enraged. This is an irreconcilable feud. Today, on behalf of the Dragon Country officials, I declare that we will dispatch troops to punish the Li family, making them pay the price for their foolish actions. Yuan Zhang waved his hand and shouted decisively, this time we must annihilate the entire Li family, from top to bottom, sparing no one. Remember, those people are not worthy of being called our kind. They should be treated the same way we treated that small island nation back then, with no mercy whatsoever. Yuan Zhang stood on the wall and declared to the soldiers below, we will not return until we have avenged this blood feud. The entire army below also raised their hands and chanted in unison, we will not return until we have avenged this blood feud. We will not return until we have avenged this blood feud. Yuan Zhang waved his hand to signal the departure. In the dark and foggy night, the army below followed the order and marched into the distance. At Kuyasha Mountain, Lin Zi Luo sat cross-legged on a rock among the layered mountains. A white dove flapped its wings and flew away. He stood up, stretched refreshingly, and shouted loudly, Let's move out. A map suddenly appeared beneath Lin Zi Luo's feet. It was the map of the Qiu underground palace. Lin Zi Luo put on his mask, picked up the map, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Next, I must find all the exits before the military gets here. Then it will be like shooting fish in a barrel. Not a single one will escape. On the map were 2 points that Lin Zi Luo noticed. One was a cave entrance hidden behind a patch of weeds, and another was blocked by a boulder. He used a pen to circle those 2 points on the map of the Qiu underground palace. While he was occupied, Lin Zi Luo was suddenly startled to see 2 people passing in the distance. The 2 were talking as they walked. I thought the military was just putting on a show. I didn't expect them to really come to Qiu Mountain. The other person nodded in agreement. It's fine. No need to panic. Our progress is faster than theirs. We need to report this news quickly so the steward can completely seal off the Qiu underground palace. Then they'll have no way to catch us. Lin Zi Luo sat in the bushes listening to the 2 of them discuss. They continued to argue. That's right. They have so many people. They can't afford to get tied down with us outside the underground palace. Once we have a chance, we can deal with them too. Right now, I want to know how the location of the underground palace was leaked. It absolutely couldn't have been one of our own people. One of the 2 agreed. That's right. Everyone who knows this location is a death warrior sworn to the Li family. They would never betray us. The other person calmly put his hands in his pockets. Let's get to work first, and see if anyone is ambushing us here. Perhaps after we deal with the military, the higher-ups will find a way to catch the traitor. The 2 of them vanished in a flash. At this moment, an eye in the bushes was silently observing Lin Zi Luo. Zi Luo quickly slit the person's throat with a knife, causing blood to spurt out. The person immediately collapsed, and he got on top of him, his hand still holding the bloody knife. Right after finishing this one, he saw another person with their back turned to him. Zi Luo quickly stabbed him. After killing them, he dug a hole to bury them. When he was done, Zi Luo dusted off his hands and thought to himself, I didn't expect the Li family to be this cautious. The information exchange between their scouts is so fast. 106 scouts were sent out in one night. Zi Luo ran towards the mountain and stood at the very top. He looked into the distance, then took off his mask, looked at it and sighed. This day, it has finally come. Elsewhere, Yuan Zhong was using binoculars to survey the distance with Dan Gok behind him, while the others were devouring their food. Then he lowered the binoculars, as if he sensed something, and turned his head. When he turned around, Zi Luo was already standing behind him. He came forward and handed him a rolled-up paper. He took the item, unable to hide the joy on his face. The 2 of them then went to another spot to talk. Zi Luo listened to his detailed explanation and nodded gently. The Li family only has around 20,000 people. It seems we have a certain victory. Then Zi Luo held up 2 fingers. But we should not be careless. First, we must secretly block the Li family's assembly points to cut off their reinforcements. Then the over 20,000 new recruits can be positioned at the foot of Qiu Mountain. Have them block the Li family's reinforcements, but we'll also need a command unit from the regular army. Hearing that, he quickly replied, That's not a problem. Zi Luo then raised his hand. The remaining 50,000 people can be assigned to the 5 entrances of the Qiu underground camp. Each entrance can be guarded by a few people. Furthermore, the distance between each entrance isn't too great. All teams can quickly reinforce one another. He smiled upon hearing this. You and I think alike, since they are already inside that Qiu underground camp. Can't we just set it on fire, flood it, or release knockout gas into that camp? He immediately shook his head at the suggestion he just made. Not possible. These attack methods are completely useless against the Qiu terrain. The system's voice rang in his head. Ancient civilizations had transcendent power. Functions, fireproofing, smokeproofing, fogproofing, shockproofing, temperature control, air purification, and so on. Then he spoke up. The Serpent's Den has a comprehensive lockdown function, once activated. Unless you have the ability to break through the specially protected large stone gates, you can't attack from the inside. I think the general should arrange people at those stone gates first. I will enter through the cliff entrance and sabotage their lockdown system. Then you guys will start from the stone gates. After understanding the plan, he smiled and replied without hesitation. Got it. He then seemed to remember something and looked towards Big Dummy. Wait, Big Dummy, I'm counting on you. He also looked in his direction. No problem. After Zi Luo finished speaking, he looked up at the sky. Weeds can't be completely uprooted. They grow back with the spring wind. We can't forgive anyone from the Li family. He also looked in the same direction. Rest assured, not a single member of the Li family will be left. Then he waved his hand. I'll talk to Big Dummy for a bit. I'm counting on you for what comes next. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder. All right, be careful. Then Zi Luo led Big Dummy to another spot hidden by the trees, handed him another scroll, then he summoned a few cards, activated them. Item quality upgrade scroll, silver to gold. Immediately, a stream of light gathered in Zi Luo's hand, and a scroll fell from it. Item quality upgrade scroll, silver to gold. A gold grade item, it can upgrade a silver grade item to gold grade, giving the item a stronger effect. Then he opened the scroll and took out another card, while Big Dummy stood aside, completely confused. The system announced a congratulatory message. Congratulations to player Nai Se for using the item quality upgrade scroll, silver to gold. Upgrading the silver grade zombie cat whistle to gold grade. The zombie cat whistle, after being blown, can summon a golden zombie cat. The player can command the zombie cat in battle for 40 minutes. The whistle's cooldown is 36 hours. The zombie cat inherits 70% of the player's basic stats. All experience and gold coins from killing zombies belong to the player, but the zombie cat will not drop items. He excitedly held up the card. It gained a golden prefix. The summon duration increased by 10 minutes. The cooldown is reduced by 12 hours, and the inherited stats also increased by 10%. How powerful. My scroll. Then he summoned a few more cards. The system's upgrade congratulations sounded continuously. Congratulations to player Nai Se for using the equipment quality upgrade scroll, silver to gold. Upgrading the silver grade silver feather wind cloak to the gold grade golden feather wind cloak. Congratulations to player Nai Se for using the equipment quality upgrade scroll, silver to gold. Upgrading the silver grade illusionist's cloak to the gold grade demon's illusion cloak. Golden feather wind cloak, a gold grade equipment. A cloak woven from golden feathers. The special pattern on the back of the cloak has changed, allowing the player to fly easily. Stats: agility +5, spirit +4, movement speed increased by 10%. Attached skill, power of flight. When used, it allows the player to fly freely in the air for 2 minutes. It's best not to fly too high to avoid falling to your death after the flight ability wears off. Demon's illusion cloak, a gold grade equipment. Observe closely. The demon is smiling at you. Stats: spirit +8, skill, illusion. After wearing it, you can hide the player's basic information. Unless they are a higher level than the player, they won't be able to see it. Gaze of the demon. For 5 seconds after use, anyone looking at the mask will fall into a state of fear. A person in a state of fear attacking the wearer will have their stats significantly reduced, and their body's coordination will be lowered. Cooldown: 2 hours. Smile of the demon. Inflicts spiritual pain on an opponent already in a state of fear, causing the player extreme agony. He excitedly held up the card, his eyes glowing. Awesome, extremely awesome. But he quickly composed himself. It can directly attack the opponent's spirit. I don't even know what words to use to describe how awesome this is. Then Zi Luo put on the mask. System notification, demon's illusion, cloak equipped. Then he took out a box and turned towards Big Dummy. Big brother's keel in hand, you have to bless me this time. Big Dummy didn't understand and pointed at himself. Then he walked around behind him, and Zi Luo opened the box at the same time. This time, from the South Van treasure chest. If it doesn't give me a truly useful great treasure, there will really be nothing left to say. When the box was opened, Big Dummy was also surprised to see a few coins inside, with a spiritual aura covering the entire box. Zi Luo reached out and took a coin. The system immediately displayed a notification. Coin of Fate, diamond grade item. When you toss this coin, fate is decided. Method of use: toss the coin up. When you catch the coin, the effect of the coin of fate will activate. Can be used once every 48 hours. Effects: Angel's Blessing. For 10 minutes, your body will receive the blessing of an angel. Demon's Curse. For 10 minutes, all damage you deal will carry the demon's curse. He held up the coin and looked at it. A reusable status effect type item. It doesn't look too bad. I'll check its effect later. Then Zi Luo turned to him and instructed, "It's almost time, Big Dummy. Go down the mountain now and gather with Zhang Yuanzhang's group." He nodded obediently, then ran straight down the mountain. As soon as Big Dummy left, Zi Luo tossed the coin high into the air and caught it. The moment the coin touched his hand, the system immediately announced, "Demon's Curse. The wounded will suffer the demon's curse. The cursed will have their fate twisted and their body bound by the curse. Furthermore, the wounded will continuously suffer corrosion from the curse's power, and the sensation of pain will be magnified by 200%. During the curse, the effect of all adverse statuses suffered will be increased by 30%. The duration will be extended by 40%. The curse's duration is determined by the severity of the wound." Zi Luo clenched the coin in his hand. The demon sighed. "I like it. First time using it, don't let me down." Then he used his lightness skill to quickly reach the foot of the mountain. He landed, creating an explosion as spiritual energy emerged from the settling smoke. He drew his sword towards them. Li family, your demon has arrived. He swung his sword, spiritual energy enveloping the blade. The two guards saw him appear and immediately charged at him without a word. But before they could get close, they only saw his afterimage. Utter confusion appeared on the two guards' faces. Before they could even react, they were cut down by his blade. He turned to look back at the two and remarked, "It seems the effect of the demon's curse isn't bad at all." With that thought, he summoned a flame to envelop his sword. He pointed the sword towards the crowd rushing at him. With every slash, many more people fell. The remaining people seemed to realize something and shouted in panic, "Nyai Se! He's Nyai Se! Yes, that's right, this outfit, he is Nyai Se!" Nyai Se came from the hidden entrance, quickly informed the masters. Hearing them wanting to report, he gently informed them, "You won't get that chance." Then he drew his sword and cut them all down. And yet, as soon as one group was finished, another came forward. But none of them were his match. After a short while, the ground was littered with mangled, blood-soaked corpses. After dealing with them, he casually walked towards the entrance to the next floor. The people inside panicked and shouted to each other, "Main force, 3rd rank death soldiers, retreat. 5th rank death soldiers, step up to preserve our strength. Quickly report that Nyai Se has entered the 2nd floor. Urgent report, Nyai Se has blown up the armory on the 4th floor of the Serpent's Den." The old butler was pacing anxiously. Then a sound came from the room. The noise made him knock on the door worriedly. Excuse me, is your experiment finished yet?" The family head wanted me to ask about the young master's condition." A confident voice rang out from the room. "How is he?" "Very good. Wasn't he just screaming earlier? The thing I need." "Have you brought it yet?" The old man replied tremblingly. The zombie blood serum. I already sent someone to buy it yesterday. It might be because the journey is too far, so they haven't returned yet. Please, forgive me." Hearing this, the person inside became furious. "It's not even done. How dare you come to me?" He trembled timidly. It was the family head who told me to come and check on the young master." Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The young master is very good. I know now." Seeing him like that, the person inside gave him a way out. "All right then. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. This zombie host is truly miraculous. My experimental samples are about to run out. Send your men to capture some more for me." Hearing this, the old butler breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I'll send people to capture them right away." The other person urged him on. "All right, you may go. Don't bother me anymore." He walked down the hallway, thinking to himself, "Being the middleman caught between two people you can't afford to offend is so difficult. I hope that zombie virus blood serum really works." The old butler met someone there. "This is great. Nyai Se has broken in through the 1st floor entrance. He's too strong. We couldn't stop him at all." Hearing this, he asked back in disbelief. "What?" the manager asked in surprise. "Yaxi? That guy?" The Li family's subordinates helplessly explained that he's the one who killed Qiu Jing Han and Li Er. The Li family's underlings fled the safe zone, and the announcement made the family head faint from anger. "He's the one who can destroy our Li family." He started processing the information and then suddenly remembered. Then, in a panic, he grabbed his subordinates' collars and shook them violently. Was Yaxi alone? They endured it and replied, "For now, it's just him. But we already couldn't resist." The manager clasped his hands, pacing back and forth worriedly, analyzing the situation. "I remember the intel said Yaxi had a subordinate. The subordinate hasn't shown up yet, so it's very likely he has met up with people outside. Could it be that Yaxi is the vanguard? And inside the country it is to survey the layout of the barracks, pass information to the outside, and then coordinate with external forces in all cases." His mouth curled into a contemptuous sneer. "Wants to be a lone hero fighting the mafia. He didn't even ask if our Li family agrees." His thoughts began to surface. This camp is our Li family's trump card. How could one person easily scout for information? Then he ordered his subordinates to immediately go to the control room on the 3rd floor. Put the camp on complete lockdown. "I want to catch a fly in a jar." They all shouted in unison, "Yes, sir. When the time comes, I really want to meet this lone hero who's fighting the mafia. Let's see what skills this arrogant brat has, daring to challenge the authority of the Li family." The manager stood with his arms crossed, confident that victory was certain. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the camp, the fearless Lin Zi Luo boldly entered, using his blood-colored pupil of clairvoyance. He tried to scout the camp's structure, but it was neutralized because the camp had a function to block his clairvoyance. Zi Luo closed his mask's eyes, then looked attentively to the left. He gathered his strength and dashed, speeding deep inside. Wan Huo, foreseeing what was to come, voluntarily disappeared. As he was running, a voice came from one of the rooms. "Quick, call the manager's group over here." Zi Luo stopped to observe the source of the voice. It turned out to be the Li family's subordinates discussing among themselves. We need to search the entire second floor of the camp. We need manpower. The person opposite asked. Search for what? It's not that zombie cat again, is it? Because of that cat last night, I had to ask that group to work an extra hour. They're probably still asleep. The other person replied in a serious tone. This time it's a bigger problem, the master said so. Outside the door, as Zi Luo was listening intently, a sudden, ominous tremor served as a warning to him. Luckily, he managed to hide elsewhere. The two subordinates walked and chatted. My God, who is this intruder anyway? To force the masters to lock down the entire camp. The other guy looked over and replied, Don't worry about who it is. Just hurry and call your men. I have to go get others too. Hearing this, Zi Luo quickly ran off. A complete lockdown of the camp, followed by a thorough search. Are they planning to catch me? Nice idea, but you're about to be disappointed. In just a moment, Zi Luo had already reached the camp's exit, but he unexpectedly ran into the Li family's henchmen. When they spotted him, they quickly notified the others. It's Yaxi. A suspicious person has appeared here. In just a flash, they had fully assembled just to catch him, Yaxi. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Zi Luo confidently showed a smug, disdainful smile. Found so quickly, huh? Zi Luo used the giant spiral slash technique on the henchmen. The blade spun, creating a cutting edge that pierced through them one by one. He pointed his sword and said menacingly, Want to block my way? Next time, find someone tougher. The bodies lay scattered on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes noticed something. An arrow shot straight at his chest, but luckily, he dodged it. Pretty good, but it's nothing to me, because I'm the main character, you know. A sneak attack, huh? His voice was calm but filled with killing intent. Zi Luo's hand created a bright halo of light, shooting it straight at the person who shot the arrow at him. But unexpectedly, they knew how to play dirty. A spinning kick flew straight at Zi Luo from behind. He simply held his palm up behind him, creating his own rock shield defense. Then he agilely leaped up and flew forward. Wherever he went, blood was shed. Zi Luo used a rock that was flung into the air to jump to another side, and the rock gradually crumbled. Then it shattered into pieces. Zi Luo remained calm as countless people surrounded and attacked him. He gathered momentum to swing his sword. Every one of his slashes was meaningful. Then Zi Luo used the power of flight technique on all his opponents. He soared up, and shimmering golden feathers with terrifying power appeared one by one. A god! This is a god! He can fly? The subordinates' faces turned pale with fear. No one dared to move upon seeing his current form. One of them spoke up to reassure the group. Calm down. He's just using some equipment from the Apocalypse game to get that effect. Don't spread panic here. Zi Luo said nothing. Behind the mask was a face as cold as ice. The blood-colored pupil shone like a sun phoenix. Some were so frightened by the illusion that they staggered and fell to the ground, blood endlessly pouring from their orifices. They screamed in pain, even killing each other. This technique, which looked as benevolent as a god, was actually very cruel. Zi Luo landed gently, witnessing the scene of bodies scattered before him. A sharp pain shot through his head, making him dizzy. After the fight, Lin Zi Luo's mental energy was nearly depleted. He stopped to drink some water, letting out a long, relieved sigh. In an unstable state, he was exhausted. For now, I've suppressed these death warriors, but my mental energy is almost gone. I have to quickly get into the control room. Even if I can't find it, I need to find a place to rest first and recover my stamina. A blue aura radiated from where he stood. Behind him was a crowd of motionless bodies. Lin Zi Luo had reached the third floor of the underground camp. The system displayed a notification. Ding, detected that the host has successfully reached the third floor of the underground camp and initiated the final battle with the Li family. Special mission issued. End the nightmare. Geez, that scared me for a second. He looked at the system panel. Mission time, none. Lin Zi Luo strode forward confidently. At the end of a hallway, a door appeared. The sign on the door read, Body Tempering Room, a place used to enhance one's physique. He was surprised. This is like getting a pillow just when you're about to sleep. I'll go inside and check it out first. I might find something unexpected. Lin Zi Luo pushed the door. Before him was a passage that looked like entering a system. The scene changed to another room, the third floor of the underground camp, the control room. A young man was being held by the collar, looking terrified, as a loud voice shouted, Say that again! Say that again for me! The person grabbing his shirt was the manager. He looked at the young man with a grim expression. Master Li Shi told me to report urgently. Yaxi has passed through the passage to the third floor of the underground camp. Please be careful, masters. The manager exclaimed in panic. How could he get to the third floor? That's impossible. I've already sealed the underground camp, and not only that, I also sent almost all the level 4 and level 5 death warriors to find him. How could he break through the encirclement? Over 10,000 people. That's over 10,000 people. Can't they stop one Yaxi? The young man's face was trembling. He's terrifying. He shut his eyes tightly, nodding repeatedly. It's truly like a demon descending. A mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. An endless abyss. Over 10,000 people. Over 10,000 people didn't even dare to look at him. Many of the level 4 and level 5 death warriors who just went up there are dead. Hearing this, the manager's eyes widened. What? He froze, letting go of the man. He felt both shocked and terrified. The messenger was a level 3 death warrior trained by the Li family. They've drunk the soul slave potion. They absolutely cannot lie.